Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei carried the legacy of Red Dragon Emperor. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A story is sometimes not what you expect. See, sometimes it has more things than one can see or expect. There are thousands of them in the world and in history, but not all of them are pretty, happy, or inspiring. Take the case of the story of Hayato Issei, the Sekiryute of this era. Murdered parents, a childhood where he had to sink the memory and try to move forward so as not to remain in the darkness. He had people who helped him, yes, a man who was his teacher and a father. But it wasn't until he was 17 years old that everything took a turn for the better. He returned to his hometown, Kyo, to help with Azazel's request to stop Kakabeel. That was where he met Rias Gremory and his group, who, after days, would become his friends and the family he needed. And after spending time with them, with Rias especially, she was able to recover some of his former self. After saving Rias from an arranged engagement, where the girl developed feelings for him, he went to a lost continent with her, the group, his own team, and with Sona Citri and 2 of her servants, where he saw his friend from school again. Childhood. But the discovery of that continent became a fight to save the world, where, after defeating the god created by the people of that lost continent, Yaldabaoth, something was discovered. This was the reincarnation of a man named Heu, the supreme king, who terrorized several gods. But that didn't matter, the young man had friends. And after returning home, where, by fate, he met Vali Lucifer, his rival, and his teacher, Rian Shaza returned, and where a peace conference was also held between the biblical factions, where in the end Ais and Vali fought and made a peace treaty, one where things chose to change. Of course, change is not easy. Especially for young people, Ais obtained 3 objects that were believed to have been lost. The Cosmic Pax, on a visit to the museum, where he was invited by the Mau Serafal. Those 3 objects, with their own consciousness, full of hatred and resentment towards humanity for what they saw, tried to plunge the young man into despair. And it would have been like that if his friends hadn't helped. In addition to the spiritual help of a girl he met through a spiritual link, the world had plans for them. And when they went to the underworld, things maybe got a little better. But on the day of an important party, a demon from the past returned. Rahab took Sona to make her his wife and hurt Ais seriously. The young man felt weak because of that, and the Cosmic Pax wanted to take advantage of that to plunge him into ruin. But the same girl from before helped him stand up and return to the fight. In the end, Ais took some of the Cosmic Pax power, and with the help of her teacher and friends, Rahab was defeated. After that, after understanding that he could not continue like this, he chose to admit to Rias what he felt for her, and they both accepted the challenge of starting a relationship. Of course, in the end, he and Rian went to a hidden island full of magic, where the adult wanted the help of 2 acquaintances for education in the underworld. There, Ais met Twilight Sparkle, the girl he had been talking to, and her friends. They are the bearers of the elements of harmony, ancient magical objects. And after several days together, they became very close friends, although in the case of the girl, it was a revelation of her feelings towards her friend. They were forced to face a sealed enemy on the island, where Ais and the girls fought with everything they had, and the Sekiryute gained access to the weapons of his past life, gaining victory. The result of all this was that the girls went with them to Japan to be ambassadors of the island. Things became lively in the house after that. But there was no rest. Rias and her group had a raiding game with Diodor Asteroth, Adjuka's brother, who was obsessed with Asia. And on the day of said game, everything went to hell. Diodor had joined the Chaos Brigade, the terrorists who were against the Alliance. Points the kidnapping of Asia, the fights to save her, and so on were separate point, because, after believing her dead from an attack by Shalba Beelzebub, Ais lost control of her, and the Cosmic Pax were activated to give shape to a cursed power, which allowed him to kill the demon, but plunged the boy into ruin, who, upon seeing his mistake, tried to end his life after stabbing his master's sword into his chest. Ironically, that was a plan by an unseen being. Skeeth was an existence that lived alongside Heu's soul and was therefore linked to Ais now. He planned everything to awaken him and the other 7 like him, who came out into the world. The young man, in his own mind, faced the entity where Alpha, the leader of the Cosmic Pax, gave him access to its power, allowing him to gain and assimilate Skeeth, binding his souls and existences. After that, everything seemed somewhat calmer. But it was not like that. Loki, the god of deception in Norse mythology, planned to start Ragnarok. His base of operations was on an island, and the young men were asked to go. They accepted, where they were joined by Vali's group, Rias' cousin Saereorg Baal, and his servant Regulus. Sona and his team, as well as some acquaintances of Rian, faced everything that was coming with the help of 3 ships created by the Alliance. The battle to stop Ragnarok took place, but Akino Hanjima, after having contact with her father, with whom her relationship was complicated, gave him permission to be called in this to join her and take control of her body. That complicated everything. The group separated from her to help her and confront Loki's servants. Each of them was defeated by our friends, and Ais, after obtaining the full power of Gamma, who accepted the importance and variety of human emotions, saved Akino, who accepted that she should no longer run away from her problems. In a final battle, Ais, Vali, Kiba, Sariorg, Gasper, and Sagi faced Loki, while the rest fought against Loki's last servant and an army of beasts. In this, the 7 elements of harmony evolved in the middle of the battle. Akino accepted the power of Innis, and the 6 young people defeated Loki, killing him with Hayu's weapon. They managed to save the world, but that showed them that there was more for them. More after seeing how Kurama, a wolf who had been living with them, became a demon along with Rosways. Riaz's group was complete at last. A few weeks after that, Ais and Sariorg had an exhibition fight, officially, but it was all a play by the demon nobles. They both fought with everything they had. Ais gained the power of Beta, who admired the conviction of these boys. The battle ended in victory for the Sekiryute, but the impact of this fight ended up being good for the rest of the demonic community. The trip to Kyoto happened as planned. Ayan, one of the girls who was on Ais's team, returned home because of a call she received. But in the middle of her path, Magus, another of her entities, joined her. And after spending time with her sister and her mother, she learned that she could no longer be afraid of the falsity of her relationships. Obviously, things were not easy in Kyoto. Isaka, the leader of that area of Kyoto, had been kidnapped by the hero faction led by Cao Cao, the wielder of the true Longinus. Her, Ais and her company went to save her, and after an arduous battle where Ayan accessed the power of Magus, they achieved her goal. But still, they felt that their luck was not the best, and each time they faced stronger people. And it was a few weeks after that Morgana Le Fay, who had joined Fidchel, unknowingly received a call request from a friend in Egypt. Ais and the third-year girls with Faye went to her aid. After exploring an ancient Egyptian temple, they found it. Mana told them about Kayam and the cursed gadgets. In an attempt to know what to do, she caused Fishel to lose control of her power after hearing an ancient text. Ais and her friends saved her, but her enemies sent them to another place. Faye and Mana were captured. Their most difficult battle was about to begin. All the battles were personal. The girls showed their great power and determination, surpassing their limits after being close to death in the middle of their battles, and Ais managed to have the determination she needed to be close to a new power. But they could not prevent the return of Kayam, Ra's chosen one, who sacrificed those who revived him, including Mana, to be whole. The battle became personal. Ais and company fought to defeat him, but Kayam was very powerful. When all was believed to be lost, Ais stood up after being close to death, having access to Omega Mode, the united power of the Cosmic Pax. Crimson Cosmos Ascension was the name of that power, one that gave the young man the ability to fight with Kayam and win after a difficult battle. Coming home, spending time at the school festival, and so on made them understand that their actions were shaping the world. With new determination, they vowed to fight for the world they were creating. Although, without them knowing it, they were following the legacy of someone who, after so many hardships, had fought to create a better world. Not for him, but for those who would come after him. For someone I loved very much. Anyone. The funniest thing about all this is that he never expected anything from anyone, he wasn't the best, and he wasn't what one would call a hero. Since, as a human being, he was an imperfect being who made mistakes and paid the price for each one. But still, he fought to create a better future. The history of the Supreme King and the Sekiryute had been separate, but from this point on, they were going to be strictly linked. Because what was about to happen in the world had been linked at one point to the life of that human called Heiau, a god slayer. Sekiryute Supremo Ascension. Arc 1, The Past of a Forgotten King. Chapter 1, A Forgotten Past. Tell me, brother, are you sure the path you chose is the correct one? A woman spoke from her bed, and whoever heard her felt sad. The state she was in denoted that she was not going to be well. She looked weakened and even tired. I have lived following it, and I feel happy to have traveled it with you and with all of you. The woman smiled with some difficulty and some sadness. Even knowing that this was my destiny doesn't make saying goodbye to her much easier. Not being able to see my little Aura grow, that's what hurts me the most. Someone could be seen taking the woman's already somewhat weak hand, and she smiled in response. She smiled because she knew that he was the one who was going to suffer the most. Don't cry, you have Charlotte and the rest, you are no longer alone. Hero. You are no longer that thief child who went from one place to another just to bring me even a little food every day. You are a hero, my hero. The tears in the woman's eyes did not take long to come out. And for her too, it was difficult to say goodbye to the person who had cared for her all her life. They were closer than ordinary brothers since they only had each other. Remember, even if my body leaves, I will always be by your side. Hi. Ais opened his eyes from his impromptu nap and got up from the couch where he was sleeping, only to let out a small sigh and some tears. Is something wrong? Ais in. The Sekiryute stopped by to see Asia, who was the one who was washing the dishes after the lunch everyone had today. Are you okay? It's nothing, Asia, just something in my eye. Ais tried to downplay the matter. She really didn't want to worry anyone with a dream of. But it is not normal to see you cry. That dream must have been very sad. The blonde sat next to the young man, who could only agree that those words were true. I think it was the moment when Heiau saw Lavenza die. Asia was surprised to hear that. As everyone knows, Lavenza had a weak body despite her great powers and abilities, which is why she did not live long. Apparently, the birth of her daughter weakened her more, not having lived beyond the 30 seconds. I don't know what Lavenza-san was like. The only thing we saw of her was in the Loki incident, and you could see that she was a kind and generous woman. I'm sure she didn't want to give her brother a bad memory. She loved him. A lot, as we could see. I smiled at those words. It was true. Lavenza loved her brother very much. It's just that I feel that Hayu wants to show me something. I don't know what it is, but I saw his right hand and then made it into a fist. I'm sure it's something very important, at least for him. Maybe, but it won't help if you think about it too much. San, it's best that you go down to the training area now. Everyone is waiting, only the two of us are missing. Asia took off her apron and stood in front of the young man. Let's go, San. The girl extended her hand to help him up. I smiled at those words and extended his hand to accept help. When he took it, he felt that. Come on, empty head, everyone is waiting for us. Asia's image was replaced by that of someone else. This was that of a woman with reddish-pink hair and green eyes. She seemed very confident and somewhat rude, but why did she give him a feeling of joy? San. Asia's voice brought him out of the trance he was in. What's happening? Nothing, I just kept thinking about something. I stood up so he could go to the basement, where the rest of the inhabitants of the house were waiting. Asia watched as the young man walked slowly towards the stairs. She couldn't help but feel that something was wrong with him. Since she returned home from the festival, she has seemed a little gone. Nothingness. She remembers that Riaz and Twilight told her that sometimes he seemed to stare into nothingness. A few days had passed since the festival, and he was still the same. At first, he attributed it to what happened with Mana, but now, with what she heard, she attributes it to him having to do with Hayu. I hope nothing bad happens with San. The blonde went after the Securiute, time for the day's training. Like every Sunday, it was not unusual to see everyone training to prepare for whatever was coming. The future was uncertain, and they knew it, more so now than ever. Knowing that God-class enemies could be very possible in the short term, they must be ready. In the area, those training while they were seen were Akino, Ayan, and Faye, all three using their avatar triggers. Seeing how the three girls fought with different battle styles showed that the Infinite Eight were unique and, at the same time, very versatile for battle, from what they could see. While Ayan used the shields created by the green energy blades, as well as occasionally as traps to fight, Faye did so with the energy staff to be able to attack with multiple spells without any extra effort. Akino was the one who attacked with speed and magic. Her wings, bathed in the power of Innis, gave her this ability to fly that they would very much like to have. The rest watched the practice battle, amazed that the two of them had something like that in their possession. If you don't consider recent events, you could say that all of them in those states are as strong as supreme-class demons. Well, I think that's enough. Celine finished the practice round. The cat served as a referee this time since she was an excellent evaluator. Very good girls, better than I expected. Thank you, Celine-san. Faye wiped the sweat from her forehead. This new power was incredible. But you can see that they are still green. Akino, your movements when flying are good, but when you want to change direction, you lose speed. Ugh, yes, I already noticed. An, in your case, you think too much about how and where to leave your traps, as well as the power to use on your shield. That a cat tells me that. And Faye, don't think about the spell, let it flow. That will make it more powerful and easier to use. The magician nodded with some sadness. The rest are going well. Don't feel bad, girls. Celine is strict in her analysis but always thinks for the best. Rian approached the rest of the adult women in the house. Besides, they have it easier than poor Kurama. Everyone went to see how the wolf was trained arduously by Skull and Hattie. Now that he had a good level, both sons of Fenrir went with more force towards the poor cub that was sent flying through the air due to a flare from the wolf that chases the sun. Kurama. Roswai screamed in horror as the wolf fell to the ground. Can't they be softer with the poor guy? I think it wouldn't be training if they were. Don't laugh, cheese. Fluttershy was also worried, but there was nothing else to do. Having the mouse in hand while Faye trained, she caught his attention for laughing at other people's misfortune. The rest let out a small laugh because it was really funny how the girl, as kind as she is, can tame wild beasts with just one look. The three wolves of the house are nothing before her gaze. By the way, in eyes. Twilight looked everywhere, waiting to see her boyfriend, but nothing. There was no sign of him. He was sleeping before coming here, and Asia stayed to wait for him to wake up. AJ adjusted her hat. The poor guy looked tired. He must relax, not be tense. Rarity spoke with a big smile, one that everyone knew because it was. The fact that she and Yuudo are together is, yes, it's good, but it's already scary that he smiles so much. He doesn't even care if he gets dirty. What happened to our Rarity? Talk. Aki, Kaori, and Pinky had a secret talk. It wasn't because you could hear what they were saying, but the dressmaker didn't seem to care. I was so happy, of course. Kiba is still trying to get used to the idea of having a girlfriend. He needs advice. While this was happening, Ray approached Riaz and Sona, both talking about something related to demons while watching Zenobia and Arena train this time. So what is that? I was already asking if there was going to be a promotion. That's right. Apparently, they don't want to cancel the exams. I must say that it is good for the group's morale. Moral of what? Sona looked at Rainier, who was crossing her arms. Something happened. No, Ray, it's just that let's say that some of my servants become middle-class demons. The fallen girl was surprised to hear that Yuudo and Akino were selected from my side. On side, Ida was Saji. The idiot looks very happy, and the girl couldn't help but smile. He deserves it after everything he trains and so on. Although she says that he will take the exam later, he wants to improve his skills first. Not to mention that he helped defeat Loki, but Gasper too. The truth is, Gasper was nominated, but due to his situation and so on, it was decided to wait one more year with him. He has the capacity, but it is preferable to make an evaluation before giving him the opportunity. Riaz learned the reasons from his brother days ago when he received the news. I understand they know it, right? Riaz nodded at those words. That explains the mood between the two. Well, Ray, you are also in a good mood. It seems that you found a comfortable fighting style for you after Sona stopped since she did not want to bother the fallen woman, who nodded without saying more. That's right, let's say that in the end I can advance toward my goals, and I am very sure I will return to a stable pace. Ray had finally discovered his style with his magic, the one that he had left uninvestigated years ago. Hey, I want some action too. Rainbow is looking forward to a good fight. It's my turn. Wait a minute, I'm here too. Kaneko stopped her friend from moving forward after holding her hair. She could hear the crack. Oh, that wasn't necessary. I refute it. Both girls, the little ones in the group. Don't call us that. That is to say, as the youngest of the group they began to see each other defiantly. Although they are good friends, there is no doubt that there is a rivalry between them. One focuses on strength and the other on speed. Needless to say, neither wants to give in to the other. Geez, Cheyenne is letting her competitive attitude get the best of her. I'm not surprised. Those two are brutes. No one asked for your opinion, Yakitori. The joint scream of both made Ravel have a large vein on her forehead. This was an outrage. Enough, I will teach you to have more respect for me. Within seconds, a pitched battle took place in the middle of the place, with the three youngest girls in the group fighting like animals before the somewhat tired gaze of the rest. Does anyone else want to fight? Gasper tried to act as a moderator. In the end, he was dragged into the fight. No, please. Kiba and Rosswise chose to be next since they were really eager to test their skills against each other, until Let me join Eyes and Asia appeared on the scene, with the former rubbing his eye. I need to wake up. We're sorry for the delay. Eyes-san was washing his face. There is nothing to forgive, Asia. Come on, Eyes. Come in. I'm sure the battle will serve you well. Rian gave the go-ahead to his student, who thanked his mentor for his gesture to join the battle. Wow, with Eyes-kun, things will be more exciting. Kiba put away the sword he had to take out another one. This one looked different from the ones he normally has. He will serve to practice this. I see that I can finally test the efficiency of my magic shields. Rosswise knew that although his offensive magic is good, his defensive magic has its shortcomings, and against Eyes, the test is more than perfect. Time to stretch your legs. Eyes put himself on guard after activating his armor, ready for action. I'm ready. Venilana. While the rest stood as spectators, Celestia, Venilana, and Lewin noticed Azazel, who had been analyzing everyone's training from moment one, plus those of the three girls with the avatar triggers. He's interested in the one right now because Eyes and Kiba's sacred gears have new tricks right now. Let's start. Kiba stabbed the sword, which was clearly holy, and from the ground in flashes emerged 6 suits of armor with dragon characteristics. The 6 entities stood on guard, ready for the fight. Lori Drag Trooper, my subspecies of Blade Blacksmith's Balance Breaker. Seeing that you finally managed to have it, I don't know whether to feel flattered that the dragon theme is a reference to me or worried that Rarity wants to kill me. Eyes looked askance at the dressmaker, who had a dreamy look. I think not. Aha, finally, the result of my training with you using only a holy sword paid off. Kiba knew that these armors could only imitate his speed, not his techniques and skills. It doesn't matter, you want to test them against his friend and see how far you can go. Let's start. That's right, Eyes-kun, don't hold back. The girl created several magic circles from which several magical blasts of great power and speed came out. Eyes dodged them to get to safety, only to see one of Kiba's armors standing in front of him. He covered himself from the attack of the walking armor and then blocked another, kicking one that was behind him, only to stop Kiba's attack with his hands, who was taking advantage of the distraction that his armor created. From the outside, the fight was about speed and explosive attacks by Kaiba and Rosswise, both knowing that if they leave Eyes even one free space, he will end the battle with the tri-system. Seeing how Eyes was forced into a defensive strategy showed that those two had improved enormously since Kyoto, and that was what they wanted to demonstrate in this battle. Wow, look how those armors move. Irina noticed how the armor was very fast, it almost seemed like they were teleporting. On the other hand, Rosswise's magical attacks have increased in power, and it is also noticeable that he no longer uses as much magic. Zenobia was not an expert mage, but even she could see that. The battle continued, but there was someone who seemed uneasy, not because he had a bad feeling but because he really felt that something was bothering Eyes. You've noticed it, right? Riaz approached Twilight, who nodded. Something is bothering him. But what could it be? Normally, he focuses on battles and doesn't let anything affect him. Asia, upon hearing that, couldn't help but relate to what happened a few minutes ago. Did Eyes as the fight continued, which was still on the defensive. Emma and Phi managed to notice that Eyes was acting strange. It was noticeable that there were moments when he was going to attack, but out of nowhere he would stop, as if he saw something that confused him. Something is not right with him, it's as if he saw ghosts' illusions, and I doubt they are things related to him. Phi had to agree with Emma that something was wrong with the Sekryute, and she doubts that it was related to the physical issue because it seems that he was in good shape, better than ever, but still. In the middle of the fight, Eyes didn't understand what was happening. Every time he saw those armors approaching, he swore he was looking at people wearing ancient armor, seeing Roswise's magical attacks going towards him. He was seeing arrows loaded with magic towards him. It didn't make sense, nothing made sense. He blocked Kiba's attack again with his wings and then narrowly avoided Roswise's attack, who was getting closer and closer to him. In one of those movements, the girl launched a small burst of magic and then attacked the Sekiryuite with her magic-charged fists, who did not expect to see her move on to her physical attack. At that, the girl smiled and then created chains of magic that imprisoned the Sekiryuite. He found himself trapped, and out of nowhere, he began to hyperventilate. He saw how the attacks from Kiba's armor hit him hard. His armor began to crack from the impacts, one after another. This was not going well. Finish them off, let there be none left. Hearing someone's voice full of hate. It doesn't matter if they are women or children, kill them. No, fire, the screams, the pain. Take your sister and run, don't look back. Familiar. That woman, her silver hair, why is she so familiar? Don't be afraid, I will stop them. I'm sorry, my little one, that you and your sister were born so unique. Take care of Lavenza. Lavenza. Wrong Eyes continued receiving the attacks without giving any response. Something was wrong. She is. Who is she? Run now. Don't attack. Turn around, Himmel. Just look ahead and never hesitate. Seeing how the woman was pierced by a sword, no. N-O-O-O. Eyes' scream was mixed with someone else's voice. The energy that came out of her body was such that the chains that held him broke as the aura around Eyes began to concentrate. What's happening? Luna covered her eyes. The wind she was generating was such that. Eyes, that's enough. Rian tried to approach the young man, but his energy was enormous. Damn, Eyes. The two young men who were fighting with the Sekiryuite all saw the figure of someone else above the young man. He was furious, full of desire to destroy. The explosion of energy was concentrated in the place where the Sekiryuite was engulfed in flames, in pre-Omega mode. Hey, I think you're exaggerating. AJ spoke with some fear since the aura around him was very charged. He doubts that Kiba and Roswise can do something against her. I think that you would use that, Eyes-kun, but it will be interesting. The girl did not show fear. She knew that this was a practice, but Kiba felt it. Something was wrong. Destroy. I must destroy. The voice that came out of the Sekiryuite was not Eyes', it was someone else's. I must put an end to those who hurt for no reason. I must eliminate them. I must show them the true power of darkness. I will not let them continue hurting for pleasure. What are you talking about? The blonde noticed that this was not his friend. It was Heiu. The Sekiryuite changed to perfect beta and launched a punch into the air towards where Roswise was, who covered herself with a defensive circle, but it was instantly destroyed, sending the girl flying very far out of combat. Riaz and the rest looked in horror as Roswise was left on the ground. The Sekiryuite lowered his hand and then looked at Kiba. Lavenza, Rose, Mikleo, Layla, Edna, Zavade, Charlotte, I, too. The names that the Sekiryuite said were not known to anyone except two. This confirms it. The one who is in control of Eyes' body is Heiu. Immediately, the Sekiryuite disappeared and then appeared in front of Kiba after having destroyed all the armor in a fraction of a second using perfect alpha, and then hit the blonde and lifted him off the ground. Immediately, he launched a flurry of blows that ended in knocking Kiba unconscious and then throwing him to the rest. Yudo. When Rarity caught her boyfriend, it was obvious that the young man had broken ribs. How could you? The girl was going to continue complaining, only to see that the Sekiryuite took her head. I couldn't save them. My sister, my friends, my wife, I failed. You could hear it in his voice, the pain, the regret. Even after all the good he had done, he had burdens and guilt that wouldn't let him go. They were finally reaching Eyes. Rian and Azazel were going to do something. Maybe knocking him out would help, but that's what they saw. How most of them approached the Sekiryuite slowly. He looked up and got nervous for some reason. Heiu seemed embarrassed to show his side. More vulnerable and human. The man, whom many considered a being of great power, was there, showing his weakness. See Riaz and Twilight approach him. I see Akino, Ayan, and Ray smile at him. Ray, Irina, Zenobia, Kaneko, Kuroka, Asia, Aki, Kaori, Ravel, Sona. I'm sorry, Pinky, Rainbow, Fluttershy, AJ, even Rarity, who had Kiba in her arms, Gasper helping Roswise stand, and Kurama approaching with a calm attitude. I am sorry. Stop care everything, ithing be. It time to time, let out your pain angled. Giffled, if you keep holding them back, what's happening no happen. Pen, Eyes doesn't deserve this. He must know the truth. He and the rest must know who was the one. Supreme King Lavenza's voice was heard by the Supreme King, who only calmed down. The armor disappeared, and Eyes fell to his knees on the ground, holding his head, with everyone going for him. They had no idea what had happened. This didn't make any sense. Eyes looked at everyone and looked guilty. He knew what was happening, but his body didn't respond. It's okay, Eyes-san. We understand. Asia kneeled down to see him. She could see Eyes' guilty expression. Everyone could see it, and that was enough to understand that this was something they could not leave aside. Several minutes later, with Kiba and Roswise already in a better state thanks to Asia and Fluttershy, everyone was trying to analyze the situation of what had happened, with Eyes sitting, crestfallen and very guilty for what he did to his friends. Even D-Drag felt bad. He didn't understand what exactly happened. Come on, Eyes-kun, it's no big deal. We don't blame you for anything. Roswise tried to stop the young man from feeling bad. She's not upset. She can even admit that she was trusting. She now knows that her defense is weak compared to her attacks. It's true, Ice-kun, and we're fine now. Thanks, Rarity. Hiba appreciated the gesture of her girlfriend, who gave him a kiss on the cheek in response. Aya, I'm glad you get along, but we have something else to think about. Hiroka went to see the adults in search of an answer. The only solution I have in mind is that Heiu's soul and Aiza's soul have finally become linked in a way that there may be problems. What kind of problems? Zenobia looked at the governor of the fallen with doubt. We have reached the point where it is likely that both personalities and memories mix. That is what they say happens when reincarnation occurs. Celestia went to see the Secretary, who seemed very tired. We have to fix this now. Anything that can help us solve it. Venelana looked at Emma. The woman with glasses meditated for a while until, let Ai see Heiu's memories and assimilate them, so he can separate what is his from what is from his past life. Everyone sighed when they saw that this could be a complicated thing to do. If that's the case, let me take care of it. A voice came out of the elements of harmony, one that everyone already knew. I think everyone wants to see it. The flash that came out of the elements blinded everyone present, none of them knowing what exactly was happening. When they opened their eyes, everyone saw themselves in a place that they really didn't know. It seemed to be the entrance to a castle, one very well decorated and even unique in its own sense. They all had the same question, how did they get here? I think the culprit would be me. In front of the large group, Lavenza finally made an appearance. The girl looked just as they remembered her, but at the same time, she was somewhat sad. I'm glad you're here. How is that? Twilight was the first to come out of her shock. The rest were still there, even Azazel, who has seen several strange things throughout his life. Harmony, I think I should clarify a few first. Although the elements of harmony, although they have something to do with it, the person responsible for this happening lies inside the castle. One that you surely recognize very well as Eyes. Lavenza went to see the young man, who was surprised to see the building. It is the same castle that you saw in your dreams and where my brother and I spent a few years of our lives. Lavenza, he's going to keep his part of the deal. Eyes, it's time for you to know the truth behind what my brother did. I assure you, it won't be easy for him. Lavenza turned around and started walking. First time I'll see him in years, I'm a little nervous. The woman began to walk in the direction of the castle, which opened its doors automatically, allowing her to enter the place, leaving everyone in the place even more confused. You know, if I weren't used to strange things, I would have already screamed and panicked. Aquino said that with a nervous smile, one that the rest had. To think that we would witness once again the great power that these elements have. In fact, I would dare to say that this is something that they surely expected since their creation. Celine looked at the group. Well, come on, we don't gain anything by staying here. If we want to know the secret behind the life of the Supreme King and make sure that the boy does not have these attacks of identity crisis, we must move forward. Yowl, you are all fresh. Oh, fresh. Celine Rian looked at Azazel, who nodded. They had no other way. Let's go, everyone. It didn't take long for everyone present to enter the castle. When Kurama, Skull, and Hattie were the last to enter, the great door closed alone. Well, with it they tell us that there is no turning back. Kurama knew that they could not retract, they had to move forward. The more they walked, the more those present marveled at the structure of the place. Incredible to think that it is a place created by the same mind. You could see the luxury in letters that no longer existed today, an extinct language. Strange, I feel like everything could disappear if I touched it. Anne was tempted to touch the walls, but she preferred not to risk it. Better not. This place, although it looks stable, is very fragile. Lavenza stood in front of the large door. Here it is. This is the place where he is waiting. Nervous to see your brother face to face again. The woman smiled at Riaz's words. It was very obvious. It has been years since I have seen him. I know that at the end of his life he was able to face his guilt, but he could never forgive himself for the mistakes he made. That was his darkness and, at the same time, the source of his power. My brother was very sensitive and was not capable of facing great things alone, perhaps for many. He was a monster that threatened gods and even killed one. But the truth is that it was the mask that he had decided to wear to not fall into the pain of having lost everything he had. That's why I thank the biblical God for what he did for him. My father, Azazel, was surprised to hear that. I never imagined that God had. Come on, it's time for you to see my brother in person. Lavenza opened the door, and when she did so, she could finally see who was occupying it. The great hall was like a throne room, one where the throne lies at the end, with a person sitting with his hands supporting his head. His dark armor, like the universe itself, covered her entire body, only showing her yellow eyes. The aura that emanated from him was one of fear. This man was when he stood up. He walked a few steps forward until he was a few meters away from the group. Brother, Lavenza smiled when she saw the man who was her brother. She felt happy to see him, but at the same time sad that his gaze was full of pain. Everyone noticed that indeed, the Supreme King's eyes lacked anger. There was only sadness them. They finally showed some brightness when he saw Eyes and his sister. He brought his hands to the helmet that covered his face and he removed it without thinking twice. With this, the face of the man most feared by the gods could finally be seen. Seeing that he was a more adult version of Eyes, with white hair and black locks and a scar on his left cheek like the one his current life is now. Those who had feelings for the Secretary already imagined Eyes' appearance in a few years, and they liked what they thought. Lavenza. The man smiled when he finally saw his sister after years. I'm glad to see you. The woman went to her brother and hugged him, showing that she had really missed him. You could feel in the atmosphere that Lavenza went to see her brother and then tried to laugh at seeing him so old, although he looked only about 40 years old. But he couldn't, not after seeing the sadness in her eyes. Even after all these years, you still carry the weight of the world. Why don't you let it go? Because this is the one that reminds me that no sacrifice was in vain. The Supreme King happened to see the group that was behind his sister and smiled when he saw an old acquaintance. Azazel, bastard angel, still single from what I see. I'm here and I can't believe it. Seeing you face to face again, I don't know what to say to that. The human smiled a little when he heard that. I think you have a lot to explain, Heu. Yes, but before that, the man went on to see his current life. I'm sorry, Eyes. I didn't expect that. My own emotions would get out of control now that the door no longer exists. I apologize for how I acted outside. The young people were surprised. Without a doubt, he was not what they had imagined. No need to apologize, no one was hurt. Thank you was the first to speak. Her happy attitude made the human laugh. Ah, I see why you appreciate this Eyes girl so much. She makes your day in a way she does. Heu went to see the rest. Everyone looked at him with great curiosity, especially Rian, since it was incredible to think that they were in front of someone who terrified the gods. I see that it is just as you mentioned them, Eyes, those two. Now I understand why they were not afraid to approach me. Heu went to see Riaz and Twilight, both somewhat embarrassed that the strongest human that ever existed told them that. And also, you little one, thank you. Oh no, I didn't do anything special, seriously. Asia seemed somewhat embarrassed that the Supreme King addressed her in that way. He only did what he believed was right. Bother you? Not to bother, but we want to know what's going on here. Everyone looked at Rainbow with half-closed eyes. Hey, I'm sure she's not the only one who wants that. Touch. Some touch would be good for you, Rainbow. Sona tried to make the girl close her mouth. What a shame. I'm sorry. Don't think badly of her. It's just that. He tends to say what he thinks. Yes, like Lavenza. Heu smiled at Fluttershy's words. And you have his kindness. The girl blushed a little at those words. Generosity, honesty, laughter, loyalty, magic. I didn't think I would finally see people who have your qualities, sister. Well, they chose well. That's what I created the elements for. Heu nodded to those words. He didn't take long to approach Eyes, who still hadn't said anything the entire time they were there. As I said, a deal is a deal. You have them. The power of the three. Skeeth himself agreed that it was better to do this before worse things happen. Hey, Eyes, you and the rest will see fragments of what I experienced, but not all because it would be too much. It's fair that those who are closest to you see this. They should. The adult touched Sekiryute's head and then smiled. It's time for you to see what I'm trying to tell you. Before he could say anything, the entire place and everyone's minds were blinded by an intense light, one that did not stop until several seconds later. The next thing you saw was the image of someone running in the middle of some old, ancient houses, carrying only a couple of pieces of bread and a small bag. She looked dirty and poorly cared for. By appearance alone, she must have only been about 12 or 13 years old. Her dark brown hair and yellow eyes were the most striking things about him, and he seemed to laugh as he ran, as if she found something funny about the situation. Come here, Brett. The scream of someone, obviously his pursuers, was heard in the place. Boy, turning your gaze, you could see 3 men going after the boy. They were wearing armor, indicating that they belonged to some kind of royal guard or something like that. They looked more than upset, and no wonder that boy was making fun of them. Haha, I can't believe how much they resent each other. The young man walked around one of the corners and then leaned on the wall and made triangular jumps from one wall to another. Phew, at least this time I didn't fall. You'll pay us back, you devil brat. The one who seemed to be the head of the guard seemed to be emitting smoke from his mouth. He had a brown stain on his helmet, and it smelled very bad. You can't escape this, street rat. Maybe I'm a rat, but at least I smell better than you. The young man's mocking response did not please the guy at all. Besides, they're just some pieces of bread, my friends. A sandwich. WOAH. He lowered his head when he saw a ball of fire coming towards him. He passed by his head and grabbed it to see if he had lost his hair. Hey, that wasn't nice at all. Seeing how the guys began to climb up to catch him was enough for the boy to become more alert and use the graceful escape. With a few jumps between roof and roof, he managed to at least somewhat distance the pursuers from him. He has no doubt that the guys must hate him, who tells him to get in their way of escape after stealing the bread. What's more, that plump nobleman must have enough food to last a whole day. 2 pieces of bread should be nothing. TCH, what am I doing? Finding himself unable to continue running between roofs, when his path ended, he chose to go down using the wall. Luckily, these walls are cracked and somewhat poorly built. I didn't expect more from the poorest area of the kingdom. As she went down, she passed by a window that showed. Kaya, you perverted brat. Seeing one of the prostitutes in the area working with a client made the boy feel disgusted. If you want to watch, you must pay. I'm sorry, but I don't have the stomach to see something like that. What's more, to see you, I think the charge should be 0. The woman was not attractive at all, and she had reasons to say that. What's more, she knows that she is one of those who earn the least in the place, and she is with an old man. She thinks she saw him somewhere. Out. Well, just cover yourself, I don't want to see that. After entering the room and leaving it through the door, the young man contained his desire to vomit. Ugh, what's happening to me? He chose to leave this devilish place. He just had to end up in the place where the most common brothel in the kingdom was installed. Seeing the women who do the oldest job in the world walk with little to cover them made the young man contain his blush. Damn, there are good girls here. He just had to enter puberty. I have to get out of here. It didn't take him long to find the exit. One of the workers sent him greetings. She was an acquaintance and she helped him escape more than once. In trouble again. It was obvious that she was a girl who was no older than 16 years old. With a tan complexion and black hair and eyes of the same color, the young man smiled nervously. Trouble? Not at all. It will only be that if they catch me. Then I recommend you run. The girl pointed behind him. Indeed. The idiots were close to him. Oh, I'm leaving. See you. The girl waved goodbye to the young man while he continued running. By making his progress while trying not to lose his rhythm, the young man finally managed to reach a populated area, one that was obviously waiting for someone to pass by. Asking permission to continue advancing, he managed to hide among the large crowd who watched with curiosity the strange persecution. I must be grateful that they know how to moderate themselves when there are people. He knows that normally they would throw blasts of magic at him again and again, but since there are people, anyway, I have to hide. After finally seeing a hole in the middle of the buildings, the young man went into it to wait for those guys to pass. When he could hear them, where is it? The scream of one of them made the young man cover his mouth so as not to let out a scream or for his breathing to be heard. We don't see him. He must have hidden among the people. The other voice made the boy try to stay calm and leave now. We are sorry, sir, we can no longer. Ugh, you brat bastard, he'll pay me back. One of these days his luck will run out, and I swear I'll make him pay me back for it all. The boy smiled at those words. That will only happen if he catches him. Let's go, we have to protect the area. The royal family will pass by soon. Omzir, wouldn't it be better to change your helmet? Be quiet. The soldier's angry shout was enough for the young man to know that his actions that day were more than beneficial. When he heard that they were leaving, he came out of his hiding place, and when he saw no Moors on the coast, he burst out laughing. She always did it after these situations. Haha, the best thing would be for me to go. He felt a little hungry and opted for, oh well, I better eat one of the breads. For that, I stole two. He took out the piece of bread, ready to put it in his mouth, only to see in his field of vision two children, a girl and her younger brother, seeming to ask something from those passing by, only to be ignored. The boy simply sighed when he saw that. He really can't believe that these things happened to him. Not that he has anything against the situation, but just he doesn't have the heart to leave them like this. Bread. It's good that he took 2 pieces of bread. In truth, he only needed 1. He approached the children, who were surprised to see that the young man offered them a piece of bread. Here, you need it more than me. Both young men looked confused. He looked in a worse state than them, but still, come on, don't make me change my mind. Both children nodded and took the food. It didn't take them long to cut it in half and start eating. As they say, in hunger, the simplest thing can be the most delicious thing in the world. I better go now. Thank you. Hearing the girl thank him was enough to make him smile. He continued on his way through the people, truly hoping that there was nothing to interrupt him now. He was eager to return home, and hearing the shouts of people seeming to cheer for something or someone made him turn around. Noticing that he was not going to see anything on the ground, he chose to climb one of the wooden posts that were nearby. It didn't take him much to get up and balance to see that, in fact, those passing by were the royal family themselves. It seems like they are returning from a field trip. One of the spectators could be heard speaking. They have time for that, but not for their people. Not that I blame them. The king is not even the slightest bit of what the previous one was. He lets the nobles make the decisions. Another of those present spoke and sounded very upset. Yes, the queen makes better decisions than the pot-bellied old man. Unfortunately, the princess seems to have been compromised. As soon, he's only 11, even the boy looked surprised to hear that. He had heard that the princess was of unique beauty, despite her still being so young. You know what nobility is like. As long as they achieve their goals, they sacrifice everything, even their family. The young man looked sad when he heard that. For him, the family was the most important thing. Since now he looked up when he noticed that the carriage carrying the royal family was nearby. Whoever he was surprised to see that you could see something, whoever was inside. He tried to look, to have a small vision of what the kings are like, but he captured something else, the pink skin of a certain girl, her silver hair, and her blue eyes. She looked somewhat sad, but he couldn't deny one thing, she was beautiful. He blushed a little, thinking that she was the princess, and that means one thing, he is out of her reach. He sighed as he imagined that there was a pretty girl that he would never see again. Anyway, seeing that everything important was over, she climbed down from the wooden post to head home. It didn't take him long to do it, it wasn't that far. And he was also in good spirits, at least he had some food. When he got home, it was a simple building, somewhat old, but it was enough to protect one from the cold and give shelter. He entered to see a somewhat common scene for him. Oh, you arrived. The girl with reddish hair and eyes of the same color, who was helping a man with black hair and a penetrating gaze put on her guard armor, looked very young. Where have you been? Over there. The girl sighed when she saw that she had gotten into trouble again. The young man happened to see the man who had finished putting on his armor. Your guards are scoundrels, they can't handle a child. or you are too clever. The man smiled when he said that, which the boy noticed was mocking. But that doesn't mean that you've given them problems. They should focus on other things, not chasing a child who took pieces of bread. The girl shook her head again. True, just don't let them catch you. I won't be able to intercede for you if they do. The boy nodded, and the man ruffled his hair due to his clear annoyance. I'm leaving. My break is over, thank you, Amen. Come back whenever you want, Yuji. The girl smiled when she saw the man leave. He shook the boy's head again and left. You know, sighing like that will make me believe that you love him. The girl, called Amen, looked surprised and somewhat embarrassed. If you want it so much, tell him. I doubt the age difference will prevent anything, you're only 3 years older. I'm already 24, plus, he's engaged to one of the nobles. The woman looked sad when she said that. And I'm a prostitute, there's no way he'll leave a good girl for. You are a good woman. Amen, if it were not for you, my sister and I would be on the street. The woman smiled at the boy's words. Besides, you're not just anyone, you're the best in the area. And that's why I charge dearly. The girl winked her eye to show her figure. The young man laughed lightly at those words and saw her sit down in the nearby chair. But that's why there aren't many clients. Maybe I should lower my rates. If that were the case, anyone would come. I accept Yuji because, in short, you seem happy with him, but the others who come, they make me want to kick them where it hurts the most. Always so jealous, the woman caressed the young man on the head and smiled sadly. You know it's for them to eat. Yo, they are not a burden, neither you nor your sister, they are like children to me. I will do whatever it takes to make them well. The young man nodded again to finally see how the woman stood up. Besides, one day I will stop doing this. I don't want to be like this until I am old. It won't be long. The impact of something on her head made her laugh. She did the same. It was obvious that they both appreciated each other. Come on, go see your sister and stop getting into trouble. A little bread is not worth the effort. The boy nodded sadly. Okay, I'll make the food. I'll go up right away. The young man went up the stairs of the place after hearing that, and it didn't take him long to find himself in the room where his sister was lying. The girl was in bed reading something. She seemed so focused that she did not notice the young man's arrival at the place. I see that you are as focused as always, Lavenza. Brother. The girl smiled when she saw her sister. You finally arrived. Cough. Hey, don't scream, don't hurt your throat. The girl nodded several times and then smiled. Come on, drink some water. Sorry. Lavenza drank the liquid that her brother took from a jug on a piece of furniture next to her bed. It's almost night. You took a long time. I came out for this. Showing a piece of bread made the girl look upset. She had stolen it again. Hey, it's for a good cause. I can't let Amen carry all your food. Still, I don't want you to steal, you're not bad. Seeing how his sister considered him was enough for him. Not only did I bring that, but also this. He took out a book from his bag, one that was somewhat old but that Lavenza recognized. The nobleman from whom I stole the bread had it, the idiot had it neglected. The bread is the excuse, this is the reason why I did it. The girl seemed happy to have something new to read. Magic is something that people like them will never have the opportunity to learn. Only nobles and soldiers, but she wants to change that, it is her dream. Thank you, Himmel, for everything. The young man smiled at those words. That was what he wanted to hear. Seeing how Amen appeared made the girl put the book away immediately. She didn't want to show what they had, not yet. Seeing how the three of them were talking made those who saw the memory wonder, what does it all mean? You will see what I lived and went through. You will see the cruelty of the ancient world. How I was forced to become the being that many feared, all for them, for my friends, for the world. This is the story of how a boy named Himmel became the supreme king, a god slayer. Time to see the untold story, one forgotten by time itself. Really, brother? Lavenza looked at his older brother, who was more than ready for his great feat. It's the stupidest plan you've had to date. The young man smiled somewhat complicatedly at his plan of wanting to enter the castle to borrow the next volume that his sister had been reading a few months ago. Needless to say, Himmel already seemed like a thief, ready to get into his work. Oh, come on, I know you want that book. She was the girl she wanted to refute, but she couldn't. She was eager to know what she followed since she had perfectly assimilated what she had read, and she wanted to know more. What's more, it won't be that difficult. You want to enter the castle, airhead? Of course you do. Lavenza coughed a little after that scream. Ugh, you will make my life shorter. You don't play with those things. Lavenza, the young man, doesn't want to have that scenario in his mind. What's more, it's perfect. Amen is busy with Yuji. You know how much she loves to give him free services. The girl blushed at those words, imagining her guardian doing that downstairs. Luckily, she learned to apply a spell to filter sounds. Lucky, it's a basic one. Seeing her brother go to the window made her take a sigh. He knows he's not going to stop him. Just be careful. Himmel nodded and then jumped out of the place. Upon stepping on land, he began his journey towards the castle. He must hurry, he doesn't want to take too long and return at night. Plus, he always evades those stupid guards every day. How hard can it be? Next time, I will swallow my words and not tempt fate. Saying that about one of the bushes that lie in the royal garden is not a good way to say that your plan is going from strength to strength. Himmel could tell that these guards were more trained than the idiots he deals with every day. These guys must be the elite. Very good, not a bad challenge. Seeing the way clear, the young man came out of his hiding place to finally be able to climb one of the walls. With feline speed and agility, the young man stood on the roof where the wall took him and began to look for the next path to him. Screams. It was then that he heard training screams that caught his attention, and he got as close as he could since he did not want to be discovered. Upon seeing the origin of the sound, it was possible to see that indeed, it was a tall and robust man entering a group of children. Most of them were born in a high birthplace, while a few were perhaps at most simple prospects for recruits. There is no doubt that among the 30 here only about 3 will happen to be due to effort, since the children as nobles, they already have secure access and do not train as they should. What idiocy! Those 2 boys, the one with light blue hair and the one with long gray hair, they seem to be like him, but at least they must have a better economy. Damn their luck. TCH, I don't have time for this. He put aside his feelings of anger and focused on searching for the library. After managing to enter the interior of the place through one of the windows, it was good that in the end I was in a place that gives more strength to the footprint, since I normally walk from roof to roof. He walked carefully to finally enter the place that seemed to be a large dining room. He went in silence since he did not want to alert anyone. I don't support this. Himmel gave a silent scream and hid under the table at full speed while he covered his mouth. Hey Perrin, our daughter is not yet 12, and you are already talking about getting her married. Understand that it is for the stability of the kingdom and to reach a point of agreement. The one who seems to be the king sounded a little tired. Himmel could indeed see that both kings sat down in the area where he lay hidden. Damn luck. It didn't help that the queen wore dresses that left little to the imagination. Those beautiful legs. No, I'm not a pervert. For some reason, you feel that this will be a problem that will follow you all your life. Nonsense. What's happening is that you're a softie. You're the king, damn, show you've got something in your crotch. It is clear that the queen is the one who has the reins in this relationship. Himmel held back the laugh he wanted to give since it was too much. Charlotte doesn't know why we're doing this to her. He will understand when he grows up that it is for the good of the kingdom. It is getting worse every day. You know that the gods of other places are somewhat worried about the constant activity of that god, who takes away more and more believers from them without trying. Himmel had heard about it. Apparently something big was changing in the world out there. Charlotte must not. You protect her too much. She is a strong girl. She can be childish at times, but she is very perceptive. You are not helping her grow. One day, she'll tell you to your face. Apparently, the queen believes in her daughter. What's more, I would like her to have the same opportunity that we had to choose who to marry. It seems that the topic of marriage is going to take a while. Both kings continued chatting for several minutes until they finally decided to leave the place. Well, the sound of the door closing was heard. Himmel wasted no time getting out of there. He was more than sure that staying longer could be bad for him. He continued his search for the library so he could take that blessed book and leave. The problem was that the place was a damn labyrinth, and he was nowhere close to finding the blessed library. On the contrary, he saw something in a damn garden. Small, surely someone's personal garden. Oh, who's there? Himmel turned around when he found himself trapped, ready to face whoever that was where he saw her. That silver hair, that soft pink skin, and those blue eyes, it was her, it was the princess. Are you okay? You have a red face. Those words were enough for the young man to react. Did he look like an idiot watching her? Damn puberty. The princess was wearing a one-piece white dress. You could tell that she was still young, but you could already see signs of growth in certain areas, especially her chest. What is happening to her? She has seen Amin several times, and there lay her answer. It seems that she developed a fondness for S without meaning to. Oh, the joy. I'm not well. It was at that point that he noticed that the idiot had been discovered. His infiltration plan for him has failed. While he cursed himself with all the bad-sounding words in his vocabulary, he managed to see that the princess had in her hands the book he was looking for. That book. Oh, this. It's a book that my dad gave me, but I don't understand anything he says. The girl puffed out her cheeks and threw the book to her right. Stupid book. Hey, that's not how you should treat a gift. HMPH, this book was given to you by the guy who wants me to marry his son. I won't marry him, no matter what they say. Himmel did not believe what he heard. This girl was not what she thought she was. It was obvious that the princess thing was only a title. It's more. Himmel didn't know if it was an optical illusion or something similar. But he can swear that around the princess there were roses and flashes of light while she dreamily looked at the sky. Charlotte wants to marry a knight in shining armor. Why refer to her in the third person? Why do all women have that daydream? And seriously, where did all the decoration come from? Of course, as I say, princess. Charlotte, call me Charlotte. The girl smiled at him, which took him out of the picture since no one apart from her sister and Amin had ever. And you are Himmel. The princess was surprised to hear that. Heaven, your name means sky. The girl smiled, and the young man seemed more and more delighted with the girl's smile. She could tell that she was pure, something that hardly exists in this world anymore. Oh, she forgot. You better get out of here. My parents are coming. Oh sure, the book, since you don't want it, can I keep it? She nodded, and the young man soon took the book to start climbing the wall and using his escape. I'm here every day before sunset, Himmel. Don't hesitate to visit me. Hearing the princess tell her that she couldn't help but smile. In the end, leaving was much easier than entering. Obviously, he already knew the path he should take, and when he finally saw himself free of the castle walls, the young man let out a long sigh. It was then that he realized something. How did she? Maybe her clothes tell him that he isn't from the place, but still, how did he know that she had sneaked in? It was at that point that he remembered what he heard from the queen, that the princess was more perceptive than they gave her credit for. After that, Himmel gave Lavenza the book, and the girl was more than delighted to be able to continue reading. Not only that, every few days it was Himmel's habit to go to the castle and sneak into the castle to see Charlotte, just as she promised him. The princess seemed happy every time he came. She showed that the girl was not ordinary. She was very noble, something that no one sees these days. She even gave him the books that seemed to be the continuation of the ones she took. It was in those days that they both learned about each other. She learned that he was an orphan and that he only had his sister as his only direct family. Not only that, he could even feel that he could see a real friend in her. When he told her that he lived with a prostitute, the girl asked him what that was. Obviously, he felt enormous discomfort since he did not want to be the person who defiled the pure and innocent mind of the princess. On the other hand, he also learned a lot from her, seeing that she was very perceptive for her young age and that she also managed to pick up things that others missed. She had a gift for understanding people and being able to get to know them like no other she had seen. Charlotte admitted that the idea of having a real friend was something that made her very happy. She even wished she could meet the sister of her new friend. Hearing that she was very smart made her curious. The days were like this for a long time. Unnoticed, Himmel was already close to his 13th birthday, the age at which anyone could take the entrance exam for the Royal Guard. And the idea had been on the young man's mind for a while, not because of fame or other material things, but to get Lavenza and Amain out of that place, give their sister a better quality of life, and finally get Amain out of that world she was in. Are you sure about this, Himmel? Eugen was in front of the boy. He had finished having his time with Amain and was leaving the place. The life of a soldier is not pleasant. I want to give something better to Lavenza and Amain. She also deserves to be happy after having done so much for us. The soldier looked at the young man with his classic cold look but smiled in the end. Well, if you want it so much, do it. I won't judge you. Of course, don't expect me to be benevolent to you because you are known I am the captain of the guard, after all. The soldier began to withdraw, but not before regarding Amain. It is not clear, but I am in talks to cancel my commitment. Himmel was surprised to hear that. Believe me, I'm not with her just because of her body. Don't tell her anything, not until I have something already defined. Himmel smiled when he saw that. Perhaps with that news, the young man began to prepare for what the test would be. One that is carried out in front of a large crowd so that the kingdom can see its future guardians, and in another area show the power of the sons of the nobles. Himmel knew what he had to do. He had secretly trained to be able to fight. Since that day 4 years ago, he has pushed the memory away from his mind since he doesn't need to have it now. He had several days to prepare and had to train. One day before the tests, Himmel had visited Charlotte to inform him what he was going to do so that he would not be surprised when he saw him at the tests, since it is common for the royal family to be present to see their possible new recruits. Are you sure you want to do this, Himmel? Charlotte looked at her friend, whose hands were bandaged from having practiced so much. I don't want them to hurt you. I'm fine, I'm tougher than I look. Hitting her palm with her fist was not a very good idea. Oh damn, it's just that the tests for soldier recruits are not that easy. Only 6 enter and 3 of the positions are already taken by the 3 sons of the leaders of my parents' council. Charlotte knew that there was a trap in all this. She was very perceptive, and Himmel had seen it again. You could only enter if. I know, that's what I planned to do from the beginning. Wow, it will be fun. Charlotte had learned to see that her friend can be a big fool. Also, I do this for reasons that go beyond me. I do it for them, so that they have a better life. And he looked at the girl, as he wished he could say that in order to protect her as well. Over the days he had considered her a great friend. Wow, the nerves win, and I wish I could do more for this kingdom and those who lead and will lead it. Charlotte smiled at those words. There was nothing he could do to stop him. Only wish his friend good luck and that he really achieves what he sets out to do. It was the only thing she could do for him. It was the day the auditions were held, and the whole place was packed with people. All young men their age who were eager to enter the kingdom guard. It was well known that being a soldier who directly serves the king gives way to several privileges, including having an income so that your family can have a better life regardless of whether you are from the lower class. Brother, I think it's best to go. Lavenza was scared to see that there were several contenders, and some were older than her brother, something ridiculous if you think that everyone here is 13 years old. Don't doubt me. Lavenza, the young man, seemed somewhat offended that his sister doubted him. Now, Lavenza, we have come to support your brother, although I don't like the idea of him doing these devilish tests. Amain considered the boy the son he never had, the idea that he joins the militia just so that they, just be careful, Himmel. I'll have it, this will be simple. Himmel smiled confidently. He himself knew of his abilities and doubted that there were many here who could win. Don't sound confident. The young man turned around when he heard someone's voice, seeing that it was the same boy with light blue hair that he saw training the first day he snuck into the castle. It shows that you are an ordinary. Himmel restrained his desire to go and hit the idiot in front of him. He admits it, he is not the one with the best manners, but he never judges the rest without knowing them better. Just then, the other boy he saw that same day, the one with long and gray hair, why does he have a bare torso? Haha, come on, Mikleo. Don't judge the guy, he might just have nerves. Ella, she stopped by to see Himmel and smiled mockingly. Although with how dwarf and skinny he is, hearing the word dwarf did make him feel bad. He attributes the skinny thing to the fact that he doesn't eat enough daily, but the dwarf thing that hurts. Hey, don't bother my brother. Lavenza appeared in defense of her older brother. She will never let anyone discriminate against him. Take care of his words. Lavenza was the smallest, but boy did she have character. This dwarf is character. Oh, don't call me dwarf. And the word dwarf is taboo for her. The young man without her shirt learned it the hard way. You deserved it, Zavade. The boy named Mikleo only watched as his friend tried to catch his breath after Lavenza's good blow. It doesn't matter, don't waste your time here, kid. You won't make it past the preliminary stage, don't waste your time. Saying that, the young man left with this Zavade to his waiting places while Himmel fumed this was a mockery of his person, and that is something he would never allow to anyone, except his sister and Amain, and Charlotte too. But apart from the three of them, no one else can. GRR, you'll see I will make them swallow their words. This is how Himmel speaks, not all that matters is height. The young man was stunned by Amain's comment, and he giggled after saying that. I think that comment was not necessary. Lavenza watched as her brother tried to get out of the shock of being called a dwarf. In the end, all the candidates were already in their place in the large arena of the place. With all the candidates, it was seen that most of them were from the middle class. He seems to be the only one from the lower class. His clothes give him away. He came with the best he had, but the cuts and slight dirt on it were not possible to hide. At least Lavenza and Amain came up with something that makes them look better than him at that point. He looked up to see that, indeed, the kings and Charlotte were there. The princess saw him, and the girl's attempt to resist the desire to greet him and wish him the best of luck was noticeable. On one side, away from the candidates, Himmel could see three girls who were looking at everything, about his age, if he didn't see it wrong. One had short reddish hair and green eyes, the other had white hair tied in a ponytail and sky blue eyes. The third of Lavenza's stature, with short blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes. Because they are inside. They do not have to go through an exam because they were chosen to be the princess's ladies-in-waiting. The boy named Zavade was next to her and informed her about the doubt he had. They were selected by the queen herself, who is known to be a great warrior. I see. Why are you telling me about this? Zavade smiled at Himmel's question. I just felt generous. Look, she pointed with her gaze at the three in front. Those three are children of the leaders of the council. They already have earned positions, so of the 6 that normally exist, there are only 3 available. Only because their parents are very friends of the king. He pointed out where the kings were. You could see the nobles sitting there. Very calm. TCH, they make you angry. What is the reason you are here? Presume that they already have children in the royal guard. It could be although the one you see there. The young man pointed to a boy who was very tall for their age. He looked 16. He is the son of the head of the council and the princess's fiancé. Hard is his name, and believe me, he is hateful. He thinks he is a great thing because he knows advanced magic. Himmel looked at the guy and noticed how he went to see Charlotte, who was not looking at him. The girl was looking at her friend, and it seems that the nobleman noticed it. It seems that he will have a big mess. Mikleo approached them, and he looked at Himmel with some contempt, surely because he does not consider him worthy to be here. He just stood aside silently. Your friend hates me. Don't pay attention to them. What you should focus on is that they will be very strict with you for being well. You understand? Himmel nodded to those words. She knows that, being from a lower class, she won't have it easy. I wish you luck, boy, you will need it. Thank you. At least one here is kind. Himmel happened to see in front of him the captain of the royal guard, whom he already knew because he was Amain's lover. It seems that, like he said, connections are of no use for those of us who are not noble. Time to get serious. Himmel prepared himself for what was coming. Here he decided what he would do for the rest of his life. Attention everyone. The exam is about to begin. Yuji did seem cheerful, or that's what Himmel wants to believe. The exams will be seen in person by the kings themselves and their advisors so that they can see who will be their possible soldiers. The sound of the audience was divided. Some said that all this was a circus to make the children of the nobles look good in the group. Others saw things from a more positive point of view, the opportunity for promising young people to find an opportunity to grow. Himmel was sure that he could do it. He had trained hard these months, and besides, thank heavens that Lavenza can simplify what those silly books say. The young man noticed the nerves in most of those present, except for 5, the 3 nobles and the 2 young men he met. This makes him understand that he has to be noticed. The first exam is simple, they must show magical potential. At those words, from one of the soldiers next to Yuji, they made Himmel look at him with wide eyes. Magic potential. But almost no one here even knows how to channel their energy. That is something that few can do naturally and others are taught. She went to see the captain, who, with his eyes pointed to those above, the nobles. Damn, the bastards have fixed the exams. The majority here will be eliminated, and a few will advance. Seeing how the 3 noble boys managed to show their magical power made the young man go to see the rest. Mikleo and Zavade did not show any problems. The light blue and green aura around them said that they had this in the bag. Himmel, on the other hand, did not know if what he knew would be enough. He had no choice but to simply risk it. He took a breath and concentrated power into his body. A light layer of black energy formed around him. It was very thin, but it was enough for the examiner to give him a pass. Lavenza and Amain smiled as he saw him advance. Charlotte was happy for her friend, but the queen looked surprised. That light cape, perhaps at first glance, was weak, but in her eyes it denoted that the boy had great potential, not because of how thin he was but because of the raw power he felt from her. Maybe that thin state was his limit to not do harm. He doesn't know, he must be attentive to that boy. The next stage of the exam became one of intelligence. It was obvious that they would not accept someone without knowledge. Will your brother be okay? Amin looked at the girl, who was sweating nervously. Lavenza adored her brother, he was her family and the most important person to her. He was always going to be by her side no matter what, but she can't be blind to the truth. Himmel is terrible when it comes to using his brain. He saw how the young man was trying to solve a magic formula. The trembling in his hand and the smoke coming out of his head were signs that the poor thing was at its limit. I hope so. The girl could only pray and pray that her brother's brain would not be damaged after this. At the same time, Queen Helba looked at the boy. He found it kind of funny how the boy used his fingers to count whatever he was calculating. He went on to see the rest, and he could notice that Hart and his friends were more than calm, giving the answers that they surely already knew beforehand. He saw Mikleo and Zavade responding. He knows the first and will try to do as much as possible, and the second will only respond as much as is fair and necessary. The rest of the kids were in low spirits. A few seemed to really know something, but the majority had already given up trying. This was exactly what he didn't like about the exams. They require students to solve knowledge that normally only a noble can know or apply magic when the teaching of this is strictly unique to those of high birth years ago. It wasn't like that. The best soldier that they had, Yuuji, didn't know anything when he enlisted. They taught him from scratch, and now he was the best soldier they had. He stopped by to see the boy who caught his attention and could see that he had not given up. He was trying to do as much as he could, and that was truly admirable. More because he shows that he has spirit. What's it called? The woman asked the guard next to her, who looked confused. That boy, his name, she must have put it there when she signed up. Oh, it's the soldier searched the list he had in his hand, and he remembered the boy because he was the last to register. Himmel does not have a last name, His Majesty. I understand. It is not unusual for someone from a lower class to not have a last name, perhaps not to have parents either, but there they are, striving to challenge the life they had to live. The queen could not help but smile when she saw how she read each question, as if wanting to find one that she was sure to pass. If it were just my decision, I would have made the boy pass, but now you must show what you have, boy, this is your test. Charlotte was surprised to hear her mother say that, but she smiled. Seeing that she is hopeful that Himmel will pass, she knows he will. She is sure, I'm not going to pass. On the other hand, the aforementioned was already on the verge of despair. Nothing, I can't find another question that I can answer. He had read the exam 3 times, and no question apart from the ones he answered gave him confidence. Think Himmel, think you must see beyond the obvious copy. Impossible. I have all the soldiers in the place watching and added to the queen, who is known to be a spectacular magician. Discarded answer on my own, less. No, I know more. Himmel wanted to pull his hair. He looked to the sides and could see that some of them were already calm. There is no other. You will have to go to the part of the essay that normally no one touches because it is about a topic that simply no one sees. And it is extra than anything. The theoretical questions are the ones that are normally answered. He turned the page, and he was surprised to see the topic. He smiled to see that. After getting out of this, he will give his sister a big hug. He started writing as fast as he could since he knew how much time he didn't have. He will only be able to write what his memory has. That may be bad, but it is what he has left. He is lucky that he saw this topic with Lavenza carefully because she seemed interesting to him, and even more so because her sister had told him about it. Demonstrated. With time already against him, Himmel managed to write down everything he had to say. He sighed when he saw that he had managed it on time. The exam was over, his hand hurt, and his mind wanted to explode. He fell on his table with smoke already coming out of his head while everyone watched with a drop of sweat as the young man finished. Take a few minutes. You should check the answers. Yuji tried not to laugh since the image was really funny. The queen laughed without hesitation at the curious faces of those who were next to her. That boy was interesting, and she has no doubt that he will give them a great surprise. My goodness, brother, you overexerted yourself. Lavenza was giving her brother some water in one of the hallways. The poor guy had a migraine. Not so strong. My head hurts. It's not like you have a migraine, Himmel. Mama smiled when she saw how the boy had made an effort. Anyone else would have given up. Very well done, Himmel. Don't talk as if you were going to fail. I am confident in what I put in that question. Himmel certainly seemed confident. Not to offend you, brother, but you are an airhead. I doubt anything you think will help. The young man seemed hurt that his adorable sister told him that. It must be puberty, if that's what it must be. Also, what they asked was funny to me. More because I used your words, my adorable sister. Lavenza was surprised to hear that. Did he? It was exactly what you were talking to me about yesterday. The girl smiled a little and then laughed regardless of the fact that she was coughing. Her brother has the devil's luck. While that was happening, Mikleo and Zavade didn't understand why that boy was laughing with his sister. It was strange. Already in the last round, Himmel looked very happy to have been one of the few who had passed. Of the total of 100 that existed at the beginning, only 10 remained. Him included. The final test was the easiest, at least for him. Fight, that was what they had to do. demonstrate your fighting skills, and the best will be the ones who stay. As he already knows, the real competition will be between him and the other 7, but he has no doubt that those 2 are already with 1 foot in. He was very lucky in the last one, he barely passed the exam, and the one before that, well, he doubts having passed. With honors, this is his last chance. The final part of the exam is a practice fight between you. The couples are chosen at random so that there is no intention of cheating. That was more than obvious. Let's see who he has to fight. Within a few minutes, the couple had already been chosen, and there is no doubt that the world is angry with him. He just had to deal with that idiot who is Charlotte's fiancé. His fight was at an end, and right now he must see the rest fighting. He is not surprised that that boy Mikleo knows how to use water. It gave him that impression, more because he could use it in different ways and more with the movement of that staff that he seems to command the water. Zavade, the wind, and the idea of using a pendulum to simply concentrate the wind current and guide the object are very impressive. Their 2 opponents didn't stand a chance. It was obvious that you had to know some magic for this part of the exam. Just what they lacked, they don't know if it's magic, but hey, react. It's almost your turn. Himmel happened to see Zavade, who was smiling at him, highly strung. I was just thinking about my options. Himmel wasn't lying, he had to think about his plan of attack. I'm surprised that you've come this far. I admit that you're lucky, but you're already out of luck. Mikleo went to see the fights. No, those can't be called fights. It was a one-sided fight. I hate those 3, but they have skills, and not even with your luck, you will be able to overcome this challenge. What my friend is trying to say is that Hart has talent and has practiced magic since he was a child, along with those 2 jesters. We may hate nobles, but we recognize skill when we see it. Zavade went to see where the 3 girls from before were, watching the fight with boredom. Actually, I think it's ridiculous that they make those rich kids fight with guys who don't even know the basics. Himmel stood up, ready to go to battle. Don't waste time, someone in your class can't do anything. Himmel looked at Mikleo with annoyance. You can't change the outcome of all this. Maybe, but I think it's better to fight and fail than to sit back and accept what everyone else says about you. Himmel continued his way towards the center of the arena. As he stood in the middle of it, he could see that the boy, who was his opponent, looked confident. The rest of the spectators were already expecting the result to be what everyone expects, with him on the ground, defeated. He was not going to give them that pleasure. If he falls, he will do so by fighting and demonstrating that not everyone who receives everything without effort is the one in charge. The queen watched the battle attentively. Unlike her husband and the rest, she saw something in the boy, maybe not talent, but something that many lack. With determination and will, he does not hesitate to face adversity in order to get closer to his goal. Something worthy of admiration without a doubt. In addition, she could notice that her daughter was looking at the boy with interest and concern. Lavenza, for her part, prayed that her brother would come out of this safely. She doesn't care if he fails. She just wants him safe. Amain was also worried. The boy had as an opponent someone who surpassed him in everything. Himmel only has a magical attack that he practiced with Lavenza. He doesn't think that's enough. All right, brat, it's time for you to go home and cry with your mommy. Hart's attempted insult to Himmel was very out of context, especially because the boy did not have his mother with him. Not after that day. Himmel clenched his fist when he heard that. He knew it was an insult to make him lose concentration. Remembering the day when his parents were murdered by bandits, only he and Lavenza managed to survive. Remembering that day was enough for the young man's anger to fuel his desire to use all of his power. Call it immature, but no one could endure all that without reacting in some way. This was one of those cases. Himmel looked up, and a slight glint could be seen in his eyes, one almost imperceptible but enough to make Hart swallow nervously. Hummel, don't let what he says affect you. Seeing how his sister asked him to calm down made the dark feeling that was growing inside him calm down. It is true, he should not fall for her provocation. The queen could see it. The boy had an element in his body that many let dominate them because of how easily negativity absorbs them. This boy was no different, but that girl, from what she is clear, is his sister. She emanates an aura opposite to his and helps him stay calm. Two brothers who have forces that balance each other. It was strange. She went on to see how Hart, who had really gotten scared, seemed to have in front of him a beast ready to attack. Heh, bad for you. My mother died years ago, you idiot. Himmel smiled somewhat gloomily when saying that. But thank you for saying that, you just took away all my reason not to massacre you. He put himself on guard, ready to fight. Hart felt, no, his entire body was telling him to run away, that this boy would make him suffer in a horrible way. But no, the noble's pride was stronger than his survival instinct. He put on his confident attitude again and put himself on guard. When the start of the fight was indicated, Himmel took a breath. He had to calm down, not attack to seriously hurt this idiot. While his parents see everything, he cannot give reasons to be disqualified. All that remains is to attack everything. I'll finish you off, you street rat. Just when she was going to attack. You talk too much? Himmel channeled power into his right fist and he threw his fist into the air, and hundreds of flashes of energy came out and hit Hart at a speed and force of great magnitude. The impact of these was such that one could swear that one could hear the bones in Hart's body breaking into pieces. Not even 3 seconds passed before the nobleman fell to the ground, unconscious. One more thing, never talk about my mother to make fun of me, idiot. Himmel spat on the ground in mockery while the rest were stunned. The soldiers went to see the nobleman who was lying on the ground. He was alive, but it was obvious from miles away that he was not going to get up in any way. The scream of the boy's mother and the rest of the people in the place showed that no one expected this. Lavenza, in her place, knew that her brother had gone too far with that, but she doesn't blame him. He has always been sensitive to the subject of his parents. At the slightest attempt at provocation, this happens. The cry of Hart's parents to arrest the boy was ignored by the queen, who, with her look, told her husband to be quiet. He knew that, in the topics of this exam, she is the one who has the final say. The queen could see that her daughter was somewhat complicated. It seems that she did not expect her friend to do something like that. Silence. The queen's scream made everyone present fall silent. The woman went to see Himmel, who still had those serious and even cold eyes. Was she really 13? Those are the eyes of an adult. The woman pointed to the young man. You, I will talk to you privately. The results will be announced early tomorrow. Retire. Although Hart's parents' intention to complain was evident, she had a firm and clear look. She was not going to change what he was going to do. Bring the boy to me, I will be in the office. The soldiers understood what he meant. This was better. This way, they won't have to do much. Himmel, on the one hand, he knew that his bad temper had gotten him into trouble again. Arriving at the place where the queen was waiting for him was nerve-wracking. Himmel was already prepared for the punishment he was going to receive. Come in, the queen is waiting for you. Yuji gave the young man a pass, and he nodded with some fear. Don't be afraid, the queen is very understanding, and besides, the boy deserved it. Still, I didn't react well. Himmel knows that he acted badly. He let the rage blind him. This could have been worse if his sister had not calmed him down. Come on, I'll keep Amin and your sister company. Sure, remember that. About that I am a man without commitment now. Himmel was surprised to hear that, which means that you will see me more often. Besides that, I will help Amin with you. She should no longer do those things. Make her cry, and you'll look worse than that idiot. Yuji smiled at the young man's threat and then left the place, leaving him in front of the door. Damn. There I go. Himmel opened the door to finally enter the office and see himself face to face with the queen. The woman was undoubtedly very beautiful, if he must say so. She is an older charlotte with light pink hair and green eyes. Her figure certainly makes you doubt that she had a daughter. She looks very young. Happens, although his voice denoted authority, that made him nervous. Don't be afraid. If he wanted to hurt you, he would have done it there in the sand in front of everyone. That didn't help at all. I just want to ask you a few questions. Come on, sit down. The young man took a seat to finally become somewhat scared. This woman had an expression colder than the coldest ice, and that was being kind in words. Himmel could notice that the woman had her written exam in his hands. I'll be honest, kid, how did you answer this? The woman pointed to this part of her essay. And don't lie to me, I know how to detect a lie when I hear one. Himmel swallowed. He was condemned. Good. The truth is, the idea is not mine. It is my sister's. The queen raised an eyebrow when she heard that. You see, my sister read a series of books related to this topic, and the idea that is present here came to her. I only included it because she had no other options. Did you steal his idea? No. The young man shouted immediately. I would never take my sister's idea without her permission. She is the genius in the field of magic. I am in fighting and other things. The queen nodded upon hearing her response. It was sincere. It is obvious that she adores her sister. She sees it in her tone. Of her words. Very well, how old is he? For him to have been able to give a theory of this kind, one in which he recommends adding emblems or symbols in magical circles to simplify their uses and teachings, I saw it in the middle of the spectators, and it is hard for me to really believe it. She is 11, and the truth is, she is a genius in the field. If I could, I would send her to the magic school here, but for that, you need money and for her to be healthy. The queen did not understand that point. Fury, she is very sickly. She gets sick from time to time and stays in bed for a long time. Today she felt well, and that's why she came to see the exam, although tomorrow she may have to be in bed. I see what a pity, an intellect of that kind wasted due to poor health. The queen was planning something. He can see it. Even so, you must have read the theory. This did not come out of nowhere. Now was the time for him to get nervous. The only books that talk about these ideas and the topic in depth are in the castle. My castle. How could she know about the subject without reading them? The truth is, would you believe me if I told you that I snuck into the castle and took them? The queen saw it fiercely. It seems that it is the end of her only seeing how the queen laughed out loud made him appear very confused. Ha, calm down, child, I'm not going to hang you. He's glad it's like that. But why is he laughing? The truth is, when my daughter knew that she was going to talk to you, she told me everything about you. Even though you got into the castle without anyone noticing, well, from the guards. I knew that my daughter had a friend who visited her from time to time in her personal garden. Even Yuji knew it, but he didn't say anything. Now I know why he trusts you. Oh really? That means that all of her attempts to go unnoticed were in vain, although the queen did have a strange sense of humor. That's why I talked to him before you came. He told me about you and that you only reacted that way because the topic of your biological parents is a sensitive one for you. Understandable, but it doesn't justify you reacting like that every time something like this happens. You must learn to control your character. I know. I regret my attitude out there. The queen smiled when she saw that the boy is undoubtedly someone who admits his mistakes. That is good. Now, regarding the exam, I want to know why you want to be part of the militia of this kingdom. From what I saw, you have a good heart, and you love your sister and those who are close to you. But I have also seen a boy with a rebellious attitude who is easy to get angry with and very mocking. These are not good qualities for a soldier, much less a member of the royal guard, who is closest to the royal family. Alba wanted to see the boy's reaction. I don't mind being a member of the royal guard per se. I just wish I could give my sister and the woman who took care of us a better life than the one they have. I understand understandable and noble. I understand it about your sister, but not that woman. Otherwise, I have misunderstood. She is a prostitute, the best in the kingdom. How did she end up taking care of them? There was no tone of disgust or horror like I expected. It seems that she does not discriminate against those who work in that field. My sister and I are both not from this kingdom. We are foreigners. The truth is, I don't remember exactly where we are from, nor does my sister remember it clearly. The only clear memory we have after our parents died to protect us from some bandits was that of roaming the streets of the poor part of the kingdom. Himmel looked at the queen with some sadness, and the woman could see that, indeed, the topic was something sensitive for him. One of the many nights we spent on the street, we saw how Amain was harassed by one of the nobles. I don't know what he said to her, but it was obvious that she was disgusted by what he said to her, and that's why she tried to go. The guy didn't do it, and it was then that, well, I threw a stone in his face. The queen could see that, in effect, the boy had no respect for those in high positions. After that, Amain kicked him in the crotch and ran out of there, but not before telling us to follow her. When she asked us if we had a place to stay, knowing that we didn't, she told us that we could stay with her. And we have done that for almost 2 years. I understand. It is interesting to see the kind of woman who is our captain of the guard so delighted. Now I can see it. That's why she asked so fervently to cancel the engagement they wanted to get him into. I don't blame him. Trying to force you to marry someone you don't love seems stupid to me. The queen went to see the young man, who understood that she did not want that kind of life for him either. Well, leaving aside your somewhat explosive character and so on, you are a good boy. You have the basics to be trained to be a member of the guard. Yes, I have a deal for you. Himmel didn't understand a deal for him. Obviously, the money you receive for being part of the program will go to your sister and that woman. But I feel that your sister's talent would be wasted if we didn't give her the opportunity to develop it. Now that you already told me that she is not physically capable of going to an external environment to study, I propose that she and your guardian meet. Move to a better house in another area that may make it easier for your sister to not get so sick. Hey, also, from what you told me and the theory that she proposed, I can conclude that she does not need a personalized study, maybe just an occasional verification of her progress, and that's it. She just needs the books to read. The queen had something on her mind, and he was already noticing it. I accept that you enter the guard recruits, as long as you let me give your sister the education necessary for her to reach her full potential. But why do something like that for? Don't misunderstand me, boy. I support people who have potential or demonstrate the will to overcome challenges. You have shown me the latter and your sister the former. It is a benefit to the kingdom as well, in the long term. The queen was a shrewd woman. She knows that helping these kids can be beneficial in the long term. Not only does she do it out of good charity, but not entirely. Besides that, you will live inside the castle, and you will be able to see my daughter as many times as you want. Himmel was embarrassed by those words. He doesn't deny that he loves spending time with the princess, but why does she say it as if there was something else involved? Besides, I don't doubt that Yuji will help them. They will have double help. What do you say, boy? The woman extended her hand towards the young man, who, although she thought about it for a few seconds, knew that it was not an offer that she could refuse, so she took the queen's hand as a sign that she agreed. Excellent. It will be an honor to see your progress, Himmel. The young man nodded and then received permission to leave, but not before. That attack you did, how did you learn it? Lavenza only explained some technical details to me. I can't use a lot of magic, but that was the best thing I could think of so as not to lose control of the little I know how to use. The queen nodded and let the young man leave, although the woman had some ideas in her head. It's not that you can't use magic, it's that you don't know how to control it. Your pure power is too great for your very young body, and I don't doubt, from what I felt, that your sister is the same. They both have a lot of potential. Himmel and Lavenza, I feel that they will be people who will leave an indelible mark on the world. The queen only saw the young man close the door. Tomorrow he must submit the results, and she can already imagine the madness that will arise. Already outside the stadium, Himmel met with his sister, Amain, and Yuji. He couldn't wait to tell the queen what he had said. Yes, it was that year where I met Charlotte, where I took the exam to be a member of the royal guard, and where I met the queen, who would become an important figure in my life. I never imagined that it would also be the year of the beginning of my path to a world that was in changing chaos without us noticing. The day that my life would change forever would be in 2 years, on my 15th birthday. That year, my life would take that turn with no return, just like the rest of the world. The time Himmel spent as a royal guard was more than enough to make one think at least once about giving up and stopping doing this. Himmel had been through several things during those 2 years of training. First of all, get used to having to follow orders, even if you don't like them. He was aware that some of these were absurd and ridiculous. More than once he had acted against them, earning himself serious trouble. They would have expelled him if it weren't for the fact that he has demonstrated great determination and conviction to overcome all kinds of challenges that others in his life would have accepted. Surely having spent those 2 months on that mountain as a test and coming back with more skills must have helped a lot. No one could deny that the boy's real talent was his ability to adapt to anything. Not only that, he was also putting himself on the first line of attack like any good soldier. He was not one of those who simply stays behind and lets the rest advance. Crazy, but it was admirable in the eyes of the soldiers, who had mixed feelings about him. Some praised him for his qualities, many of which were scarce in today's young recruits, while others despised him for his open personality and disdain for many rules. He was noble but stubborn, respectful with some but dishonest with others, a friend in whom you could trust your secrets, or also someone who would not hesitate to destroy you if you did something wrong. At 15 years old, the young man had earned a very divided fame throughout the kingdom, but the general contempt was mostly from the nobles. While some liked the boy, others hated him, more so a certain family. A family that had his son engaged to the princess hated the obvious closeness between them. It was no longer a secret to anyone that Himmel was a close friend of the princess, who, over the years, increasingly left her girlish features to show that she would be a beautiful woman. Her and her childish attitudes were still present, but with the change that she could be serious when she wanted to. She had not inherited her mother's talent for magic, but she had inherited the gift of command from both parents and had great determination, one that sometimes caused her and the young man to argue because they both had different ideas from time to time. When that happened, Charlotte always ended the talk by leaving the place, saying that the young man was an insensitive idiot, like all men. While Himmel just walked away, understanding less about the female heart. Even his sister and Amain told him that it was her fault. Are all women cronies in this kind of situation? If so, they are screwed. In the end, Charlotte never stayed upset with Himmel for long. Rare were the times when that happened, and more so because she really appreciated having her friend close to her. Without her noticing, little by little, that feeling of friendship was changing. The queen knew this and felt that it was good and bad. Good because her daughter is growing up and notices a good boy, one who still has to grow up so as not to have problems, and bad because it was not going to be a surprise that there was opposition. The idea that the princess herself loves a simple soldier was. Still, Himmel wasn't worried about those things. No, he appreciated most of the time that the queen had actually decided to help him and his family. With Lavenza, she kept her word to give the girl the books she needed for her studies and the medicines she could use when she fell ill. The girl appreciated the gesture more because she had more to read and learn. Without a doubt, her sister was a brainiac. Yes, the girl wished she could meet Charlotte and be able to see why her brother was so close to the princess. She was also a jealous one with her brother, and that is something to fear. Aside from that, the news that the captain of the royal guard had broken his already assured engagement with the daughter of a noble family to go with a prostitute was a bombshell. More because, really, things were not starting well. The rejection of the idea that a good soldier would cut off a stable relationship with a fine woman for one who chose men only for the money was not something that many considered to have started on the right foot. Even inside the castle, the same soldiers made fun of and even said things about what it would be like to be with a woman who managed to cajole the captain himself. Things of that tone, and worse, only caused them to get into trouble with Himmel, who at 15 years old he had grown a lot due to the better diet he now had. He was still short in relation to other soldiers, barely 170 centimeters, but that did not make him any less adept at combat, where it could be seen that it was the best field for him. These disputes and others caused his peers to relegate him. Although the issue of Amain still had some time to come, the woman was just happy to finally be with the one she loved. He did not wait for Zavade and Mikleo to become his friends. They too accepted to be members of the royal guard. Although the first one was very kind and even sometimes fished with confidence, he was a guy you could count on and a good friend. The bad thing is that the bastard seems interested in his sister. According to him, no girl had hit him like that. Was he a masochist? No, there was no way she would let this idiot around her sister, who had grown a little but was still relatively small, and that was a sensitive topic for her. Yes, she always firmly said that she would never notice a brute like him. With Mikleo, things went from less to more. At first, he despised his lack of talent and then admitted that the young man had some abilities, although that did not mean that he was an ordinary and vulgar guy. What a way to put it. Over time, both developed a great rivalry, one that helped both of them without having planned it. Himmel to study more because the show-off was very smart, and Mikleo to train more because the idiot was a better fighter. In the end, they ended up being friends, although they never admitted it, and they competed from time to time. What was a surprise for him were those 3 girls who were members of the princess's personal escort, chosen directly by the queen herself. That was something that one should take into account. The girl with reddish hair and a tomboyish attitude was called Rose. She was a user of varied elemental magic, not a specialist in any area but very skilled, and she could also create daggers with her magic. Acting and dressing like a man made Himmel doubt that he was a woman. Maybe he was a man with a pretty face. That belief died when one day he went in to take a bath in the general showers and saw Rose taking a bath. According to her, she was more comfortable here than in the princess's chambers, where the maids wanted to bathe her because they were part of the escort. Seeing that the girl was undoubtedly a she, since he saw the evidence, that was enough to believe that. And what evidence? That the young man could only smile nervously at the incredulous face of the girl who, due to shock, had not covered herself. Once, saying that he had a nice mole on his chest was not a very good idea. The only thing he remembers after that is waking up in the infirmary with his head bandaged. Rose hated him for a while, but in the end she couldn't help but admire this idiot's determination, plus he treated her well. Of course, he sometimes tried not to stare at her as if remembering that image. The girl was a loyal friend, somewhat rude and teasing but loyal, and that was something he appreciated. He doesn't deny that he also considers her pretty. He doesn't know why she punched him in the stomach for saying that to his face and then left with her face is very red. Is she sick? Then there was the white-haired one, Layla. She was special. A girl who used fire magic with some magic papers to do her tricks, was very skilled in her field. She was the self-proclaimed older sister of the group. At 16 years old, she was, for many, the second most beautiful girl in the kingdom, surpassed by Charlotte. Perhaps her only flaw was her innocence towards relationships between men and women, and she could also be very dreamy if she put her mind to it. You've already seen it. Besides that, she likes pretty things. When Lavenza came to visit once, the poor thing was the victim of a hug from the strongest bear in history. Apart from that, she was a girl who you can undoubtedly say is your friend with pride. Then there was the one with the short blonde hair, Edna. She was unique. He says it like that because he really didn't understand this woman. She was very pretty on the outside, but she was cold as ice. She had a bizarre and even cruel sense of humor. Once she woke up the three young people using real snakes. Who in his sane mind does something like that? Putting aside her sadistic tendencies, the girl could be very emotional when she is sad, since she had an older brother who died the year she entered the guard. According to reports, all the soldiers died from the attack of something mysterious. With all this, Himmel could say that he finally had friends and a more stable life. He was happy with it and really hoped that everything would stay that way, but the world is never so benevolent. One day, information was received that a being made of stones was very close to the border of the kingdom with the outside world. It was the same being that many believe was the one that attacked the reconnaissance troops and destroyed them all. The primary idea was simply to investigate and see what kind of being it was. But the nobles, for the most part, insisted that he should be captured so that they could investigate him and find out what kind of being he was. The final decision was, to the bad luck of many, that they go and confront that thing with a group of soldiers. The queen showed her clear disagreement with the decision given, but the king had already given his verdict, more out of pressure than by his own decision. It didn't take long to gather a group of soldiers, none of great importance, including the one who leads them. Saying that Himmel belonged to that small group was enough to understand that. They sent him with them to die. That's what happened. They don't know anything about the enemy except that he has been on the borders of the kingdom for 2 years, attacking from time to time and also killing all the troops that come across him. He must have been very powerful. Himmel, the young man, who was heading towards the exploration group, was surprised to see Charlotte there in the hallways. She looked very worried and even scared. You don't need to go. I must. It is a mission that I cannot refuse. What's more, there is no guarantee that we will find that thing. It's just a guess. Still, I have a bad feeling. The princess had a gift for knowing if something could end badly. Don't worry, I'll be back, I promise. Even if he does it by crawling. The girl smiled a little at that joke, only to return to her sad expression. She kissed him on the cheek to his surprise, saying that it was for good luck, and then left, wishing him good luck while hiding the blush on her face. To say that came to Himmel like a bucket of cold water in his face was an understatement. I see that you and the princess are very close. Rose's voice made the young man go to see her. She was lying in the shadows since that was her job, to be close to the princess. That is good for you. Why do you sound upset? It was just a gesture for good luck, nothing more. Himmel tried to believe his own words since it was the only thing that would keep him focused and not imagining something else. Anyway, look, idiot, the rest couldn't come to wish you good luck since they have their obligations, but they really want you to come back. Including Edna. Her included. They both laughed a little since they knew that the girl was not very sincere with what she felt. Especially now that she knows that Himmel is going to fight that thing. Hey, seriously, it doesn't matter if you have to run away. Just come back, okay? It's not like I'm going to face a god. Rose looked down when she heard that. Rose, there are rumors, but it is said that the power of that thing is close to or equivalent to that of the famous celestial dragons. Himmel turned blue when he heard that. Are these the same celestial dragons that are said to be able to defeat a god with their techniques? That does scare him. That's the kind of being you'll face, Himmel. Just be careful. I'll have it, Rose. Tell my sister and Ame not to worry, I'll be back. I'm not going to die yet. The girl nodded and then approached him and kissed him on the opposite cheek, which Charlotte gave hers. You better, and that's also for luck. Before he could ask anything else, she quickly disappeared from the place thanks to her ability to go into the shadows. That kiss only served to confuse him more. He fails to capture the feminine thought that is more strange and incomprehensible to him every day. He chose to put that aside to finally go where he should go, the assault group. Upon reaching this, you could see that most of them were scared and terrified of whatever was going to happen. He didn't blame them. Technically, they were the cannon fodder. Not only that, the leader of this group is someone with little experience, and how I wish it was Yuji who led them, but given the circumstances and so on, they didn't put him in charge. He doesn't know why he feels that this is really some plan to get rid of him. Maybe he is exaggerating and being paranoid. It didn't take long for all the soldiers to begin their march towards the place where the rock entity is said to currently lie. They could never imagine that they were going towards their deaths, most of them while one would live to change the world and the predestined destiny of this. The only thing clear to me in these moments of pain was that maybe it wasn't a good idea to come. Feeling his body being torn apart by this being called Skeeth, the terror of death, was not something he would wish on anyone. These blasts of energy were killing him. Apart from that, he felt like life was abandoning him. Just remember that everyone arrived at this mountainous place, far from the kingdom, once a place where festivities were held before, now abandoned. Seeing how a humanoid rocky being appeared out of nowhere and started attacking them without any warning. Their skills with that strange weapon that looks like a cross that he sometimes used to crucify some of those present even in the middle of the battle and tear them to pieces. It was horrible. The majority tried to flee when they saw that the death of almost 50 of the 200 soldiers was in a matter of seconds. It was understandable. Himmel, for his part, chose to fight with that thing and managed to at least give it a few cuts. But that being was indestructible, its defense was impenetrable, and it regenerated in seconds. He gave way to understanding that the battle already had a clear winner, yet he launched himself to continue fighting, regardless of whether he must die in battle. He knew what he got into when he got into this. He has no other way out. The battle really didn't last more than an hour, time for a total massacre where Skeeth showed no sign of mercy. He just killed. And that's what he did. There was no mercy or anything, just a quick and painless death for the poor victims. In the end, only he was left, because he managed to dodge the entity's attacks with a hair's breadth and, furthermore, it seemed interested in the boy. Perhaps his perseverance caught his attention. Even so, the rest just died without being able to do more. The battlefield was full of corpses, some whole, some in pieces, others literally dust. Skeeth had shown no mercy to anyone. In the end, when he was alone with Himmel, he did not deny the boy that he admired his courage. He even chatted with him for a while before giving him the final blow. Skeeth said his goal was to see how people think about death. Seeing that in fact, everyone sees it as a punishment and that they don't have the courage to face it, it was pathetic, and he saw that the boy was something different, but he still killed him, thus demonstrating his respect for him. After that, Himmel only saw how Skeeth raised his arm and charged his attack. He told him who he was before launching his attack at the boy, who could do nothing to dodge it. By giving him that power, he could feel how the whole world turned black. He was just feeling the pain that attack was causing him. Was this what it felt like to die? Did it all end here? Wow, a somewhat short life, if you ask yourself. Not bad, but very short. What he hated right now was that, in effect, he saw his life passing through his eyes. Just as he had heard some people say, maybe he should stop resisting. Doing so is only prolonging his agony. He is only delaying the inevitable. It seems that, in fact, it was the end. It was in that moment that he began to analyze his life. His sister is Lavenza. Will she be okay without him? She knows that she is very smart and mature, more so than him, but she is still very sensitive and fragile. Will she mourn him enough, or will she exaggerate as always? She was a drama queen sometimes. Her friends, maybe Layla would definitely cry. She's very sentimental sometimes. That idiot Miklioba, maybe he's just making fun of him instead of watching over him. Savade, he really can't think of what he would do. Edna, she would just sit in the corner. Amen would certainly mourn his death. A death that Yuji is the same. Maybe he is not an expressive person, but Charlotte Rose, the two of them, everyone know. He doesn't want to die. He doesn't want to die. He shouldn't die. Still, he still has things to do. Dying is not an option. She must free herself from whatever this thing is. She clenched her fists in an attempt to prevent this power from taking her life. She must overcome it. Live. She must live. It could be seen how Himmel's aura grew in size and, little by little, absorbed the flash that was surrounding him. He didn't see it, but he felt Skeeth's surprise. He didn't believe it. It was impossible. This child is achieving the unthinkable. It was seen how Skeeth's body cracked to his surprise, and his essence came out of the body. With a piercing scream, Himmel broke free of the enemy attack at the same time that Skeeth was torn to pieces while his soul seemed to be absorbed by the closest thing alive in the area. At the end of all that, Himmel was left in his place, totally exhausted. He couldn't believe he did it. He didn't expect it to help. It was incredible how lucky he is. More because he just fell to the ground, waiting for sleep to win over him. He will have a long way home. To think that a brat like you would do this to me is truly unthinkable. That voice, but it is interesting to see how you will face what will come now, since you have stopped being a simple mortal. Now you are something more. What is it talking about? Be attentive, boy. You will be the target of great beings, and those who are like me, show what you can do. Make this fun. Ha ha ha. Himmel finally woke up after stopping listening to that annoying voice. Wow, it seems that what happened affected his brain. He realized that the place where he was already stinking because of the number of bodies in the place and the dam. What a stench. He stood up as best he could and staggered, more because, in truth, he felt strange. Something was not right with him. He felt strange. It must be fatigue. But how long has it been since? In a few days, he will sense it because the smell of putrefaction is already present. Surely they already consider them dead. It will show them that more is needed to put an end to him. Although the path was going to be somewhat long, it took them almost a day to get here in good physical condition. It was going to be the longest walk of their lives to date. All that was left was to walk and walk, nothing more. Without a doubt, it was the most horrible return home he had ever had, especially because he was actually sure they were going to kill him for returning so late in the state he was in. As I imagine it, it took him almost 3 days to return because he couldn't even run. For some reason, he felt like his body was burning, something was wrong with him. He didn't know what it was, but when he finally saw the citadel, he took out the last of the strength he had to finally get home and rest a little. Seeing how people looked at him with surprise, surely they did not expect him to return or be one of those who went to that place. The exploration group does it well, he did achieve it. Although showing off how it turned out would not be very advisable, he continued walking almost automatically until he reached his objective place, seeing the castle and its entrance. Finally, he smiled mockingly when he saw that those guarding the entrance did not believe what they were seeing. Himmel fell to the ground after seeing that he had managed to reach his goal, although he still has a lot to explain. Interesting. You mortals have a sixth sense, but it lies asleep. I think I know what to do. It was no longer strange to hear that voice for him. Some attributed to having fought against that thing and survived that something happened in his head. He was not crazy, at least that's what he wants to believe. A week had passed since he returned home, and he did not expect such a warm welcome from his family and friends when he woke up in the small infirmary there. Seeing how Lavenza cried while hugging him made him feel bad, even more so when he saw that almost all of his friends were crying, except Edna, who looked away, but you could see the trembling of her lower lip. Even Rose held back from wanting to hit him because she knew he was hurt. Amin hugged him affectionately. To say that he was embarrassed was an understatement. Even Mikleo was happy to see him alive, and that was saying enough. Zavade said that he shed a few tears when he saw that he was alive, which he fervently denied. Lavenza told him that the princess was here until recently but that the queen sent for her. Too bad. She wanted to see her. For some reason, Rose made a face of annoyance when she heard that. She didn't understand what was happening, but anyway. The arrival of the queen, Charlotte, and Yu made everyone focus on what she wanted to ask. Of course, first, Charlotte hugged her friend when she saw that she was fine. After a few minutes of trying to get the girl to let the poor thing breathe, the queen asked the young man what happened, and he commented on everything. From the arrival to the massacre that thing generated, the light conversation they had, and his attempt to put an end to it. In the end, he managed to resist the attack, and that thing seemed to immolate itself after that. The queen and Yuji looked at each other to finally have the same thought. This will not remain as something simple. They had lost many soldiers in a single attack, and Himmel admitted that he managed to survive by pure luck. They will discuss this at the next meeting. It's over. The nobles will no longer have a vote in these types of decisions. For now, they only told the boy that it was good that he came back, especially when they saw how everyone present showed themselves. Both adults left the place, leaving the young man to rest and be cared for by those who love him. But not before feeling that something had changed inside the boy. The aura that emanated now was different. Unfortunately, he cannot decipher what it is. But if she is sure of one thing, the boy is no longer the same. Since that day, Himmel felt that something was wrong with him. He didn't understand it, and with every day that passed, he felt that something changed, his power, that he couldn't do before what he can do now. He knew that he was adept at darkness. It was not a surprise for him. But something strange was happening now. His control and use of this element were better, plus he had more power than before, and that really had him very confused. The months passed. Himmel seemed somewhat distant from the rest, and that worried the rest since he returned from that battle to his death. He has changed. The prankster boy that everyone knew now had a dull character, distant with everyone and even somewhat cruel, since in the training battles he showed a fierceness that was not there before. He almost seemed to enjoy the combat, and that was really worrying since they had never seen the boy like that. Even Yuji saw that the boy he seemed to enjoy seeing the fear on his opponents' faces. Himmel had changed, and that was irrefutable. Even the princess herself noticed that he no longer visited her. A year passed since the battle with Skeeth, and Himmel, now 16 years old, had earned a name Terror of Death since he attacked without thinking twice. And every time there were battles on the edge of the kingdom, he appeared and defeated them with fierceness and some cruelty. Himmel had become arrogant and even cruel, even with those who were his friends. Not even Lavenza seemed to be able to reach him. His loving brother was gone. Himmel, Charlotte spoke to the young soldier who was walking through the castle hallway on his way to train alone, as she had done these last few months. The princess had grown a little in the last year, and her hair was reaching past her knees. Himmel, for his part, remained the same except for the coldness that was now in his eyes. The princess was more than sure that something was wrong with him. She wanted to be able to talk to him and know what it was, but responsibilities and studies prevented it. Not today. Today he will talk to his friend to make him see reason. What's happening? The young man's severe and cold tone did not intimidate the princess. We must talk now. The young man did not like the idea of wasting his time talking to the princess, not when he had to train to be stronger. I don't see the relevance of talking now. We will do it, whether you want it or not. Charlotte spoke firmly, one that forced the young soldier to sigh. In the end, they both went to the same place where they met years before, the one that was special for the princess because here she met her first friend. Himmel was her friend. Maybe she has the company of Rose, Layla, and Edna, but it's not the same. They were chosen by her mother to take care of her, and although they were friends, there was not the same feeling that they became friends by their own merit. Rather, it was something that she had already prepared for. Seeing how Himmel's yellow eyes no longer exuded kindness or warmth but rather arrogance and coldness made his chest hurt. And good. What do you want to talk about? Hearing the young man's tone that he does not want to waste her time gave her greater determination instead of intimidating her. What the hell is wrong with you? Himmel was a little surprised to hear the princess's vocabulary. You have been different for months. You are arrogant and cruel. You no longer smile or show affection. It almost seems like you don't care about the rest, that they are just hindrances to you. Because they are. Charlotte opened her eyes with surprise and horror upon hearing that. No one here matches me. They are a bunch of weaklings. The only thing they know is to wait for orders and obey them like simple dogs. I'm not like that. I plan to go further. Himmel, are you listening to yourself? You talk as if you were going to go beyond the orders from above, from my parents, from my mother. Charlotte didn't want to believe what she heard coming out of the young man. It couldn't be that the person in front of her was the same boy she met years ago. And what if it is like that? They sent us, and they sent me, to fight with that thing without knowing what it was capable of. Himmel became furious, and his eyes shone to Charlotte's surprise and fear. They sent us to the slaughterhouse, no matter what. Thousands died there. None of them had the same luck as me. You didn't see how they died, but I did. Every damn night I see it. Their deaths, how they begged for their lives. And what about you? A simple sorry won't be enough to get those images out of my head or bring them back to life. They don't know anything. Charlotte felt intimidated and hurt that Himmel had kept this to himself for so long without saying anything, and that he spoke to her in that way. For some reason, it hurt her too much that he, of all people, spoke to her that way. I'm sorry, Himmel. I'm sorry you went through that, but what? Don't come to me and tell me that it doesn't give me the right to act like that. If they want a monster to control, then break information. I'm not your tool monster, much less yours. Charlotte, if she felt the pain in her chest, he saw her as someone who wanted to use him. Hey, seeing how the princess's eyes filled with tears made something in the young man react. What was she saying? What was he saying to her, of all people? No, he doesn't see her that way. She is the one who matters most to him. She is. Don't let your emotions keep you from your goal. That voice, no, I haven't heard it in months. She is your enemy. She wants to use you. Like everyone around you. It's true. Everyone wants to use him because of his new power, one that puts him above everyone. Okay, I don't matter here. I understand. Charlotte tried to be strong despite feeling like her heart was breaking into pieces. But Lavenza, Amain, Rose, your friends, they are worried about you. What do they give more? I don't care what they think or feel. It was then that the young man felt his face being turned by the force of something. He grabbed his left cheek when he saw that Charlotte had slapped him. The princess was crying, but her face showed anger and pain. Charlotte, do they not matter? They don't matter. The princess gave him another slap using her other hand. This time she managed to make him stagger. Don't tell me they don't matter, you damn idiot. They suffer for who you have become now. Lavenza misses the times they spent together, the times when they laughed. Amain, she blames herself because something she did must have made you change. Mikleo and Zavade miss the friend who listened to them and was the mediator between them. Layla and Edna to that boy who did not hesitate to listen to them when they had something that worried them. Rose misses her unconditional friend. Just like I do. We're all worried about you, and you come to tell me it doesn't matter. Himmel couldn't say anything to those words. He couldn't say anything, especially because of the force with which she said it. You are not Himmel. You are not who I knew years ago. If you don't care about us, that's fine. I don't care about you anymore, then. Himmel felt hurt by those words more than any blow. From now on, we are only soldiers and princesses, no more. Charlotte looked at him with a smile while she cried. Have a good day, Sergeant Himmel. I hope he has a long life. Charlotte walked past her, and the young man could hear the crying she was holding back. Hearing her run and sob brought him out of the shock he was in. Charlotte, wait. Himmel wanted to go get her, but what was he going to say to her after he had watered her? She hates him. She hates him. Who she is. The mere thought of her being like that was very painful. I don't. Oh, skirt problems? I see. Haha, well done. Without her bothering you, you can become the ultimate warrior. That voice, no, it can't be. Oh, but yes, it is my other self. Himmel did not know when or how he did it, but he jumped over the wall of the place and went to the other side, already outside the castle, to take off the pieces of armor he had and throw them on the ground to finally run through the streets of the citadel. The people who saw him running couldn't even imagine the terror the young man was feeling now. He was terrified that he was. Being close to the wall that covers the citadel, Himmel took another jump. One that was so powerful that it allowed him to cross the enormous wall without any problem. And after stepping on land, the young man continued running to get as far away from the place as he could, with the sole intention of being alone. Where are you? Finding himself in a desolate place in the middle of a meadow, Himmel screamed in search of answers. Closer than you think. I am where you least expect. Himmel looked everywhere but saw nothing. He wasn't there. The only place left was no, it can't be. Yes, it's how you think. Blinking, Himmel saw himself in a dark place, standing on a stained glass window, one that was blank. He felt the presence of something behind him and turned around with some fear. He was horrified to see the being he thought he had destroyed. There, in front of him, with a new appearance, this time with a red cloth and a better structured body, Skeeth was looking at him, almost as if mocking him. "Ahaha, it's fun to see how you suffer, boy. Watching your deepest resentments and pain come out to hurt those who love you is so fun." Himmel didn't believe what was happening. No, it wasn't possible. "But it is so close and so far from destroying me that I admit that I didn't expect you to do such a feat. Still, I think this is more fun than meaningless killing. You are the one who—" "No, you said everything, I just gave you the push, nothing more. Although it's very funny to see how you blame yourself now, understand this, kid. For the warrior, those ties that bind him to people are of no use, they only limit you. I will make you the ultimate warrior, and with my power and your potential, you will be so powerful as to put the world at your feet. Nothing and no one can oppose you, not even the gods who inhabit this world." Skeeth had told him his plan. He wants to make him a warrior without equal, one who instills fear just by being mentioned or by his presence. "No, I don't want that. Right now, I just wanted to go and apologize for what he said and did, which was wrong. Don't even think that they will forgive you so easily. You're alone, boy. You only have the battle left in me. Nothing more." Skeeth approached the boy's face. "Furthermore, you cannot escape from your destiny since now you are me. You will not be able to escape. You will devour all my brothers, and you will be the supreme warrior, one who will make heaven and earth tremble." Himmel tried to refute something, but he couldn't. We're going to have so much fun in battle, my other self, ha 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 ha. Himmel only remained silent at Skeeth's words. He had no way out, he knew it. A few months later, Himmel finally felt the weight of his actions. All of his friends and family had moved on with his life. Seeing how Levinza and Zavade approached made him realize that something was being born between them. He wanted to say something, but what right did he have? He didn't even talk to his sister anymore. Amain and Yuji had gotten married, nor was he invited to the wedding. Edna, Layla, and Mikleo didn't even try to talk to him anymore. Rose, she seems to be having an affair with one of the high-ranking soldiers. Charlotte no longer speaks to him. She had focused on her responsibilities and on improving her relationship with Hart, who had become more respectful. Everyone was already waiting for the future royal wedding. But what about him? He was alone, he had nothing, and Skeeth told him over and over again maybe he should just know that's the coward's way out. He won't do something like that. If this is his punishment, he'll accept it, not caring about anything else. It was just in those days that they heard of the attack on another area bordering the kingdom. Out of nowhere, people were put into illusions by a strange being. One that many considered a minor threat, but the queen was not willing to risk her soldiers. She chose to send the best to fight with that thing. Himmel was obviously in that group, maybe not the one he was before, but he was still one of the best soldiers in the kingdom. The huge group of soldiers was made up of him, Rose, and the rest. Yuji was going to lead the attack. The day they were leaving, Himmel watched from the shadows as his sister and Amain said goodbye to Zavade and Yuji. It seems he smiled sadly and then set off. "Will you do that? I thought you were braver." Queen Helba was in front of the boy. "You look terrible." "Your Majesty," Helba smiled a little when she saw that. "Tell me when you come back." The woman patted him on the shoulder, and he really appreciated the queen's gesture towards him. At least someone, seeing how they left, made Himmel go after the group, which was relegated. The queen sighed when she saw that the boy was suffering because of the attitude he had. Seeing how Levinza and Amain really wanted to wish him luck and how her daughter watched him leave from a window. "Why don't you see, Himmel? They don't hate you, they're just afraid that you'll push them away again, although you must be very sad to see it." Arriving at the specific place and seeing what appeared to be some kind of floating wall was not what one would expect to see. At first, the soldiers thought it was a joke, but seeing how this object out of nowhere began to attack with magic made everyone put on their guard and launch into the attack in a coordinated manner. Seeing that what they attacked was sometimes an illusion made many despair. Mikleo, Edna, Zavade, and Edna attacked with their elemental magic, but the wall countered them all without any problem. Its power was incredible, and this is very skilled for you. Unless you use my power, you will never win. Himmel dodged the entity's attack and was surprised to hear Skeeth's words. Is his name Ines? More precisely, she is the mirage of deceit. Her deception ability is greater than you can imagine. Now she herself has them all in an illusion. The real one is not here. I think you already saw it. Himmel looked up and noticed that the real one was above them. Seeing how she was making everyone kill each other, this was. You are saved because you are with me, and I gave you some resistance, but it won't last long. At this rate, everyone will die because of Ines' deceptive illusion. Himmel had to agree with Skeeth. What can he do? My power, that is your only way out. You will not have everything, but you will have enough to damage Ines, enough to apply the soul drain. The fact that, which will give you victory and make you even more powerful, absorbing Ines will make you even stronger. I will have her locked up here so that she is part of our force. Hearing Skeeth's sadistic tone made the young man shiver. Any better ideas? Himmel dodged an attack from one of her allies. Everyone believed that there were several Ines when, in truth, they were illusions created by her. See how they attacked each other, and some have already died, leaving only the most skilled. Perhaps, actually, he knows it's true. Skeeth was right. He has nothing left. He doesn't have the affection of his sister, Amain, Rose, his friends, Charlotte. He has nothing. Just the battle and this power that took everything from him. Maybe this is the fate he was given. This must be what he has to do. That's right, this is what you have left, nothing more. Fight my other self, let's reach the highest, to a level beyond that of the gods. Yes, to have a power that is above everything, that is supreme. This is the only path left for him. He has nothing else, no one but himself and his other self. To reach that goal, he will do what he must do, even sink into the darkness. The aura around the young man took shape, and a sword appeared in his right hand, a sword as dark as the universe. The power he emanated was such that the place shook. Nis was surprised to see that it can't be, that power belongs to Skeith. Impossible. Are you helping that mortal? The voice of the entity denoted surprise and even hatred. Not at all, I only do this to be superior to everything in this world, including the gods. We will be something that everyone fears and respects, a king who is on top of the world. Skeith had a clear goal for him, and for that, we will devour you. Himmel gave a battle cry and shook the sword in the direction of Nis, who did not expect that from the boy. He felt the impact on his body, and because he had his guard down, he saw how a green orb around him broke. It's not possible, a human shouldn't. Himmel felt the burning in his right arm, he extended it, and the same power that Skeith used on him appeared. The same flash of light emerged and struck Nis. Within seconds, he turned into dust, and then some of his particles went towards the young man and joined him. Himmel felt a slight increase in power. Does defeating one of these beings make him stronger? He smiled out of inertia when he saw that this was the result. The flash of light covered the entire place, leaving everything blinded by it. When the flash died, the rest of those who were in the place began to realize what they had done. They had been fighting with that thing for a while, and then they started killing each other. What had happened? Only Himmel seemed to be in a better state, as the rest looked horrified at having killed their own. Heh. Himmel's laugh made everyone see him, his smile was a ha-ha. Ha-ha. The young man let out a laugh that bothered many, scared others, and worried a few. What is so funny? One of the soldiers approached the young man but immediately retreated when he saw the massive dark energy that was enveloping him. Is it funny? Now I see it. I see everything clearly. I'm alone. I have nothing, no friends, no family, nothing. Himmel looked at his hands, and the power he had now was superior. But it's okay, I know it. Now I know it. My destiny is to be in the darkness. It is to see everything from there and live in it. Without anything, only with this cursed power that I obtained. Everyone noticed that Himmel's eyes were shining and at the same time shedding tears, as if accepting the life that he had had to live after a single decision. Those who knew him saw that the Himmel they knew he was not. He had been destroyed by guilt and sadness. Sadness that he did not know how to face and had chosen to sink into darkness so as not to suffer anymore. Himmel, no. Himmel, no, I no longer need that name. It is not necessary for the path I will take. Rose saw how black armor formed on the young man's body. It only covered his legs and arms and some of his chest, but on his head. A helmet appeared, and his mouth and nose were covered by a mask, leaving only his eyes visible, eyes that shone despite how dull they were. I am no longer Himmel. Now I am Heu. I am the Supreme King. The return home was tedious, more so because the new appearance that the young man wore was scary. None of Himmel's acquaintances wanted to get close to him. It was terrifying just to be seen by those eyes. The arrival at the castle was not one of joy. It was not the return of a greater number of soldiers. It was the appearance of the young man that killed the spirit. When Himmel arrived at the castle, he could see that everyone was seeing him, his sister, Amain, the queen, Charlotte. He smiled under the mask. He no longer felt anything. There was no sadness, no pain, just the desire to be stronger and not be under anyone. He began to withdraw so he could talk to Skeith in peace and learn more about his new powers. I was no longer going to fear them, I was going to accept them in their entirety. Himmel, Lavenza's voice was heard, but he did not pay attention to her. Himmel, listen to me. Do not ignore me. The girl stood in front of her brother and was horrified to see the cold eyes she had. He couldn't see the expression on her face, but those eyes said it all. Her brother was immersed in the darkness. Himmel, please, don't let the darkness consume you. I'm Heu now, Lavenza. If you're going to talk to me, call me properly. No, don't do this. Don't end up on a path that will only make you alone. Lavenza wanted to take her brother's hand, but he slapped her away, which she felt was a horrible rejection. Brother, this is the path that Lavenza took. Being alone because no one will be able to understand what I am now, no one. Himmel looked at the queen, who simply looked sad at him. Her Majesty, thank you for your care and attention. But she resigned from the royal guard. I do not want to continue in a place where I am not wanted. Boy, if that's the path you decide. Mother, you can't accept this, he can't. Charlotte wanted her mother to reconsider, but she shook her head. The boy took his path, whichever one he took, and he must follow it to the end. The queen gave her last word. Good luck in the life you have taken. Heu, thank you for your support these years. Himmel looked at Charlotte, who wanted to say something, but I wish you a happy marriage, princess. May it be happy. Same as your Lavenza, now you are the princess's advisor. You no longer need me. No one here needs someone like me. Himmel turned around and dropped something that Lavenza saw in horror. The star amulet that she gave him when she entered the guard. Bye-bye. He began to walk towards the exit. He could hear the screams and cries of his sister and a few others, even Charlotte, who asked him not to leave, but it was useless. He had chosen his path, and for that, he had to be alone, with no one at his side. Since that is what darkness is like, unloved and misunderstood. That was him now. She felt the last tears come from his eyes, showing his pain one last time before finally leaving him. He doesn't deserve to be with them. He deserves to be alone. That is his destiny. That is the path that was dictated by his actions. Do not fear my other self. You are not totally alone. I am here with you, and I assure you that together we will achieve a power that no human has achieved. Listening to Skeeth didn't help his mood, but he should get used to it, since he will be his only company. Now, let me explain some things to you and how to make ourselves stronger. We just have to train and be patient as my brothers appear one by one. It doesn't matter if you are human. With the changes I made to your body, there will be no limits for you. That pulse in my neck, is it your work? No, it's something that you mortals have, but it lies asleep. I only woke this up because it will be useful, and boy will it be. I don't think I can call you human now. Maybe XX rounder, yes, the unlimited variable X and the word follow the infinite and the endless. That is what you will be now, an X rounder. Supreme King. Himmel left the citadel. The sunset had arrived before he saw it and felt peace, but now there is nothing, only emptiness. That is what is inside him now, except his desires to be the strongest. Beyond that, there is no more. The Supreme King continued on his way towards the limits of the kingdom at a slow pace. There was no rush, no one waited for him where he was going. It will never be like that. The day Skeeth became one with me, I lost that happiness I had. I gained power in exchange for alienating those I loved with my attitudes. I let the new power go to my head. In the end, I was left alone, and after absorbing in this, I could see that there was only this left for me, to fight and become stronger. I didn't want to be close to those I hurt to hurt them more, and that's why I did that. I know, I'm a coward for abandoning everyone and not facing things, but that was me, a weak boy who gained enormous power. It was only me and Skeeth left. He was my only company now. Ironic. That's how things were. That day, Himmel died for the world. Only Heo, the Supreme King, remained, and it would be like this for a long time, because sometimes to realize your mistakes, you must pay something, a very high price, and not it is always you who pays, but unfortunately, someone close to you. I see her as they mentioned a being that looked like a tree-shaped craft was disappearing. You've got the power of Skeeth and Nis. Plus, you're not an ordinary human. I stopped being one 2 years ago. I only have the appearance of being human. Himmel was standing, looking at his defeated enemy. He was hurt and very tired. He almost didn't manage to win this time. The traps that were left and so on made this a battle that he managed to win thanks to his own ingenuity and the X-Pulse he had developed. Well, do what you have to do. Attacking random people isn't really my thing, but I had to do it if I needed to get your attention. I just want to be at peace. Himmel was surprised to hear that. I don't expect this being. I'm not like Skeeth and in this. I don't care about the destruction of the world. I just want to see things of interest to me, like what you call friendship. If I see everything from your point of view, of course I won't be able to speak to you directly. But you know what I mean. Himmel extended his right hand, and the energy blades that generate the soul drain emerged, ready to perform the technique. Magus could see that the young man's eyes were cold and devoid of emotion. It was as if he was looking death in the face. Those things have no value to me. I left them behind years ago. Himmel was ready to launch his attack before he heard Magus's laughter. Aha, I see that Skeeth has managed to convince you that you only have the battle left. I don't deny it. I see that you are very skilled. But did you stand up to me just because you wanted to be stronger or because you wanted to protect those who would have come for me? Himmel didn't say anything and let Magus laugh again. You're not honest with how you feel. That's your greatest weakness, Supreme King. Because it makes you act rashly without even knowing what others think. Hopefully you'll find out before you pay dearly. Otherwise, I'll see that moment from the inside. Soul drain. The bursts of energy hit Magus, and he immediately turned into particles that joined the young man, who felt stronger, and his wounds healed immediately. Excellent, my other self. Now, with the power of Magus, you will be able to spread the effects of your attacks and so on. Not that it is my style, but it will come in handy. Seketh sounded more than happy to gain new power for them. The young man, now 18 years old, said nothing and turned to start leaving the place. He has no doubt that the commotion in the area alerted those who live near here, and they will have called the soldiers to investigate. He doesn't have the time or patience for such nonsense. He disappeared from the place without leaving a trace. Only the craters and damage that the battle against Magus had generated. Fighting 3 days in a row was very tiring. Himmel had changed too much. A lot, since if he were compared to himself 2 years ago, you could see that his gaze no longer denoted anything. There was only a void that made you think you saw a night sky devoid of stars. In the years that had passed, Himmel had cut off all contact with any living being. Human, animal, etc. The only one I talked to was Skeeth, and that wasn't all bad. If you put aside your addiction to battle and your sometimes proud attitude, he was someone to deal with and had even had the patience to teach him everything he needed about his powers, as well as the knowledge of the enemies he must defeat. Not even Skeeth himself remembers it clearly. He only has the clear memory of a great war, one that lasted for years against beings made of energy and those that were made of metal. Remember that he didn't belong to any side, as he didn't fight them. Just remember that there was something big and powerful that those beings were trying to push away. He is not sure. The only thing he can clearly remember is his brothers, and that one day, a light enveloped them and he appeared in this world. While it is not an explanation that convinces Himmel, it was enough to know that he and those who are coming are not of this world. Since the existence of metal beings does not add up at any time, as far as he knows. What is clear to him is that the appearance of his brothers is random. A year after their fight between them, Innis appeared, and 2 years later, this Magus, who could be seen, was not as powerful as Skeeth, but he did know how to fight. Among the 8, I am the most powerful, and the one who can match me is number 8. Pray that, by the time he appears, you will be strong enough to defeat him. The idea of defeating something as powerful as Skeeth, who was undoubtedly on the level of the celestial dragons, seemed far-fetched to a mere mortal. But he had ceased to be an ordinary mortal years ago. With all that decided, Himmel kept walking until he heard footsteps, quite a lot to tell the truth. He hid among the rocks of this mountainous area and could see that they were the soldiers of the kingdom, ready to fight. Surely they were informed of what was happening, and that is why they were sent here. What don't they learn? They are mortals who don't stand a chance against beings of that power. It's stupid for them to try to fight them. It was in this that he could see them to all those who were once his friends. Edna had grown a little, Mikleo had grown her hair out, Layla was curvier than before, and Zavade wore a shirt. Wow, that's a miracle. He noticed that Rose was there too. The girl's hair had grown enormously, and she looked more feminine than she remembered. But I could feel something different about her. It was just at that moment that they were passing close to where he was hiding. He was lucky that he learned to hide his presence in such a way that he could even pass himself off as a mere shadow. All he had to do was keep listening to what the soldiers were saying, surely preparing for the battle they were supposed to have since they sent one of their own to scout the area. How are things with Lavenza, Zavade? That comment surprised Himmel. From what I saw, their relationship is going very well. Himmel couldn't deny how annoyed he was now. Hearing that his sister had a boyfriend was more than annoying. But as I already said 2 years ago, you have no right to meddle in your life. Well, you know very well that she is the one who holds the reins in this. Hearing the laughter of the guy who was going out with his sister made Himmel take a deep breath so that he wouldn't come out and find himself alone, like an idiot. Although you can't help but think of his brother sometimes. At those words, the young man could feel the mixture of emotions that had been aroused in all of them. Anger, pain, sadness, disappointment, and regret. From what Miss Amin says, she sometimes hears her crying at night, always apologizing to Himmel for not trying harder. Try what? Edna sounded confused at those words. If I don't remember correctly, it was Himmel who got away from us. But we should have tried a little more. Don't just give up and leave it alone. He'd been through something traumatic, and no one noticed. The princess herself told me that in the last talk she had with him, he himself said that he felt used by the high command of the kingdom. I think it's understandable. After that, he was sent over and over again on difficult missions, and he came back more and more distinct and strong. Layla sounded a little sad when she said that. She really felt bad that she hadn't been with Himmel in the hours when he needed support. Excuse me, he only said those things because he wasn't brave enough to accept that he was a jerk and saw us all as just weaklings. Himmel had to hold back his laughter because Mikleo hadn't made a mistake. He really drowned in the power he had. It was in the end that he realized his mistake, but deep down, he felt like he couldn't trust anyone, nor in Charlotte was he feeling used by those he once swore to fight. Don't say that. Rose raised her voice. He suffered our indifference when he realized his mistake, but in the end, we ignore him because we feel entitled to do what he did to us. What stupidity. We should have heard his side of the story and not just come up with silly ideas. We shouldn't have acted like immature children who hold a grudge against certain attitudes. Do you justify it? He was the one who started it all. But we shouldn't have followed him. We had to finish everything that was going on. Rose replied to Mikleo, who, out of pride, was not going to admit the guilt that everyone else had. That's right, Himmel was wrong. But we should have been better than that. In the end, we wounded him further, and he sank into darkness. He himself said that was the path he chose. There was nothing we could do, Rose. Edna spoke with some sadness. Maybe it was his way of punishing get away from everyone. Well, what a punishment. In the end, it was his sister, Miss Amin, and the princess. Seriously, that idiot has only made things worse. Everyone in the kingdom knew that Himmel, even with his attitude and so on, was the most powerful soldier in the kingdom. Zavade had swallowed his pride to admit such a thing. The princess especially took her departure very badly. The poor thing didn't want to leave her room for days. Not to mention that they want to force her into a political marriage. Layla's words did catch Himmel's attention. Deep down his feelings for the princess hadn't gone away yet. Luckily, Lavenza managed to convince him that as long as the kingdom remains stable and so on, there is no need for any marriage. Since both kings are still alive, there is no need for such a thing now. Himmel smiled out of inertia. His little sister is clever as ever. Rumors that she has created a new system of magic and examination for the tests of soldiers reached her ears even though she is more than far removed from civilization. Hearing the soldier who was sent to investigate report that there was nothing, only traces of a great battle that had been fought, it made the leader of the soldiers sigh and understand that the alert had already passed. Needless to say, no soldier was happy to have traveled so far for it all to result in a false alarm. With a lot of anger, they all began to retreat so that they could advance as far as they could before nightfall. Only one person stayed in the place, looking around the place. I'm looking for someone. Himmel, were you here? Rose set off. She knew she wasn't going to get an answer. Honestly, she had a little hope that she would be able to see him again. Even though the girl followed the rest of the soldiers so that she could finally return home, although, in truth, it's been a while since I've wanted to go there. Himmel, on the other hand, remained hidden until at last he could feel how everyone present had finally left. He came out of his hiding place to finally be able to analyze everything he had heard. He didn't deny that he felt bad for making them suffer, but it was better that way. He's not the same as he used to be. As it is now, he would only hurt his sister and the rest. It's better this way. Let's go. It's time to get ready for when the next one shows up, or we know where he is. Something tells me that this kingdom will no longer be the only place to visit. Skeeth had a feeling that it's about time to broaden our horizons. Leaving this realm will do them good, more so for the boy since, in truth, he must move away from the memory of those mortals. From the opposite, everything he did will be in vain. As the weeks went by, Himmel spent his time going back and forth in search of information about his next target. I had heard rumors of a being who happened to be in Egypt, who was the means for many to ask for prophecies or something else. Skeeth himself admits that he feels that whoever is in that place is not surprised that he is there, since Fidchel was always very self-sufficient. The Supreme King had nothing else to do here, so he was really thinking of going to Egypt to find that thing and face it once and for all. But Skeeth told him to wait. They must learn how to use their new powers, and attacking the madwoman is not a recommended plan for them. He admits that the boy is stronger, however, he doesn't deny that he is sometimes very reckless when it comes to fighting. He attacks sometimes without a plan, and that can be fatal. He may be impulsive, but he knows that attacking without having something in mind is not part of a good strategy, plus it can greatly lower your chances of victory. He attributes that perhaps not having contact with any being of any kind, apart from himself, is affecting the boy to the level where he is already being apathetic to life. He doesn't mind dying or hurting himself, as long as he achieves his goal. Skeeth was already doubting. Was it the right thing to separate this boy from his loved ones? He hates to admit that the boy's emotions are getting to him. It's true that he has shut down many of his emotions and no longer expresses them, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't feel them. You can feel your sadness and regret at being gone, for being alone, and for simply not having the courage to face the possible hatred of those who are important to him. Himmel was very noble, too. It was that nobility that made him different. He didn't act out of malice or to gain something in return. That factor could be a curse, as the cruelest can take advantage of it. Skeeth had to teach the boy to simply close his heart and read people when they lie, a skill that has come in handy for Himmel when he encounters undesirable people. Man's wickedness was a daily occurrence. Skeeth sometimes looked on with irony and laughed at the fact that humans are worse than the beings they say are a threat to the world. According to them, demons, monsters, fallen angels, and so on are beings that do only harm, but Skeeth and Himmel saw it all in this time of exile. Humans are like those beings sometimes. Killing, looting, torturing, lying, raping, that is what humans who believe themselves to be pure and superior beings do, when in fact they are the greatest threat in the world. Himmel had killed beings whom he considered to have no right to live. He did not hesitate. I killed because it was the best. I had learned to see everything from a greater perspective. In the long run, beings like them only do more harm. It doesn't matter if you give them the possibilities to live and change. They will only seek their own benefit, and that young man had learned to hate. Oblivion, as they had decided to call the sword, was made by the darkness of Himmel and the power of Skeeth. She was able to destroy the souls of those who were killed by her. She gave them a quick death so that they would not have the opportunity to go to the afterlife of any religion, only to disappear forever. Still, it wasn't a weapon they used much. It seemed to be unstable, as its darkness seemed to want to devour those who owned it. Himmel was sure of one thing: the only thing left for him for now is to keep fighting to be stronger and, at the same time, keep erasing the garbage that is out there. At the end of the day, he cares little about what people think of him. His path was tiring and even tedious. He has no doubt that his ability to live without human contact was good. Sometimes he really felt the need to have contact with someone, at least one. A talk, at least a few exchanges of words. Without noticing it, he found himself near the citadel. I didn't have much of a choice. The road you want to go on is north of this one, and this is the fastest way to get there. I really wish I could go in another direction, but there's no other option. All he had to do was skirt it to avoid detection. The forest that surrounds it is perfect to be able to continue on your way without fear of being discovered. What I don't really expect is that there are people living in the forest, people who were really children, and those who took care of them were Rose. He was surprised to see it. I don't expect her to live outside the citadel. She believed that with the position she had and that she was captain at the time she left, she lived here, babysitting. Now, there was a surprise. Seeing how the girl was caring, feeding, and playing with them really made her smile under the mask. She always had a gift for children. It was at that moment that he heard the footsteps of someone going towards the small house, a house that was very humble. He saw that he was the guy that Rose had a relationship with when she left, and he didn't look very happy. Rose asked the children to go home. They obeyed, and she really didn't expect what she saw. When Rose gets slapped after a slight exchange of words with the guy, he is even more surprised to see that she didn't respond to him. That wasn't the Rose he remembered. After hearing a bit of the exchange, what was noticeable was that she lived here and not in the citadel. Besides taking care of orphans and staying in the army when she should have acted like a good housewife and wife. Married Rose. It was not news that many girls are married at this age. There are some who are married at 15, but that Rose of all is married. She was always very independent. Seeing how the guy gave him an ultimatum to come home in about 3 weeks, you'll see. The girl couldn't say anything and only kept quiet as the soldier retreated. Seeing how the woman cried made him want to go to her and be able to comfort her in something, even if it's just a little, but he shouldn't. He couldn't stand before her after so long and try to keep things the same. He was sure she must hate him. The children came out to see the woman and comfort her. She really appreciated the gesture of the children. Saying that nothing was wrong and that everything was going to be okay didn't help her stop crying. What are you thinking? Don't even think that doing that will make a change in everything. Better leave it. Skeeth knew what his other self was thinking, and he really can't believe this is happening right now. Do what you want, so you can see that you're wasting your time. Himmel knew it was true. He can't change Rose's situation, but if you can at least listen to what she has to say. Himmel remained hidden until night came. It was not difficult for him since he was in the habit of seeing the sky and not getting bored. It was already midnight. He knows from the position of the moon when he saw Rose come out of the little house in only a nightgown. The girl went on to see the sky full of stars. It always made her feel calm, but at the same time, she felt how she really needed help, that I couldn't stand all this alone anymore. I couldn't. Hearing the sound of a branch breaking made the girl alert. She summoned energy daggers to fight if necessary, only to see with surprise those yellow eyes he never forgot, to see that these were still the same as they were. He was apparently the same, wearing only dark armor that covered more of his body and his face with his head. I really didn't want to believe he was there. I felt like it was a dream. May he be here. The young man's footsteps towards her made her cry more, just as he was a few steps away from her. She stopped, and with a look that betrayed a lot of nervousness, Himmel just greeted her as best he could. She earned a punch to the face, one that didn't hurt much, but it did show that she was very upset. I didn't know what to do or say. I felt that if it was a dream, it was very real. I didn't want to wake up. He just stood up and asked her the question she hadn't heard from his mouth in years. What are you worried about? It was definitely him, said the same old noble idiot. Rose could see that it was indeed what she thought it was. It was only a mistake on his part. The attitude he had, deep down, was the same. I just didn't show it as much as I used to. She smiled a little and then sat on the log that was used to cut the wood. He stayed in her place, waiting for her to decide to speak. That fellow is my husband, as you have seen. It started that way. She must have seen everything somehow, and I'm waiting until it's night so I can talk to her. You want me to come home? Stop being here and stop taking care of these poor children. Rose informed him of all she could about the current situation in the kingdom. After his departure, the nobles were not very happy that the best soldier was gone, although the queen managed to calm the situation by showing proof that they only used it to show power and be scary. Terror of Death was a name that was truly scary even to this day. In addition to trying to monopolize Lavenza's development of magic, she really wanted to expand her knowledge to the entire world. The decision of both kings made Lavenza's will be fulfilled. He was indeed happy about it. But things didn't stop. They don't know how, but the rate of attacks or rebellions in the kingdom was increasing. These children were the orphans left over from those battles. She took care of them because she was also an orphan. If he's where he is now, it's because the queen gave him a chance to show what he can do. Of course, the idea was good, but it wasn't in the interest of the rest. The money was not used to take care of children without families. The nobles did not want to use it for that. That's why he's here, using his own money to be able to give these kids what he can, even if it's against her husband's will. Why doesn't he support you? In the little I saw, he adored you. I just wanted a girl who I could give him an heir. Seeing that I can't, Himmel saw her with surprise and some pain. I'm barren, Himmel. I'll never have children on my own, ever. Seeing Rose shed a few tears made the young man tempted to hug her. She told him that a few months after he left, the guy asked her to be his wife. She had no way of saying no, more because I really felt that he was a good man. The wedding was simple, and as the months went by, nothing. She didn't get pregnant, and after some magic analysis, it was seen that she really wasn't capable of having children. A wound she had received as a child in the abdomen had severely damaged her uterus, making it impossible for her to. When they told me that, I cursed that I hadn't thought that that wound was so serious. I was a child, and I didn't take the impact of that fall seriously. I just went about my business. Now I see the consequences. Rose put her hand to her belly, and Himmel remembered that that area of her abdomen was indeed a little bruised when he saw it, but he chalked it up to training. Not that. She said that when she heard the news, her husband's family immediately discriminated against her. They wanted to throw her out. But because of the good reputation they have, they did not do it and let Rose's husband have a lover who did give him a child, pretending that it was hers. Rose was forced into this charade because she had no choice. She had a reputation to take care of, and she was simply trapped. I didn't see a solution. Himmel knew that in marriages of this kind, women are seen as belonging but not as lifelong companions. That's why her husband wants her home, not because he still loves her but because he wants to keep his reputation, and with Rose here, what a bad way to start a life. What about you, Himmel? I hope you haven't gotten into trouble. The girl wanted to change the kind of talk they had. She's really glad to see it, even if she can't express it properly. Himmel nodded and told him everything, from the time he left to what he did. She was truly impressed by all that her friend had done. To hear that he was the one who killed the criminals they were looking for, as well as helping a few who needed his help, no doubt it was Himmel himself, only he was hidden by that cloak of darkness that envelops him. In addition, to hear that he was the one who defeated that thing that had been reported days ago and that he did it alone, it made him wonder how strong Himmel really was now. He doubts that anyone in the kingdom can do anything against him now. He smiled at the thought of Miklio's reaction. But that didn't take away the thought I had that Himmel had really changed a little, and at the same time, he is the same. The nobility that characterizes him is still there. You know, Lavenza and Zavade are dating. She saw that he looked at her calmly, as if to say to go on. After that, you left. She was very bad. She suffered from a very serious fever that left her in bed for several weeks, sometimes crying and asking forgiveness for having been a bad sister. Himmel was guilty when he heard that. He was the only one to blame. He was the bad brother, not hers. Zavade kept her company and made her laugh a little whenever he could. It was obvious that there was something between them before, but after that they got closer, and well, they have been together for almost a year. I hope it doesn't bother you. I know how overprotective you are of Lavenza. If he makes her cry, I'll kill him. It's that simple. Rose didn't know if he was joking. His somewhat cold and neutral voice made it impossible for her to tell, especially since part of her face was covered. He adores her, don't worry. But Lavenza misses you, Himmel, we all do. The princess, especially, Rose tried to get out the words she wanted to say, but she couldn't. She felt like a traitor for not being able to say what the princess told her. Rose in the background, I knew that she married for one reason only, not for love, but to forget what his heart dictated to him. Himmel misses you. I'd better stop. I don't deserve anyone's good wishes. Not after how I acted and treated them. I'm just an idiot. Himmel turned around so he could just walk away, only to feel Rose take his hand to prevent him from heading off again. Rose, 2 weeks. Stay only 2 weeks. Rose looked at him determinedly. I'm not asking you to help me with the kids, but at least stay and rest, and maybe try to understand that you are really loved here, Himmel, at least from my side, it is like that. Rose could see some surprise and astonishment in Himmel's eyes. He didn't expect those words from her. The young man couldn't say anything. He only nodded his head in acceptance of the proposal. 2 weeks later, it's gone. But not a word of my presence to the rest. I find out that it is so, and I leave. Don't worry about that. The truth is that I rarely see the rest lately. But don't worry, I'll keep my word that only I will know you're here, Himmel, it's a promise. Seeing the girl smile and how she did that stupid hand movement again to emphasize that it was an unbreakable promise, she couldn't help but smile at her. She was truly unique in her own way. Too bad the man she loves is a jerk. What he didn't know was that she loved someone else who wasn't her husband, only he was too blind not to see it before. As the days passed, Himmel kept his promise to stay a few days with Rose. She, for her part, did her part of it. She didn't say anything about Himmel's presence in her house to anyone. Deep down, she wanted to do it, but out of respect for him, she didn't. More because she wanted to see how Himmel spent these days with her. They were nothing out of the ordinary. It was just taking care of the children every day and educating them as best they could. It was nothing special. What did bother him is that the idiot never took off that armor. It seemed that over the years he gained a dependency on it, one that she attributed to a shell that made him feel safe. Although she could see that Himmel was the same, every morning she saw food in the kitchen for the day, for everyone, and she knew that he had sought her out and brought her here. Deep down, I wanted things to always be that way. Himmel, on the other hand, could see that Rose was undoubtedly a great woman, one who cares about those around her and does not hesitate to give her all for them. She was unique in her own way, and in truth, she felt it was a waste that she was married to someone who didn't deserve her. I even felt rage at that thought. His relationship with the children was unique. While he didn't interact with them much, he did enough for them to treat him with respect, which he really didn't expect from orphan children. He had made a mistake, but he's glad he did. Deep down, I felt that maybe I could go back to this simple lifestyle. And Rose had proposed that they both take care of these children and those who will come, like parents. Himmel was surprised to hear such a statement from the woman, who did not hide her blush. Hearing the boy's mockery and the girl's tender gestures made Rose go after them in an attempt to punish them, all while Himmel took in what happened. He didn't deny that the idea was tempting. Being with Rose and taking care of these children was something good to imagine. He does not deny that at the time he was interested in Rose when he was younger, but over the years he assimilated that they could only become friends and that he had accepted that. Now she was coming to say something like that, and in truth, I felt that she meant it. She really wanted to be with him. Mr. Himmel, aren't you coming to play? One of the girls in the room came up to him and Himmel took off his helmet and mask so he could smile at the girl. He really felt that he could follow another path. When Rose saw this, she felt that she had already been answered, and she could not be happier. The person she really loved had returned and was with her. The 2 weeks turned into months. Himmel had chosen to stay in this place. He did not abandon his training. On the contrary, I trained harder because I had something to protect. He hadn't given up on his goal of going after every brother of Skeeth and defeating them, but now he felt there was a greater reason to stand up to them. I told you, I'm not coming back. Rose's scream, which he heard after returning to the small cabin after a morning of training, alerted him. In front of the door, he could see that Rose's husband and some soldiers were present. He didn't look very happy. And that doesn't interest me. You're my wife, and you have to go home. It doesn't look right that you're here and not with me. I'm not your toy. I'm not a possession. I don't love you. You don't love me. Why don't we end this charade and end what we have? It's for the best. Rose just wanted to cut ties with him and not see him anymore. But he refused, with the excuse that she was his. There were no other reasons. Himmel was going to intervene to get those guys out of the place, only to see as Rose hit the guy with such force that he broke his nose. It seems that she said something about the children, and she couldn't stand them being bad-mouthed. Get out, or next time I'll cut off your manhood. There's not much to lose there, though. Rose aimed her elemental daggers at all the soldiers who knew of the woman's ability, one of the best in the kingdom. Outside. This won't stay like this. If you're not mine. He left the place with the soldiers, leaving everything with a tense atmosphere, one that Rose couldn't hold back, and mercilessly slammed into the wall, making a hole in it. Seeing Himmel arrive and make a joke about having to fix it caused the woman to laugh a little. He really knew how to make her feel better. The day passed, and many more did. Rose was truly sure that if they saw them, they would say they were a large family. The fact that Himmel got along well with the children and that they brought a smile to his face made him decide what to do. That same night, she invited him to take a walk in the thick forest. A thicket that managed to give an air of mystery to the place, one that gave that feeling that the place was magical. Why the Rose Night Walk? Himmel didn't understand why there was so much mystery, even she looked very nervous. Strange. Oh, I just want to show you something. I bet you've never seen it. Rose smiled half-mockingly and then held out her hand. Come on, airhead. Himmel smiled a little at those words. For years, he hasn't done it. He took her hand and couldn't help but feel that the touch was pleasant. It was as if he really didn't want to let her go. When they came to a lake where several fireflies were flying over it, he made a look of astonishment. Rose informed him that it is this time of year that they are here, at the end of autumn and the beginning of winter. He said that it is because of this place that he built the cabin nearby, because he likes to see this place and hopes to be able to continue doing so for the rest of his life. And I would like it to always be with you. Himmel came out of his wonder to look at Rose in amazement. She was very red, but she didn't look away. She was determined. I love you, Himmel. I've been doing it for years. I always have. Rose, I got married because I wanted to forget you. It was a mistake, and now I know you never left my mind or heart. You were there, even when I was with another man. Rose lowered her head in shame, admitting that she gave herself to someone else when her heart already had an owner. He was ashamed. But now that you're here, I feel like I can finally make things right. Finally tell you what I couldn't because of cowardice, because I knew how you felt about Charlotte. The young man was surprised to hear that. She knew, but give me a chance to prove to you that what I feel is true. I just want to be with you. I don't want to make a mistake again. Himmel didn't know what to say to Rose's words. He really couldn't believe what he was hearing. For some reason, I felt great happiness, one that I hadn't felt in years. Feeling loved was something he didn't experience for years. Maybe, just maybe, he loves Charlotte, and he knows it, she knows it, but he's always had the feeling that Rose was something else to him, too. Something he never managed to define. Maybe he saw her as something else and not as a friend. He did it before. Does he still do it today? He didn't know how or when she came up to him and kissed him. A kiss that was simple at first, but that instinctively became deeper and more intense. She was experienced. He noticed it while he just followed what instinct told him. Feeling the salty taste in her mouth made him realize that she was crying in the middle of the kiss, perhaps out of joy. I didn't know that. He to her. It was at that point that his X-pulse activated and moved away from Rose in her confusion. Something was wrong. They both smelled it. Smoke, fire, here in the woods. The children. Rose immediately thought of them and soon made her way to the cabin, with Himmel very close to her. The fire was centered in one place, the cabin. That made the young man understand that it was provoked, it was not an accident. Arriving at the scene and seeing a large group of soldiers and Rose's husband made them both stand still. They held the children hostage. Let them go. Rose wanted to go save them, but Himmel stopped her. One wrong step, and they will be killed. You love me, they have nothing to do here. That is what you are wrong about, my dear Rose, they are the reason you left home. He went to see Himmel. He didn't recognize him, or he just didn't know who he was because he looked at him with hatred. Now I see you have a lover. Don't come and ask me for anything. You have one, don't be cool. Rose was tempted to attack and help the children, who looked scared and cried about it. That's not relevant, you're mine. You always will be. Himmel held back his urge to go kill the guy, more because he didn't want the kids to be involved. Now, let's keep it simple. Come back to me, and I'll let these kids go. It's that simple. Why? Himmel spoke for the first time. You don't want children to live. The number of soldiers I see here is enough to see that they are soldiers who don't follow the kings but the noble faction. To think that there would be such discord in the kingdom that even this has happened. Himmel went to see the children, and without anyone noticing, his shadow began to go towards them. Make us a new deal, go in live. If not, they die. Oh, hearing the laughter of the man and the rest of the soldiers made Himmel smile sadly, which he wanted. Whatever you want, die. The scream of the soldiers who were holding the children hostage forced everyone to turn around and see how their BRSTs were pierced by stakes made of darkness that came out of the ground. Immediately, they became a dome that protected all the children. Seeing this, Himmel immediately went to the soldiers and, at a blinding speed, finished off most of them without a shred of mercy. Seeing the corpses of most of the soldiers, he smiled as he felt the heat of battle again. I warned you. He summoned oblivion so he could send the souls of these fools into oblivion. Now they're dying. Rose came out of her stupor when she saw Himmel kill those guys without breaking a sweat and without mercy so that she could help him in any way she could. Of course, if there's anything I can do to help, the battle was indeed a massacre. Rose's husband remained in hiding while his men were killed by Himmel, with the woman guarding the dome where the children were. Watching Himmel finish off each of the soldiers, and the smile he had as he did so, was like watching an executioner who enjoys the death of his victims. In battle, Himmel was another; in daily life, he was another. It was like seeing light and darkness in one person, kindness and cruelty in one person. It didn't take much for him to kill those guys and then approach the guy at a slow pace. It was really boring. Himmel knew that nothing was a problem for him. Hold on, don't kill me, I am the son of an important family. I can give you whatever you want. The guy's attempt at mercy was pathetic. I'll give you whatever you want. Just die. Himmel raised his gun so he could kill this guy at once, only to hear Rose's scream. He had forgotten about her. He turned around and could see that the woman had been taken prisoner by one of the surviving soldiers. He cursed his inattention in the middle of the fight. He confided. To see how Rose tried to free herself and how they smiled victoriously, they knew he wasn't going to attack her in prison. When they told him to put down his gun, he had no choice. He had to do it. Should by Rose. Oblivion disappeared, and Himmel let his guard down. Feeling the blow on his knee caused him to fall to the ground and feel like his head was being stepped on. I heard Skeeth say to get up, not to care about the woman, but he couldn't do that. I couldn't. You made a grave mistake in trying to oppose me. Feeling his head hit the ground from the stomp didn't help his mood. I knew that the children were fine and that the dark dome protected them and prevented them from seeing and hearing what was happening now. Rather, you don't want them to lose their innocence. You know, Rose was always a woman of character. But in bed, she was very submissive. You bastard. Himmel's eyes turned red when he heard that. He was very damned. I'll kill you. Aha, you can't even do something, not while she's in prison. It was true. I couldn't, hearing how Rose told him not to worry about her, to attack. No, I couldn't leave her. Heh, sentimental from what I see, not bad. Feeling his back being stabbed made him scream in pain. I didn't expect that. Then another and more cuts came, all just to torture him and not kill him. Damn it, this wasn't good. Rose, on the other hand, saw how these guys saw her. I knew they were planning. I didn't doubt that. She went to see Himmel as he was being tortured just to keep her safe, and she smiled sadly. She couldn't let him die. He knows he still has something to do in this world. He saw the knife close to his chest from one of the soldiers. Himmel, the young man, looked up at her and was horrified to see her intent reflected in his eyes. Seeing how she moved so that the knife stuck in his chest made the young man forget to breathe. The soldiers, her husband, no one believed what she did. The woman fell to the ground because the soldiers were in shock. It was then that the atmosphere became as cold as the coldest ice. The moon was covered by clouds, and there was only darkness. The only light was the few flames in the cabin and Himmel's red eyes. They were eager to kill those in front of them. The energy he released pushed the guy who had his foot on him away and stood up. Without a second's hesitation, I believe his and Skeeth's energy was a large scythe that glowed blood red. I was hungry for blood, the blood of these fools. The only thing that could be heard in the middle of that darkness were cuts and cries of pain. Nothing else. A few seconds later, the moonlight returned, and the place was stained with blood, with Himmel looking emotionlessly at those who were already on the ground, dead. He immediately ran to where Rose was. The wound on his chest was serious, and he was losing a lot of blood. He had plunged the knife into his lung. Rose, Himmel was trying to get her to be awake and to react, but, Himmel, are you all right? Seeing the young man nod made her smile. That's nice. I'm sorry I wasn't strong. It's not my fault. Let your guard down, and it's mine. Himmel had his hand on the girl's wound. He wanted to stop the bleeding, but he doesn't know about healing magic. I always loved you, Himmel, even though the princess was in your heart. You were noble and gentle. Even though I was a soldier, that appealed to me. Rose raised her hand and touched the young man's face, whose eyes were shadowed by his hair. Now don't forget that you're mortal, Himmel. You will make mistakes, but never run away from the consequences. You're not a coward, I know. Feeling drops fall on her face made her laugh. See, there it lies, the Himmel we all knew. Don't run away, Himmel that never fixes anything. Look at how I'm left to run away and not face things. Rose, take care of them, Himmel. Don't leave them alone. Rose felt like she couldn't breathe anymore. I love you, Himmel. I am sorry. So did Rose. I love you. I never noticed it until damn. The young man couldn't say more. He watched as she smiled at him once more before closing her eyes forever. Rose, Rose, Rose. No, you don't. Open your eyes. Open your eyes, Rose. Himmel was trying to get her to react, but it was too late. He was gone. Rose, sorry. The scream that followed shook the place. I had paid for something very valuable for him to be able to grasp. Running away wasn't the solution. I had to face whatever happened. Several days later, the entire kingdom learned of Rose's death at the hands of her husband's family, and that he was killed with soldiers by the hand of Himmel, who returned to the castle with the orphan children and Rose's body in his arms, much to the horror of those present. You could see the pain in his eyes, but there was light in them again. Himmel only reported everything that happened. He had the evidence that Rose had kept secretly in a secret chamber of the burned-out cabin that was saved from the fire. His sister and the rest, as well as the princess, were surprised to hear everything, and even more so to hear that he was going to stay, only because Rose asked him to take care of these children, who are not at fault at all. In the end, he only asked for a place outside the citadel to take care of them, although they were going to refuse her request. Seeing how he prostrated himself to ask for it, he made Charlotte ask her parents to do it, to forgive him. He hadn't done anything wrong. The kings agreed after a long talk that they would do so, in exchange for him being present in important battles in the army and not having the right to rise in rank in the ranks, which he agreed to in the face of the obvious negative reaction of the family that was involved in the scandal, but the verdict was done. Lavenza wanted to go to his brother so he could help him and talk, but Zavade recommended that he not do it. He could see the pain in Himmel's eyes, one that had really affected him. But Charlotte wasn't going to leave things at that, not after seeing him as he is. The days passed. Himmel focused on the forest and rebuilt the cabin with his own hands, without powers or help. The children would occasionally ask him about Rose, and he, with a sad smile, would tell them that she had gone to a better place, far from the cruelties and injustices of this world and those who inhabit it. They didn't understand what she meant. They were all no more than 6 years old, but they wished one day they could go with her and thank her for taking care of them. Himmel hid the truth from them, not out of malice but because he wanted them to remember it as it was. He only twisted the truth a little, but he didn't lie, though it felt awful to do it anyway. It was on one of those nights, those that he was on the shores of the lake that Rose showed him that day, that I really didn't know what to do. I was going to take care of those children, but why the feeling of emptiness? Hearing someone's footsteps, but not feeling an intention to attack, made him turn around and see Charlotte. The princess had a very sad smile. She and Rose were great friends and rivals to Himmel's ignorance of him. More than once, the princess had been an accomplice in the escapades that Rose took to no longer in her husband's house. Now he cursed that he hadn't been more assertive. If I had, maybe she. We buried her where she wanted on the hill. You know, he liked to feel the wind from that place. Himmel nodded silently. He didn't see the woman more out of embarrassment than anything else. She once showed me this lake. It was his place of peace and quiet. It's very cute. Charlotte had asked Edna and Layla to accompany her to this place. They were far away to give those two privacy. Himmel, she really didn't deserve to die. Himmel looked at Charlotte, and she looked hurt to see him so sad. He told me he loved me, Charlotte to me, a wretch who didn't have the courage to face his friends and sister, who preferred to run away rather than face what had to happen. Himmel clenched his fists and held back the tears that wanted to come out. It's my fault I couldn't save her. No, it's not like that, Himmel. Charlotte knelt beside him, no matter how dirty her dress was. It's mine. I knew what was going on with your husband. I didn't say anything. I was an accomplice because she asked me to shut up. I failed, my friend. The princess wept as she spoke, and Himmel passed by to see her. Himmel, I understand, Roshi. We all still had faith that you would come back. She surely wanted you to feel more comfortable, to try to get you to see everyone again. She really missed you. Himmel, it hurt her so much that she didn't tell you what she felt when she got married to forget you. He was wrong, but nothing can be done anymore. He faced it and accepted what he had to pay for what he did. Himmel felt that the princess was telling him by way of a slight scolding. Let's not run away from our mistakes, Himmel, or the consequences they bring. Because life will have several mistakes, what remains is to face them. Because that's maturing. Charlotte felt how Himmel hugged her tightly. On another occasion, she would have felt nervous, but today, they both needed that emotional support. I am sorry, Charlotte. I'm sorry for everything I said, what I did. Maybe Himmel, forgive me. The princess and the soldier remained in each other's arms for several minutes. Skeeth, on the other hand, didn't know what he felt. The death of the woman for a second, he thought he wouldn't care, but now was it painful, or was he sad? These emotions, he wasn't supposed to feel them. It was Himmel who passed them on to him. I used to hate it. Emotions only caused problems, but today I could really feel pain that this woman had died. Himmel's pain was his own, and that scared him because that meant everything would be different from now on. Rose's death had brought the High King back to the light, only she had died to become that little glimmer of light that would guide him for many years. The truth is, Rose's death is one of my greatest regrets. If she had been more mature and courageous, she would never have gone through everything she went through. The story could have been different, but it wasn't. I failed him, and I paid the price for my immature actions. Skeeth also changed. He felt my sadness, and that made him more aware of human thought. The price was high, but over the years, it was Rose's death that made me change the way I did things. Rose was, is, and always will be that glimmer of light that saved me from the darkness in which I sank for so many years. A few years had passed since Himmel returned to the kingdom, and the Rose incident had caused him to rethink his thoughts and what he was doing. The 23-year-old had kept his promise to the woman who loved him, even with all his flaws. Himmel took care of the children who were once in Rose's care. Not only that, but this time he had Charlotte's support in terms of funds, as the princess wished to be able to respect her friends' wishes. At first, things were not easy. Himmel still looked uncomfortable when the people he left behind were close to him, the word traitor coming to his mind as they came to talk to him. It wasn't easy, especially with Mikleo, who really shows he hasn't forgiven him. The ones he was able to have an almost instantaneous chat with were Amain and Yuji, both already with a girl who was 6 years old. The girl was an exact replica of her mother. Himmel smiled when he saw that Amain was finally happy, and that was enough for him. He and Yuji were only treated with respect, no more. It seems like that's the best thing she'll have with him, and Amain, she still treats him like a son, one who has finally learned from his mistakes and faced them. Layla and Edna don't know whether to say that the relationship they have is professional or friendly. Sometimes it seems like they are, and other times, they seem to just treat you like a coworker. He's not complaining, it's the best he could hope for, to tell you the truth. Zavade, saying that their relationship was no longer the same, was a fact. The guy still doesn't forgive that the young man has left for so many years, making Lavenza suffer. Himmel, on the other hand, hated the idea that this idiot was his sister's husband. Both of them could barely see each other's faces. The funniest thing is that once Zavade challenged Himmel to a match, it didn't end so well. After that battle, it was a fact that Himmel was the most powerful in the kingdom. His strength and abilities were not human at all. He did get along with his niece, Aura. The little girl was an almost exact copy of Lavenza. The best blood wins, he said in a mocking tone. The girl was an entity of constant love. She was very happy to be surrounded by several people, especially her uncle, whom she loved with adoration. At 3 years old, the girl said that her uncle was her favorite person, much to the horror of her father, who could not believe that. Maybe it has to do with the fact that Himmel plays with her a lot when he comes to visit. Lavenza, on the other hand, was just happy to have his brother around again. It was hard to get back to that link they had before. He remembers the first talk they had after years of not speaking. There wasn't much to say, really none of them knew what to say. The woman was trying to apologize for not having seen how he was before and for having been such a coward. But I don't expect him to be the one who asks for forgiveness for having acted the way he did, for everything. She just cried a little and then hugged her brother and accepted those words that she had long wished she could hear. She also asked for forgiveness, and they simply agreed to start over, this time without secrets. She told him that in the years he was away, he perfected many magical techniques that were previously thought impossible, thus demonstrating his great talent for magic. Not only that, he had discovered that he had a unique power. Showing his hand and seeing a flash of light that simulated the rainbow made Himmel feel a sense of peace. Lavenza told him that it was a power that did not harm or kill except in self-defense, and that it was also capable of freeing people from bad feelings. To give them peace and to bring harmony, he decided to call this power the Light of Harmony. Himmel was surprised to hear this and to see that his sister was like him but on the opposite side. What a great coincidence. Not only that, apparently the gods who come from the north are interested in that light. Hearing that Odin and his wife have been here more than once to speak with Lavenza was certainly a surprise. But they weren't the only ones. Olympus sought an alliance with the kingdom due to the decrease in believers in recent years, all as a result of a new religion that started weak but has gained strength in recent years. Himmel had heard rumors, nothing concrete, and although he had never cared before, he was interested in knowing what kind of god it was that ran that religion, since he was the only one who had only beings under his command but no more. What did worry him was to see that Lavenza's health had worsened a bit. It was not uncommon to hear her cough from time to time, even though she had nothing. They attribute it to the fact that pregnancy weakened her body more than it would for an ordinary person. While the idea of having a niece makes him happy, he hates that it was in exchange for the health of Lavenza, who seemed to have already surrendered to the idea that she would not live long. Instead of cursing her fate, the woman strove to make improvements in the field of magic, one that she claims will benefit everyone who uses magic. When she asked him about what he did and his powers, Himmel felt compelled to tell her everything. The day she faced Skeeth, he became part of her soul and lies with her now. It was no surprise to him to see how his sister had a horrified face. He said that it was thanks to him that his natural power increased, as well as the slight change in his personality. It is thanks to him that his power is what it is now, and that the strange beings that appear are his brothers, and that the only way to defeat them was with the unique power he has thanks to Skeeth, who seals them inside him and makes him even stronger. With each enemy he defeated, he became more powerful. Lavenza was tempted to want to dig into her brother's heart and take care of Skeeth for what he did. It was her fault that her brother had that change. But Himmel convinced her that, while Skeeth had something to do with it, in the end it was his decision to do everything he did, and he said that he was the only one to blame. Also, Skeeth wasn't as bad as he first imagined. He was sadistic, he doesn't deny it, but he was curious, and at the same time, he listened to him. He was his company in those years of exile, and he came to appreciate his presence, even if he doesn't do the same. Also, he feels that something has changed in Skeeth. He seems more open to accepting interaction with others, and it seems that Rose's thing affected him in some way as well. Lavenza was unable to refute his brother's request, and it only focused on strengthening the relationship they had. Her brother may be a fool, but he's the most important person to her besides her daughter. She knows he's special. At the same time, in those years, Himmel was forced to support the kingdom's army when there was a big battle. He didn't like to use his powers now against human beings. He knew that his power was now so great that he could easily wipe out humans without much effort. He usually stayed ahead of the curve if there were only humans, but if there was a supernatural creature he didn't hesitate to go on the attack and fight with her while the army did its work. He doesn't doubt that sometimes it helps to take out his frustration and boredom. He likes his current lifestyle, but that part of him that loves a fight hasn't gone away. It was precisely in those years that the appearance of a new phase was detected at the edge of the kingdom. But the idea was the same, to send soldiers to that area and put an end to that thing. But Himmel burst into the deliberations. Although he had no right to give opinions given his current situation, he could not remain silent when he knew that many were going to be sent to their deaths. Only he needed to go, as he could cope with that thing. Obviously, the reaction of denial and rejection was not long in coming. Even the kings were not sure if they would send Himmel to face that thing alone. He was still on probation, and it was at this point that the cry of silence on the part of the princess made the place go silent. Charlotte immediately said that while Himmel is in a complex situation with them, he has faced and survived 3 of those beings, making him the best option to go. Moreover, he said this with all due respect, the soldiers would be a burden and distraction to him. Obviously, the princess's words did not go down very well, although she remained firm in her comment, giving solid foundations where Himmel had proven worth for 3 armies, more being the only one who survived the attack on Skeith years ago, also that he discovered in this plan, as well as that he took care of Magus only a few years ago. Charlotte's fundamentals were so good that no one could refute anything. The queen looked proudly at her daughter. Maybe she didn't have her talent for magic, but she did have a unique, commanding voice. The king, on the other hand, was worried that his daughter was watching so much for a soldier who years ago left without further ado. Although now she is a force that they do not hesitate to respect and thank for having, he feels that she is getting too emotionally close to him. Those who had a better eye could see that there was indeed something between them. It was not uncommon to see how the princess's eyes seemed to sparkle at the sight of the soldier, and he didn't hesitate to smile when he looked into her eyes. Those who knew what those two felt were aware of the problem that will be later, because those of Charlotte's fiancé's family don't want to wait anymore. They want marriage now. Only that Lavenza thwarted their arguments again and again, and the princess proved that she would be an excellent ruler without the need to marry. With the decision made, Himmel went to meet his new enemy. Skeith informed him that the enemy was Fitchel, a being of great power, and that he was able to predict the future to some extent. The idea of facing someone like that wasn't much to his liking, but deep down, he's excited to be able to fight something like that. Arriving in the desert where Fitchel was hiding, almost as if waiting for the young man's arrival, only allowed Himmel to attack without fear of hurting innocent people. The battle itself was long and arduous. Himmel admitted that this being was unpredictable in attack and very elusive, but that didn't take away from the fact that he was an opponent who could win. Using Innis powers to create illusions and extend the effect of these with Magus power gave the young man a way to be able to fight hand in hand with the prophet, as Skeith sometimes called him, making the battle go to new levels. You could really feel how the battle was very heavy for the young man, who felt little by little that his body was at its limit. He had been fighting Fitchel for 3 days now, and although he managed to hurt him enough, he couldn't do the protect break. That's when Skeith recommended that he use his scythe that was perfect for creating the protect break. The Supreme King couldn't say no to the idea, as it was the only one that gave him a chance to win. Managing to use Skeith's scythe again, Himmel finally managed to create the protect break and use the soul drain on Fitchel, who seemed to care little about his defeat. The only thing he said before he disappeared was, "The one who is blessed by twilight, he who lies in the darkness of chaos but is illuminated by the light of harmony. It will bear the weight of a wave of changes to the world ruled by the children of man. The God of Abraham will seal the beast that seeks destruction. But the king who has the blessing of those who are not of this world will be the one who must face the anti-existence of everything, carrying the pain and hope of the world. After that, the birth of a new era will come with the end of the mission of the two beings who believe in the future. Blessed is he who accepts light and darkness, for he will return as the crimson sunset of the new age." Even Skeith himself was confused by the prophecy said by Fitchel. If there is one thing he really remembers about Fitchel, it is that his prophecies are never for nothing. After that battle in return, Himmel earned a lot of respect from many for having defeated that thing single-handedly, but also the fear of others for what he was capable of doing on his own. The power he had was beyond anything humanly possible. That aside, Himmel was still taking care of the children. They saw him as the father figure they had lost at the time. Rose was their mother figure. Himmel was enjoying the rest he had. Just today he had nothing to do, and so, very well, who wants Edna to tell them a story? She looked in horror at Layla, who seemed to enjoy the situation too much for her liking. Himmel watched with a clear smile as both women entertained the younger members of the group of orphans. The older ones helped as much as they could so that none of the younger ones got out of control, as has happened before. It wasn't uncommon to see those two come to help, and also, he looked to the side of the room and could see how Charlotte told stories to the most smiling girls in the group, surely retelling that story of the princess saved by her knight in shining armor. Women and their knack for that kind of story. The princess came to the orphanage several times a week and liked to bring her two protectors to have fun. She loved it when Lavenza was here, though that was most of the time since the woman helped her brother take care of the children. Himmel could only smile as he watched the girls laugh at something the princess had said. "You should talk to her." Himmel noticed how his sister was at his side and his daughter in his arms. The little girl was asleep. She must have played a lot. "She's coming to help, but also to be able to see you and talk to you." "I don't think that's it." The woman let out a sigh. His brother was certainly dense. It was obvious to her and to everyone else that Charlotte was dying for him. She knows this because she told him about it weeks after he left. Deep down, she knows that her brother is reluctant to accept any possibility that she has feelings for him because of Rose. If only he knew that she was afraid that he would walk away again. That's why he's done everything he can to get them together and talk, but they're both idiots. Lavenza wants her brother to settle down, not because he's old or anything like that. It's because she wants someone to watch over him when she's gone. "Ugh, you're an idiot. Himmel loves you." What more proof do you want? She's engaged. Lavenza, maybe you've been able to help delay the marriage, but sooner or later, she. Stop thinking you're not good at that. The woman's insult drew a light laugh from Himmel. As for the marriage, let me take care of it. Little by little, I'm derailing this arrangement and proving that it's not necessary, and it's even ridiculous. Charlotte doesn't need the support of her fiancé's idiot. Lavenza almost spat at those words, and Himmel moved a little away from his sister. He's a jerk, a womanizer, useless. Understood, Lavenza. You can tell that when you see it, you want to send it into oblivion. The woman blushed a little at those words. Sometimes they can be so childish. Well, that's true. I'm honest, Himmel, you know that. Charlotte doesn't need that one as a husband, that one, ruffian. That was the best word he could have come up with, for lack of a less offensive insult. Himmel laughed when he saw how his sister reacted. She always made him laugh with her attitude. She always makes those close to her laugh. That came out very refined, sister, ha. Shut up. Lavenza hit her brother on the shoulder, but she laughed too. I'm serious, Himmel. Charlotte doesn't deserve a husband like him. Well, let them choose someone else. No, idiot. Do you think that, if it were that simple, they wouldn't have done it? According to the law, the princess has the right to choose another suitor of her choice. Apart from the one his parents chose, Himmel kept listening to what his sister was saying. The parents' decision is hard, that's not going to change, but Charlotte has the faculty and the right to choose her suitor. In doing so, she will evaluate herself and decide what is best. Okay, and what do I have to do? Kidding. Himmel looked at his sister in horror, and she just nodded. Himmel, it's well known that there's something between you and Charlotte. They don't say it because, anyway, but you can see in their eyes that it's mutual. And that's what everyone sees except Charlotte. She's just as dense as you. Hey, my point. Charlotte wishes, no, she's dying to declare you as a suitor, so pass the evaluation. That I'd lose. It's not that I'm saying I'm not happy, but let's be logical, Lavenza. Why would they choose me over a nobleman? I have nothing to offer her or the kingdom. Lavenza laughed a little. Her brother was the same as always. She knew that deep down he wants to scream what he feels. He doesn't doubt that he really loved Rose. He loved both of them and never noticed it, but now his heart beats for the princess and hers beats for him. She always told him how much she loved Himmel's nobility, which made him so transparent through thick and thin, but that's who he was. But that doesn't help now. He must be somewhat more selfish if he wants him and Charlotte to have anything. He thinks too much about the rest and forgets about him. She doesn't know if it's some kind of punishment for what happened, but she won't let her brother miss the opportunity to be with a good woman because of his self-sense of guilt and because he believes he doesn't deserve to be loved. Mind you, you'll have to be a bit manipulative for this to work. He watched as Charlotte glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, then looked away. The princess was worse. She looked like a teenager. He doesn't deny that maybe it's his experience talking, but it's already getting boring to see those two roll eyes and do nothing. He smiled wickedly at knowing what to do. Damn, Lavenza, I hate you. Himmel couldn't believe his luck. He really couldn't believe it. Himmel, please don't turn around. Charlotte was wrapped in a sheet with her dress drying on the clothesline, with nothing under that sheet. If this was a divine joke, because he wants to strike the god who has done it to him, he feels that he has the power to do so. He really can't believe in Lavenza's ideas. How is it that, out of nowhere, a bucket of water falls on the princess, which can be called a coincidence? Worst of all, Charlotte didn't have a change of clothes, so Edna went to get one, but the trip will take her time, and she feels that she is complicit in all this. He saw her smile. Edna doesn't smile unless something bad happens to her. Not only that, the very bastard Layla took the children on an expedition into the woods, and Lavenza went with Aura to the citadel because, according to her, she must buy clothes for her daughter. What a bad excuse. Aura has enough clothes to donate to an entire orphanage and hasn't worn even half of them. Zavade's idiot goes overboard. Now, he has a naked princess, with only a sheet covering her, in his room, and besides that, they are alone. It would be a good opportunity for you to talk to her. To hear that even Skeeth recommends that what happened to that thing that doesn't need sentimental ties. Look, I was wrong, I agree. If you need them, after the death of that woman and being here, I could see that you were getting stronger. I don't deny that sometimes I hate the affection and so on that everyone gives. I understood that you mortals grow more when you interrelate. Even more so if it's with that special being. Not you too. Listen to me, damn it. Do you want to lose her like you lost Rose? The mere mention of that name made Himmel feel a kick in the stomach. You can't change that she's gone. But I don't think I would have wanted you to regret it forever. It's no surprise to me to see the feelings you have for the princess. It's you. I'm not saying make it your own right now, Skeeth, but talk. You only exchange a few words when you see that you want to talk more. Himmel had to prove his other self right. Sometimes he hates that he is so wise. For lack of a better word, he'll stick with that. He doesn't deny that since he came back, Charlotte has helped him deal with Roses and vice versa. Both really needed the other in many ways, but neither openly admitted it. Himmel was a street child who stole to help his guardian and sister. By chance, he met the princess. Luckily, he entered the guard and managed to survive and assimilate Skeeth. He's nobody, and he's not special at all. Someone like him doesn't deserve to have a woman like Charlotte by his side. Hey, are you okay? Charlotte asked the young man the question after several seconds of silence. Yes, he was just talking to Skeeth. It was the only excuse that came to mind. It wasn't a lie at all. Oh, it must be interesting to have someone to talk to all the time. Not so much. Sometimes it can be annoying. At first, I didn't want to hear his voice, but with time and solitude, you appreciate the company. Charlotte nodded a little sadly. She didn't really remember with joy those years that he wasn't there. I am sorry I didn't want to. No, it's okay. I know it's something that can't be helped. In the end, you came back stronger and I'm sorry, I don't know what to say. I'm just glad you're back, Himmel, really. Hearing that from the princess's mouth brought a smile to the soldier's face. Sometimes I miss him, those days when talking to each other was so natural. We were kids, and there was just that friendship we had. Over the years, you became more of a soldier and I became more of a princess, with so many responsibilities and so many changes. We lost that part of children. If there is any of it left, it is well hidden. You talk like you're an old woman. Charlotte laughed a little at the young man's words. I suppose you don't have it easy. No, the nobles are gaining more and more internal power, and my parents, my father, allow it. My mother tries to get everything under control, but this is too big for her. I know, Himmel, I feel it. This kingdom will soon be destroyed. I know. Himmel wanted to turn and look at her, but he didn't because he knew the state she was in. What will you do if that day comes while you're alive? It may happen after we tell the truth. Maybe explore the world, or finally settle down. The truth is that it makes me envious to see all the girls my age already with marriage plans. Some are political marriages, but I still wish I could have the opportunity to get married one day, by choice and not by obligation. You hate it, don't you? I hate him. Hart may be everything noble girls want, but to me, he's a jerk. I swear, if there was a female version of him, he'd marry her for being so wonderful. Himmel suppressed the laughter he wanted to give. He knew that Charlotte was not one to act like a princess in front of him. Sometimes I wish I hadn't been born a princess. I'm envious of the girls in the village who can choose their path without fear of what the rest will say. Charlotte. Himmel took a deep breath. He feels that he will regret this. Is there a way to annul your marriage? Well, yes. Let me show a suitor and evaluate him. If the new suitor is better than the one chosen by my parents, the old one is annulled and the new one remains. Of course, I would never do something like that, not without. What if I do it? Charlotte gasped when she heard that. Sure, it would be just to annul your marriage, just that. The princess immediately became depressed as Himmel cursed that he was a coward. Still, the girl swallowed hard to ask the ultimate question. Sure, you know that if you come out as my new engagement, you'll be forced to marry me. Is that okay for you? We'll see that when we get to that ship. Charlotte smiled at those words. It was true. It's better not to preempt judgments. When, then? Tomorrow. I'll tell you all tomorrow, and let's hope for the best. Charlotte was thankful he couldn't see her smile. Maybe he's just doing it to help her now, but he knows it's his chance to finally say what you feel years later. Himmel, thank you. There's no reason for Charlotte, there's no reason to do that. Himmel knew that maybe things didn't go as he originally planned, but that was better than just keeping quiet. Perhaps this will help you make a decision. It was in that something finally made a picture for Himmel. Lavenza. The damn one planned this so that he would lend her his help and they would both come over. So that damn manipulative dwarf, she fell into the trap like a perfect idiot. Light of harmony. She was a vile demon, not a being of harmony. All women are manipulative of my other self. I think that's already a fact. Himmel sighed loudly at Skeet's words. He couldn't deny that. It's true. The next day, Himmel could see the smile of Lavenza and the two of them. Damn vipers, girl power is fearsome when they come together. Seeing how the young man went to the castle for today's audience, where Charlotte will carry out the plan, well, he's on the verge of a nervous breakdown. When he entered the castle and the meeting took place, everything was normal. He was present for his weekly reports that he was required to do because of his situation. He's been at this for years, and he can't believe they didn't lift this from probation. To see how Hart smiled when the subject of marriage was broached, I swallowed. Yes, I have something to say. Charlotte stood up and looked at everyone. I refuse to get married. With those words, the bomb went off. To see the faces of Charlotte's father and many nobles was one of dignified laughter, one that Himmel could not give but Skeeth could. The voices of protest from the majority and that of the promised man who was being rejected were heard at full throttle. It wasn't until silence. Helber raised her voice and managed to win the silence she wanted. Don't worry, I'm sure my daughter has her reasons for rejecting marriage. Excuse me, she's only doing it to defy the orders their majesties have given. Hart seemed to be seething with rage. He'd never been rejected before. The princess can't cancel the engagement. If I can, unlike many here, I know the law that has governed us for years, and it is stipulated that if the descendant of the crown, in this case me, does not see the prospect chosen by the kings of the day as a good candidate, he can and is entitled to present his own prospect to marriage. Charlotte could hear the murmurs. They all knew about the law, but they didn't expect the princess to use it or know it. The very foolish ones surely believe that because she is cute and somewhat clumsy, she is not intelligent. They were wrong and big. Today, I'm here to ask for the cancellation of my marriage to Hart of the noble family of Mystic and to propose someone else to be my husband. Himmel swallowed. Here he comes. I nominate Himmel of the Royal Guard as a candidate. If the noise before wasn't scandalous, the one that followed that statement was. The voices of protest and so on did not cease. The king himself was stunned while the queen smiled. Himmel, on the other hand, tried to keep his expression neutral. Luckily, the mask he wears helps him hide the expressions he has. Of course, it seems that the discussion will take a while, and Himmel knew it. This time it was the king who asked for silence with a commanding voice, something rare to see for the young man who always thought of the king as useless in this kind of situation, but it seems that when Charlotte is involved, she knows how to act. Idiot father. On occasions like these, he loves to have Skeeth because he agrees with him. Daughter, I hope you have a good reason to say what you propose. I don't deny that Himmel is someone of great renown, but he is a simple soldier, and he is still on probation. I think it's absurd that it's still like that. It has been almost 6 years since Himmel returned to the kingdom and informed us of the actions that led to the death of a great soldier and friend. Not only that, a year ago, he faced only one threat against the kingdom and defeated it. Himmel, despite what he did in the past, is today much loved and respected by the people. But, Princess Issei, if the fact that I do not come from a noble house is the excuse you will give me, I inform you that the law expresses that I can present a man regardless of his origin, as long as he has done great things for the kingdom. I think Himmel has already done enough 3 times, plus it's thanks to him that many battles were won in the last few years. The captain of the guard himself said so. Apparently Yuji is into this. There's no reason to deny my request, and he accepted my proposal. Himmel could see that everyone saw him, many with hatred and some with doubt. He set his eyes more seriously and nodded without another word. He had learned to say little in front of the nobles since he really hates most of them, especially those who want Charlotte to marry that guy. I understand there's certainly nothing stopping Charlotte from choosing her own suitor if she's uncomfortable with the one she has. Helba smiled at her daughter's expression. It will be evaluated, and we will give a verdict in the coming weeks. Today's meeting is closed. The murmurs began, all saying that the princess had lost her mind while the queen looked at Himmel out of the corner of her eye, and he caught it. He has a lot to explain. Well, we can talk without anyone bothering here. The queen wished she could understand what the soldier and his daughter had planned, but Himmel was stiffer than a rock. They were in the royal bathhouse. The queen was naked in front of him in the big bathtub. Was this serious? You shouldn't look like an idiot looking at the queen's big figure, no matter how attractive the woman is or how curvy she is. And oh no, it's already affecting you. Damn it, now I understand where your friend inherited the figure from. Himmel asked Skeeth to shut up. It wasn't the time for his jokes. Relax, boy, it doesn't bother me that you see me naked. I've never minded, though playing is out of bounds. If the queen made fun of him, she didn't know. But he feels that he is enjoying his misfortune. Fufu, come on. Relax. I would ask you to accompany me, but you are in service. The queen crossed her legs, and was it on purpose? Now, I want to know what you and my daughter have planned. And no, I don't believe anything in the story that they have actually agreed to this mutually. I know my daughter, too, and she doesn't have the courage to ask you for something like that, so you should have offered her help. And she told you this, or it was Lavenza, but the point is that she has already started her plan to annul the marriage. I used to say when he made his move. What do you mean? Himmel didn't believe his ears. The queen herself agreed that Charlotte should do this. Himmel, you must know by now that I never agreed to this marriage. My husband does because the boy's father is his friend, and, well, stupid promises are made when children are born. The point is that I gave the benefit of the doubt to see if my daughter really managed to have any appreciation for Hart and if he had the material to be king. None of the cases got it right. My daughter can't stand the boy because of his conceited attitude and also because she knows very well that he doesn't love her, he only wants the throne. He, on the other hand, has not shown himself to have the faculties to reign. He is just a spoiled child who believes he has the right to have everything he wants. He was typical of a high-class nobleman who rose through the ranks in the army on his father's recommendation rather than on his own merit. If you hadn't run away years ago, I assure you, you'd be captain now with what you've accomplished. I'm sorry for my cowardice that time. The good thing is that you admit it. The queen pulled a lock of hair out of her face and then sighed. Nothing changes the past. What is done is done. But we can improve the future, and you can be part of this change, Himmel. Unlike my husband, I'm not blind. The kingdom is falling apart little by little, and I have no doubt that it may no longer have a future. Moreover, the gods of different places wish to make alliances with us because of the great magical knowledge that lies stored in our texts, which we do not use. The queen put on a serious expression. Ridiculous, we have the knowledge to be better, and because of silly ideas from the previous king, we can't explore them. Your sister has done more than most scholars here in recent years, more than they have in centuries. I'm amazed at his gift for magic. She was always very clever, but I still don't understand what Her Majesty wants to tell me with all this. Helba smiled at the boy's question. Himmel, I'm not blind. You love my daughter. The young man tensed up when he heard that. Hopefully it doesn't mean he has to write a will. Ahaha, calm down. I'm really glad someone like you loves her. She deserves to be loved for who she is, not who she is. In addition to the fact that she is very perceptive in many things, in love, not so much. He would have already realized how you feel if that were the case. Himmel didn't know what to say to the queen's words. Himmel, my daughter loves you. She shows it with her attitude towards you and how she talks about you. She doesn't do it with anyone but you. I really don't know what she'd see in someone like me if what she's telling me is true. The queen could see the boy's incredulity. She couldn't believe that a princess, who is said to have divine beauty, would see someone like him. What's more, after Rose, that doesn't bother her. I assure you that if Rose had lived, she would have agreed to share. The simple idea for Himmel was more than strange. Believe it or not, she's not close-minded. He knew how much Rose loved you, and he even scolded her for getting married, knowing how he felt. I've never heard her say so many outrageous things. Yes, you can imagine. But she's not one to lie to herself. He says what he feels, no matter who it hurts, because he doesn't like hypocrisy. Charlotte is one of those women you don't see very often, like your sister and her friends. Yes, I can vouch for that. Himmel put his hand on his cheek. He's already suffered from their way of being. But your majesty, Himmel, for once in your life, stop self-flagellating. What happened to Rose wasn't your fault. What you did years ago was the result of bad decisions by you and those around you. The queen stood up and walked over to the young soldier, who looked a little uncomfortable at seeing her approach naked. Do you want to carry as much pain as possible until you're satisfied that you've paid enough? Himmel looked away from those words. Noble and stupid, a combination that makes me see why my daughter loves you so much. Not everyone has that feeling of self-sacrifice that you have, although you are already taking it to great extremes, Himmel. I'll try to be more mindful of the things I do, seriously. It's just is that okay? That's someone like me. Love is a huge mystery, Himmel. There is no right or wrong answer to it. In loving, you can commit enormous idiocies or great wonders. It depends a lot on who the person you love is. Of course, I don't think that loving my daughter is a mistake and that she loves you less. You are a good boy, and you have done a lot for those who live here, more than anyone else, and you've paid great prices for it. The woman caressed the young soldier's cheek, and he was surprised by the touch. Just don't make my daughter cry, or I'll make you suffer hell. Both the young man and the entity inside him shivered when they saw the woman's eyes and her menacing voice. He just nodded as if understanding the message, and she smiled sweetly. It doesn't help your situation. Perfect, now that it's all clear. They have my support in whatever they are planning. I get the idea. Himmel finally breathed a sigh of relief. How scary this woman is. By the way, I hope seeing me naked helps you get an idea of what my daughter looks like with nothing. Himmel saw the queen retire to dry herself in dress. Watching her hips move was oh heck, he's not going to be able to walk for a few minutes. Look at the bright side of it all. You've got something to think about tonight. Skeeth, shut up. He didn't want to admit that his other self was absolutely right. Queen Helba may be their ruler and an older woman, but that doesn't take away from the fact that she's sassy and has a heart-stopping body that I need to take an ice bath. Without a doubt, tonight will be very long. The days passed, and the news that the princess had proposed to cancel her marriage to Hart so that Himmel would be her husband came out like hotcakes. Everyone knew it, and that was very bad for the young soldier, who was sometimes overwhelmed by so many questions and so on. Most people loved and respected him because he wasn't like most soldiers. Many were arrogant, and that gave him great joy. To say that Amain was furious that he hadn't told her anything was funny, since Yuji told her that this was a plan in part to get the princess out of her marriage. The woman was disappointed that it's just that. Seriously, does everyone love this kind of thing? Of course, don't make Charlotte cry, or I'll beat you like any mother. Even though you're the strongest in the kingdom, you're my son, and I have the right to do it. The threat was not long in coming. Although to hear that she considers him a son after everything he went through, it certainly made him feel happy. Amain was his second mother, and he wasn't going to deny that. What happened next was laughable. Watching Himmel chase Lavenza around the house to seek revenge for what he did was funny. All the more so because Lavenza knew the punishment he was facing. Laughing out loud because her brother tickled her was an interesting scene for those present, and even more so for the younger ones in the house. It was rare to see Lavenza laugh like that. He didn't even do it with Zavade. Or could indeed see that her uncle was very special to her mom and knew how to make her smile. What happened next was that a huge group of soldiers was sent to an investigation in a distant village. It seems that bandits were attacking that village. Zavade and Mikleo were in charge of leading the group. They had done it before. Zavade said goodbye to his wife and daughter, as he always did. It was nothing out of the ordinary. When Himmel approached him and held out his hand, he showed that, in spite of everything, he appreciated that he loved his sister. Lavenza smiled with joy as her brother and husband finally made peace. After seeing them leave, Himmel told his sister that he at least appreciated that he took care of her while he was away. Lavenza told his brother that he was hopelessly jealous, but that was something that could not be changed. Many days passed, the day when the decision for Charlotte's marriage was made today. To say that the princess was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, that was saying little. She knew that if what she asked for was rejected, she had no choice. She didn't believe in gods, but she was more than tempted to pray to one to help her. To hear Himmel tell her to pray to the God of the Jews, who is very powerful and benevolent, to help her. The princess was really in no mood to listen to the soldiers' idiocies. As the meeting began, you could feel the tension in the air. Lavenza, who was present this time, was sweating a little while coughing lightly. Stress must be affecting her. Immediately, he was asked to clarify the situation, not to waste time, and to give the votes that support the princess's decision. Kings vote individually, so it was no surprise that the king voted against his daughter's request, much to her obvious grief, and that the queen would support the motion. What did come was a surprise. There are exactly 10 members of the noble council, and the vote was split. Of the 12 votes, 6 were in favor and the others were against. The simple fact was strange. It was not expected that some nobles would actually vote in favor. Himmel noted that those who did so were those who helped him with small things and with whom they had a respectful relationship. Those who were against it were those who hate him, Hart's family, as well as those who see him more as a threat. They were at a crossroads, and there was no clear verdict that would lead to everything being cancelled, and Charlotte gritted her teeth when she saw that it was all in vain. As it is, the best thing to do is to show the new vote. The Queen's words surprised everyone, and Lavenza smiled at those words. The Queen certainly knew how to play her cards. Since there are no more voters in this room, we must rely on the final, secret ballot. The Queen went to the window and pointed to the large crowd outside. The people are the final vote. 1 minute, we can't allow the commoners to take part in a decision of this kind. Hart didn't think the Queen was going to let the townspeople get into this. According to the law, when there is no unanimity in a decision, you can ask for the voice of the people. It's the law. Lavenza hid her smile very well. She knew the result. Everything was going according to plan. The Queen asked the 3 involved to go with her and the King to the royal box. There were all those who were waiting for the decision of who would be the princess's fiancé to be made. When the Queen and the King made an appearance, they also asked for the opinion of all those present to see which of the 2 suitors would marry the princess, which caused a great surprise among the people. I repeat, which of these 2 gentlemen do you wish to be the husband of the princess? King Leos really couldn't believe this was happening. That's not how things were supposed to end, and yet. Charlotte closed her eyes in fear, afraid of the answer she was going to hear. Hart sounded confident. Those townsfolk know what's good for them. They needed power and riches. He was going to give them to them. Instead, Himmel just looked at people with nothing else to say. We are waiting for the verdict they will give, the final one. It was then that his name was heard. Himmel went to see who said it and was surprised to see that it was the women in the brothel who were in the poor areas. Then people from that area. He had never forgotten the place and the people there. They helped him as best they could when they had time because they helped him and took care of him as a child in some way. Then I hear more, others from middle-class people, that he greeted and helped when they had problems, even in simple things. Then again, the sound of the crowd calling his name was unison, and he really couldn't believe it. No one did. Charlotte was shocked that so many people appreciated him. Hart was furious. This was not possible. His chances of being king were destroyed by that simple villager. The King sighed when he saw that the decision had been made, and the Queen smiled. She knew this was going to happen. The people worshipped Himmel. He helped them as best he could. Not only because it was his job, but because he really wanted to do it. It was that nobility that he had that led to this. He won people's hearts, and they truly consider him fit to be with the most beloved woman in the kingdom. She couldn't help but cry a little as she saw that. They don't hate it. Deep down, he always thought he was hated by the locals. Perhaps it was his own sense of self-flagellation speaking for him. He doesn't know, but now he has evidence that it wasn't. The King saw that the decision had been made without further ado. Himmel was announced as the princess's new fiancé. And needless to say, that's what marked a series of events that no one expected. Night had come to the kingdom, and Himmel was still in the castle without his armor because he had been asked to be the new captain of the guard, much to his surprise. I found out that Yuji was suffering from a permanent back injury, the product of a battle years ago, and it prevented him from fighting and moving as before, so he brought forward his retirement. Needless to say, the young man was on the verge of saying no. He was going from a simple soldier to the leader of the most important security group in the kingdom. Lavenza told him to do so he wouldn't give reasons to those who aren't happy about his commitment to attack him with political moves. In the end, he agreed, as he hates that his sister is right, plus he couldn't help but feel nervous that Charlotte was now his fiancée. Of course, it was all a tetra to save her from the previous engagement. Now, what next? To follow the charade was an idea he didn't hate. He's not kidding himself. He really doesn't want this to be a theater they put together. He really wishes he could be with Charlotte as he should be, and if only I wasn't such a coward. Is something wrong? Charlotte noticed in the box where she was just thinking about her, and she appeared. You're very thoughtful. Only I'm just clarifying my thoughts. Of course. Do you regret it? What are we doing? To have committed yourself to me, even with Rose on your mind. Himmel didn't doubt that she really felt it was that. It was, in part. The other part was her fear of failing and something happening to her. That wasn't what I thought, really. I was just thinking about how busy I'd be. The girl laughed lightly at the young man's words. I hope Lavenza can keep the orphanage going. I'm sure Amain and Yuji will help. Remember that he's already retiring. He had to agree with his no fiancé. The people, they adore you. Lavenza knew it. She predicted the draw and what was to come. That's why she didn't look nervous. Himmel sometimes felt that his sister was a real monster at predicting outcomes. It's already scary to him. Don't really expect that. Charlotte laughed lightly at those words. You can tell he doesn't really notice the obvious. You've done a lot for the people of the Himmel Kingdom, from big things like protecting them to those small services you do for them. No one takes anything forward from what you did almost 6 years ago. The young man scratched his neck. That nervous tick of yours sometimes makes me desperate. I'm sorry, it's a bad habit. Himmel apologized, and she sighed again. Not that it bothers me at all, either. That gesture, it's definitely you. Charlotte put on a somewhat sad expression. That time years ago, I always regretted it. To have faced things better. You wouldn't have felt bad, and no, the slap really helped me realize my idiocy. I'm the one who should ask for forgiveness. This time, it was Himmel who kept his apologetic tone. They both laughed lightly at feeling so stupid just to stare. Himmel has always believed that Charlotte was a goddess among mortals. Her sapphire blue eyes, her silver hair, that figure. Sometimes he found it hard to believe that a woman was so beautiful on the outside and inside. It really was. He doesn't know when his body chose to put his hand on the woman's cheek, who looked slightly surprised. But she didn't push him away. She closed her eyes to enjoy the touch and walked over to him. Only a few inches separated them, and that really scared him. I was afraid that if he went too far, they both got closer. It didn't matter anymore. They just wanted to show each other how they felt. Just when they were a few inches away from the kiss they both longed for. Charlotte, Himmel. Layla's arrival at the scene caused the two to abruptly separate. Himmel is one step away from falling from the box and retreating with such force. Layla, don't scare us like that. While the blush on her face showed shame and anger, Charlotte calmed down when she saw the tears in her friend's eyes, and then felt fear. Layla, what's wrong? Is this God? Layla began to weep at the confusion of Himmel and Charlotte. Those who went to the edge of the kingdom returned but. Layla, calm down. What happened? Himmel grabbed the woman by the shoulders, and she wept harder. They were attacked, an ambush. The village was already in ruins. There were no bandits. They were treacherously attacked. They don't know who the survivors only remember 2 large rocks fighting with something that was very fast. The last one attacked them because he thought it was funny. No, Layla, how many? Few. They brought the bodies that didn't turn to dust. Charlotte covered her mouth in horror. Mikleo lost an arm, but he's alive. Zavedi, what about him? Layla speaks. Himmel raised his voice, fearing the answer. He's dead. He died saving Mikleo. He's dead. Both Himmel and Charlotte felt an emptiness in their stomachs. They didn't think that today they would end up discovering that a friend had Lavenza, and Aura. Himmel knew one thing: his sister was going to suffer too much from what had just happened. That day, I had decided to live for Charlotte, my sister, and those who put their faith in me. I was determined to do it, but I never imagined that at the end of the day, a good friend would return dead from a mission that seemed simple. The years that followed were vital for me and those around me. I also understood that I couldn't escape whatever was going on in the world. To be honest, the months that followed were not the simplest. For no one, Zaved's death and that of many others shocked everyone, townspeople and royalty alike. Knowing that one of the best soldiers died in combat may be a reason to say that he did his duty, but given the circumstances of what happened, he didn't. Himmel intuited that perhaps one of the phases was involved, though he doubts that it was the one who attacked to kill his brother-in-law and the others. He doesn't know why, but he doesn't think he was responsible. The mysterious figure, he suspects that. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to speculate. The funeral burial was taking place. In truth, the atmosphere in the area where the bodies are cremated was filled with sadness and pain. Family and friends of those who perished were present. Himmel had never been here. He usually skipped these things because, in his own belief, he didn't see the point of it all. The person is already dead. He completed his cycle in this world. Perhaps some cut off naturally and others as abrupt as this case, but it does not take away from the fact that there was nothing to do. Crying was not going to change anything. I was here only because Lavenza needed support. Seeing his sister's condition I had no words to describe it. None of her cheerful personality was present. Aura didn't understand what was going on. He only asked because his dad kept sleeping with Amain, and Yuji, whose daughter, asked the same thing. Himmel felt like a kick in the stomach. How do you explain to those children who lost their parents that they will never wake up again? I said it the day I met you, death is the end of something and the beginning of something. But now I can understand that you, those who stay, are the ones who suffer the most from the departure of those who leave. Himmel nodded to Skeet's words. It was clear that the entity had learned or assimilated that these mortal reactions were normal. Little by little, they began to make the farewell march, all those present approaching each deceased in the place to say their last goodbyes. Himmel chose to be the last to do such a thing. He wanted to see everyone say goodbye. Seeing the widows, mothers, sisters, or acquaintances of fallen soldiers crying made him write down one more reason not to come to such a thing again. I see that you can't stand these things, young Himmel. The young man was surprised that Alfred, the second in command of the Royal Guard, despite his advanced age, had approached him. His role served more as someone who helps the leader evaluate soldiers and has to plan training sessions. He had been formally introduced yesterday to familiarize himself with who will become his right-hand man in leading the guard. I'm so sorry for your loss. My sister is the one who suffers the most. Zaved and I didn't get along well years ago, but we respected each other enough for Lavenza. I don't deny that his death affects us all. The old soldier nodded at those words. Besides, I'm not good with this kind of environment. He gets used to so much death and pain. He becomes strong enough not to show the pain. The young man saw how his niece wanted to touch her father, but Lavenza prevented it. It will be difficult for the girl to understand that her father. I'll do what I can to make sure he doesn't feel that way. Himmel clenched his fists as Aura didn't want to leave her father's body. I'm not his father, but I'll do my best not to make him feel bad. I know he will. What do you think of what the soldiers said about those who attacked them? Himmel was sincere in his answer and gave him his point of view. I see a plausible assumption, and I also think it was very strange that things happen like this. I will speak to the kings. I will not allow them to send soldiers to the edges of the kingdom, not now that everything is so dangerous. Those living in nearby areas will have to be evacuated, whether they want to or not. Alfred nodded at those words. He could see how the royal queen paid her respects to the deceased. The princess lost another friend. This must be difficult for her. For everyone, Himmel saw how the girl looked at him sadly. I'll go and pay my respects now that there's no one. The older man nodded to those words, and the young man approached each of the fallen soldiers. He didn't know many of them because of his little interaction with the royal guard over the years, but he saw that there were people younger than him. He passed one by one at a steady, slow pace and came to the end, where the body of his brother-in-law lay. "Idiot, it occurs to you to die when we had agreed to get along better." Himmel didn't hesitate to insult him. "Paying respect is not my thing, I can only say what I think. I swear to you that if I go to you and Rose when I die, I'll beat you for making my sister cry." Himmel clenched his fists, unable to find anything else to say. "Rest Zavade, I'll take care of Lavenza and Aura. Send greetings to Rose. Goodbye, old friend." With that said, Himmel walked away from the body of the one he considered a friend, silent tears welling up in his eyes. The time for cremation came, and the bodies were cremated because, according to kingdom beliefs, the body must return to the dust from which it originated. Himmel felt Charlotte's hand in his own and only squeezed it in gratitude. Hearing how Aura was asking her mom more questions about why they were doing this made Lavenza hold back her tears. She chose to intervene and take the little girl in her arms to carry her outside while Charlotte consoled Lavenza, who could no longer cope with her pain. Hearing his sister's crying made Himmel vow to find the one who did this and kill him. He would pay for everything. "Uncle Himmel, why don't my father and those people wake up, even with the fire on them?" Himmel stopped walking when he heard that question. They were just standing near a tree that was near the mausoleum. "Uncle, you'll see." Aura Himmel put the girl on the floor and looked at her with a smile. "Your father and those people are asleep. They've earned a break after they've done their duty. But why don't they wake up? Dad promised to play with me when he got back." Himmel saw tears welling up in the girl's eyes. "Uncle Himmel, he is sorry, but he can't wake up. He's in an eternal sleep. He'll be in a better place now." Seeing how she was going to talk made me continue. "That's why he asked me to play with you. Now when you want to play, I'll be there for you. Always. Do you promise?" Himmel stroked the girl's head. "I swear to play with you whenever I can, otherwise I'll smash a cupcake in my eye." The girl laughed slightly at how silly that sounded. "What? It could really hurt, plus it's better to stick a needle in it." Himmel took something from her neck, 2 necklaces. "These 2 necklaces are important. One was made for me by your mother, and another I have had since I was born. The one with the star was made by her before I did something silly and left it behind, but when I came back, she gave it back to me. This one shows the promises I make." "That's nice, and the other one?" "This." Himmel showed the black crown. "It's what I want to forget, but I shouldn't, because these are painful and sad moments that have helped me to be here. That's why I have it. Not to forget, even if you want to." Himmel put them back and looked at the girl. "One day, you'll understand. Today, we are going for a walk around the lake." The girl's affirmative answer was enough for both of them to move away from the place. Today Himmel made again a promise that he was going to keep, and also a memory that he would like to forget but that he must keep, as much as it hurts. As time passed, Himmel took his position as the new captain of the guard. At first she was worried about her sister. She was so sad, but the support of Amain and Yuji, who now lived in the orphanage just like her, helped the woman cheer up a bit. The job of captain of the guard was not easy. There was a lot to see and deal with, but Alfred's help came in handy. It was not difficult to forge a friendly and courteous relationship with the old soldier. The soldiers were sometimes difficult to control, and others doubted their strength. Something easy to fix by pulling something out of it made the entire area tremble. To say that this was only a minimal percentage of his power was enough to keep his power from being questioned. Mikleo returned to the guard a few weeks later, saying he had permission to do so. Himmel had no reason to deny him his return. He was happy to see him alive and almost whole. Although he was still reluctant with the new captain, he was grateful for the gesture. At the same time, Himmel had to learn about ethics and so on, and as Charlotte's new fiancé, he was obliged to know about such things. He cursed his luck, but he had no choice. Of course, he said that he would never wear those stupid suits that they want him to wear, just his armor. With the passing of the battles, it had become more detailed and covered a large part of his body. To say that he was embarrassed when the maid stared at him when he passed through the corridors, it is not his fault that it sticks so much to his body. You get the girl's attention, don't complain. Skeeth teased him sometimes, but it was a habit. Of course, sometimes he is afraid of Charlotte's expression when that happens. The empty eyes and the smile he gave her were not a good sign. And I recommend never trying to fool the princess. With that noted, time passed even more. The year was over, and Himmel was more than used to his new job. He admits that he feels it could be worse. He has enough time to be able to spend it with Aura, Alicia, Amain, Yuji's daughter, and the children at the orphanage. He doesn't deny that sometimes it can be tiring to follow these guys in their games, but it was a good way to rest and relax. Of course, he is worried about the cough that Lavenza has. It is coming with more and more force, and according to the doctors, it was a reason that the defenses in his body were getting lower and lower. When they were informed that Lavenza might not live long, it was enough to horrify everyone, though she smiled sadly. Honestly, I was expecting that he is surprised that he has lived so long. When Himmel asked him for something, a means of being able to save her, he simply told her that if she had a stronger body, perhaps she would endure the treatment that could save her. However, she was weak by nature, always getting sick from time to time. There was nothing they could do. Himmel didn't want to believe that his sister, one of the best people he knows, could know. Gora lost her father a year ago. Now her mother is on the verge of a 7-year-old girl. Shouldn't have to go through this. He was with his family for at least 11 years. It wasn't fair. Lavenza was shown in bed, reading something. She looked thinner than before and had some dark circles under her eyes. After he finished reading the book, he took a notebook and made several notes. He coughed a little, then drank some water and went about his business. What are you up to? You should rest and not work. Lavenza looked up and smiled when she saw her brother at the door of the room. He had returned from his last mission. You know you shouldn't. Himmel, you know that whether I rest or not, I won't change anything. The woman coughed a little. Ugh, I would have liked to help out at last week's party. It was his 8th birthday, and you can't just ask for that. You can't even stand. Himmel walked a little sore, and she noticed. The wretches hit hard. Were there more than one? Lavenza knew that her brother had received the information that another of the beings he hunts had appeared. It didn't take long for him to go to the meeting place, and to his surprise, there were 2 huge rocks shaped like teardrops. Each one had a different personality. They seemed to be brothers or 2 faces of one being, he doesn't know. One was aggressive and grumpy, the other was mocking and very talkative. He feels migraines when remembering the battle. It was not difficult for him, thanks to the great power he now had. The problematic thing is that one was immune to magic and the other to physical attacks. That's crazy. They covered themselves with each other every time Himmel attacked them with everything that happened to him. What bothered him quite a bit was hearing those 2 argue more than once in the middle of the fight. It was strange and very disturbing, if you ask him. Apart from that, the fighting went on and on for days. What caught his attention was Skeeth yelling to get rid of those 2, saying that he's having a big headache. Upon further surprise, it seems that he is beings he can't stand. What did surprise him was that Gora, as he is called, was the being that Mikleo and the rest saw fighting with the one who attacked them. Hearing those 2 screams, it seems like he's helping him get some interesting information. He chose to ask what they meant, and the one with the mocking personality spoke. He commented that they were among the calmest when a strange being, who was wearing a hood, attacked them, saying that they wanted to use them for a great battle that was coming. The only thing they saw about that being was that, out of nowhere, it had 12 bat wings on its back. Hearing that information was more than enough for Himmel to intuit that that being was the one who attacked them. He had heard rumors of the sworn enemy of the god of the Jews, but he had never seen him. Only it has 12 bat wings on its back. At least he knows who to hunt. The question was, will he be able to face it? He doesn't know, but what he does know is that he must assimilate Gora in order to increase his power. When they both heard that, they simply asked why he hadn't said it before, which raised Himmel and Skeeth's surprise. Both said they were tired of wandering around not knowing what to do, and people were attacking them for no reason. The truth is that while they like to be curious to the point of tediousness, they are not lovers of destruction. So they let their guard down so that Himmel would give them the blow he needed to activate the soul drain and absorb it, which would make him much safer. Although the act itself makes everything easier for him, Himmel didn't believe it. Maybe it was a trap. No, if it were, Skeeth would tell him, and so would his ex-pulse. This being really wants to be absorbed by him. How strange. However, he did not miss this opportunity and attacked the entity with all his power using Skeeth's scythe, and the protect break was created, giving him the chance to end this fight. Once Gora was absorbed by Himmel, he again felt the increase in power in his body. He also caught one thing: Gora wasn't them, he was them. The deep voice doesn't help tell the truth. Although with this he obtained a much greater increase in power and felt the depth of it, he did not hesitate about one thing: he had moved away from everything one might call normal in power. I knew that using this unfettered power was no, he won't use it all, unless it's an emergency. A big emergency. When Himmel finished his story, Lavenza was thoughtful. Those beings are not of this world, brother. Nothing like this has ever existed before, and why do they stay close to the kingdom? What attracts them to him? Himmel sensed what she was trying to say, and he thought the same. With Skeeth, I don't doubt it was a coincidence, but with the other 4. Brother, you're drawing them to you unconsciously. Why do you think that is? Himmel hadn't denied the possibility. He's had it in his mind for a long time. But you need to be more sure before you believe that. Skeeth lies with you, and you're slowly absorbing the others. Indirectly, you are being greater prey for them. Their equals are within you, and Skeeth is assimilating them into his essence. Don't you see? You're becoming a massive uncontrollable power. Maybe you have it under control, but for the rest of the world you are chaos, an entity of controlled chaos, one that will be in the sights of the whole world very soon. Lavenza, do you? The woman showed him what she wrote. They were formulas, and she had finally completed them. This is my life's work, Himmel. I always knew that I wouldn't live so long, and that's why I put more effort into this. It's my greatest creation. The elements of harmony. Elements of harmony. Lavenza nodded and drank some water. As you well know, Himmel, magic is my talent. Not to be conceited, but I doubt anyone will match me anytime soon. I've created thousands of formulas and theories for this in just 10 years. If I could live like a normal person does, I'd do more. But that's not the case, so I focused on what was relevant. This was at the top of my list. These gems will not be common. I'll imbue them with my power. I'll give them unique factors. You'll see Frigg. She'll bring me what I need. Odin's wife. I didn't know they got along so well. The woman smiled at those words. He doesn't know half of it. Why this eagerness to create these things? Because I want to leave something to the world before I leave Himmel. My daughter is really the most important thing to me, but I am aware that she didn't inherit my talent or Zavade's power. She's an ordinary girl, that is why I will leave this, so that 6 people worthy of being my successors may use them, and the power of harmony may help the world when I am not incapable of it for my health. Hey, don't talk like you're useless. You have done great things, Lavenza. Despite your inability, do not underestimate yourself. Himmel took his sister's hand, and she smiled at him. It's just at first Rose, then Zavade. Now you, every close person is leaving. It's not fair. Life isn't fair, Himmel, it never is. Lavenza caressed her older brother's cheek. If I were, I wouldn't have chosen you for the arduous task you're carrying, the one you don't know yet. Lavenza sighed. She felt tired, and I want to get some sleep. We'll be talking tomorrow. Himmel knew that his sister only conserves enough energy to resist until Frigg arrives with what she needs so she can grit at his teeth, as he knew the outcome of all this. Damn it. When he came out of his sister's room, he saw Amain holding a tray of food in her hands. Did you go to sleep? Himmel nodded to the woman's words, and she sighed sadly. He must have had something to eat. Your body no longer assimilates nutrients well, no matter how much you eat. It won't help you at all. Amain knew that was the case, but it hurt her to know that Lavenza doesn't have much time left. Both chose to leave the house and be able to talk. Luckily, it is already night and everyone is already asleep. Amain said that it was Yuji's turn to attend to Alicia today, so they will be able to talk without any problems. Of course, they know that it will not be a happy talk. Not today. They both sat on the floor, Himmel helping the woman to sit down. She will never admit that she is not as young as she used to be. She maintains her beauty, but she is already past 30 and is already feeling the consequences of the lifestyle she had for years. Anyway, I think you know what I want to talk about, Himmel. The young man nodded at those words with some sadness. We must be ready for when she... I'm Amain, believe it or not. I've been doing it for years. Himmel stopped by to see the moon that adorned the sky tonight. I always knew that. Himmel, what are we going to do with Aura when Lavenza? He lost his father 2 years ago, and now his mother, that little girl. It's strong, more than we take for granted. He won't have the power of his parents, but he has a strong conviction. Himmel smiled slightly as he said that. Besides, we'll be there for her. It's true, we will be. It's just that Lavenza is like a daughter to me. You always have been. And the idea that she... Amain held back the tears that wanted to come out. Himmel only hugged the woman, who was his second mother, with one arm. She had taken care of them and given them shelter when they had nothing. She even continued to be a prostitute to give them food. She was frustrated that her daughter was going to die without them being able to do something. Because that's how it was. There was no way Lavenza could be saved, and she knew it herself, so she accepted her fate without question. Himmel remained strong, even though he was broken inside. I knew that if I cried now, I couldn't, not now. He remained in that position, hugging the woman, who was still crying. Inside, the young man only wondered if so much pain was really necessary. She knows it's part of life, she's seen it through Himmel, but she feels it's too much that he's been going through. It almost seems like a bad joke from the world towards him, who is only trying to do good for those around him. You don't know what to feel about that. Since when do you express yourself using the word feel? I hadn't noticed it, but lately he has been very fond of those around Himmel and no longer wants to see if they become the strongest. He's happy with the lifestyle he's leading. You don't know, maybe one day you will have your answer. Now all he has to do is keep quiet, since he has nothing to say to raise the spirits of his other self, since he does not have the courage to raise his own. The days passed, and Lavenza's condition was getting worse and worse. She knew the end was near. I just hoped I could fulfill what I wanted before I left. Every day she was visited by Charlotte, Layla, Edna, and Mikleo, who did not hesitate to express their feelings to Himmel, putting aside the discordances of the past, all trying to give the woman happiness before leaving. She was simply grateful for the gesture. Spending time with her daughter and loved ones was enough for her. Himmel had no choice. He had to tell Aura what was happening. The girl was mature enough to understand what it is to die. Obviously, it looked like she was going to cry, but her uncle stopped her by saying that her mother does not want to say goodbye to her with sad faces but with a smile. Aura held back her tears and nodded firmly to her uncle's words. It was at that time that he heard the door being knocked. While telling Aura to go back to the room, he went to see who it was and was surprised to see who his sister was waiting for. Lady Frigg, Himmel had interacted more with Odin the times he came to talk to the kings about the magic they were given and now use, all thanks to Lavenza. I hope I'm not late, Himmel. I hope I can say goodbye to my friend before I get to the end of it. The Queen of the Norse was as beautiful as they said, with pale blonde hair and eyes of the same color, as well as the beautiful figure she possessed. No, it's on time. That's when he noticed the woman was carrying a cloth bag with something in it. That's it. What Lavenza asked of me, it's time. Lavenza, seeing Frigg enter her room, made him understand that it was time. What he was going to do was wipe out what little life force he had left. But it's the right thing to do. It should. When she said it was her time, everyone began to say goodbye to her. Charlotte cried a lot because the person who was with her was leaving those years when it seemed that her destiny was to marry someone she did not love. Layla and Edna said goodbye to an almost sister, Amain to a daughter, or hugged her mother, asking her not to leave but to stay with her. Obviously, Lavenza wished he could tell her that this would be the case, but no. He couldn't lie to his daughter. Aura, don't cry, you must be strong. You won't be alone, you'll have your uncle and the rest. Do not doubt the future belongs to those who fight and have the courage to see it and achieve it. I know you have it." The girl nodded to those words, and Lavenza kissed her on the forehead. It was farewell. With much regret, everyone left the room, except Himmel, at the request of Lavenza and Frigg. Both of them were on either side of the woman's bed, who was looking weaker and weaker. "Frigg, please, I don't think I'll stay long." The goddess nodded and took out 6 gems of different colors from the bag. Lavender, purple, light blue, orange, pink, and red. "These are—" "Yes, I took them from the root of Yggdrasil just as you asked. They are strong enough to withstand the power you will give them." Lavenza smiled at those words. That was enough for her. Many were furious at what he had in mind, but in the end, Odin calmed them down. "Everyone thinks it's just a parting gift for you." "Thank you, Frigg, enough. These gems are enough." Lavenza examined them and gave the go-ahead. "They'll endure more than I had in mind at the beginning." "What will you do, Lavenza? How will you imbue your power into these gems?" The woman smiled at her brother's words. "Give me your hand on the left since you don't have Skeith's stigma there." Himmel nodded at those words and gave his left hand to his sister. "Tell me, Himmel, what qualities do you see in me?" "You are honest in everything you do and say, although it can be hard. You do it with good intentions. Loyal to your friends and family, you don't walk away from them, even though they are right or wrong. Generous, you do everything just out of the desire to help and see others happy. Kind, to the point that you can forgive an idiot like me for his nonsense. Funny, you make even those who don't laugh with great ease. You have always radiated honesty, generosity, loyalty, kindness, and laughter. That defines you." Lavenza smiled at those words, happy that her brother thinks that way of her. "Besides, you believe in friendship and love when others don't. When I don't feel worthy of them giving friendship and love, that's your magic." At those words, the light appeared in the woman's hand, and it immediately split into 6 pieces that were inserted into the objects. These gained an intense glow and then returned to their original state to the naked eye, but you could feel the power in them. Harmony is born from chaos, chaos is born from harmony. Both exist hand in hand with each other. Like you and me were brothers, and I'm glad it was like that. Even with your mistakes and your failures, you're a great Himmel person, you're a hero to me. You always have been, believe it or not. Lavenza, Frigg, these elements of harmony, take them with you and store them where no one can easily find them. And even if it is so, only those who have the qualities that Himmel said will be chosen by these, only they will be their rightful owners. Frigg nodded at those words, and Lavenza went to see her brother. "Are you happy with the path you've taken?" "I do. Yes, I am to have walked it with all of you. The only thing that really hurts me is not being able to see my little girl grow up." Lavenza, don't cry, you've got Charlotte and the rest. You are no longer alone. You're no longer that thieving child who went around just to bring me back, even if it's just a little food every day. You're a hero." Lavenza wept as she held her brother's hand. "Remember, even if my body is gone forever, I'll always be with you, Himmel. Always, until the end of the world." A hand that linked her to her brother's shone, the last glimmer on her part. "Therefore, I give you this, my last gift to you. He is the man who will change the world as it is and lead it into a new era." The flash landed on Himmel's hand, and she smiled once more. "Don't give up, Himmel, never give up. Please keep going like you always have. Do it." Himmel and Frigg saw Lavenza close his eyes and take one last breath before stopping. The goddess closed her eyes in grief as Himmel he felt the light in his hand take shape. He saw that he now had a white sword like the purest soul in it. This light, Lavenza left some of her light of harmony with him. With it, he gave him this sword, so that you never forget your promise. Oathkeeper, that's her name, your sister's light has told us so. Skeith sounded sad, no wonder he was gone. The most important person to your other self, he was gone. Frigg took the elements of harmony and kept them silent. Himmel, I am so sorry. No, she decided so. The idiot decided this, and yet he smiled until the end. Himmel let out the tears he had been holding back and hugged his sister's lifeless body. He cried like he had never cried before. One of the lights of his life was gone. Forever. The funeral was not very striking. Himmel knew that Lavenza was not one of luxuries. She simply wished for her ashes to be scattered from the top of the highest mountain in the kingdom. And he was going to fulfill his sister's will, not because he really wishes to be alone, but because he wishes to have this little journey. The latter trip with Lavenza. After the cremation, Himmel received his sister's ashes in a small bag and set off on his journey the next day. Charlotte told him to be careful and take his time, saying that there would be nothing to worry about for now. Himmel hugged the princess, and she immediately returned the gesture. With that, the young man went on his last journey with his sister, taking with him the books she had left him, all written by her. He remembers telling her to read them once he had scattered her ashes. The journey itself was slow and very heavy, not because of the dangers, but because with every step she took, she remembered her younger sister and everything they had experienced. He doesn't deny that he hasn't been the best brother in the world. 2 years away from her because of his cowardice, of not being able to accept the possibility that she hated him, he wasted valuable time with her. Although they simply reconnected after coming back, they still had their arguments and their moments of laughter. When he found out that she was pregnant, she remembers that he chased Zavade all over the kingdom for having sullied his little sister. Lavenza had to calm him down by saying that this was normal between husbands. Maybe the idea that his sister, whether a woman, didn't like him at all, she was his treasure, and deep down he always saw her as that tender and sickly girl. Seeing how the pregnancy changed her made her understand that he didn't have to worry about her anymore. The only bad thing that pregnancy did to her was that her body became weaker. It was attributable to the fact that all the nutrients and so on were going to the baby that was forming, and because of her already weakened situation, it only got worse. She knew how to hide it and endure it for years, but Zavade's death was a strong psychological blow for her. Sometimes she hates that the idiot was so loved by her sister, but she understood her. It was like when Rose died. He felt terrible for several days and even months, but he was in a strong physical condition, so he resisted it better. After days of walking and walking without rest, Himmel finally reached what would be the highest mountain in the kingdom. He doesn't really know the name, he never asked it, much less did he care about asking the name. He only reached the top after hours and hours of climbing the place. He was exhausted, but he had to give his younger sister his last wish. I wish that truly he, too, would like it to happen if he dies. You better stop thinking stupid things, you don't want to die yet. No, after all that he has said and done, he does not have that right. Upon reaching the top, Himmel took off his helmet and the mask he was wearing. Due to his abilities, the lack of oxygen was not a problem for him. She took out the bag with her sister's ashes, got as close as she could to the edge, and took some of the ashes with her sister to throw some of them into the air. Seeing how they were carried by the wind made him feel strange. A part of him hated to be separated from her, but another was happy that he was able to keep his promise to her. He took another handful of ashes and repeated the action until all of his sister's ashes were gone. He had fulfilled his promise to her. Farewell, Lavenza, farewell, dear sister. Seeing that everything was already in order, he chose to sit down and rest a little before starting his descent of this mountain and returning home. She took one of the books Lavenza gave her out of her travel bag that she carried. These were for him. She wrote them herself with notes on how to use his powers and magical attacks that he could use since, due to his condition and rare power, conventional magic did not work for him. He laughed at how, at each end of the note, she reminded him not to kill his brain thinking about silly things and only focus on learning what he wrote, which he made simple for him to understand. I laugh a little when I read that annotation and then turn the page. It was a great surprise for him when he saw a piece of paper fall from the book he was reading. He took it in his hands and was surprised to see that it was indeed Lavenza's. It was his handwriting, although it looked a little forced, perhaps written in his last days. He swallowed hard to mentally prepare himself for whatever was written here. Dear Himmel, how are you? If you're reading this, chances are I'm no longer in the world of the living. I know, I always knew I wouldn't live that long, and although I'm glad I lived more than 20 years, for me it's an achievement. Anyway, you know very well that I'm not one to be believed or anything like that, but I think this is worthy of acting like that. I never imagined going through everything I went through, the death of our parents, whom I barely remember, the arrival in the kingdom after days of wandering aimlessly, how Amain welcomed us after you helped her. The truth is, everything in my life, although at one point I disowned some of them, I appreciate having lived them. With you and with everyone. I know you must be sad, maybe more than my daughter, whom I hope you take great care of as you have promised me. But I know that maybe right now you are self-flagellating yourself because of the guilt of what happened, like when we walked away years ago. Stop thinking it's only your fault. We were immature and we both did wrong. I ignore you, and with your attitude, we were really fools. Still, I think it was the best thing for both of us. I learned not to depend on you, and you learned the value of being with those you love, despite what was paid for you to understand. I think everything we've been through has been for a reason. You know I don't believe in destiny, but I do believe in the predetermined opportunities that life gives you to chart your path. It's up to you whether you take them or not. I took mine, and I'm glad I did. You're still missing, I know. You have a lot to learn and give. That's why I know that no matter what, you will always choose the best path. Come to think of it, I feel like I'm being redundant, my mistake. Of course, stop carrying everything on your own. I know you feel that you should, but you don't. You're not alone, Himmel, you never will be. Even when you feel like you're in the deepest ruins, there will always be a spark of light that will take you to the top, I know. In truth, I don't have much to say. I've told you everything I've ever thought of you in life. That's who I am. It only remains for me to say thank you for having been with me until the end, for having been the best brother anyone could ask for, even if you don't believe it, for having been patient with me during those years of constant illness, and for having been the one who taught me what it is not to give up and always look forward to the future. I have already left my legacy for the future, Himmel. It is your turn to leave yours. What and how you will do it, I don't know, but I do know that it will be something wonderful. With that said, I say goodbye. Always know that I will be with you, no matter what. Take care, Himmel, until the day we see each other again. With love, Lavenza. P.S. Before I forget, tell Charlotte how you feel, you idiot. Remember that you're not getting any younger and that, despite the marriage you'll have, she deserves to know. Do it, or I swear I'll find a way to hit you from the afterlife. Himmel, seeing what was written in the letter, did not hesitate to let out a loud laugh, one that really came from the depths of his being. Within seconds, tears came out of her eyes. She knew it wasn't time to cry anymore, but she was sad. He will never hear his sister call him an idiot again. The days without her will be very difficult from now on. But he shouldn't be discouraged by that. He promised to keep going, no matter what the future holds. The return to the kingdom was peaceful. Himmel couldn't help but feel calmer after reading Lavenza's letter. It was true, it doesn't matter that he and Charlotte are already engaged, he must say what he feels. It's time to stop cowardice. Although she can't help but think about what will happen after that, let's hope Charlotte doesn't panic. I doubt so, you don't notice it, but she feels the same way you do. It's just that she's afraid you'll be the one to walk away. I don't doubt that he settles for marriage without saying anything. They are both equally foolish. Himmel couldn't say anything at the words of his other self, though he appreciated the attempt to lift his spirits. He hates to admit that life without Skeeth would be boring, but I hate having to carry him around. But now he's glad it's like that. He feels that it's thanks to what happened that time that he had the opportunity to grow so much. While the same can be applied to Skeeth, he, too, has changed a lot over the years. Just as he arrived at the kingdom, he felt a strange, great power. He wasn't human. He was a god, not at the level of Odin, but great in his own law. I was in the castle, it's in the damn castle. At these words, Himmel soon ran at speed towards the great building. He did not have a good feeling. Seeing how all the inhabitants he came across looked a little scared it was enough to know he couldn't waste time. Arriving at the castle, he didn't even greet the guards who were on duty. He headed to the throne room, ready for anything. Arriving at the room, Himmel found himself with his companions, Layla, Edna, and Mikleo. The three of them looked at each other somewhat dismayed. What's going on here? Himmel, thank heaven you finally got there. Layla walked over to the young man. It's well hard to say. What do you mean by that? The god is having an audience with the king, queen, and princess right now. Edna told him about the situation. Is this a difficult situation? Why, what god is he? Ares is the Greek god who represents war. Mikleo walked over to the group. A few days ago, Athena-sama was here to express their condolences for Lavin's death. Athena was a goddess who was very good friends with Charlotte. They met when he was gone for 2 years and became great friends. He knows her because once Charlotte introduced her to him, he does not deny that he was entranced by the tremendous beauty of the goddess, to the point that Charlotte looked at him ugly. And those who were the ones who took care of the goddess, all women, pointed their spears at him because they saw her with lustful eyes, their mistake. After that, a friendship was born between them, more because the goddess was very kind and wise and only fights when she sees it necessary. Also to warn us that Ares was coming this way, it's no surprise that the two gods don't get along so well. Layla and the rest knew. Both Olympian war gods have views on how it should be conducted. Ares was of power and destruction to wipe out all enemies. Athena was of strategy and precision, winning with as few kills as possible. Ares wants something, and it's, now, don't leave me on tenterhooks you three of them, talk. Don't make me use my authority to do it. Himmel spoke firmly, the tone of his voice indicating that he wasn't really about to play. He wants Charlotte as his wife. Himmel swears he misheard really. Seeing Edna's face and seeing nothing of her joking attitude, he clenched his teeth and fists. He had never felt such rage before. That bastard, his helmet and mask appeared, and he cared little about his friends telling him he couldn't get in. He opened the door with force, interrupting whatever was under discussion. She could see that the king and queen looked at him with surprise. Charlotte was relieved to see him, and there it was, the being standing in front of the royal family. His hair is as reddish as fire, he has eyes of the same color, and he wears Greek battle armor. Her confident smile disgusts her. For some reason you can tell she's the complete opposite of Athena. I am sorry for the interruption, your majesties. I wanted to inform you of my return as soon as possible. Himmel bowed. Don't expect a god from the Greek pantheon to be present. Now that you see that it is so deadly, you had better go out the way you came in and let me go on talking to your kings. Ares gestured for him to leave, as if he were talking to a dog. The only ones I owe obedience to are the royal family, not an overrated god like you. Those words caused everyone watching the scene, including those outside the throne, to hold their breath. Ares didn't look very happy that Human was making fun of him, and that doesn't go unpunished. He approached the young man at a slow but menacing pace. Himmel could notice that God was a head high in him. He had faced bigger ones. At that moment, he felt how God took something out of his aura as an attempt at intimidation. This was very aggressive and strong for the average mortal. You could see how the kings, princesses, and 3 soldiers were sweating from the fear they felt. But Himmel didn't. He stood his ground and showed his own aura in response. The dark aura with some red flashes of the human surprised God. She didn't want to admit it, but she's showing an intimidating but very calm aura. The clash of both auras made the whole place start shaking. It wasn't good for both to continue like this. Or, do you wish to defy me mortally? It wouldn't be a problem. I'm not afraid of you. Himmel's eyes turned red in response, and that drove God crazy, who was ready to attack. But, hey calm down. Charlotte's voice interrupted the clash of energy between the two of them. When she called him by the title he had given himself, he knew he meant it, and it was an order from her as a princess. There will be no fights here, and I've already given you my answer. Lord Ares, I'm already engaged. Please leave. Ares looked at the girl and then at the soldier in front of him. He smiled when he saw that how funny. A simple soldier in love with a princess was life funny. Very well. Ares calmed down and looked at the kings and princesses. But rest assured, this won't be the last time you see me. And you humans, you won't be so lucky next time. I say the same thing. Himmel whispered that as he watched God slowly leave the place, everyone finally breathed easier. Even more so when they felt his presence go away completely. Himmel, for the sake of it all, what were you thinking? Charlotte approached the young man quickly and looked at him reproachfully. What you were going to do was. The princess's words died in her mouth as she felt the young man hug her, no matter if everyone saw the scene. Himmel, hey. Charlotte could feel him hugging her tighter, as if he feared she was leaving. The kings looked worried, more because they could see Himmel's eyes when his daughter and the rest were not. These were determined and bloodthirsty against the god who wished to take away the woman he loved from him. I can't believe the tremor we felt was you and Ares. Amain was sitting at the dining room table in the cabin, next to her husband. It's unbelievable that a god would want Charlotte. The princess is a very beautiful woman, even by divine standards. She and no one else brag about it because they know how it can end. Yuji was referring to Andromeda's story, even though they know what happened. That was enough for no one to boast about the beauty of the princess. The story is certainly useful. That doesn't take away from the fact that the bastard won't give up. Himmel was sitting on the floor with Aura and Alicia on his legs, both asleep. I don't want to be pessimistic, but I feel we need to prepare a means of escape. Both adults were shocked to hear that. I could see it in his head. The bastard will do anything to get Charlotte. I don't want to believe it will go to that extreme, but it never hurts to be prepared. Are you serious? Yuji didn't want to believe what the boy was saying. He was. Very seriously, my loyalty is to the people who live here. No to land and property. I will do whatever it takes to keep them safe. Even fighting with Ares. Amain was horrified to hear those words. A mortal facing a god was impossible to imagine. I never felt the need to take out my power against anyone except those beings I'm facing, but I must. I will. A husband and wife saw each other's faces, then nodded. They agreed with Himmel on one thing: if the kingdom falls, at least they should save people. The next day, Himmel explained his evacuation plan to those he trusted most. His friends and Charlotte were included, as well as the queen in secret. Everyone agrees to help if the scenario arises. It was right in her talk with the queen that if what you say happens, promise me something, Himmel. The queen looked at the young man, both of them in the box in her office. It destroys everything about us. Why are you asking me that? Himmel wanted to know why the queen was asking him to do such a thing. Because the outside world is not ready for the knowledge we have, all in relation to religions. Destroy them, let them think they're just that. Eventually, these will be reduced to just mythologies when humans begin to think on their own. The woman went to see Himmel. Just promise me that, and you'll keep my daughter safe. That's all I ask of you, Himmel. The young man wanted to refute, but he couldn't. He just nodded and went on to leave, but not before seeing the woman smile. Issei, leaving the queen's office and meeting Charlotte, made some of the bad feeling go away. She wanted to talk about the preparations for the wedding, which was in a few months. He couldn't help but feel that. Let's hope his bad feeling stays just like that. Laven's death affected me, but I knew I couldn't break down. She wouldn't have wanted it that way, but she was sure that something bad was about to happen. The encounter with Ares was just the beginning of something bigger, something I never thought I would face. But I had no choice. It was that or let him do as he pleases. My path to being called a godslayer was weeks away from starting. It was only a matter of days before the wedding between Himmel and Charlotte took place. If it was ever said that the groom is normally the most nervous before a wedding, then that someone got it right. Himmel was a mess of nerves. Not for nothing did he suffer from panic at moments he would never have faced before. Mikleo couldn't believe that someone like him, who can face beings who go beyond the ordinary, would be afraid of his own wedding. Of course, there was always the fear that he would mess up in the middle of his wedding vows, that he would faint, that he would feel like vomiting because of his nerves. Better not eat that day, but not doing so could cause her to faint, and what if Charlotte regrets it? They had agreed to get married because there were no other options, and she has always told him that she prefers him 1,000 times over anyone else. But if it wasn't, I knew it. I was already panicking. A blow to his face by Mikleo brought him out of his crisis. While Aura laughed at the scene, Mikleo told him to calm down, that if he continues he will go crazy. Both had resumed the good treatment of their teenage days. The death of Zavade and Lavenza had influenced a little, but they both agreed that it was idiotic to act as they did. Of course, Himmel sometimes hated that the guy doesn't respect him as his superior. He has just suffered an aggression that being any other would have sent him to clean the castle with a simple brush for hitting a superior officer. Aura, on the other hand, was happy making the flower ornaments that will be used at the wedding. She told both men that Charlotte was nervous, too, but she hid it very well. It was more than obvious that she was delighted to marry the person she loved. Himmel had grasped that she must tell Charlotte how she feels. What better time than the wedding? What's more, the nobles have shown their support for the union of the two. It was obvious that his exploits had played a role, but also the different treatment he began to have with the majority must count, at least in something. What he is worried about is what his responsibilities will be like from now on. The idea of governing a kingdom. He prefers to stay as captain of the guard. It's easier. What no one expected was that Himmel received a notification from another of the Infinite Eight. The name that Skeeth told him was what they were called in a group. Now that he remembers it, he doesn't think it took him that long to remember something so simple. Just a few days before the wedding, there was no other after informing that she was going to go to the right place so as not to delay in having everything under control. Charlotte made her promise to come back a day before the wedding. She does not want them to marry him so dirty and wounded. Promising to return as quickly as possible, Himmel set off for what would be his new goal. It wasn't far, it was a day's road. Nothing that some speed won't slow down. Lately he's had more time to practice his powers with Skeeth and has been surprised that using them with his power of darkness does indeed give him an abysmal increase in power, one that Skeeth himself says he achieves only because his body has adapted to power. Not just that, as X-Rounder was capable of a greater evolution than any ordinary mortal could, still admits that Himmel's body is too adaptable, to the point that he has asked himself the question of whether he was really a human. Himmel didn't think much of it. All he wanted was to settle the matter. Matcha seems to be the next, but there was something that confused him. Why doesn't he feel Matcha's presence? There was only silence and peace in this meadow. There was no trace of the energy you normally feel when you are about to face. That's when his X-Pulse kicked in and warned him about the attack coming his way. He created a dome of darkness to block the spears that came his way. What he couldn't conceive was that they were gods, he knows. But they are lesser gods, that essence the aura of Ares. The men in front of him were twins, both with brown hair and reddish-brown eyes. They carried in their hands swords, spears, and shields classical to the Greek and Roman armies, but remember correctly. Looks like Father made a mistake. This guy has ability. The one with a spear just saw Himmel, who took out Oblivion and stood on guard. Bah, he's just a gullible idiot. Tell him that there is one of those beings he is looking for and he will come like a dog. The one with the sword was smiling. It'll be fun for him to give in to fear. Himmel was able to grasp something. He had read in one of the books of the castle that Ares had children with the goddess of love, Aphrodite. These two idiots are gods, sons of Ares. Phoebus and Deimos, the sons of Ares. They both smiled when they saw that the human wasn't that dumb. What do you want with me? Kill you? It's that simple. Deimos pointed his spear at Himmel's neck. Our father wants you dead. And why didn't he come in person? Scared to fight me? Ahaha, that's not a fool's death. Don't you think it's a lot of coincidence that we're here with you? Phoebus simply smiled derisively, while Himmel finally grasped what was happening. No, that's right. Our father is going to attack the kingdom where you live right now to take your princess. It was all a trap. Father investigated everything about you in these years. Hey-oo. The killer of the strange entities that appear in the kingdom, the hero. A total idiot. So much was your desire to keep the peace that you took the bait. We laughed out loud while Himmel. A trap. A vile trap on the part of Ares to drive them away from the kingdom to for Charlotte. Himmel was going to take the way back only to be interrupted by both brothers who got in his way. Long-og, I don't have time to fight with you. Time is of the essence. It must be fast or else. Sorry, your kingdom and its people will soon be forgotten. Our father has always liked what Lord Zeus commands. The fact that he desires the princess of that place is enough for him. Himmel didn't believe what he heard. Even that fool goes against the orders of Zeus himself. Seeing how both brothers attacked him with a speed and force beyond what was humanly possible, Himmel took out Oathkeeper and defended himself from the joint attack of both brothers, who were surprised to see that white sword. There was no time to lose. Himmel began to attack both gods with precise and swift slashes. Both were amazed by such dexterity and power. Each time they covered themselves, they felt their hands go numb from the force of the blows. Immediately, both gods got fed up with playing. With a joint movement, they both blocked Himmel's attack and punched him in the face using their shields at the same time. Himmel felt his head beating, but it did affect him. You idiot, get more power. Skeeth knew that not doing that was suicide. Don't waste time with these two idiots. Charlotte, Aura, everyone needs your help. Himmel sharpened his eyes. It was true, must come back, no matter the price. Immediately, Himmel began to draw more power. The power of the other four that lie at the bottom of your soul. He rarely uses them because he's afraid of losing control. Today that's the least of it for him. His armor changed a little at the same time that it covered a little more of his body, and on his back came 4 swords made of energy that seemed to mimic what would be wings. With that, Himmel disappeared from the sight of both brothers, who did not believe that he. At that, Himmel reappeared in front of them. This time there were 2 of them, an illusion. No, it was real. A copy of Himmel attacked in tandem with the royal and both delivered a flurry of blows so swift that neither brother had a chance to block or defend himself. After that, Himmel created a cube made of magic that enclosed both gods, so that from all sides of the object, bursts of magic would come out that hit their targets without any restriction. Seeing that both gods were still alive, but out of action for now, Himmel used the energy swords on his back to take flight and return to the realm. All while, it won't do any good. It will all be in mortal vain, for our father will destroy you. Himmel just went on his way. Hopefully it's not too late. Even with his speed, Himmel knew it would take him time to reach the citadel. Damn, how could he be such an idiot? That guy took advantage of the fact that you always go to the place where my brothers show up and confront them. Dirty tactics, but very realistic. I didn't want to admit I was right. Damn, it's no use complaining. Increase your speed. At the rate we're going, it will be too late. Heeding Skeeth's suggestion, Himmel picked up speed and kept moving forward. It didn't take him long to see the citadel again, or what's left of it. He was horrified to see that it was on fire, being attacked by beasts that only appear in the territory of the gods of Olympus. And I see that pair of idiots couldn't hold you back, Supreme King. Himmel turned at a female voice. As he did so, he came across a woman who was in the air with a large number of battle weapons on her back. She was practically naked, only covering her most intimate parts with a transparent veil. It would be a sight worth seeing, if it weren't for the fact that she's covered in blood and her gaze denoted that she enjoys chaos. Her reddish hair reminds her of Ares. I see my brother made a mistake. You are strong to have managed to escape the joint attack of those two idiots, as together they are a force to be feared. In addition, you're handsome." He licked his lips as he said that, and Himmel couldn't help but feel that this woman was crazy. "My name is Issei, goddess of horror, sister of Ares." "Sister, did the bastard have a sister?" The woman smiled at the young man's ignorance. "That's right. Very few know about me. I prefer to be hidden and in the shadows, but I always help my brother when he must fight. All these weapons will not take themselves." Himmel was on his guard in case she did. "Relax, I'm a spectator. That's all I recommend, that if you want to act, do it now. My brother will soon find your princess." Ha. Himmel wasted no time and went where he should have gone first. "By the way, if you want to have a real woman, come and see me. You do know how to attract crazy women." Himmel only focused on going to Issei and Yuji. Hopefully the evacuation plan they had prepared months ago is being fulfilled. Watching the house that served as his home and orphanage years burn was he cursed Ares for all this. He swears he will make him pay for all this. It was at that time that she saw Layla and Edna destroying one of those monstrous dogs or wolves that attacked her and the group they were protecting. Layla cast several fire spells while Edna used the earth to create stakes made of it so she could keep those animals at bay. Seeing that they were taking out some survivors of the attack, he immediately went down and got rid of those animals using several bursts of elemental power. Thanks to Fichel's power, only to see his friends who were more than happy to see him again. "Himmel, thank heaven that you have returned." Layla walked up to him quickly. "We're removing all survivors from the citadel as agreed. They'll probably find more, but there are too many enemies." Edna looked tired. "I never expected this to happen." The day looked so normal. "Where are Issei, Yuji, Alicia, and Aura?" At the meeting point with the other children of the orphanage, they were the first to arrive as they were outside the citadel. Himmel nodded in response to what Layla said. Viclio and others were left looking for survivors. Even Alfred. "What? Ridiculous, they'll kill him." Himmel was about to begin his march toward the citadel. "If I don't come back in 3 hours, they'll leave, no ifs or buts." They both nodded. Himmel wished them good luck and set off for the citadel. "Charlotte is still in the castle, don't delay." Hearing Edna's scream tempted the young man to go to the castle at once, but he must find and save those he can. The citadel was a sea of fire. If hell was made of this, the place would make a good graphic description. Everything was burning. Houses, stalls selling different things. People. He clenched his fists when he saw that Ares' bastard had no mercy on anyone. To see the bodies of people of different ages, of those who tried to flee or to save those who could, burn from this fire. This wasn't something he could really accept, ever. Seeing a family try to flee but being attacked by what he recognizes as harpies, made him act immediately. He went to where they were and quickly got rid of the enemies. "Anyone else alive? Where do they come from?" Seeing them shake their heads made him sigh. "Okay, go to the east gate and go straight ahead. You'll find people already sheltered. That place is free of enemies. They can't waste any time. There are people." A woman in the poor part of the village was helping some old people to flee. Himmel nodded to the boy's words. It seems that he did notice something that the rest of us didn't, or maybe the adults didn't mention it because they only value their lives. Typical human attitude. This child still has the innocence of his age with him. "Go away, now." He could only watch as the family left, and when he lost sight of them, Himmel continued on his way. This time to the poor area of the place. Himmel ran and ran, eliminating all the enemies in front of him. In truth, there were too many. He is surprised to see that there are no soldiers in the place listed. If that's what you think, the king was more of an idiot than he thought at first. I wouldn't be surprised. I always had the feeling that he was a king without personality. He should have made the decision to protect the castle, but not the villagers. Himmel tried to find survivors, but nothing, just corpses. Maybe there's no one there. This is the furthest part of the village and they were the first to be attacked. Maybe it was true. Damn. Hearing a woman's scream made him look in the direction from which he originated. Seeing how a girl who was no more than 18 and who dressed like one of the prostitutes of the place was attacked by a pack of monstrous wolves made me go to her aid immediately. He arrived, kicked the animal that was close to him to get in front of the woman who was surprised to see him. "Go away. Whatever you've come here to do, forget it." "But in my house, my grandparents." Himmel could sense two presences in the house that she pointed to. "They were dying and I can't leave them. They wouldn't want you to die for them." Himmel struck one of the wolves that attacked him and then unleashed a blast of darkness magic at another. "They would want you to live. They've already served their time in this world. You haven't." The girl tried to say something but couldn't. Himmel knew he was being rude, but there was nothing to be done, especially now that he felt both presences in that house disappear. The girl ran to where he indicated, unable to help but cry a little. Himmel got rid of the animals within seconds of seeing the girl safe. He immediately entered the house to see that those two old men had died from smoke and burns, both in bed without the opportunity to have tried to flee. He couldn't do any more. He left the place to let the fire continue its work. Seeing that there was no one else left alive in the area, made him hasten his step to where he must be now. The most important area of the citadel. He really can't believe that he should go to the land of the nobles. Many may not be to your liking, but you can't let them die. He will save as many as he can. Their journey to that area was fast. There were not as many enemies as before. That just means that. Viclio. Himmel could see his friend, who was with a group of soldiers as they protected some survivors, most of them nobles, who ordered them to come here and leave the rest of the place unprotected. The king ordered the protection of everything near the castle. I didn't agree either. A young man hurled a water dragon at another of those beasts, a cyclops. Great. Besides, these idiots don't make the job any easier. More respect, plebeians, we are from one of the most important families in the kingdom. The one who seemed to be the head of the family sounded arrogant, but you say she was one of the most important idiots. The kingdom is finished, there is nothing salvageable, nothing. Himmel saw how the nobleman was speechless. He didn't expect that. Not that I know of, maybe so, maybe not. The only thing I'm sure of is that the king and queen and the princess are still in the castle. That was all he needed to hear. I know that going with you will be a burden to me, so I will help evacuate those I find, as well as kill as many of those things as I can. You go and do what you need to do. Nikleo, well, don't even think about dying. I say the same thing. Himmel left immediately, this time more than ready to take on whatever is in front of him. In his advance, Himmel noticed a large number of corpses, mostly soldiers, and he could not help but feel sorry for them. They really did not deserve to die from him. He entered the castle after breaking down the front door. There was no time. The whole place was on fire, at most it will have. You'd better try to find the kings and Charlotte before you have to think about these things. He ran through the corridors that were burning from the fire, thankful that the mask on his helmet filters only oxygen. It was then that he felt a familiar presence in the dining room. I was just passing by, the queen was there weak. He kicked in the door to hurry her out, but what he saw left him speechless. The queen was sitting against the wall, breathing slowly, but at the same time already gasping. She had a wound in her abdomen from which a lot of blood was coming out, and next to her the king's corpse. Your Majesty. Himmel didn't care much about the fire. He ran through it to get to the woman who smiled at the sight of him. Hold on, I'm going to. No, there's no time, my daughter, you must find Charlotte. Ares goes after her. The woman coughed up blood as she tried to speak. It was an ambush, no one expected it. It was all so fast. My husband Ares killed him first, and he did this to me, so that I would die slowly. Himmel saw that the wound was indeed serious, but made for her to die slowly. You were right, Himmel, the kingdom was destined to perish. I ask you, may you keep your promise to me, destroy everything, any hint of our existence. If we must be myth, so be it. Queen Helba, I was right to have accepted you, Himmel. I saw potential in you despite the thorny path you were going to have. Still, after all, I feel like meeting you and accepting you as a soldier was the best decision of my life. The woman coughed again, and this time more blood came out of her mouth. Do it, you know what to do. Himmel lowered his head and pulled Oathkeeper out. The woman smiled as she saw the tears coming out of the eyes of the young man who was her protege for years and at the same time, her friend. Take care of her. Himmel, accomplish your goals, rise to the top. The sky is the limit, and at the same time, it is eternal. Goodbye, Helba. Himmel plunged the white sword into the woman's chest, who felt only a brief pain and then closed her eyes forever. Oathkeeper has the power to purify the souls of those who die for his blade, so that they go to the afterlife without any sin. Himmel drew his weapon from the queen's chest and lowered his head in respect and mourning, finally leaving both bodies in place. May the fire cause them to return to the ashes. Himmel kept running. As he did so, he destroyed everything that was important. Weapons, blueprints, scrolls, everything was destroyed. I was not to leave any evidence of this place, except for things that are small, unimportant. It was then that he heard a scream. It was Charlotte. She ran at full speed with Oblivion in hand, and when she reached the throne area, she saw how Ares was going to attack her. His body reacted first and managed to get there to block the god's attack on the girl, who smiled at the sight of the young man, and Ares looked slightly surprised. Himmel went to see Alfred's corpse. The old soldier had fought valiantly to the end. He clenched his fist to calm his anger somewhat. He really can't forgive this guy, to see how he made fun of him of all. He had no honor. He couldn't believe that, or because his religion is slowly being wiped out by that of Elohim, the god that a people who call themselves Jews worship. What I really didn't expect was that the bastard would realize his feelings for Charlotte and say it out loud. He kept his expression firm so that he could stay in the fight, although he knows he has a lot to explain later. Hearing Charlotte's voice, somewhat doubtful but happy, reminded him of the predicament they were in. No matter her feelings now, you must get her out of here. So he wasted no time and asked the girl to leave. Seeing her denial forced him to raise his voice and expel some of his power to get her to listen. He hated having to treat her like this, but he had no choice. She agreed, reluctantly, but agreed to leave. But not before asking him to come back. The princess of the fallen kingdom exited through a secret compartment behind the throne of the place, leaving both contenders alone. Neither wasted time and went against the other to start the battle. Both swords impacted and caused the damaged building to fall faster. Himmel knew that the clash of arms would only give him a disadvantage. The place would fall apart. He chose to use Magus power and propagate his senses so that he can sense what's coming more easily. Feeling heat and fire are a nuisance, but he got what he wanted. His X-pulse was also boosted, and with it his dodging reflexes. Himmel managed to avoid the clashes of weapons that perhaps Ares was looking for to complicate his life. With a very precise turn, he managed to kick the god in the face, only to have to block an attack from the god with his arms, using them in the shape of an X. Himmel fell to the ground and rolled a little, and then took out Oblivion to stop the advance immediately. With that, Himmel felt a burning sensation in his arms. They are fractured. Focus on the fight. I'll use the power of the others to heal your body. He thanked Skeeth for his support and immediately drew out more power. At least the pain in his arms had subsided. He took out Oblivion again, and this time, he threw several spheres made of darkness that allowed him to keep the god at bay. The latter, on the other hand, admitted that the boy is skilled, but nothing he can't face. He created a spear of red lightning again and sent it towards the human. Himmel was forced to dodge the attacks as best he could. Just as he was close to them, he was forced to cover himself with his hands, but the force was such that he collapsed the wall after the impact. He quickly rejoined despite the pain in his body. There's no doubt that the guy is a god, but that doesn't mean he's going to give up because of it. His X-Pulse warned him of the coming attack, raised the sword and created a slash wave by waving it that simply overcame the enemy attack to Ares' surprise. Himmel had decided, no more games. He launched himself into the attack towards his enemy, and after making the feint of wanting to throw a punch, a feint that Ares believed, he immediately retracted his left arm to launch a kick with his left leg right on the chin of the god and raised him into the air. At that, Himmel charged power into his left fist and threw a punch at his opponent, from which came a huge sphere made of reddish-colored energy. The impact of the attack further shook the foundations of the place and sent Ares to the ground, wounded. He couldn't believe what was happening. No mere mortal should have such power. It was absurd, and right now he had in front of him one who was equalizing him and even managed to seriously wound him after a feint. He stood up, furious, feeling the blood on his face. The bastard had managed to wound him to the point that he made him bleed. Damn human, I thought I'd be kind to you, but now I'll tear you to pieces. Ares let out more of his power. It was enough to bring down the place. Himmel, on the other hand, was only on his guard, ready for any move by you. He wasn't there anymore. I didn't see him, but I knew he was here, probably just trying to take him by surprise. His X-Pulse gave him the signal to move to the side. He did so at just the right moment as Ares had slashed with his sword at the young man's head. While he managed to dodge said attack by the skin of his teeth, his left cheek was cut off despite wearing the mask that protected him. It was absurd to see all the power that this guy had. Confident that the latter will leave its mark, Himmel raised his left hand and Oathkeeper appeared ready for the attack. Ares was surprised to see that sword. I hadn't heard of it, and there was nothing of it in the information I had collected. The white sword collided with the shield of the god who held off the human's attack. It was strong. The shock was such that the flames at the site were almost extinguished due to the vacuum of oxygen that had been created. Then came another and one more, all the air vacuums created by the collision of both with their weapons. Oblivion and Oathkeeper managed to keep Ares' sword and shield at bay, weapons that were forged by the blacksmith god of Olympus himself. What kind of swords were those? Both swords flashed for a second, as if communicating with the other. Then Oathkeeper shone brighter and Himmel plunged the weapon into the ground, from which an electric blast emerged and went towards the god. He jumped up to dodge the attack, only to see a large sphere of darkness coming at him. He covered himself with his shield to block the attack and prevent severe damage in the process. The sphere continued on its way upwards, destroying roofs and so on until the god left the place. Himmel prepared to take flight just to see this place one more time. He set it on fire again with a fire spell. This place must burn. He promised to destroy everything related to them. He took flight again to go after Ares, who had finally deflected that sphere made of darkness. The god looked more than furious. It was at that they both clashed weapons in the air and engaged in a fierce struggle with their weapons in the sky. The clash of powers caused the sky to lightning, the earth to tremble from the lightning that fell to the earth, as well as the earth to rise a little, destroying little by little the citadel that was the home of the young man for many years. Ares kicked Himmel to the ground, after hitting several houses and causing them to fall. Himmel immediately stood up and without wasting a second, he launched an X-shaped slash wave towards the god. This one was blocked, but it was just a distraction. Himmel pinned Oblivion to the ground and the darkness of the sword passed to the ground, from which 9 eastern drivagons of darkness emerged. Ares couldn't help but feel afraid. What kind of mortal was capable of this? The 9 dragons went after their prey. Ares didn't hesitate to dodge and cut those things when he had them nearby. What he didn't expect was for Himmel to appear on top of him and attack him with both swords. He raised his shield out of pure instinct, and what he saw horrified him. The shield had shattered after the impact with the swords. The god fell to the ground from the impact of Himmel's attack. After falling, he destroyed more of the abandoned and incinerated buildings that were there. The young man stepped on dirt to wait for whatever comes. All he expected was to see Ares walk towards him at a slow and calm pace. If you've learned anything, it's that those who explode in anger are very predictable. Those who show calm when angry, those are the most problematic. He put himself on guard, only to feel a blow to the face out of nowhere. He rolled several times on the ground, felt his helmet break as he tried to stand up again, but this time his X-Pulse warned him of the danger. He raised his hands to block the kick that came to his person, only to feel another blow to the face again, then another and another. He felt his armor shattering to pieces from the machine gun attack of the god, who had left the games. I had gotten it. This guy was dangerous. For a human to have the power to harm a god in this way cannot leave him alive, as it would be a threat. A threat that he no doubt will be a problem for all gods in the future. Get more power, stop holding back. Himmel heard Skeet's words. It's true that he holds back, it's just that there's no one anymore, they're all gone. Use all the power you have at your disposal or you'll be more than dead. It doesn't matter if the guy isn't one of the 8 infinites, he's a god and he won't go with games with you. Not anymore. To be sure, Ares is no longer playing with him. He's attacking with all his might so he can kill him. If he doesn't do something well, he will show you the power that he has only shown to those beings, that every time he defeats one it gets stronger. Just as Ares delivered another blow, Himmel parried the attack with his hand. The god was surprised and somewhat horrified to see the strange red marks that were appearing on the human's body. His yellow eyes turned red, like blood, and he could swear that he saw something about the young man, an entity that reminded him of a grim reaper with 3 eyes. At that, he felt Himmel's blow to the face, which was such that he sent him flying a few meters and then stopped using the friction that his feet made with the ground. Ares saw how the boy's armor gained more sharp parts and became more marked. The red marks were making her change as she raised her hand. Himmel summoned Skeith's scythe and stood on guard. He created a giant slash wave with the weapon that forced Ares to fly, giving Himmel a chance to attack. This time going towards the god with his weapon in hand, he shook it to generate severe damage, but Ares blocked it with his sword. Both looked intimidating towards each other, so that they immediately both engaged in a fierce fight in the air at a single point. None of them moved from their position. They were so fast in attack that you could see how they looked like they had more arms attacking. With a more acrobatic movement, Himmel was able to give the god a cut on the shoulder, which felt a horrible burning that scythe. If it gets a straight cut from it, he's not sure he can. It was at that he felt Himmel's kick in the stomach. That came in handy for the human, who immediately launched several bursts of energy from his hand towards the god. The impacts were more than deadly. Ares, for the first time in his life, was being matched and even surpassed by someone who was not a god. How could this be happening? He fell to the ground after Himmel parried his attack. As the human prepared for what was coming, he was surprised to see Ares on his knees, doing nothing. What are you planning? What are you? Ares came to see Himmel in a way that Himmel didn't expect. Bewilderment. Bewilderment of what is there is no mortal with the power that you have. This is strange. It's nothing I've ever felt in this world. I would go so far as to say that it goes beyond the known world. Who knows? It's been years since I stopped asking myself those questions, because I really don't care. Himmel was just calm. What do you want from Charlotte? What do you want from her that she wanted to destroy this kingdom that had nothing to do with the rest of the world? What did he want? Access to the knowledge of this place, this one that I do not doubt is beyond that of any other human society that exists. By having it, I would have had access to all that knowledge. As a princess, she is a living library, as she must read everything in this place. Himmel had to agree with him, especially because Charlotte had a photographic memory, remembering everything in detail. Maybe he didn't understand the theory very much, but he did have the information in his brain. That's why I did this, to have that knowledge, and to her, by the way, a beautiful woman like her must be enjoyed anyway. Himmel expelled more aura at those words. Damn it, he shouldn't let his temper get the best of him. Ares smiled a little, but not mockingly, not anymore. Now he was aware that this boy will fight him and many other gods. He must kill him. If you don't, you might get in their way. What do you want power for? You must know that in my pantheon, it is not uncommon for the son to take what once belonged to the father. Himmel opened his eyes in horror. The bastard one. Do you wish to dethrone Zeus? It's crazy. It's known that he's a womanizer and so on, but he's your father. Don't you feel a shred of remorse for what you plan to do? Remorse? Ahaha, of course not. The idiot already has his preferences, Apollo and Athena. Both idiots who don't see beyond the opportunity we can make the world our own. With the power we have, to compel mortals to follow us. Thus we can avoid the problem of losing believers to that god. It seems that resentment guides his actions. Himmel was aware that if he doesn't end this quickly, he may not get another chance. You must know how to end this. It was then that an idea came to him, a very crazy idea, but one that could come in handy. He could feel that the fire was already consuming everything. It was time. Both opponents expelled power and went against each other to engage in a bare knuckle fight. Himmel felt the impact in his stomach, then one in the god's face, then a kick, another punch, another kick. The battle was in its final stretch, so were the battles at this end. Power is what defines how long a fight lasts between two god-class beings. Himmel had practice. The fight with Skeith, Innis, Magus, Fitchel and Gora had prepared him mentally and physically to have a battle of these proportions. With a swift movement, they both punched each other in the face. The sound of the cranial bone breaking could be heard, but it wasn't enough. They punched each other in the face again. If Himmel had ever felt his brain shut down, well, this was that moment as it hurt. At one point it was just his body reacting to the attacks and his X-pulse guiding his battered body. He felt how Ares managed to beat him in that last exchange of blows, and can't he win? No, you can't think that way. It only needs one chance, the smallest one, to be able to finish this in a single attack. As if hearing his prayers, he could see that Ares raised his right arm again to attack him, only it was slightly slower than before. The tiredness, finally the tiredness and the wounds had. He smiled instinctively, and after a flash of light, Himmel created a copy of himself made of this light. Ares was surprised to see such power. How did he do it? He saw the copy grab him hard at the same time as the original pulled out Oblivion and Oathkeeper. Seeing how the sword shone made the god for the first time in his entire life be afraid. Himmel went towards Ares with his swords charged with power, and after making several fleeting cuts on the body of the god, he ended his attack with an X-shaped slash. One that made Ares scream in pain like he never had before. The god was thrown backwards by the force of the attack to finally hit one of the few houses standing, knocking it down. Kega Saujen Rambu, I hope you liked Imbecile. Himmel was ready to continue with the fight. He was used to recovering in the middle of the fight for experience. What I don't expect was to see Ares stand up and stagger a little. Was there. I walked slowly towards the god. I didn't let my guard down because everything could be a trap on his part to finish him off. That thought died when he saw the tiredness in his eyes. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. Impossible, a god defeated by a mortal, it's absurd. Ares couldn't believe what was happening. This wasn't possible. He, the god of war, defeated by a mere mortal. Himmel had it. He just needed to raise his sword and finish it off. As he did so, ready to deliver the coup de grace, he hesitated. She hesitated to kill him. She had killed thousands of times without second thoughts, but this case differs from the others. He is a god. The one who must kill now was a god. He knew that doing something like that was taboo for mortals. No one in their right mind would kill a god, even if he deserved it, for fear of reprisals from the other deities. Will he be chased by the Olympians after killing Ares? Will he be forced to kill more gods? Will he be able to carry the weight of carrying his hand stained with the blood of a god? Himmel reacts. Skeeth's voice roused him from his doubts to see that he was attacked by a pair of spears. He dodged the attack and backed off a bit. He could see that Phobos and Deimos were the ones who attacked him, Ares' sister Aeneas helping him to his feet. It took too long, damn it. I can't believe this mortal has. It seems that we must attack with everything. Both brothers couldn't believe their father was defeated by a mere mortal. Himmel prepared to continue the fight. He was tired, but he could still keep fighting. No, Ares raised his voice as he stood again, though he looked weak and tired. We're leaving all. There's nothing to do here anymore. Sure, your kids might. I said we're leaving. Ares yelled at his sister, who immediately fell silent. That mortal, I myself will see to it that he pays for this humiliation. The two sons of the god of war reluctantly obeyed their father's orders. They stepped back to join their father and aunt while Himmel. What do I do? Do I attack or let them go? He felt his body tense a little. He is already suffering from the burden of power. Ares looked once more at the mortal who had defeated him. Swearing vengeance against him, she disappeared with her children and sister from the sight of Himmel, who let out a breath. It was close. You let him go. Skeeth sounded furious. It seems he didn't like how it all ended. You should have killed him. You should have done it. Now he'll have a chance to attack us again. Why did you hesitate, Himmel? I didn't know what things would be like if I killed him. No one has ever killed a Skeeth god. For a mortal to do such a thing is unthinkable. To do so would be to commit the greatest sin and taboo in the world. You've already done it. You've raised your fists against a god. That is a crime in itself. What doesn't add up to me is that you doubted God or not. He doesn't deserve to live. Look what he's done, all the lives he has snuffed out for his ambition. Does someone like that deserve to live? Himmel couldn't say anything at Skeeth's words. Laven's teachings may be true for many, but I remind you that harmony is not total, chaos exists. And I assure you that not everyone regrets what they do, even if it is wrong. I'm not saying kill everybody, but understand not everyone deserves to be saved or forgiven. That's the reality. I know, although that is what makes it just as sad. Himmel knew that deep down, he must have killed Ares. To hell with the consequences. Now he had an enemy who wishes to kill him. Maybe the Greek pantheon will go after him, and he won against Ares, but doubts he can do the same with Zeus and Poseidon. He must find the three that remain. If he finds the sixth, he'll gain new power. And he went to see the whole place. The fire was going out. There was almost nothing left. He looked up and could see that the sky was filling with clouds. Soon it will rain. Do what you have to do. Himmel nodded to Skeeth's words, and after leaving the citadel and seeing that no one else was really there, Himmel took flight and prepared the soul drain. Only this time he was concentrating on what looked like a cannon. Himmel charged more power before seeing everything for the last time, the place that was their home for years. He took a deep breath and Draenork, a reddish sphere, was hurled towards the citadel and devoured it in seconds, and then turned to dust with everything that was there. He repeated the process, this time with areas farther away from the citadel but with some connection to it. I knew I could now. After several shots, after verifying that everything was destroyed until not a single trace was left, Himmel calmed down, took a look at the now plain that was this place. Without a vestige of what once was here, he had kept his promise to the queen. Now he had to return to the rest. Himmel flew off to join the rest, knowing that he won't come back here again. After finally arriving with all the survivors in a forested area miles from the already destroyed kingdom, the reactions to him were mostly joyful. Many thankful to have been saved by him. Even the girl who helped before going to the castle, although she looked a little sad. Seeing how Amain, Layla, Alicia, and Aura hugged him to come back safe and sound was enough to know that it was all over for now. Mikleo, Edna, and Yuji's looks of understanding showed that they would then listen to what he had to say. Right now he just wanted to see Himmel. Hearing her voice was enough for him to come and see her. The princess looked dirty and a little tired. Her thin dress ripped out, sure to be able to walk faster. Himmel. The woman embraced the warrior who less than an hour ago had faced and defeated the god of war. The girl, seeing him so hurt and tired, couldn't take it anymore and took off his helmet and mask that were almost destroyed and kissed him, to the astonishment of those present and of Himmel himself, who did not expect such a reception. Not that he complains, to tell the truth. Charlotte finished the kiss and looked at him. She let out a laugh when she saw his incredulous face. Himmel, to hell with arranged marriage. It doesn't matter anymore. I want to be with you because that's what I really want. I love you. To say that Himmel felt like the biggest idiot in the whole world because he didn't believe what he was told years ago was a fact, but it didn't matter now. He hugged the woman in response and she did the same. Aura joined in the embrace, happy to have an aunt to play with. The young man went to see who was left. There weren't many. The kingdom was destroyed, every vestige of this ruined forever, they being the only memory that it once existed. Still, fleeing was not an option. Right now they must go in search of a new home to start all over again. That day, the place that was my home died. I fought with Ares and barely won. I was lucky. In those days my power was enough to defeat gods of his level. I knew I had to get even stronger. I knew that it was not the end of my problems, although at that moment I wished I could rest a little and be with those who were important to me, even if it means having some peace. What I never imagined was that not killing Ares would become the biggest mistake of my life, that having left him alive meant that what was most precious to me was already in danger. That mistake and guilt I carry to this day. Time passed. Things were no longer the same for anyone. Not since the kingdom fell. Himmel had become, in a way, the leader of those who survived the first year since it all happened. What humans are averse to many things, change being one of them. Many of those who fled the kingdom with them were not happy with the decision of Himmel and the princess, now a former princess, that the kingdom is better destroyed and forgotten, that it should stay that way. But those who did not wish to abandon their roots, mostly the nobles, did not agree. What they complained about was the very difficult lifestyle they now had. Hunt and gather to survive. Normally that was the job of hunters who gave what they caught in exchange for money. But none here, except a few who numbered barely reached the fingers of one hand, hunted. Agriculture was considered by many to be an activity for simple peasants. Only Charlotte, Amain, Layla and Edna were willing to learn how to take care of plants so that they would bear fruit. Year 1 was just that, fights and disagreements. Himmel was patient, but when he began to be blamed for the fall of his home, he was the limit. He did not hesitate to expel his power, which he no longer limited, and I dare you to tell him again. Let's see if they were so brave. Seeing that silence was the answer he received, he decided one thing: everyone will go where they want to go. He didn't have the patience or the stupidity of the king to put up with people who only see him, now, as a means of protection. Those who were willing to leave would do so to rebuild the kingdom and return it to its former glory. Obviously, it didn't happen. Himmel had destroyed everything at the request of the queen herself. She must have intuited that something like this would happen, and so she gave him that last order. He didn't wait until the next morning for those he had saved that day to stay. Added up all here, there were 20. Nothing spectacular, but enough for him to see how her friends tried to learn new ways to survive, how Amain taught the women how to treat a plant and take care of it, how Yuji taught the men how to use a bow, let the children play, oblivious to the situation they were in. It made him sigh and think about what he should do. Now he understands a little the responsibilities of the king and queen. Of course they had a lot of help, but still he is not directing and ordering. His thing is to get straight to the point, and that's it, although he has had more than one problem because of it. Charlotte looked good. She had abandoned her fine dress for simpler and more ordinary clothes, ones that would make her pass as a country woman when she covers her hair. In those moments she and Aura were playing a little. The girl had learned to love the woman as a member of the family. What he didn't expect was for Charlotte to tell him to treat him like his wife now. While the ceremony never took place, she said it was just a ceremony. What mattered to her was that they were together. Himmel couldn't really say no to her, especially because he was glad she thought that way about him. The second year was quieter, more about building the foundations for the new lifestyle they would have. They had managed to settle in an area that looked like a valley several miles away from where the kingdom once stood. It was near a lake, so the land was good, plus going hunting in the nearby forest wasn't a bad idea. Himmel took on a role of more than second in command, with Charlotte taking the lead, demonstrating her abilities to lead and have everything in control. He knew how to distribute everything so that the resources last for weeks and not just days. The truth was, I was more than sure that she would have been a great queen, but it was no longer possible. Aura had managed to channel some magic, not as much as her mother did at her age, but it showed that the girl had the power of her parents in her veins. Maybe a descendant in the distant future will have some of those too, mind you. He's glad that Zavade's cursed power is dormant in the girl. He wouldn't wish that she have that and lose your life force by using it. What I didn't expect to hear was that Amain was pregnant again. Those two don't waste any time. They should control themselves. They're not so young anymore. The opinion of the High King was silenced with an elbow from his wife. Although it was true, Amain was not so young anymore, and this was going to be risky, although Alicia was happy with the idea of having a new baby brother or sister. In the end, everyone promised to do their best to make her as calm as possible. The real surprise was that Mikleo and Edna decided to start a relationship. Those two are like oil and water. What's in their heads? What I don't expect was to see Layla have tastes unique. It's not about discriminating. That never will, although that explains why she looked so close to one of the maids in the castle, which is exactly who he's with now. Didn't you know? They've been secretly having that relationship for years. Himmel looked at his wife in surprise. Was he the only one who didn't know? I should also report that one of the cadets you were training in. Hi, I didn't want to hear that. There are things that if you can't hear, as long as everyone keeps their personal affairs in order, he won't get involved. Charlotte laughed a little at her husband's childish response. Why don't you and I do something tonight? With proposals like this, to hell with the problems of others. Year 3, this was a very eventful year. More because of the arrival of the new baby to the family. Boy, was I crying. They called him Solaris because he was born on a day when the sun was shining in all its splendor. How original. Amen was happy with her second child, and Yuji didn't deny that the idea of having a son gave her the opportunity to teach him things that she can't with Alicia. She obviously earned the tearful look of the 11-year-old girl while the father tried to apologize to his firstborn. Go on, carry it. Himmel was scared. The idea of carrying a baby was foreign to him. He can drop it, oh, stop the idiocy and load it. With some fear, Himmel took the baby in his arms. She doesn't deny that it's a weird feeling to hold a baby in your arms. Maybe he went to see Charlotte, who smiled sadly at him. They had made the attempt more than once, but there were no positive results for them. He remembered something the Queen had secretly told him, that the women in his family were very likely to have difficulty conceiving, not impossible, but difficult. And even more so when they are older. Now he understands why they wanted to marry Charlotte so young, and he made her wait too long. She felt like a total idiot. Remember when Charlotte cried one night asking for forgiveness for not being able to give her a child? He just hugged her and let her cry. There was nothing she could say that night, just give her the support and the assurance that no matter what, he would be with her. Of course, the idea of one day having a child was not bad, especially because seeing Charlotte with a baby in her arms was a nice scene. Year 4, here things turned a little more drastic. Himmel knew that things were changing. Everyone was forming their own paths, and he is sure that one of these days, everyone will go their own way. Charlotte was happy and considered Aura like a daughter, teaching the girl the basics of ethics and many things. While the girl dared to think of the woman as a mother, obviously she doesn't forget Lavenza, but she's happy that Charlotte is with her. In addition, Himmel always found time to be with her and sometimes tell her anecdotes about her mother when they were young. He remembers his mother more clearly than his father. Himmel doesn't blame her. She was very young when Zavade died, and it's better to leave it that way. It's enough for her to remember that her parents loved her more than anything. Of course, he began to look for information that would lead him to the 6th. He can't waste time. He must become stronger, and he has trained hard to be able to control more of the power he has. He has realized that the more he can use, the less time he has of use. He dares say that it hasn't affected his life yet. What I didn't expect was to see Charlotte helping Amen in the care of Solaris. The boy was very mischievous, totally the opposite of what Alicia was at the time. The girl was very calm, but she knows how to assert herself when she must. This child, on the other hand, shows that he is very restless. What surprises him is that out of nowhere, Alicia came one day with a cat, a purple cat. What an unusual color. The weird thing is that he seems to be nice to just him and the girls of the place. Aura and Alicia were delighted with the new pet, and she was more than happy to be pampered. It was female. He corroborated it and earned a claw in the face for it. How strange. Of course, Skeeth tells him that he doesn't like that cat. Could it be that he doesn't like animals? What does worry him is that he can't corroborate anything. He doesn't doubt Skeeth's judgment. It's been a long time, these almost 10 years. She has come to consider him a friend, and her other self too. What if she is not clear as how she is simply going to put up with Skeeth's complaints and the looks of that cat when her other self is talking? It's a good thing Charlotte helps him distress at night. Year 5 didn't have many hiccups. Just building more solid houses and accepting that some go off to make their lives. The group was reduced a little, but nothing that affected the lives of the rest. What I wasn't sure about was that the cat, which the girls called Mia, looks more and more every day rare. It's as if, at times, I'm in a trance and it only happens when he's around. It's as if he sees it beyond him, into his inner self, his soul, and that gives him chills. Charlotte told him to relax, that Edna's son was weeks away from birth and that they couldn't stand his sudden sounds of complaint every time he thought about something that no one understood. What's more, Himmel felt that something strange was about to happen soon. Hearing Edna yelling at Mikleo about something that happened made him sweat. It seems that dealing with pregnant women is a battle that he is not really eager to face. More when you hear, "Himmel, help us with the birth." Layla's call made me break out in a cold sweat, and even more so since he was the one who received the baby. What a horrible sight. My eyes, I want to rip them off, but I can't. I don't have physical eyes. Himmel, take out yours. He was indeed tempted to follow the suggestion of his other self to top it all off. They were twins. Is it karma for not having helped in the birth of Alicia and Aura? It seems so. Uncle Himmel, what's the matter with you? Are you sick? His niece's innocent question when she saw him sitting with a face of extreme tiredness was tender, but that cat's mocking smile doesn't help him. What a complicated year. Year 6. Himmel was walking in search of Mia. The cat had disappeared out of nowhere this morning, and she couldn't say no to her niece, but it was already night. The best thing to do was to go back and start resting to restart everything again tomorrow. Where will that cat be? Coming home and saying that he will continue tomorrow made the two young women a little sad, but they understood that even he does not want to go so far into the thick of the forest at night. Those two were already 14 years old. Time really flies. She can't help but see something of Lavenza in her niece, more for his strange sense of humor. Anyway, right now he was resting in his bed with Charlotte by his side. The woman complained that every year that passes she gets older, but that he stays the same, that nothing had changed. I hadn't really noticed it. He's not the type of person who takes importance to his appearance. Although when he sees the reflection in the water, he actually notices that only his hair has grown, but he has not undergone a noticeable change. Is something wrong? He asked his wife the question. She was a little surprised. You've been weird. You're smiling a lot. Oh, something good has happened, that's all. I'll tell you tomorrow. I don't want you to lose focus on your search for Mia. Himmel let out a grunt, one that showed his clear annoyance. Come on, you know Aura and Alicia love that cat. What's more, it would be a pleasant surprise if you find it by the time everyone returns. It had been agreed that, after discovering that there was a Jewish family village nearby, that many should go and introduce themselves to try to establish friendship and so on. The only ones who wouldn't go would be Charlotte and Aura, the former because she says she doesn't feel well and the latter because she wants to wait for Mia. Okay, I'll try to find her, but I don't promise anything. The woman kissed her husband's cheek and then put his head on his shoulder. I just hope tomorrow will be a quiet day. So am I, Himmel. So am I. Charlotte closed her eyes so she could rest while Himmel just stared at his wife for a while. I didn't know because I felt that this would be the last time they would be like this. The next day, they all employed their march to their respective labors. Mikleo, Yuji and the others go to befriend those from the neighboring village and Himmel resumes his search for Mia. Sometimes she hated her life. She hates that Aura is able to put on the same eyes as Lavenza when she wanted something. Woe to the one who will be her husband. It was then that he heard a meow, one in the distance. He recognized it as Mia's. He could do it miles away since he's heard it almost 2 years ago. He hurried his pace towards the source of the meow. The strangest thing is that they weren't random sounds, they sounded in melody and harmony. That was really scaring him. A cat shouldn't do that. After several minutes of just running, Himmel finally saw the fugitive, standing on the edge of a very small lake continuing her meow song. What's up? The cat kept meowing. Something was wrong. That song, no, not her. Skeeth seemed to notice what was happening. I was an idiot, why didn't I notice? She took the form of a cat so I wouldn't detect her. What are you up to? The place began to shake and Mia turned to go and look at the human. Oh, no. When you're in my heart I know I'll never let you go because you're my life, my everything. That voice was coming from Mia. She was talking. That wasn't a cat. But if you don't want to love me, the cat's face changed to a more demonic one after saying that verse. Then you must die. Why? It just had to be the crazy one who doesn't take no for an answer. She destroys every male who doesn't listen to her. Himmel felt that. That's a very rare reason to attack someone. I know, that's why we keep our distance from her a lot. After a flash of light, Mia became a kind of woman with feline facial features, and instead of legs it had a flower with its petals open that gave the impression of wearing a loose dress. Aha, Skeeth, we can finally talk. The new entity in front of him seemed to ignore him and focused on Skeeth. Look at you, you're inside this kid. Fun and charming. Hug crush, stop the idiocy and let's finish this quickly. Skeeth didn't seem in a very good mood. This Mainator isn't to my liking, especially when I see that her crazy attitudes are still there. On the flame eats men, literally or metaphorically. What do you think? Seeing Matcha lick his lips sent a shiver down the spine of the young man. There it goes again. He put himself on guard and the fight against Matcha began. This new enemy was capable of attacking from a distance and up close. His somewhat sensual movements undoubtedly implied that he was a being who uses his charms to fight and confuse enemies, mostly male, to attack as he wishes. It doesn't help that he has a human chest that he has completely uncovered. AGH, you need to focus on the fight. The only thing stopping her from turning him into his lunch was that she was confused to see and feel the powers of the other four in him except for Skeeth. Noticing what was happening, he smiled, with which he devoured the others. Interesting, that makes me more interested. Himmel could see that the woman wasn't lying about her interest in Imo. Dodging the gusts of wind she threw and the explosive flowers she left in her wake, Himmel had to admit that this battle was going to be a long one, very long. Alright, how long have you been fighting? He doesn't remember. The only thing he remembers is that he was forced to draw out all of his power in order to equip Matcha's moves, as well as his speed. I hadn't had any problems with the others, not at this level. The others never fought seriously except for Ines, who was taken by surprise, as they had no interest in a fight or winning Matcha, yes. And he's proving it to you now. Himmel blocked several of Matcha's gusts of wind with his swords. If we continue at this rate, we will be defeated. You must end this now. What do you think I've been trying to do all this time? After Skeeth and Ines, Matcha was proving to be her toughest opponent to date. With a swift movement, she managed to damage the entity with a cut on the chest. She in turn threw a current of wind all over his face. Okay, you need a new plan. He stood up as he felt his body freeze. At last my spores are working on you. You are very resistant. Matcha had in her hands one of the many flowers he had thrown at her in the fight. Fufu, I admit I never expected such resistance from you. Having the power of my brothers must have had a side effect on your body. Himmel tried to stand up, but these spores, they had paralyzed it in its entirety. Matcha smiled more. She was confident that she had won. You know, at first I thought I'd attack you right away and everyone who was there to save me trouble. What I didn't think was that your niece would take me in the way she did. You could see some sadness in Matcha's eyes. I played the mascot's game because I wanted to get information from you. What I got in return was unconditional love, that which I thought didn't exist. Love is only an invention of humans, something that serves as blackmail. Looks like I was wrong. Then come back with Aura. It's not possible. It was a one-time transformation. I've already chosen my path, although it's better this way. If there's one thing I've learned from watching you, it's that if you love something, sometimes it's best to let it go. This will save you pain, that person and yourself. Matcha channeled power into her hands to deliver the coup de grace. That's why I chose to follow my original plan, because he had already decided to finish you off before that being gets stronger and stronger. The one who destroyed the place where we came from. What are you talking about? Do you remember where we came from and what happened? Matcha was surprised to hear Skeeth's words. He didn't remember anything. Don't you remember? Silence was the answer he received. I see, that explains a lot why you keep absorbing the power of others without measuring the consequences. I don't have such clear memories either. What I do have is the general idea of everything. That we are not of this world, that where we came from there was a great war, one that had no fixed winner. What I remember clearly is that the 8 of us were special even among those who were like us. That because of this, those who want to take control of that world created something horrible, a being that is created to be our shadow. And so, in a way, we were expelled from our home to prevent that thing from being born. Then why don't I remember anything? Maybe because you received the greatest force that sent us here. You were the most powerful along with Korbanik. It must have been harder to send you here than the rest. That's why you got there first. Now I see why you keep letting this guy gather our powers. But in doing so, you are creating that thing that can destroy the world. Himmel broke out in a cold sweat. Was he unconsciously creating something so dangerous? I couldn't believe it. It was beyond absurd. What caught her attention was to see that Matcha was afraid that this thing will be born. You truly wish to prevent the destruction of the world. So what if so? I don't have all my memories, but I do have the essential to know that I don't want to see that monster born and fulfill the goal it has in this world, as I wanted to do from where we were originally. I can be seductive and all you want, but I'm not cruel or evil to accept something like that happening. Matcha was ready to strike. So if I don't kill you, being that is creating that anti-existence, there will be no way for it to become stronger. But if what you say is true, that means he already has great power, one that I doubt you and the others can cope with. I remind you that Tarvos is very reluctant to support in these things. And Korbanik, he has a hard time using his maximum power. Matcha was a little reluctant to hear, but deep down I knew Skeeth was absolutely right. She alone can't win against the thing that now walks in the shadows, gathering power to be stronger every day and emerge. Have you thought about that? The truth is Matcha had lost all desire to continue fighting, more because she really doesn't want to kill this boy and Skeeth. She just doesn't want this world to go through what hers was meant to happen if they. We don't know when that being will appear. The only thing we know is that if you yourself say that it gets stronger every time I absorb one of you. It gives us to understand that it will appear once all 8 are inside me. That gives me time to understand their powers and control them. Matcha was surprised by Himmel's words. Rare human, just because you have control over some of the total power of those you vanquished, doesn't mean you can dominate them all. It's absurd. I can try. What's more, right now you're saying that this thing is as strong as I am in actual potential. Now that I can't use all the power I have, I've put up a fight for you. I doubt there is anyone in this world except 2 or 3 who can do anything about it. Matcha tried to refute his words, but she couldn't. He was right, and that was really a bummer to her. Bah, well, you have a point. So what do you suggest? My plan to kill you still stands unless you give me a better one. He folded his arms and let his guard down. Himmel would have previously only taken advantage of that to attack and win, but she was kind enough to tell him what she fears and even to want to hear his suggestion. He smiled when he saw that he's kind-hearted. What? Get that goofy smile off your face, or I will. Although you can see that he has little patience. Himmel stood, still somewhat affected by the spores and poison lying in his body. Okay, this is the plan. There's time for me to get stronger and face that thing. To destroy it definitively and not just stop its advance. Sooner or later it will come out and there will be no force in this world to stop it. I am talking about those who care about the world. There are strong beings who don't care. Matcha nodded to those words. So, whether you want to or not, I'm the best option to stop whatever is going to emerge. Matcha stayed in place for a few minutes, thinking and analyzing what Himmel had said. He hates to admit he's right. He doesn't see a more optimal way out. It is the riskiest, but the only one that gave a definitive solution and not a temporary one or one that delays what will happen if, or yes, the emergence of that monstrous being. There is no alternative no matter how you look at it. He looked at Himmel and sighed. There was no other way. Well, it will be your way then. I'll give you the opportunity to do what you have in mind. Your idea will be the craziest one, but it gives a definitive solution and not a half-hearted one. Himmel smiled at that answer. I hope you don't regret it later. The path you'll take it is worse than death itself. Matcha generated her own protect break to Himmel's clear surprise. You'll need my power to do what you're proposing, of course. You are willing to follow him even after everything that life will throw at you. Tell Aura thank you for taking care of me. Himmel nodded to those words and threw his soul drain at Matcha, who did not resist the attack and let her power and soul be taken over by the human who was both the source and the only hope of the threat that was being harvested. He felt his power increase, but he didn't feel his wounds heal, and much less that the effect of the spores went away. Matcha's spores can kill. You're lucky that your body was modified by my powers, and the rest, plus your skills as an X-rounder, have helped you withstand all the damage generated. What doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Well, if so, you're in luck. He turned to make his slow way home. For some reason this felt like a bitter victory. If she hadn't been so benevolent to say his intentions, I would have killed him. These 6 years out of the fights have softened him. Peace was weighing on him as a warrior, and he can't allow that, not now. It's true, we have to get back to our training with a vengeance. I was willing to do it. You can't afford to show weakness. When he was already a few steps from home, he saw the curious scene of Charlotte and Aura embracing inside a protective dome. Himmel behind you. The X-Pulse warned him of the danger too late, until his sense of danger had diminished, and he was hit in the face. Skeeth called him several times to come to his senses. That blow shook his brain. She looked up to see her attacker Ira. Ares, the same god of war that he defeated years ago, was in front of him. He looked pleased and could feel something crazy in his eyes. What are you doing here? How is it? You're finally there, Supreme King. I'm tired of waiting. I came to pay you a visit, and when I heard that you were not here, I wanted to have fun with your beloved princess. Himmel looked at the god in annoyance and he smiled more. But that little girl over there created a powerful magic shield out of that weird ring she has. Ring? He glanced at Aura out of the corner of his eye, and sure enough, she was wearing a ring that was one of the objects he heard that the god of the Jews had given to certain humans after a strange system. Her niece had one of those. Ugh! A kick in his stomach took him out of his thoughts and made him see the god again. Bastard! You don't know how long I've waited this day. From the day you defeated me, I have been the mockery of all the Greek gods. None believing that you have defeated me. Even Athena said that I deserved it so that I could learn to be humble. Himmel tried to stand up, but Ares' foot slammed his head into the ground. Still mortal. This time I won't give you a chance to get up. Himmel felt that his body was not reacting. The wounds and spores added to his lack of training. He was at a disadvantage against the god. I waited for the day when your wife and that brat would be alone. Killing them to make you suffer was my plan, to then tear you to pieces, but don't expect that girl. A mishap. Ares grabbed Himmel by the hair and went to look at his face, the face of the mightiest human. You look pathetic. He pushed him back, causing him to fall. Come on, upstairs. I will kill you in battle, as it should be on your guard. Himmel tried to do so, draw his weapons and defend himself, but he couldn't. I was out of strength, was trapped. Damn. I should have killed him when I had the chance years ago. I was an idiot. You were right. Skeeth. Himmel felt the burning in his eyes at the same time as he took his face. Ares had hurled a blast of energy at him that blinded him. It will only be a few minutes, but he felt a blow to his stomach, then to his face. Not being able to see, he was at a disadvantage, but seeing that his body was not able to follow what his X-Pulse was telling him, he was trapped. He felt Ares grab him by the neck just to create a sonic boom near his ears. He felt his ears bleed. The bastard took away his hearing temporarily. After that, he felt more blows and even cuts on his body, already losing all kind of bodily sensation due to the large amount of blood I was losing. If he continues like this, he's going to kill him. A loud blow made him fall to the ground and roll several times. He cursed that he had been so naive in the past. If I had killed Ares, I wouldn't be in this situation. To hell with the consequences of having done it. He would have saved himself trouble and kept them safe, too. His body was screaming in pain. He had never been hurt like this before. His X-Pulse forcing the injured body to move, as it boosted the individual's survival. But he didn't see a way out of this situation. Maybe a double death, if that can be achieved in the state you are in. I heard something of Ares' taunts and Charlotte and Aura's concerns, but no more. His body moved on its own and summoned oblivion. He only had the strength for that. I didn't have any more energy for more. He blocked as best he could, one attack from Ares and then another, waiting for the moment he needs to attack. He knows that if he finds it, he will be certain death. That there will be no more. Just when he learns of the great threat that is being created, maybe it's for the best. If he dies, that thing won't get stronger anymore, and maybe seeing the danger, the gods will unite to defeat him. Let's hope so. At least, now his goal is to keep Charlotte and Aura safe. He felt his X-Pulse warn him of the opportunity he was waiting for. He forced his aching body to move to attack, but his arms didn't respond as fast as he wanted. It was very slow. Just as he waited for the imminent coup, nothing happened. He didn't feel anything. I could only catch the smell of roses and blood. No, not her. Skeeth's piercing scream made him feel afraid. Who? He felt something collide with his body. It was a body I was so familiar with. I recognized it. That silky, soft hair, that warmth. No. Charlotte. Something in her vision came back, and she could see that the one in her arms with a deep cut on her back was indeed his wife. Charlotte. Shit God. Skeeth's scream, so full of anger, made the young man recover due to the surge of power he felt. Red marks appeared on Himmel's body, an indication that Skeeth was steps away from. With a piercing scream, Himmel expelled the energy from his body, and it took the physical form of his other self. Skeeth had returned to the world of the living, though it was noticeable to be temporary. His new body was unstable. But he exuded pure anger, a desire to kill the one in front of him. What is it? That? Ares recoiled a little when he saw the terrifying image of Skeeth so close. Skeeth just walked up to the god and punched him in the face with his huge hand, and then punched him in the stomach. Not satisfied with that, he used his claws to mark Ares' face. He screamed in pain, only to be silenced by another blow by Skeeth. I wasn't satisfied. Killing him, he must kill him. Only then will he feel calm. He wanted to summon his scythe, only to realize that his unstable body was preventing him from doing so. Damn it. He tried to attack again, only to feel his other self speak to the woman. He turned to see what was happening. To see how Himmel tried to keep Charlotte awake, how the woman bled to death. He felt a pain he had never felt before, as if his insides were being squeezed. Ares stood up as best he could, and seeing that he had at least fulfilled his goal of making the boy miserable, he chose to flee. Skeeth noticed that and was hesitant. He wanted to go and tear Ares to pieces, but he didn't want to get away from his other self. In the end, he just let the god run away, and one day he will tear him to pieces. Immediately he went to where Himmel was, that little girl Aura with him, crying, asking for forgiveness. That she tried to keep her aunt on the barrier but didn't have the strength to keep her any longer. It was at that moment that she took the opportunity to go and get in the way of Ares' attack. Aura felt Skeeth's hand on her shoulder as if trying to calm him down. She looked at the entity, which while it seemed to be an embodiment of death itself, she saw the one who saved them, and for some reason, he gave her a sense of peace and security. Himmel on his side, I couldn't believe that Charlotte, that she. Why, you weren't supposed to. In the good times and in bad times, don't we swear that? Charlotte smiled at her husband, who had tears in his eyes. No, I couldn't bear to see you die. You're everything to me. I wouldn't have been able to. You are too. I can't. You must not die. You still have a mission. I always knew that living in peace for you, it was impossible. Maybe this is for the best. We would have been a burden. We, Himmel, Aura, and Skeeth got what she was saying. I am sorry. I wanted to tell you he wanted us to be happy, but life has other plans for you. Himmel, you and Skeeth, they must live. The woman saw the entity that, despite its instability, kept seeing everything. Take care of him. Don't let him do stupid things. Skeeth nodded without hesitation. Aura, don't cry. Grow up. Be strong like your parents were. The girl nodded several times in response. Himmel, I love you. I always will to the end of the world. I know you'll accomplish great things. I know, so don't cry. Everything's going to be all right. Charlotte, I love you. Don't go. Don't leave me. The woman caressed her husband's cheek and then smiled at him and closed her eyes, never to open them again. Himmel hugged his wife's lifeless body and wept silently, cursing his own weakness over and over again. Aura cried loudly as Skeeth looked up at the sky and saw it fill with clouds. It was going to rain. That's when he saw a few small particles of light go into the air. He was surprised to see that were coming out of his eyes. Was he? That day he understood. He had developed human emotions after years of interacting with Himmel, and right now he was sad. Himmel was looking at the lake, with Charlotte's ashes in hand in the same style of bag she used to carry Levins's. 2 days had already passed when the rest came back and saw the scene. They couldn't believe Ares found them. Charlotte's death was a hard blow for them, and even more so knowing that she was finally going to have what she longed for most in the world. Aura finally understood her uncle's mission. She knew that he wasn't going to stay with them forever. That I wasn't. The girl appeared next to her uncle and sat down next to him. You won't come the Hebrew people with us, right? Himmel shook his head. Did you talk to everyone? He nodded in response. Will you leave? He nodded again. Will I see again? There was no answer. I see Uncle Himmel. Himmel stretched out his hand, and on them were the pendants of the crown and star that he always wore. They're yours now, and of the children that you will have, and of their children. Don't ever tell them about me or your mother. She and I must disappear from history. This will be the last thing I will leave as a physical reminder of us in the world. Himmel put the pendants in Aura's hand, who tried not to cry. Be strong, Aura. Don't forget that you still have people who love you. They will give everything for you. Cherish them and treasure every moment, as you don't know if that will be the last one they have. Himmel opened the bag with Charlotte's ashes and held it out to the girl. Well, she would have wanted it that way. Aura nodded, and after putting the pendants around her neck, she took a handful of the ashes and let the night wind blow them away. Himmel did the same, though it was harder for him to open his hand for the wind to blow them away. In the end he did, and they both repeated the process. Seeing that there were no more, Aura hugged her uncle and he returned the gesture. I love you, Uncle Himmel. And I'll give you Aura. Remember, even if we don't see each other again, keep in mind that we will always share the same sky, always. Aura nodded to those words, and Himmel just happened to look at the night sky. That night, his life would change forever. The story stopped. Himmel was melancholy as he recounted that part. He went on to see everyone who saw and heard his story. He smiled sadly at the expressions of pain they had, the girls more than anything. Lavenza took her hand and could see the tears in her eyes. That must have been hard for him to tell. I need a few minutes. Himmel turned around so he could have time for himself. Eyes wanted to go after him, but Lavenza stopped him. He needs time for himself. He just told them his greatest pain. Eyes nodded to the woman's words, only to see Rias and Twilight hug him as if looking for emotional support. It must have been difficult to see the one you love die for you. I don't think I would have been able to endure so much. As Hazel broke the silence of the place, Kurama barked sadly in response. I know, kid. She also did the unthinkable. Like that girl Rose, 2 women who loved him, died to save him. Rose's thing affected him. Charlotte's thing must have destroyed him. Rosswise wiped away her tears and then took a deep breath. How could they? When you love someone, you will give everything for that someone, even your life. Celestia took Rian's hand, and he smiled sadly at her. But sometimes it's selfish, not wanting to see that someone hurt and hurt yourself instead. You don't measure the consequences, you don't measure the damage you can leave behind. Luna leaned on her boyfriend a bit. I don't blame them, though. But it's okay. Himmel, I wouldn't be able to do something like that, knowing that Rarity tried to give her opinion, but no words would come out. I think it doesn't matter now. They decided to give their lives for him. They didn't know it, but they helped him forge his path. Kiba hugged his girlfriend and she nodded helplessly. There was no easy road. They both chose it because they loved Himmel. I understand them. Then Alana looked at Rian, who smiled sadly. But Himmel's pain is also understandable. Not only that the kingdom, his sister, everything I knew was gone. Like he took the floor. How could he endure so much? How was she able to keep fighting after so much pain and loss? Maybe because I had no other choice. He had promised it to all those who left that I wouldn't give up, or I had a guilt complex so big that I considered that his punishment. Kaori looked at Lavenza and she lowered her head, as if agreeing with her. So it was a bit of both. Poor guy. He felt it was his fault. But it wasn't his fault that everything had turned out that way. Rainbow had to agree with Fluttershy, they knew it, but after everything that happened, Himmel didn't see it that way. Strange, the being we once thought of as an all-powerful being turned out to be the most fragile human I have ever seen. Ray looked at Asia, noticing how she wiped away her tears made the fallen one sigh, not guilt. Oh, Asia, you must not weep. He went through all that for a reason. But it's not fair. Ernest and his wife, the child they were going to have, and all that he went through, why did he suffer so much if he hadn't done anyone any harm? Because it is said that those who had great missions in their lives, they suffer more misfortunes as proof. As if the world were testing whether they are worthy, no less cruel to know it. Zenobia stopped by to see who was silent. Hey Jay, I couldn't. If my sister or brother, I wouldn't have been able to go on like he did. There wouldn't have been. The girl shed tears as she imagined the scenario. Pinky and Kaneko hugged their friend, who really took it badly. Not to say that we can't understand it, Naya. Hiroka understood the brotherly love that Himmel and Lavenza had for each other, and it makes him envious to see two brothers so united. Nisama Kaneko went to see her sister. She knew what she was thinking. She felt the same way. Maybe I hate her before, but now, imagining something happening to you is too painful. Hiroka wiped away the tears that had come out. She hates that she had become so sensitive. Seeing how it all happened, I doubt I've had much of a choice. Everything he lived through and so on just goes to show that those were different times. Yes, the gods were more active and even more forceful in their actions. Seeing how Ares hated him for defeating him and so on. Sona and Akino noticed how Lavenza continued to see the place where Himmel had gone so that he could rest and resume his ideas. Pinky walked up to the woman and smiled at her. She did the same. A smile looks better on you. Thank you. It's just that I didn't know how Charlotte died. Now that I know Lavenza's side, I don't blame him for feeling responsible. Are you talking about what happened to Ares? That thing about not killing him when he had the chance? To raise your fist against a god is a serious crime, Gasper. Rian took the floor. In all religions and mythologies, they, whether good or bad, are always the epitome of mortal belief. Untouchable in the eyes of many. Himmel, having not only raised his fist against one, but having confronted him and left him defeated, had already condemned himself in the eyes of the whole world as a being who was no longer mortal, a sinner like no other. Everyone looked at Rian with some surprise. Himmel, since the day he defeated Ares and didn't kill him, marked his destiny. Doubting that he would be able to carry what he would be seen to be if he did, marked that path. Still, I think it's cruel that he couldn't have his happiness, after everything that happened to Sun, even that was denied. Anne really couldn't take it all and it was difficult. We still don't know what happened after this. As we know, Himmel-sama killed Ares and kept several gods at bay while he lived until his death. Ravel reminded them of that detail. And let's not forget that he died a few years after the death of Jesus Christ, just the years that we understand. It was the end of the Great War. Faye thought about the data they had. In addition, that thing Matcha said, and that Skeeth and the others are not of this world. That the one where they are from was at war, that they were sent here to prevent an evil side from creating their ultimate weapon. But that Himmel-sama, by defeating and absorbing them, was creating and strengthening it. I think that's a topic that we should have to investigate, and remember, it's going to be hard without proof. Twilight became thoughtful. Not even those involved remember that threat and so on. Then the best thing to do is to let Himmel continue to tell what happened. Riaz watched the human return, having cleared his mind. Whatever you tell us, we must be more than ready and willing to accept this knowledge that has been hidden for centuries. With that clear, everyone saw how Himmel stood in front of them again, already a little better, but there was still some pain in his eyes. He looked at everyone and could see some pity for him. He smiled wryly. Years ago no one would have given him that kind of look. I was sure that what you will see now will make you understand more of what happened, and Lee will give you the strength to follow the path you are taking for them. I'm sorry for the delay. I had to put my thoughts in order. You will be able to understand that the death of Charlotte and my unborn child was a hard blow from which it took me a long time to recover. Himmel stroked his sister's head. When you love someone, you only want the best for that person, no matter how much you suffer. I'm sure many will understand. Seeing everyone's expressions made me smile. After that, I didn't keep Aura and the rest. They went to the nearby Hebrew village, and I took another path, willing to find a way to make me stronger. Deep down, I was doing it for the mission of defeating that thing that Matcha told me, but my closest goal was something else: kill Ares for what he did. I became obsessed with it, a revenge that had almost destroyed me. Does it have to do with that time when you asked me to pass my fight with Albion to the realm of Hades? Himmel nodded to Diedrag's words. Now it all makes sense. It wasn't my best time, it's the darkest of my life. Without Charlotte and Lavenza, I felt off, only empty. Himmel walked up to Eyes and looked at him to ask for his consent. Ready for what's next? Go ahead, accepting this as part of being your reincarnation. Truth. Himmel smiled at the young man's words and repeated the process that started it all, putting his hands on Eyes' head. The same glimmer of the last time was present, this time to show the birth of a man who committed the greatest taboo of all, how a mere mortal became the greatest sinner of all time, the birth of a god-slayer. You can never imagine what it's like to live 10 years going from one place to another, aimlessly, or wanting someone to find you. That was what Himmel's life became after Charlotte's death and leaving his niece and friends with the Jewish people. He still remembers everyone's attempt to make him stay with them, not to go down the path he is willing to take, but Himmel had already decided his path. to continue to grow stronger so that one day he can face the threat that Matcha told him would happen and, at the same time, destroy Ares. Amen and Yuji knew that he wasn't going to change his mind, but they were sorry to know that Himmel wouldn't appear before them again. Never, all because he himself felt that if he did so, his determination would be diminished since the path he wants to travel it is not the one that an ordinary human with a desire to live in peace can have. With much sorrow and wishing everyone a good and prosperous life, Himmel left for the territory from which he must obtain information, which is now known as Rome. Obviously, before going to that place, he had to get used to the idea of strengthening his body again. The fight with Matcha had made him understand what was going on, and the years of being without a good fight had affected him greatly. So he had no choice but to go from one place to another in search of enemies and challenges that would give him back that thirst for battle that had died. What he didn't expect was to see how humans in this part of the world differ so much from the ones he knows. It is true that the realm was much more advanced in general terms than the rest of it, but to see that magic here is considered more of a fantasy, or something that only the chosen of the gods can use, wow, it was a big surprise. Because he doesn't dress like those who live in these lands, he chose to simply wear a large cloak that covers his body and armor, which he now does not stop wearing at any time, in order to go unnoticed. The first thing he managed to discover in these years was that Rome is a great empire that has seen itself become more and more powerful in its military power, although its methods were cruel. They could boast that, thanks to them, they have acquired territories and riches that would have been impossible before. Ares must have done something. Remember that the idiot is also the god of war of these poor fools. Skeeth said that to him very angrily, as he too had come to hate Ares. That few originals, the Romans, only took the gods from the Greeks and changed their names, talking about laziness. Himmel laughed a little at the words of his other, only to start looking for more information. What he managed to discover left him shocked, especially because he did not expect that the gods of Olympus would really lend themselves to this circus. If you change your names to keep having believers, you can't blame them since believers are the ones who give a religion its strength and its reason for being. What he did not expect was to see that within the Roman Empire itself, the religion of that god, who to date only knows that he is called Elohim, is aware that he must have his own name, although he has it well hidden. It wasn't until he went in search of the only person he could trust within the Olympics that he got the information he was looking for. After 10 years of waiting, I finally had a clue to achieve your goal. I see, that's what he said. Himmel stood on the edge of a cliff, which allowed him to see the Roman capital in all its splendor. He says he killed me. The person with whom Himmel was talking was covered by a long white robe, and by his voice, you could tell that he was a young woman. Ares came back very confident. He said he had killed the one who had humiliated him. Although many of us could see the lie in his eyes, plus he is light, there is an intense fear in him. Himmel nodded at those words. Anyway, none of the gods want him near them. You know well that Ares is not someone you want to put your trust in. Although Zeus and Hera give him warnings of what can happen if he continues with his attitude, he will continue with his plan to do what he wants, to prove that he must be above all the gods and rule Olympus, banishing even your father. You can tell that the famous circle of patricide within its pantheon is very strong. The woman laughed lightly at those words. Tell me the truth, what will happen if they find out about Ares' death? You could see how the woman tensed up to sigh. She approached Himmel to see the city next to him. I don't know, a mortal has never been heard of opposing a god, much less defeating one. In that case, you're already exceptional, Himmel. You defeated Ares, a god who is not important or powerful, but he is one who has his reputation well placed on his great fighting ability. You've beaten him more than once, if I don't misunderstand. The woman let out a slight laugh, one she really didn't think she would give. Not after everything that's happened. It's said that you're the quintessential female warrior in many mythologies. They exaggerate there are more goddesses who fight much better than me. I know how to use my brain more in the middle of combat. I prefer to finish fights with intelligence and not with brute power alone. Of course, it's my style, not everyone will find it perfect. Himmel nodded to the woman's words. That was the truth. What I can't tell you for sure is that I don't know what the reaction would be if you got to kill Ares. He's an unimportant god. Killing him won't affect those who worship him so much. Sure, the woman moved closer to him. Killing a god has its consequences, Himmel. It doesn't matter if Ares is a god who only affects the Olympian pantheon and those who believe in him. Killing him will have long-term consequences for those who pray to him. The woman held out her hand, and an owl perched on it, carefully taking out the note on its paw and then letting this moose fly. Battles in this era, for the Romans, are won with violence and cruelty. That's what Ares stands for. Without it, I assure you that they will lose the violence that has led them to so many victories. Remember, Himmel, in battle, it doesn't matter how much you want to separate good intentions, strategies, and so on from violence and cruelty. Since they are linked, in battle they are always united. Are you telling me not to kill him, even after what you plan? After what he did to Charlotte? The woman simply lowered her head, and you could see how she bit her lip as a sign that the issue affected her. I'm sorry, it was insensitive of me to say those things. But it's no less true. Ares, he is no longer reasoning as he should. If he continues like this, he will destroy everything that Zeus has forged and created. In addition, it is more than notorious that our religion will one day remain just another mythology in the world. You must know what is rumored among those who believe in the God of the Jews, that a king will come to guide them, and that's scaring them. That's none of my business. Whatever has to happen will happen. Not everything lasts forever. The woman had nothing to say. She didn't really have an argument to contradict what he said. I just want to know if you'll hate me for what I plan to do. You know I don't. I also detest Ares for what he has done and what he plans to do, but that doesn't mean I can give you a thumbs up to what you have in mind. The woman just had to turn around. She knew there was nothing more to say. I just hope you know what you're doing, Himmel. I can't help you. I just wish you good luck. Seeing the woman leave made Himmel sigh and know that she doesn't really want to see or have any kind of relationship with what she has in mind. I know. I'm sorry, Athena. This is something I must do. Himmel continued to see the capital for the rest of the night. Sleeping for him had become a luxury since the nightmares of Charlotte's death never left him. Time passed, and Himmel was all ready with all the preparations to be able to finish off Ares. But at the same time, he was aware that finding him and having the peace of mind to kill him wouldn't be easy if you had the whole pantheon nearby. His goal is Ares, so he doesn't want to have unnecessary combat with another god. He knows well that he may then be the target of the children of that idiot, his sister Aeneas and Aphrodite, although the latter come to him without care. You need a good plan, although it seems that he already has an idea of what he has to do, but before that, he must take care of the person in front of him. He has to admit that he is the rarest being he has seen to date. It seems to be a snake that had a large nail skewered in its head and tail. The strangest thing of all is that this being attacks with darkness just as Skeeth does. He's been fighting this thing for days. He is lucky that the desert where he is located is far away from any populated area. Seeing how Tarvos, the seventh phase and nicknamed the Avenger, out of nowhere created knives and stakes made of darkness gave him the feeling that this being really wants to crucify him as they do to those poor devils in Rome. A means of death that no one wishes on him because of what he has seen. Still, the fight was more than intense. Himmel had accustomed his body to the use of joint power by the other six, but Tarvos has proven to be very technical and skilled. Thanks to the power he obtained from Matcha, he devised the technique to be able to use his swords without having to hold them in his hand, but to make them levitate around him and attack his mental command. It is a useful ability as it allows him to use his hands to deliver blows or attack with magic while the swords attack or defend him, in addition to launching them to attack when you have an enemy at a distance. Tarvos was more than surprised by what was happening, never expecting that a human would be able to give him such a fight. Actually, he had come to this place because he wanted to wipe out the humans who live in that place called Rome. He has felt the desires of the mortals he has encountered and the enormous hatred they have for this great empire. Their desire for revenge has caught his attention, so strong and, at the same time, so corrosive. What is it about revenge that makes it so strong and so harmful at the same time? Why do humans feel it? That's his interest, and after seeing what's happened, more so with this boy, who also possesses a strong desire for revenge within him. Tell me, why do you protect this town full of corrupt and greedy people? The voice that came from Tarvos, although it was somewhat harsh, was feminine, and that made him understand that indeed Tarvos was a woman. I can feel it inside you, your desire for revenge against someone. You who have killed and razed entire villages for the simple desire to know what revenge is. Why are you asking me about those things now? The entity stopped its attack, and Himmel did the same, thanking him for being able to take a break, as he truly doubts that he can continue like this for long without having to use all his power. I want to understand revenge. Why do people seek it? Why, if all I've seen is that it gives them a satisfaction of the moment, just to feel empty inside again. That which you long for so much, to return the same pain that being or group made you suffer, to pay you with the same coin just to feel regrets, just to realize the kind of monsters they turned into to fulfill it. Aren't you the same? Himmel was just silent. He had no argument to say otherwise. It was the truth. Himmel knew that was the truth, while perhaps a part of him wishes to stop Ares, to prevent him from doing something horrible that affects the world, since, in the words of Athena herself, Ares wishes to seize total power to show that they are the most powerful, overthrow his father, seize the power of Olympus. He knows he can't allow something like this. I swear I won't let a god like him get away with it. But deep in his heart, he's driven by revenge. His desires to kill the being who killed his wife. She knows that even if she puts on makeup, that's the truth. If you want to understand revenge so much, come with me. Tarvos was surprised at those words. Come and help me with what I'm going to do. And what's in it for me? I know very well that once I join you, I will have no way to talk or interact with you as Skeeth does, as only a piece of me will live. Is it worth the effort? Is it worth doing away with my individuality just to show me what I want to see? Tarvos gave him valid points. To date, I could only listen and talk to Skeeth, not to the others. According to Skeeth, they can choose to see what happens or not, but no more. They are within it. They have lost their individuality. I'm sorry, but no thanks. I'll go my own way. Himmel knew that if he doesn't have Tarvos with his power, he won't be able to beat whatever it is that Matcha has told them is getting stronger. You must. Do you remember what was created to counter the 8 of us? The entity paused at Skeeth's question. Do you remember? Yes, I remember it clearly. How can I forget it? That monster is full of desire for destruction, no matter what it must devour or consume. I don't remember who created it or what they called it. The only thing I'm clear about is that the 8 of us were their targets. He wanted to destroy us because we are what indirectly created him. He was the shadow of the 8. We were expelled from where we came from because that thing would come after us, thus leaving the place free from its threat. Then I inform you that this being is here, waiting for the moment to emerge. Himmel could see that Tarvos tensed up a bit when she heard that. How strong was that being they were talking about? Does it have so much power that 2 of them say they're afraid? There's a way to defeat that thing. The boy here already has 6 of us in him, with the potential to use the power of all. Maybe separately, we can't defeat that thing, but together as one being, I know we have a chance. And for that, we need your help. How do I know they're not just trying to use me? They may well be tricks to just have my power. If that were the case, we would continue this fight, and I would use all my power to seal you and me as I did with the first ones. Himmel replied to the entity, who said nothing in response. I'm just asking you to trust me. I promise one day you will no longer be tied to my being. Tarvos pondered the offer a bit. While the idea of joining this boy and giving her the chance to destroy what caused them to be expelled from where they come from is tempting, she has a hard time accepting that she must abandon her individuality. What will you do after you take your revenge on said being? Himmel looked at Tarvos with seriousness, which made her feel somewhat intimidated. Train, until I have absolute control over the power of all of you to assimilate the last of you and fulfill my goal of protecting the world from threats that wish to destroy it, be they gods, beings from another world, demons, angels, or humans. Even humans, you're a very weird guy, but I like to see that you're not blind to any of the possibilities out there. Alright, I'll take the deal. I will help you with your vengeance and your fulfillment of mine. Destroy the being who caused us to be banished from our home. Tarvos created the protect break in his being to let Himmel do his job. Just be careful with the power you're cultivating. No matter how strong you are or how much you train, your body is human-based. One day, using our full power will kill you. Remember that if you want to accomplish your goal. Himmel simply nodded and let the soul drain do its job of absorbing Tarvos' power into his body. He felt that slight boost of power again, and his armor became more detailed and covered almost his entire body, only leaving his eyes visible. He clenched his fist and simply nodded when he saw that this was enough. Thank you, Tarvos. I assure you that you will understand what revenge is and what it really brings, as I will be the best example you will see. Himmel has gone to where the one who will help him indirectly in his plan must be. He doesn't deny that a part of him is excited to see this being with his own eyes. Already several days after assimilating Tarvos, Himmel was in a rocky area to the north. He doesn't know what this place is called. He just knows that whoever he's looking for lives here, or at least spends most of his time here when he's not fighting his eternal rival. He has to admit that being face-to-face with that being is a bit scary. Not for nothing do they say that he can destroy the world with only physical force. I just hope the talk doesn't turn violent. The roar of something big approaching made him stop walking. The earth trembled, and the atmosphere became more tense than he would admit. It's close seeing how, in the distance, something giant approached him, covered in red scales with its great aura emanating power and destructiveness. He could not deny that the scene was one of dread, and it gave him some emotion to see one of the most powerful beings in the world up close. Lavenza would have liked to see this. Her sister was always a lover of animals, and dragons above all. Himmel saw how the huge dragon was already only a few meters away from him. He lowered his gaze and looked at it with curiosity and amazement. A human, here, you are far from the safety of your species. The great dragon was surprised to see such a small being in front of him. But there's no doubt, the power I feel, it's yours. Where are you, and what do you want with me? Celestial dragon, the Red Emperor dragon, Welsh dragon, and dragon of domination, D-Drag, I have come here to ask you for a humble favor. D-Drag was surprised to hear that. First of all, he never expected someone to speak to him with such respect and no fear at all. And secondly, a favor. I'm aware that your fight with the vanishing dragon will be resumed in the next few days. And what does it have to do with it? If you come to ask him not to fight because there will be damage where it will happen, you waste human time. D-Drag raised his head, and his imposing aura was such that Himmel did not hesitate to admit that this being was a monster in every sense of the word. Only with Skeeth had he felt such power, maybe more. I'm not here to listen to nonsense. I know of a perfect place for you where fighting will be easy. D-Drag looked at him in silence, as if to say to continue. The underworld, in the area where Hades rules, is a place where you won't be disturbed. More so if they want to go, Alan. I understand you hate the Olympics. Only Zeus the bastard came to my home one day to try to catch me to be his battle pet. I just blew him away. Himmel wanted to laugh, but he didn't. It must be professional. The Greeks boast too much about them. No one in their pantheon can stand up to me, not even Typhon, who is said to be more powerful than the Olympian gods. You can see that D-Drag is very confident and proud of his power. But what does it have to do with what you're saying? I have business to attend to with one of them. The coward is hiding on Olympus. If you and the vanishing dragon go and fight on Hades' turf, Hades will simply be forced to call on his equals in order to have them in control. D-Drag continued to watch, with interest, what Himmel was saying. And I'll take the opportunity to make my move. Do you really expect him to follow your plan? D-Drag really considered leaving and not helping this human. But I felt that I had to, that somehow or another this had to happen. Will it be enough for us to fight? Nothing else. The fights between you, the celestial dragons, are enough to create chaos and destruction where they occur. There is no doubt that the same thing will happen there. D-Drag couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard that. Himmel was somewhat confused by D-Drag's laughter, but to see D-Drag simply raise his head and look down at him. Well, it'll be interesting to see how the Olympics will go when Albion and I fight there for a while. Himmel nodded and thanked the dragon for his cooperation. Don't forget that this is for me, not to help you mortally. Although I must admit that you have the courage and great audacity to come here, I respect that. Thank you for your help. Himmel bowed and turned to leave. Not before that. Your name? I want to know the name of the most idiotic human I've ever seen. Himmel stopped. Giving him his name would go against his plan to remain anonymous. He had only, "Hey, oh, that's what they call me. I don't have a name, and that title is all I have." Diedrag nodded to those words and chose to leave, too. Both beings went their own ways after that. They would never cross paths again in that life. But if in another, from that day on, the souls of the Supreme King and the Welsh Dragon were bound together for a fellowship that neither expected would happen in a new life, in about 2,000 years. A friendship that would change everything. On the day that Himmel was ready to go ahead with his plan, he was waiting on the edge of Mount Olympus. You must admit that the damn mountain has its charm, although the idea of camping here and trying to go unnoticed by the gods is more than a complicated and even tedious task for him. You must be patient. He admits that in all this time, he always waited for the moment to face Ares. Don't make him remember that day, the day of Charlotte's death, like a stranger. If it wasn't for her telling him to move on a long time ago, I would have thrown myself into abandonment. He had literally run out of desire to fight her live. I had nothing to fight for. She and Lavenza were gone forever, and I was just left with nothing to live for. It was instinctively that she put her hands to her neck to feel the 2 necklaces she was wearing with her, and she remembered that she left the necklaces with Aura. Aura, how will it be? It's been 10 years now. You must be 24 by now, and maybe you already have a family of your own. She smiled at the thought of it. She knows she will be a great mother. Then there were Alicia and Solaris, Mikleo and Edna's children, and those kids. He shook his head. He must not think of sad things now. It's true, he may have lost Charlotte and Lavenza forever, but he still has the memory of what they entrusted to him. If he sinks into the darkness, he will only be mocking the memory of them and what they left him to carry on. You must get it into your head that the future will not be as he will one day die and will not see the fruit of what he is currently doing. But those who will see him will be those children. They will be the ones who live in the world that is being forged now. He slapped his face several times to get out of his self-imposed depression, and then saw how, from the top of the mountain, several flashes of light came out in the direction of, where he knows, there is a route that allows him to reach the underworld from Olympus. He smiled when he saw that. The Welsh Dragon seems to have held up its end of the bargain. Himmel nodded to Skeet's words. You know, I always had the idea that dragons were selfish beings who didn't accept favors or give them. After that, I'll change my mind. Himmel had to admit one thing: red will henceforth be his favorite color. He put on his helmet and mask so he could use his suicidal mission. It's time to climb Mount Olympus. Perhaps this has been the biggest crazy thing he has done in his almost 50 years of life. Climbing a great mountain with only his hands. What was he thinking about, for heaven's sake? He knows very well that only the gods can use the roads they built to travel through Mount Olympus, but maybe climbing the mountain of shit wasn't the best of his ideas. He's crazy. There is no doubt that so many blows have finally dumbed him down. I dare say that was a long time ago. Himmel rolled his eyes at Skeet's insult, only to see that he was close to something, one of the buildings on the site. At last, we've been climbing this demonic mountain for hours. I doubt Diedrag and Albion can buy us much time yet. Skeet was right. He knows that Diedrag and Albion won't be able to keep those gods busy for long. There will come a time when they will just get tired of being bothered and just leave. I hope nothing happens to those two. He has never admitted it out loud, but his respect for the celestial dragons comes from what Lavenza told him years ago. Beings of great power who started as ordinary dragons, and only through pure training did they manage to reach the level of power they have, the one that allows them to face and surpass gods. After finally reaching the building and managing to make a hole in it, thanks to the power of Tarvos that increased his own darkness to a great extent, Himmel entered the temple and was surprised to see how crystallized everything was. Everything was made of glass, of different colors, a beautiful view, if you have to admit it, although somewhat brilliant for his personal taste. It's not time for that, idiot. You must seek out Ares and end this before Zeus and the rest return. Himmel internally apologized to his other self and set off for where Ares must be hiding. While setting out in search of the god, Himmel met several women who were being persecuted by the one who must be one of the Olympian gods. The guy looked drunk. It must be Dionysus. Athena told him that it is not uncommon to see him have too many drinks and try to play with the nymphs that live in the place. It seems like there's a lot here that you don't know, and he's lucky that the idiot god is so drunk that I don't even notice his presence. He went on his way in search of Ares. He went cautiously and carefully. He didn't want to be found out, so he just started a fight with the entire pantheon. As he passed by one of the glass buildings, he heard something. He approached slowly and could hear a woman's moans. Very well, maybe when he was younger he would have started to look around, but now hearing the woman say Ares' name surprised him. Was he there? No, you can't feel his presence. It must be Aphrodite. I remind you that she and Ares are lovers according to the information given by Athena. Skeet reminded him of that little fact he almost forgot. The goddess of love and beauty, although it is known that she is not the most loyal woman in the world. That and simply there is no such thing as fidelity here. As in many other places, unwilling to philosophize on subjects that were really unimportant to him, Himmel walked slowly away from the temple. Too bad, you'll never see Ares again, woman. Neither in this life nor in the next. He continued his long journey in search of God. The bastard was not in any of the nearby places, so he must simply be in the center of Olympus, the most guarded place. Bless your luck. He hurried his way so he could get to where he needed to be before the other gods came back and gave him trouble. At a quick, silent pace, Himmel continued his journey toward the center of the place, only to pass by a kind of blacksmith shop and hear the thumping of someone dealing with the metal. In addition to someone's complaints, "Damn Ares, damn Aphrodite, damn gods," Himmel heard a man. You could hear the rage in his voice. "I'm sick of her and him lying in my own bed. Let the whole world look at me with pity and derision for not being able to satisfy my wife. They only know how to make fun of me. Not even when I asked them for help years ago so that this action would not go unpunished. They only told me that they would do the same to just spend one night with Aphrodite." Himmel must admit that if the rumors of Aphrodite's beauty are true, he wouldn't blame them. Although you have to accept that the poor devil has his reasons. No one would like to know that your wife has cheated on you, that everyone knows about it, and that nothing can be done but to endure in silence as everything happens. It must be Hephaestus, the blacksmith god, you know, the one who married Aphrodite and so forth. To be honest, Himmel is not interested in knowing much about someone who is not his target and who is at the same time a harmless god to him. Although the bastard tried to go too far with Athena and rape her. Maybe I should. Himmel, I understand that Athena means a lot to you, but don't forget that Ares comes first. And then you can take care of it. Castar it if you want, but we have goals. Himmel had to agree with Skeeth, and then he takes care of this imbecile. He turned to continue on his way to the center of Olympus. It didn't take him long to recognize the center of it, since there were the 12 seats of Olympus, where the gods who rule it sit. It's there for all to see. You can tell they can't imagine the idea that someone could enter the place as an intruder. It is right in one of the seats that he hears the voice of someone who wants to kill. Damn it, just when I was thinking about acting and seeing my plans to take over Olympus, this happens. Cursed dragons that are in the territory of Hades. Ares sounded very annoyed, hoping he could finally put his plan to overthrow his father and take over Olympus into action. Ares knows that he is not the first choice to succeed Zeus, that is, Apollo, and if he does not want it, follow Athena, although the last one did not really see the latter as very feasible. Athena was more about getting close to humans than being with the gods, which is why she only appears on Olympus when there are matters of great importance. Although he feels like she's normally there, by the way. He trembled a little as he remembered that monster that emerged from that mortal, the being that, for more than one night, has given him nightmares. In all of them, he dies in the most horrific way possible, and not even his nights of passion with Aphrodite are able to forget about that moment. She can even swear she sees him in the shadows, the being who brings death. Just when he was planning to go with Aphrodite, she must already be more than ready for their moment of passion together. He felt something. An icy chill ran down his spine, as if ice had been put in his. He turned quickly to see what it was. I watched him because that's what I felt was happening. Seeing no one. TCH, I'm really being paranoid. It's impossible for him to be. When she turned to leave the place, she saw him, a few inches away from him. Hello Ares, are you so surprised to see me? Himmel gave the most terrifying look he had. He doesn't know how scary it is, but seeing Ares' look of dread made him see that it had worked. The god tried to attack with his weapon using his right arm, only to feel the limb fall to the ground. It had been cut off from the shoulder at a speed he could not detect. His own cry of pain was overshadowed by the hand of Himmel, who cruelly dislocated his jaw so that he would not cry out. He then plunged one of his swords into Ares' thigh and kicked the good leg so that he fell to his knees on the ground. Ares was immediately greeted by chains made of darkness that seized the one who was, now, the prey of the moment. You don't want everyone to hear you scream and cry like a child, do you? Himmel pulled Oathkeeper out of Ares' thigh, only to plunge his sword into his other leg. You and I have a lot to talk about. Because I don't have much time before Zeus and the rest come, I'll be brief and concise. Why did you want the kingdom and Charlotte specifically? Ares glared at the human with hatred. You mean it was my fault in the end? Possibly. Everything that happened in the end went through my mistake of not killing you when I could. I should have sent everything to the devil and let whatever happened. I should have killed you, and not doing it was my mistake. Himmel took Ares' face in his hand and forced him to look at it. It's a pity that what you wanted from Charlotte from the beginning you'll never see it, since it's here. Himmel pointed to his head, and Ares opened his eyes in horror. Yes, Charlotte passed on to me all the knowledge she had read and assimilated, the knowledge that was destroyed with the kingdom. All thanks to a simple knowledge transfer spell. My sister was a genius. That day, if you had thought things through, instead of trying to kill me and capture me to torture me, you would have realized the stamp I have in my mind. Unfortunately, it wasn't like that. Good for you, my idiot friend. You yourself threw away the opportunity to get hold of the information and thousands of years of knowledge that no mortal has. Ares tried to move, but the chains of darkness gripped him much tighter. Himmel could see the rage in God's eyes, as well as his fear. He smiled when he saw that he had a chance to kill him. Slowly he had already started. Why stop now? Remember why you're here. Boy, don't let hatred cloud your judgment. I think we've already talked about that. Skeeth was helping Himmel not to fall into darkness. He was absorbing Himmel's negative emotions so that it wouldn't cloud his thinking. But the hatred he has for Ares is enormous. I must make him pay for what he did. Charlotte, the kingdom, the queen, he killed them. Himmel gripped Ares' neck in rage, his eyes glowing red at God's dread. I'm going to kill him slowly. Don't talk nonsense. There's no time for your stupid personal vendetta. Skeeth was trying to keep Himmel from doing something stupid. We are here to stop this idiot from committing an atrocity while leaving a clear message to the gods. There is someone capable of confronting and defeating them. Don't let your hatred consume you. Do you think those two want that for you? Is that the kind of world you want to give to Aura's children and offspring? Himmel froze. It was true. I was letting the vengeance go to his head. He doesn't. This is not what you want. This is not what you want to give to the world. I was tired of so much pain. The loss of Charlotte was affecting him so much, to the point that he was really becoming a monster. Everything he did over the years, all in order to know when and where Ares would be in one place. The people he killed and tortured for a simple clue. What a shame. Such was the obsession that I had to. He was becoming what he swore to destroy. Athena was right. Nothing justifies what he does. It will only do this for one reason. It doesn't matter if it's called a demon or a monster. It doesn't matter if he is called the greatest sinner in the world for performing such a taboo. It does, because in the long run, this will be beneficial for everyone. I was going to make you suffer more. But no, I won't become a monster. I'll be better than you, a god who doesn't mind killing and torturing just to get what he wants. Himmel moved a little away from Ares. The red marks from last time re-emerged. Skeith, behind a flash of red energy, in Himmel's place was the same being that gave the Greek god of war a nightmare. Skeith had resurfaced in the physical world and looked more stable than last time. I trained hard so that I could use Skeith's power and appearance without having to be affected by stress and so on. The voice that could be heard was a mix between Himmel's and Skeith's. Avatar mode, that's what I call this power, and you, Ares, will be the first to feel its power, the power capable of destroying gods. Himmel, with the appearance of Skeith, stretched out the slender arm he possessed, and out of nowhere, a scythe with a sharp blade made of pure red energy emerged. Ares tried to free himself, but it was impossible. These things were very strong. That darkness, it imprisons without hesitation and feeds on the darkness in the heart of its victim. Only a power greater than mine or that of a being of pure light can break those chains. Too bad you're not able to do it. My current power is equivalent to that of the celestial dragons. After absorbing Tarvos, Himmel had finally managed to balance power. He knows that this is the limit to which he can go, because to go beyond this at its current level is suicide. Even now, he feels that this won't last long. It's over. Ares, I don't deny that there is some vengeance in this action. But in the long run, it will be in everyone's best interest. Raising his scythe, Himmel could see Ares' eyes and the panic he was having. Fear. For a moment, he really hesitated. Killing someone in cold was something he wouldn't do. But he remembered what this guy did, what he does, and what it will do. That simple thought removed every sign of doubt from Himmel. Without further thought, he waved his scythe at Ares' neck and decapitated him. Before the stain the floor, he activated the soul drain in his right hand and destroyed the body of the one he hated so much. There was nothing left of Ares, just the gun and the arm that severed him minutes ago. He took the arm with his right hand and tore it to pieces, particles, just like he did with the rest of his body. I was done. He had killed Ares. He had killed a god. There was no turning back. His hands will be stained forever with the of a divinity. He resumed his ordinary appearance, approached the sword of Ares, picked it up, and examined it. What a cruel sword, full of the of innocents, victims of war. She heard footsteps behind him. It was time to put his plan into action. Who are you? An intruder. The speaker was a bearded man. It was Zeus himself, king of Olympus. At his side were all the gods of Olympus, even Hades, who seems to have felt the end of a soul in every sense of the word. Answer me. Himmel turned slowly to see all the gods present, their smiles full of mockery and cruelty. Everyone who saw his face understood that he was a human. Suddenly, Zeus felt something brush against his face. What was nailed to one of the walls of the place was the point of the sword of Ares. Everyone could see that the mortal had in his other hand the handle part of it, and what was going on. You could see how Aphrodite was looking for the owner of the sword with her eyes. Himmel only laughed lightly. If you're looking for Ares, goddess Aphrodite, you're wasting your time. The god of war is dead. To see how everyone opened their eyes in disbelief, he had Himmel show Ares' weapon. As far as I know, the god Hephaestus made his weapons in such a way that they are bound to you. Indestructible while living, destructible at death. Himmel smashed what was left of the sword unceremoniously. I didn't need any more proof. You bastard, don't you know who we are, mortals? The other god, who seemed to bear a resemblance to Zeus, spoke. It's Poseidon, for sure. Gods that deserve to be forgotten and stopped from being worshipped. Their destiny is to be legends, nothing else. Himmel approached the throne of Zeus and destroyed it with a kick. Some they don't have my respect. That seemed to exhaust the patience of several gods. They were ready to attack only Athena, who looked at him sadly, Hades, who did it with curiosity, and Hephaestus, who had a big smile, were not going to do it. Aphrodite wanted to avenge the death of her lover, Zeus, and Hera wanted to avenge the death of her son. But no one expected what they saw and felt. To see how Himmel expelled his aura, and it grew to such an extent that it shook the entire Mount Olympus, that from its back 7 red leaves were created that gave the sensation of having wings. As something dangerous and powerful seemed to form behind him like a specter of death, it made everyone without exception, they feel a little afraid. Hades doesn't. He felt an enormous curiosity, wanting to understand how a human had achieved a level that, without a doubt, was close to that of the celestial dragons. Remember this, gods of Olympus don't meddle in the affairs of humans. Let them choose who to worship and what to do. If I hear that they are trying to force themselves, I will come for you. For each one, without exception. Olympus will be reduced to nothing. And it's not just a warning, it's a promise. I, Heu, the High King, have warned you. Either they obey, or they face eternal death. Himmel spread out the 7 energy blades, ready to take flight. I looked at Athena for a second, and she caught it with that look. He was like, "I'm sorry." Himmel flew into the air to destroy many of the buildings in the place with bursts of energy swords on his back. They all seemed random, but he fired where he knew he wasn't going to hurt anyone. He can play the villain, but he's not one, at least that's what he wants to believe. He managed to hear Zeus' cry of anger before speeding away from Mount Olympus, hearing lightning strike, and so on. No doubt he had angered that god to the core, but at the same time he had frightened him. He had succeeded in instilling fear in them, and that was enough for him. Now he just wanted to get away from that place and be able to be alone. He doesn't know how much he flew, he doesn't even know where he is. He only knows that he is on the seashore on a beach where fishing is noticeable. It is a daily activity. I wasn't sure what else to do now. He could only laugh for the first few minutes he arrived here, laugh at feeling a weight leave him, that Ares' death had relieved him a little, only to cry bitterly at not feeling anything. There was no happiness, no guilt, just empty. It was empty. There was nothing to alleviate that feeling of guilt I had. He knows he failed Charlotte, he knows it, and it hurts. He continued to see the sea and how the sun was setting. It was really a sight he hasn't been able to enjoy for years. It reminds him of those days when everything was simpler. I really miss those days too. He was so focused on seeing the horizon that he didn't notice the figure that had come to sit a few feet away from him. "Oh, I'm sorry if you make me uncomfortable. Do you want to be alone?" Himmel shrugged it off and shook his head. He wasn't really taking it seriously. "I see no one wants to be totally alone, even if they say so with such fervor. Maybe, although sometimes it's good to be alone to be able to think about some things." Himmel kept looking at the horizon. Although maybe it's just an excuse to try to get your mistakes and failures out of your head. To make mistakes is natural, to fail too. If neither nor the other existed, you wouldn't know what you're doing wrong, and you wouldn't be able to improve. It's funny how something so natural is so feared and, at the same time, despised by those who can take advantage of it most. Himmel went on to see the person next to him. He could only see that he was wearing a long hooded robe that hid his face. Humans are a race that learns and evolves thanks to the mistakes it makes. It is their great adaptability that gives them something that other breeds do not have, but at the same time, it makes them vary. They are likely to do horrible things out of fear, or fear of doing something that will destroy everything they have obtained. You will always want to choose the easiest way. It may lead you to the right answer, but you may not learn what the more complicated one was able to teach you. Himmel didn't understand what this man was trying to say. My point is that life is about decisions. Some are good, some are bad. Some will give you joy, others just regret. The point is you can't run away from the decisions you've made or forget them. You can only learn to face the consequences of them and what comes from them. That means living. Himmel could see the man's smile under the hood. The future belongs to those who have the courage to fight for it and face whatever the world throws at them. Future. Himmel went on to look at the sky, the sunset of which, for some reason, seemed more beautiful and bright than before. He smiled wistfully as he remembered the thousands of times he, Lavenza, Charlotte, and the rest saw him. Those were good times, times that unfortunately will never return. All that remains is the memory and the consolation that what he is doing is to give the world a better future. Thank you. I think I needed to hear those words. Himmel stood up. I think it's best for me to go. I have to see what I should do from now on. Could you help me with a little project I have in mind? Himmel, hearing that the stranger said his name without him telling him, made him alert. You must not see me as your enemy, since I am not. The hooded man stood up, and 12 golden wings came out of his back, and you could feel a divine air emanating from him. I hope we can come to an agreement, Supreme King. Himmel couldn't believe what he was seeing. The being who is said to be superior to all the gods, the god among gods, the leader of the angels, the god of the Hebrews and Jews. They call me by several names. You choose the one you want to use, Himmel. My only goal in coming is that let's talk. Even though Himmel didn't see the face of God in front of him, I knew he wasn't lying. He just wants to talk. Just that. After killing Ares, I totally understood that revenge didn't lead me anywhere. It just left me with a bigger void than before. Nothing was going to fill him. He had doomed my destiny to be a god slayer. He was willing to carry that cross, although I admit that it is thanks to him that the burden was easier to carry. My friend was the one who helped me not to lose my way, and for that, I will always be grateful to him. The somewhat purple sky was common in this place, the place where the dead of the Greek faction come after years and years of life to finally be judged by those who rule Hades. At the entrance of it, two beings awaited the arrival of the king of the underworld. He really takes his time. You know him, Himmel. Hades is from Just Take It Easy. Himmel, who had his armor on, only now he was wearing a long, crimson-red cloak, looked at his friend. But that doesn't take away from the fact that he's looking forward to seeing us. The human rolled his eyes at those words. Besides, as I understand it, Athena sent for you. I am intrigued by the great friendship you have with the goddess of wisdom. Wipe that smile off your face. What Athena and I have is a friendship of years. She was a close friend of my wife's, and incidentally, you know that I'm sick of trying to convince you, Elohim. You know you can use my real name when there's no one else. Himmel laughed a little. It really didn't hurt to remind him that. You know that the idiots of the fates of Hades are watching us. Hades' servants could be seen roaming the place, carrying the souls of the dead to where they should be in Hades. Elohim, as Himmel decided to call him since his real name prefers him to be hidden, just laughed. It's been almost 45 years since they've met since the death of Ares, and that, many Christians have changed. The religion to which Elohim belongs differs greatly from other religions. It's monotheistic and rare in these times, but it just gives a different touch to these times. In addition to the message of peace that it offers and so on, it is a unique religion in many ways. The years that have passed have been of great change for Himmel. Thanks to Elohim, he was able to face everything that came his way, the attacks of different gods who wanted to get hold of the technology that Elohim had. Needless to say, it took some effort for him to gain control of the power that Skeeth and the others gave him. But it only took seconds of his total power to win. Unintentionally, he was making a monstrous name for himself. In addition, he defended human beings who were simply attacked by supernatural beings when he could. He even had an army of humans with those sacred gears who simply supported him when he had to face that stupid Lucifer and his demons. He really can't believe that Elohim would let that idiot live on. Not only that, the bastard has a son who is beyond pathetic. He didn't kill him because the guy just knows how to run when he should. What you really don't want to assimilate now is that a great war is coming, one that Himmel knows he can't get into. It's not his business. I have a few questions for you. A god went to see his friend. He was still wearing his hood like the first time they met, according to him, so as not to draw attention to his hair. I know the sacred gear question doesn't work. You always tell me that one day the answer will reveal itself. Elohim laughed a little as Himmel glared at him. I'll go to those items, said the cosmic Pax. Why do you believe they were a mistake? I'm not stupid. You asked me to hide those things, knowing that sooner or later they would fall into the hands of sacred gears users or mere mortals. Why create them? There's something I want to show anyone who is all three. Himmel looked at him confused. Did he say all three? An omnipotent being can be surpassed by one who is in harmony with his environment and those around him, that is, the cosmos. I hope that those who are close to these objects and those who have them understand this, that we all belong to a whole. Being excluded is not possible. You and your plans, you know well that whoever has those three will be prone to falling into ruin. It's a risky bet. Oh, come on, have faith. I'm sure there will be someone capable of such a feat. Himmel knew he was gullible, but not so gullible. Well, what's the other question, Mr. Grumpy? You'll let him die, your child, right? Elohim was silent at these words. There must be another way. You can't. The threat you told me about is a huge, Himmel. So much so that if what you have said really happens, I doubt that there is a force capable of destroying it. So it's best to have a barrier that protects the world in case one arises. He knows it's the best. He even accepts that it kills him. That spear, what did you think when you let your own system create something like that? Objects capable of killing a god or being able to fight one as a mere human? I don't know, because I feel like I have something to do with it. Himmel folded his arms as he said that. A little bit. What you've done so far has allowed me to see that humans need means of protection against natural beings, and that includes the gods. Not everyone is benevolent. I hope I'm wrong, and there's never a need for a sacred gear user to kill a god. Beating him is fine. Further, I hope not. See, that spear is one, but you yourself have said that there are objects of a similar capacity. It looks like you're really preparing something big. Himmel laughed a little at those words. He couldn't deny that. The sacred gears, which were the most interesting and dangerous objects, turned out to be. Hopefully, they won't have to come to what he was prophesying. Of course, war is near all that's left. They both turned as they felt Hades' presence approaching them. The strangest thing was that these three had become great friends. As strange as it sounds, his great love for humanity has surpassed the previously impossible, a friendship between gods from different sides. I see that you are again dealing with the subject of the coming war. I seriously can't understand why you don't let the idiot kill Lucifer. You'll save yourself a lot of trouble. Elohim laughed a little at Hades' words. I knew he would say that. I think that's a closed issue. What's more, Himmel and Lucifer have fought more than once. I dare say it's he who doesn't want to kill him. I don't do it because you explicitly asked me just to defeat him. Don't make me repeat everything he told me so I don't kill that demon. Hades myth to Elohim with doubt. He just laughed a little. I don't even understand what's on his mind. I think we're getting out of context, my friends. Let's start our usual talk. Time is of the essence. Both the God of the dead and the Supreme King sighed as they saw again the relaxed nature of the Hebrew God. Himmel always ended up as a mediator between those two. They just had views on how various things should be done. Hades thought that demons and fallen angels were Elohim's greatest mistakes, created based on the greed of one of his angels, who took something of utmost importance to create his demons, and the fallen angels, who simply let themselves be carried away by their base desires. These were so proud that they were a problem. Wanting to prove that one race is superior to the other is what has led to this situation. Years of minor conflict had finally erupted into what would become a giant war, one that threatens to end everything. In addition, members of other cemeteries will try to attack and take advantage of the situation. At that point, Himmel would be the one who would come in to interrupt everything. With the Greeks, it was enough to make an appearance, a presence that, even after years, frightened the gods of that faction. With the Nordics, it would be nice to see Odin and Frigg again. Elohim, on the other hand, wished to give each race a chance to chart its own path, that nothing be imposed on them. Hades called him naive and even soft, who should be more assertive in order to prevent gods from other factions from meddling in his affairs. What's more, the sacred gears he created tell us how to control that system and make humans with potential have it. That haphazard method is just wasting the potential they have. Although Elohim's response was different. Sometimes it's better to leave things in their wake. Let the world choose who should have such a thing in order to so he chooses the path he should take. That seems to me more sensible and fair than just giving power to someone who is already skilled. Maybe you'll know how to use it instantly, but you'll never make an effort to understand it while the other does. I think those are the ones who are able to bring out the full potential of the power of the sacred gears. Elohim's words left different impressions on both of them. Himmel smiled at the faith God had in mortals, and Hades only made a sound of annoyance, indicating that this was a waste of potential. I just hope that one day there is a group that knows how to use those objects in the right way. Something so powerful can be feared and even corrosive. Elohim looked at the sky of the place. I just hope I'm not wrong. Deep down, all three of them wanted that. Once outside the realm of Hades, Himmel and Elohim simply stared at the sea and the horizon that was turning at night. What was going through their minds was just one thing, that being was near, the last of the 8 phases, after almost 50 years of waiting for it to arrive. He was finally here, and that was something that made Himmel nervous. Relax, you'll do well. Himmel felt Elohim's hand on his shoulder. You've trained for this moment. I know, it's just that Skeeth says that this being is just as powerful as he is, only he has the ability to, if I defeat him once, he will come back again and fully recover. I'll have to be crafty in this fight. Himmel felt that this time he wouldn't be able to avoid the fight and convince the being to just join him. You'll do well, trust everything you've done this year, and you'll just get a big win. You're close to your ultimate goal. For my part, it's time for me to go do my job. I'll go and see him, at least give him a few words of encouragement before I have to face that. Elohim nodded to those words and withdrew. You don't fool me, Elohim. This hurts you more than anyone else. No parent wants to see their children die. But you do it for the greater good, and he knows it. Himmel set out for Jerusalem. Everything should be ready by now. In the middle of some trees, Himmel lay hiding, listening to someone's prayers. You could hear the fear in his words. He is afraid that the pain he is going to suffer will be so great that he will give up on his mission. To hear how he asked his father to give him the strength to be able to face everything without fear. You know very well that he doesn't want this. Nobody wants it. Himmel spoke out loud for anyone there to hear. It's your decision, after all. I do this because the world deserves a future. If my death helps with it, I will. Himmel could hear the determined voice behind him. Thank you for being here and supporting me. I've known you since I was a child, and I still find it hard to believe that, being younger than me, you're willing to die. We all have a mission in our lives. I have mine, you have yours, and that's what makes each one unique. Himmel couldn't say any more. I felt their presence approaching. It's time. Thank you for being a great friend. Himmel, I will miss our regular chats. Good luck on your mission, my friend. Himmel could hear the footsteps of the person he was talking to slowly walking away. She shed a few tears when she learned that. Farewell. Yes, you may the holy scriptures be fulfilled. Himmel got out of there just so he wouldn't be tempted to interrupt what needed to happen, no matter how much it hurt. Sometimes he feels that life is cruel to him. All those he cherishes always die before him, first his parents, then Rose, Zavade, Lavenza, Queen Helba, Charlotte, and now his friend for more than 30 years, who saw the birth, and sometimes they chatted about life and so on. To see how he was tortured, mocked, and even simply the people who were supposed to follow him ask for his death and the release of a vile thief in his place, it showed that the world was indeed rotten. The greed of those who were the religious leaders of the Jews disgusted him. It was him, he would have killed them, but they asked him not to. They were just confused. What stupidity. Perhaps worst of all was to see how they made him carry that huge stake despite the wounds he had, and how they made him walk to the place of his death. With some passers-by looking at everything with derision at the end of the day, for them, it was just the execution of 3 more people. He saw everything from the shadows, being careful that no one would see him, always giving him the opportunity to understand that. I was with him until the end. He could see it in that tired smile he had, only to make his way to that mountain called Calvary. Himmel watched as his mother wept. Obviously, no mother wants to see her child like this, much less to see him die, but she was adamant. And that was worthy of admiration. The most difficult thing, without a doubt, was to see how he was nailed to that stake, the screams of pain from the 3 of them, and the flesh with the bone being pierced by the metal. It took all his willpower not to act and get him out of there. To see him lifted up and left to die slowly was an act of horrific cruelty. He doesn't know how long he waited, 3 hours and more, just to see him let out his last breath, apparently after saying the last words written in the sacred scriptures. When the Romans did not know if he was dead, they had a young Roman soldier pierce him with his spear, a spear that was slightly more detailed than the others. As he did so, Himmel felt wash over the weapon and killed his victim. On that day, the Longinus were born, weapons capable of killing a god or a divine being. The sky turned dark, which indicated 2 things: that Elohim was doing his part while suffering, and that Korbanik, the last phase, had finally arrived. Himmel turned to leave, but not before remembering. Forgive them because they don't know what they are doing. Always so good, Yeshua. Farewell, my friend. As you said, everything is accomplished. Himmel disappeared into the shadows so he could leave Jerusalem and go into battle for years. The sky was still darkly tinted, and it seems that this will be like this for a long time while Elohim creates the barrier that will serve against the entity that he will have to face after Korbanik. In the middle of the desert, Himmel awaited the arrival of the last phase of the 8. It won't be an easy fight. Korbanik is as powerful as I am, but he comes in 2 forms. The first is the test, and the second is the definitive. You shouldn't let your guard down for a single second. Himmel nodded to Skeeth's words. And remember, your friend's thing is something that had to be done. It's the only way that God could create the barrier that will enclose that thing and not harm the world. That way, you can deal with it without any problem when it appears. Skeeth felt the sadness in his other self, but he shouldn't let that get to him. Not now that this will be an uphill battle. Himmel thanked his other self for his words and then looked up. He was here. From the sky emerged a being that is undoubtedly a great seed. There is no doubt that he is hiding his great power. He knows this because he can feel the enormous potential that lies within that being. The huge seed just stayed in place, like waiting for something. A movement. He looks like he's waiting for us to do something. Himmel summoned Oblivion and the Oathkeeper into his hands. Possibly, the best thing to do is not to let him wait. Attack. Himmel did not wait and went on the attack, ready to attack Korbanik with his swords. What he didn't expect was that the big sea would just come towards him and hit him with his whole body. Himmel felt as if he had received thousands of blows to his body. He fell to the ground, several meters away from his enemy. The armor on his chest shattered, and a lot of came out of his mouth from the impact. He was strong. His appearance should not deceive him. After standing up, Himmel used the Zero Divide to unleash several dark blasts at Korbanik, who only withstood the impact as if nothing had happened. What he was missing was being resistant to magic. He saw how, out of nowhere, several roots came out of the ground and went against him. He would slash them with his swords quickly to avoid being caught by one of those things. He's caught, and he's dead. At least that's what he thinks. What I didn't expect was to see the big bursts of energy that Korbanik was throwing at him. It resembles machine gun attacks with magic. It's like seeing Norse magic, but superior in every sense of the word. Running to dodge those attacks was the only thing he could do. Seeing an opportunity, he plunged his sword into the ground to create a huge blast of oriental dragons of darkness going towards his enemy as they devoured his attacks. The dragon's impact on Korbanik didn't have the expected result for him. He hadn't done anything to her. I curse my luck. Himmel was really sure of one thing: I was in serious trouble. Korbanik created little seeds that were strategically placed around him. It reminds him somewhat of the ones Magus used, and the explosion of each seed caused Himmel to fly into the distance and fall onto a large mound of sand while his body bled profusely. That was very low. He activated Gora's regenerative ability to treat his wounds. Luckily, he eventually learned to use it, and he stood up so he could be on the defensive. You have to be careful. One misstep, and maybe death is the last of their problems. He created several air blades to throw at the seeds that were still in the field and destroyed them so that he could attack without fear that one of those things would come after him. Then, he put himself on guard with his swords to go towards Korbanik, and this time he charged light and darkness into the weapons. When they slashed their target, Korbanik could be seen resenting. It was working. Now you must. What's up? Himmel saw a root catch his leg. Great, and then he saw how Korbanik went towards him. Double cool. He took the hit this time with his swords, managing to resist the force of the attack. I'm too old for this. Don't come to complain. Take advantage of the moment to attack. Himmel raised his swords and unceremoniously thrust them into Korbanik's body. It made the being more than annoying and also somewhat painful. We're making a breakthrough. We need to keep damaging your body to the point where you have to generate your second form. With that said, Himmel grabbed both swords tighter and this time gave light and dark-laden slashes to his opponent, finally managing to crack his body. What he didn't expect was that immediately, Korbanik would emanate energy so that he could expel Himmel from the close range they were in. The sea began to open, and Korbanik's appearance changed to that of a huge gray leaf. What was it about this being to take the form that relates it to plants? Plants, they are the ones who give life. Himmel was finally able to hear Korbanik, who had been silent since the start of the battle. All life is possible thanks to plants. They take the air and purify it, thus allowing the world to breathe. After that, you living beings go on with your lives until you become part of the earth again, supporting the work of the plants. The cycle repeats itself over and over again. An eternal cycle, one that really makes me see that life never stops. Even though one as an individual dies, its very essence continues to exist in other forms, ways that, in the end, are proof that there are thousands of ways to be reborn. Is that what you're interested in? Life itself. Himmel could see that. As Skeeth was attracted to death, Korbanik was attracted to life. Now he understands why they are opposites. Even their own titles say it all. It's not time for you to play the philosopher, Korbanik. We know you're here because you want to destroy the being who forced us to come here. Skeeth tried to talk to his equal, but he just fell silent. What I want to know now is seeing how far you want to go with the power you have mortally. One's rebirth can come in many forms. You are on your way to a rebirth, but are you worthy of it? Is everything you've suffered a just price for what you've experienced? I would dare say that you have suffered a lot and gained little. Even with the great power you have, you don't look happy. Himmel had to agree with him, deep down. He wasn't happy, and I'll see for myself if you're worthy of what you say you'll do. Korbanik's new form gave him a whole new advantage. He had abandoned defense for speed. It was so fast that it felt like you were seeing images of it as it moved all over the place. Then he brutalizes it with tremendous force, one that, if received directly, would be finished. His armor wasn't going to withstand such power. It was time to be serious, to attack with everything we had. He expelled power, and on his back appeared the 7 red energy swords that gave him the ability to fly and launch several bursts of magic. As stated, a large number of magic attacks were directed against Korbanik, who dodged the attacks without much trouble while at the same time launching his magic attacks towards Himmel. He only used the energy swords to slash enemy attacks and then commanded Oblivion and Oathkeeper to attack. Both weapons went on the attack. They didn't take long to hit their target, but there was little they could do to damage the powerful being, who launched a blast of energy into the air when it was at a certain height. It began to fall after falling apart, like a meteor shower or as if you saw the harbinger of what the apocalypse would be. Himmel braced himself for the impending impact, charged power to its limit, and the only thing he remembers after that is the light falling on him. Then there was only darkness. Himmel stood up as best he could, still dizzy and unaware of what was currently happening. Never in his life had he felt such power. He never believed that Korbanik was so strong. What does bother him is that all the damage that seemed to be done minutes ago seems to be gone. He stood up in pain and realized that he was not in the desert where the fighting began, but in a mountainous place with a pure white sky. Where, what he was missing, he had ended up in a place totally unknown to him. Now all that's left is to. He noticed that Korbanik was still seeing him in the air. You could tell that the entity was fully recovered. The gleam that emanated from his body was enough of a hint for him. Himmel noticed that his blade still lay with him, as did the red energy swords on his back. He can still fight. I must use that only at the last moment. I only have one chance. He took flight so that he could catch up with Korbanik and fight on the same field. The entity disappeared from Himmel's sight, only to reappear at his side, ready for another onslaught. This time, Himmel was ready. His X-Pulse told him how and where to move to dodge his enemy's attack and then attack with the 7 swords on his back. They managed to deal light damage to Korbanik, but it wasn't enough for him to stop his attack. As suddenly as several Korbaniks appeared in his field of vision and began to attack him quickly. Being just a giant blade had its advantages. It was fast and very thin. I couldn't give it easily. Although he must be glad that his defense went down to gain speed. With a clever move, Himmel made the energy swords come together to become a scythe made of pure plasma. With that, he threw slash waves from his weapon quickly to try to give him at least one punch, one that would allow him to turn the tide of this battle. It seemed so because Korbanik had become on the defensive after his clones were destroyed by Himmel's attacks. Not only that, now he seemed to be trying to find energy to regenerate himself. You can tell because small pieces of energy come out of the earth. Technically, it was a plant. What was I waiting for? Himmel simply stood on guard, charged power, and hurled a large charge of energy from the scythe towards the ground, causing it to look damaged and even somewhat burned. He had destroyed the properties of the soil on the spot. He had killed him in a few words. Astute. Use Skeeth's ability to kill anything, even the earth. You have an agile mind for young warrior combat. But do you really think that's enough to stop me? Himmel laughed a little, for his plan was different. From the ground, several chains of darkness emerged to trap Korbanik, who looked surprised. With a cunning trick, he sent some darkness with the last attack to make it underground and then make it come out unexpectedly. It was Targo's power. Some of Match's was also here because of the damaging wind that was in the chains. But it wasn't enough. He had other ways of gaining more power. To Himmel's surprise, Korbanik came out with some kind of roots that went to the ground. It seemed like dam. His X-Pulse informed him late of the danger, and underneath it, the same roots emerged to trap him tightly. He tried to use his scythe to be able to eliminate them, but felt like his power was drained. To feel how the roots were slowly taking away his power was the scythe disappeared at the same time as his armor was disappearing. Its power was gone. I was losing it. What? Is this it? Cruel exploitation is a technique that allows me to absorb the power of my enemies after my roots trap them. Himmel felt like all of his power was being sucked in. Magic, darkness. There's no way you're going to get out of this deadly battle. I admit it's been a longer and more intense battle than I initially expected. But you can't do anything against me, not at the level you're using. Although I get it, you don't want to die. Himmel was surprised to hear that. It's obvious a mortal body can't withstand that much power, not even you who have trained yourself to use that power. I have to. Himmel could see Korbanik growing in size. It wasn't just a leaf anymore. It was turning into a damn tree. Skeeth, you didn't tell me that would happen. Damn Korbanik, he's using the power he's absorbing from you to increase his own power. None of them could believe what they were seeing. Korbanik had become a huge tree made of light, and at the same time, in front of it were several eyes acting as faithful guardians. You'll have to go all out. This battle won't be like the others that were long. Korbanik will really attack you with everything. I must admit that if I didn't have the power of others with me, I'd be terrified. Speak for yourself. Himmel was sure of his next plan of action, but first, he ordered Oblivion and Oathkeeper to come to him. As he did so, the swords cut off the roots that had imprisoned him. Thank goodness he didn't take what he needed to use it. He took his faithful weapons and kept them. He did not wish them to be destroyed in this battle. He stood up and went to look at the great tree that was now Korbanik. Why are you still fighting to death? Do you wish you had a reason that made you feel that your whole life wasn't just pain? Himmel wasn't going to listen to what I told him. He tried to deceive him. I can give you a chance to start over, to have a new life. What did he say? As you know, I nicknamed myself the Rebirth. I can give them to those who die under my power, the opportunity for a new life, a fresh start. Just let it kill you, so one day you'll come back to this world as someone new and with a new chance to be happy. Himmel for a second, yes, I doubt it. The idea was more than tempting, to get away from all the suffering he has endured so that he could start from scratch. Tempting too much for the young Himmel, the boy who once renounced what he had to live, the Himmel who felt lost in life of not knowing exactly what to do with this power. But not the one we have now. After Laven's death, I vow to go forward and not run away. After Charlotte's death, I vow not to blame circumstances or others, but to accept her mistakes and pay for them as they should be. Waiora, who surely had a better life than his mother's, and he, just as he wanted, for her children, for those who will come after, for the future, he. Tempting offer, I admit it, but no thanks. Although many things have happened to me that others would call horrible and cruel, I have been able to face them and accept them. Not everything is happiness, there will always be sad and bad moments. Sometimes you'll want to throw everything into the water and think that nothing is worth it. But if you think about it a little, you will be able to understand something simple that everyone forgets. Korbanik didn't say anything about his opponent's words because he wanted to see what he had to say. You're alive, that's enough to keep trying. We're sorry, Korbanik, but my other self won't fall for such a proposal. What's more, it's finally time we got serious. Skeeth was ready for the final phase of this battle. Thank you for creating a perfect environment for us. Here, I feel that we can use it longer. Himmel closed his eyes, and the red marks on him shone brighter, and it seemed as if a heartbeat could be heard. Let's go, come here. I'm here. Himmel opened his eyes, and they had turned red, and the marks shone brighter than before. Skeith. After shouting his name, Himmel was enveloped in the crimson light that had emerged, and from it emerged again the terror of death, ready for battle. Skeeth's appearance surprised Korbanik, but it was enough for him to get more serious. With his scythe in hand, Avatar Skeeth went towards his opponent and, at blinding speed, got rid of all the blasts that were released by the eyes that were around Korbanik. He then released several bursts of energy from his hands that impacted the tree, which, in response to the attack, raised its roots to attack his equal so that he could absorb some energy from it. But last time's experience was enough for Himmel and Skeeth not to fall for that trick again. They took flight so that they could dodge enemy attacks, cut the roots with their scythe, and then throw it at their opponent. The weapon managed to dig into the trunk of the tree, and the wave of energy it created severely damaged the tree. Immediately, the surrounding eyes concentrated power to finally unleash a surge of elemental magic towards them. Fire, wind, water, thunder, light, and dark, all the elements were going towards them. Forced to fly at high speed to escape the attacks, Himmel and Skeeth increased their power to give themselves a boost and get out of where they were. Dodging those seemingly endless bursts of magic was a feat that would have been impossible to accomplish if it weren't for the X-Pulse. Not only that, Avatar Skeeth was trying to get closer to resume his attack, but Korbanik was aware that at close range he was not going to win, so he kept attacking with great strength and tenacity, no matter if he ran out of magic. What you need to do is buy time. You may feel that the power those two are using now won't last forever. While that was happening, Avatar Skeeth kept dodging or blocking Korbanik's attacks. They knew they didn't have the time factor on their side and that, at the end of the day, this was temporary. A few more minutes, and it's over. There will be no more time or a second chance. Calling for his weapon to return, Avatar Skeeth, scythe in hand, flew in the direction of his enemy. With great agility and a lot of recklessness, Avatar Skeeth managed to advance little by little between the enemy attacks, with everything he had to do in order to find an opening and attack. Hopefully, it's worth the effort. The damage he received from the rubbing of those things on his body was no small thing. If just one touch hurts like that. The real attack would be he squeezed the place where he held the scythe tighter and increased its speed, while at the same time giving power to the weapon. Time is running out, he must strike a blow or he won't be able to win. With a swift and reckless movement, Avatar Skeeth launched himself towards the tree in the middle of the sea of attacks that it threw at him using those strange eyes. He let his X-Pulse guide him, let him be the one to direct his body. The attacks only managed to brush against him. He knew that this was the only chance he would have. With swift movements, Avatar Skeeth would approach his target while taking severe damage from the simple rubbing of the attacks he was dodging. To make matters worse, Korbanik started attacking using the roots from last time, and now with power loaded into them, it seems that he will not go halfway now. From a distant perspective, it would be like watching a flash of red flying in bursts of different colors while dodging the wild and unpredictable movements of huge roots. With a movement already almost tired, Avatar Skeeth felt like he was on the limit. His body was disappearing. He must attack now. It doesn't matter if he loses an arm or something similar, it's the only chance he has left. Quickly, he went to where the Korbanik tree was, and finally, after dodging a burst of magic that passed near his head, he attacked. He raised the scythe above his head and charged power into it. A crimson flash built up on the gun. She was ready to finish this merciless decapitation. With several spins on its axis, Avatar Skeeth managed to damage the bark of the tree and then give a powerful cut with the weapon to the large tree, thus splitting it in half. The tree fell to the ground at the same time as it disappeared, and Avatar Skeeth stared at everything with doubt. What happened to the protect break? It was in that he grasped what they were going through. He went on to look at the eyes that were still in the air. That they have succeeded in destroying my Genesis tree is a great feat. Korbanik sounded pleased and very happy, really them. But as you saw, it's just a distraction apart from its function of absorbing energy to create a huge light that will end the world like this and start anew. It doesn't matter, after defeating you, I'll take your power to create it again. Avatar Skeeth didn't believe what he heard. The bastard deceived him. Now what? It's time for us to get this over with. Out of nowhere, several orbs of energy began to emerge from the sky. Energy that was familiar to them, Soul Drain, only it was several orbs that had the power. Drain Heart, a more powerful version of the Soul Drain. Its function is the same, only it launches attacks from different directions, and they won't stop until they take your soul. Corbinic said that very calmly. It's just impossible to do, but thanks to you, I got some of the power of the others, and it gave me the opportunity to do this technique. The orbs began to glow. Bad sign. Now, disappear. After saying that, the multicolored bursts that appeared when using the Soul Drain came out of the orbs. Knowing that receiving that meant certain death, Avatar Skeeth began to dodge attacks quickly. More than once, these almost hit him, but his speed and reflexes were a great help. But I felt that this power was about to run out, and, ugh, I don't think I can hold out for long. Himmel knew that once the power was gone, it's all going to hell. We've got to do something. You must attack Corbinic directly. He is so confident that his attack will finish us off that he has his guard down. Skeeth replied calmly, even in moments like this. I have a plan, just follow everything I'll say. Himmel could only agree with whatever his other self had in mind. After already dodging several of those energy blasts, Avatar Skeeth was disappearing. His energy was almost zero, just a few more seconds, and it was at that point that he saw a lot of bursts of light coming towards him. He mentally prepared himself for what he must do. A little more. Now, using Maga's spread ability, Avatar Skeeth created an exact copy of himself that was hit by enemy attacks. As his essence turned to particles, Avatar Skeeth reverted to being Himmel. He looked tired and very weak, his little visible face denoting that he was at the end of his strength. Still, there was no time to rest, and seeing how the gusts did not stop and were still going towards him made his body draw out all the strength he had left to move and dodge the attack. He started running in the direction of Corbinic so that he could deliver the coup de grace. Running and dodging were all he did, and what were the longest seconds of his life. As I ran, I couldn't help but remember everything I had experienced, the good, the bad, the difficult and cruel, the happy and loving. All the moments he had lived had prepared him for this. The moment when he fulfilled a stage of his life, to be able to fulfill what was his mission, the reason why he is here in this world and this age. After dodging the last attack, Himmel leapt towards Corbinic, summoning his trusty weapons to deliver the final thrust. One created by his own darkness, his desire to forget his sins, and at the same time, a reminder of everything that happened. The other was created by his sister's light, his desire to never forget those who were important to him, the happiest moments of his life, those that give him strength. Oblivion and Oathkeeper ended up piercing Corbinic with the respective flashes of each. Light and darkness working together, harmony and chaos hand in hand, that was the balance he had sought all his life. This was his way, to carry the darkness of our burdens and mistakes to show the world the light of the future to those who have the will to never give up. Corbinic felt his body generate the protect break. Himmel, from a simple backward impulse, fell to the ground, stuck his weapons into it, and extended his right arm to create the attack that would end everything. The Soul Drain was fired at Corbinic, and he felt like his essence was something I had lost. I see that. The light of rebirth came in a different way. You, who bear the darkness of the world, show what your will is capable of. Give a future to those who deserve it and to those who don't give up. I'm more than sure that the world will see a new era after your actions. And so do you. Corbinic was destroyed, and his essence, his power, was assimilated by Himmel at the same time as a great light covered everything. When the flash died, Himmel found himself in the same desert where the battle had begun. The only difference is that it was nighttime. Only a few hours passed. He tried to understand what exactly had happened. He had defeated Corbinic. I had finally assimilated at 8, and it really didn't feel that different. The only thing that was clear to me now was that I had a thirst for 1,000 demons. He saw that there was a small oasis near him, so he walked towards this one, and when he was in this one, he saw his reflection in the water. He was surprised to see his armor, while black was still predominant. In this one, there were now red and gold details in it. This was new. It doesn't matter. He took off his helmet and mask so he could wash his face and drink some water, just to see himself with something I never expected. What happened to me? Himmel, I couldn't believe my eyes. Her once dark brown hair, it had turned white, with black tufts in some parts of it. This was no one told me this would happen. At least you look older than your age. You're almost 100 years old now, and you still look 30. Skeeth's mockery was superfluous. This wasn't funny. It must be a side effect of having the power of the 8 within you, or maybe that your heart finally found the balance you wanted so much. The explanation, either one, was more than logical. Either it's because of the power of those 8, or because he finally accepted what he must carry and what he must do. Never mind, at least it's not something more conspicuous like black markings on the body. Better check that when you have more time. Now what he must do is go back so that he can communicate with Elohim. And Himmel, my friend, you have done it. He didn't say anything. He just had God behind him. For some reason he was wearing battle armor, and what happened while he was away? Why are you? It's true you've been away a long time. Himmel looked at him like he was crazy. A long time. But he only fought for a few hours. Didn't you notice? Interesting, it seems that this has created a personal dimension, and time has passed in a different way from ours. And Elohim, to the point, how long was I away? 1 year. Himmel froze when he heard that. 1 year, how is that possible? A lot of things have happened while you were away from Himmel. The war has finally begun. The war. That means tell me all the details about this, Elohim. I need to know everything. God nodded to those words, but he looked tired. Hey, are you okay? Yes, just a little tired, but it's okay, I had a setback a few days ago. I'd better tell you on the way to where the war is going on you must find out a few important things. They both used their way to where the battle was. For some reason, Himmel feels that he won't like what he hears. To see the battlefield where everything was happening and how the three sides were killing each other. It was a scene that I couldn't believe it. I knew that the three factions were always at war, always fighting on a low scale, but that in the end they opted for a final battle. One place where it will all end is, I see with which they opted for a final battle to take over the world. Lucifer is certainly a proud bastard. Worse, the fact that the Fallen are participating is also a problem. It beats me that Azazel is not very involved in this war, and it is Cockabil who directs everything. Himmel could see Alone's breathing a little heavily. I can't believe that after, to find and face that, it occurred to you to fight this war. You're weak, you're crazy. Ahaha, maybe a little. He went to see the sky, it was getting dark. There's not much time, the battle will reach its climax in weeks, and do you wish I would stop all the gods from meddling in this? It sounds simple. With the new power I have, I feel like I can do it. Himmel looked at his right hand and could feel its power. How much time do I have? I don't know, do everything as fast as you can. Alone gave him a scroll with all the necessary information. Here are those who you must visit. Already a list? Huh. Himmel took the scroll and took a quick look at it. He raised an eyebrow when he saw who his targets were. Are you serious? Most here won't make a strong move. Shiva cares less about this war. But Indra can see it as an opportunity. He visits both of them. Better safe than sorry. Himmel couldn't deny the truth in those words. From Odin I see him more because of Loki, plus he's been depressed since his wife left him. Frigg left him. Miracles do exist. She couldn't help but speak mockingly, he said when she'd send him to hell for being a pervert. Haha, I'll see what I can do. It looks like I'll have to mediate. I'll ask you, I also want you to go to Egypt and talk to Ra and his equals. They refuse to get out of there. I think it's more because of the presence of Apophis than because Ra doesn't want to go. I'll see what I can do. As he went through his list, he found something that caught his eye. Rahab, what does he have to do with this? You must put an end to him, as I understand. He wants to take advantage of the chaos of war to seize power. Oh, act like a good demon. There's also this Mu. It really exists. Do you know the place? Himmel nodded to Elohim's words. He had no reason to doubt his friend now. Over the years, he has shown her several things that she previously thought impossible. I see. Lavenza was of the theory that the origin of the castle's civilization came from somewhere. While he was alive, he did extensive research, one that made him see that the roots of the place were linked to a place called Mu, which disappeared and was destroyed by a war between them. It is ironic to see how the same thing is being applied here. At this rate, the story will have the same outcome. Not if we can help it. Elohim sounded serious. What we need to do now is have all the points covered. I'm sorry to leave you with this arduous task, Himmel, but you're the only one I trust to put everything in order. Leave it to me. You know this is what I've trained for over the years. To put in their place the gods who don't understand that their era is over. It's time for humans to go it alone. Elohim nodded to those words. He thought the same. By the way, that spear that killed Yeshua. Leave the matter of the sacred gears to me. I have a plan for them and those who own them. I've also made my preparations for. Do you want to die in this war? Silence was the only response he had, not to mention the explosions that were passing very close to them. Okay, don't answer me, it's up to you. Besides, you're weak if what you told me is true. You did well, that was the best option. I doubt that two beings of that power would have lost. We definitely would have lost. I hope that's enough. I'm sorry I can't help you anymore, Himmel. From now on we went our separate ways. But they lead us to the same goal, a future. Himmel looked once more at his friend and held out his hand. They both knew it would be the last time they would see each other again in this life. They were both sure of their fates at the end of it all. Elohim shook hands with his friend, both grateful to have learned so much from each other. One is that there are gods who watch over the inhabitants of the world and who can believe in the potential they have. The other, of what mortals can do if they put their minds to it, is that there are no impossibles. Goodbye, Himmel. Farewell, Elohim. God laughed when he saw that he didn't even say his real name now. Do what you have to do. With that said, Himmel began to set off for his next destination. What do you think of the celestial dragons? The human paused at those words to look at him with a doubtful face. That they are beings of great power and somewhat proud, but to me, dragons are cool existences. Elohim nodded to those words, turned around, and took out his 12 wings to take flight. But not before taking off his hood and seeing his friend once more. It took flight, and Himmel laughed a little when he saw that, in the end, he was still someone of mystery. Better, some things are more fun to find than just let them tell you. With all that done, Himmel continued on his way, this time at a slow pace. Egypt, I'll pay it a visit, as it's the closest thing to this place. I'll take care of Rahab, and then I'll go see Ra. The wind blew hard, and the battle was raging. It's fortunate that a barrier was created that prevents normal humans feel what's going on. Very well, time of the last mission. Ready, Skeeth. Let's do it. Time to bring in the sunset of this era. With that said, Himmel set off on his last mission, the one that would make it a legend among the gods themselves, like the human who, even to this day, frightens the gods. My last resting place. We were tired, both him and me. He was still suffering from the death of his son, and I was still suffering from everything I had been through. We both knew that our lives weren't going to last long after that last talk. Despite having a young body, I felt the weight of my mental and emotional age. I wanted to rest, but it wasn't the time. Not yet. He had to put all the gods in line and prevent them from taking advantage of the war that was going on for their own ends. And if there's one thing I've learned very well, it's that fear is a good way to do something like that. That was the mission I had before I went to my final battle. The war between the three sides of the Catholic religion continued. There was no doubt that none of the three would give in, not until one side emerged victorious. Although two beings knew that in this battle, there would be no winner. Himmel had gone on his last mission before he had to face his destiny. His first objective was Egypt, more so because of the proximity to the place where he left and because he seriously hated what he heard from Rahab, a demon who used a kind of ritual so that, every time he dies, it is his wives and children who do it in his place. Himmel faced him in an arduous battle, one where it took him not much effort to win but some moral difficulty. Killing those who weren't his targets, just because the idiot used them as a sacrifice, wasn't something he liked. But he was willing to do it. He was willing to bear that guilt because he knew he couldn't leave this being free and alive. In the end, he managed to defeat him, having killed him more than 100 times. There was no doubt that he left a strong impression on the demon, but that didn't matter to him anymore. With Rahab's body destroyed and the citadel on the Red Sea where he dwelt collapsing, Himmel left the demon to share a fate with this place. I had better things to do. Egypt was his target after that arduous battle, and he had to discuss the issue with Ra. He knew very well that God really does not want to fight, and in spite of what is said about him, Ra received him in his palace very calmly. Only Seth, among the gods present, looked at him with distrust and some hatred. Himmel came to give his points, saying that the era of them, the gods of Egypt, had come to an end. They were no longer worshipped as before, and not only that, there were already indications that their people were beginning to believe in another deity. He kindly asked them to leave Egypt because he does not want there to be a war that affects humans when no one venerates them anymore. While the reaction was as expected, that of rejection and rage on the part of several gods present, Ra called for calm and simply pondered the problem. Himmel knew that the leading god here was thinking seriously about his proposal, as it was either to leave peacefully or fight with them. Ra could tell that the mortal in front of them was more powerful than he, a god. He doesn't know how powerful he really is, but he didn't want to find out. He was about to give his verdict when Seth showed his disagreement with all this. They should not pay attention to mere mortals. They own these lands and their people. Obviously, Himmel warned him to keep quiet, otherwise, he wanted things to end badly. Seth laughed at that threat, and even against Ra's words not to fight, he did. Himmel and Seth had a relatively short fight, short because Himmel used more than 50% of his power against God and defeated him after 10 minutes. In addition to Ra imprisoning his son, who wished to continue the fight despite the great pain he was in after receiving a blow from Himmel all over the stomach. Seeing how Seth was defeated clearly showed that the mortal in front of them was powerful and even kind at a certain point. Osiris saw how Himmel had more than one opportunity to kill Seth, but he didn't. He didn't do it because he knew the importance of the gods in the world. His brother wasn't right in the head, more for what he had created years ago, but this was enough to show that Himmel could fight them all and win if he put his mind to it. Admitting that, he was terrified that the human was a monster. After that, Ra gave his verdict, saying that he agreed with what Himmel said and that, in truth, there was no reason for them to remain there, in a land where little by little they were forgotten and ceased to be venerated. Himmel was grateful for God's good decision, which was for the best since the war that was going on between the three fronts of a faction was already trouble enough at present. "Where are you going, boy?" Ra asked the question to the human, who paused for a few seconds. "I feel in your heart that this is your last mission before you depart for the world of eternal rest." "I'll go where the wind takes me, it's that simple. It's all I have left." Himmel came to look at the god leader here with a tired look. "Sometimes, it's better to accept that your time is near. It's time for you to finally sleep after so long, at least that's what I think." Ra nodded to those words and let him go, but not before wishing him good luck. Hao's name, he would never forget since indirectly, he was marking what the future will be like from now on. The realm of the Norse gods was huge, 9 realms. That was a lot, in Himmel's opinion, but Asgard was where it was currently. Right now, he was waiting for the audience with Odin and Frigg. I couldn't believe that to get in here, I had to use one of the many spells that Lavins had created, with some of the knowledge from the books that Charlotte had memorized. The place where he was known as Valhalla, a great hall where it is said that those chosen by Odin come for the great battle for the world. But the truth is that he doesn't care. He doesn't have time to listen to stupid things like that. Plus, in order to get in here, he had to make his way through the present gods like Tyr and Baldur. Boy, were they stubborn. And as they say, it wasn't until Frigg arrived that he prevented the fight from escalating. He had really come close to taking it seriously. But I couldn't deny that the art here and the paintings are amazing. He doesn't know about art, but this is something that even someone like him accepts as good. I'm glad to see that you like that painting. Himmel turned as he listened to Frigg, the beautiful goddess, walk towards him in clothes that left little to the imagination. Like what you see. It would be a big lie to say no. The woman laughed lightly at what he said. Finally, someone with humor. "It's good to see you again, Lady Frigg." "Himmel, I'm your sister's friend. You don't want to be so formal." Force of habit, Himmel was respectful of those he considered good gods. She was a friend of Lavins's for years, and that was proof enough for him. "It's good to see you well. After so many years, I heard what happened in the kingdom, and I'm sorry about Charlotte." "Thank you. I've learned to carry it but not to let it go." Himmel continued to look at the painting in front of him. Those are. I had it done after Levins's death as a kind of reminder. What she wished for the world with what she created in the painting. You could see 5 gems acting as roots for a tree, and on top of this, as its fruit, was a large star and 6 points of lavender. Levins created them for a reason. I've kept them hidden just as I promised. The woman smiled as she saw Himmel wiping his eyes. It seems that the emotion got the better of him. It's natural to miss her. She was always unique. It was always thinking about the rest, even at the end. Himmel reached out to try to touch the painting, but quickly lowered it. I just hope that what I do makes her proud. I don't doubt it. He always spoke of you with a great feeling of admiration. As always, he will talk about his own hero. Himmel laughed when he heard that. Is he a hero? Ridiculous. What surprised me was to hear how you defeated Ares, but there are rumors that you did more against him. Is that true? Himmel's silence was enough of an answer for her. I understand, don't worry, they're rumors, and no one takes them into account these days. I just did what I had to do, no more. Himmel shrugged off Frigg's words. What's more, you must already guess why I'm here. Something, really what's going on down there is known to everyone and is seen as an opportunity to act and do what they want, to seize absolute power. It's not uncommon to see that in mythologies that are slowly diminished by one religion. Elohim never wanted to overshadow anything. By his own admission, he didn't expect that his words would reach so far and touch the hearts of so many people. Frigg believed him, and he's glad to see that she believes in him. And how's it all going with Odin? Ugh, don't talk to me about it. I'm seriously thinking of parting ways with him. Himmel looked at her with surprise. Normally, he wants to keep his profile serious and cold when he wears the mask, but you could see how his eyes pleased those words. I'm sick of him staring at other women's butts. Am I not enough? Tell me, Himmel, I lack something to be desired. Himmel looked at the goddess. It would be offensive to say what she has in her head, especially when seeing those covered only by a cloth, the nipples almost visible, and he shook his head as he saw where his thoughts were going. Damn it, his body is still young, so he still has those kinds of desires. The truth is, I find it very desirable, my lady. That is to say, she is a beautiful woman who would be the desire of any man. I mean, there's no man who doesn't want to spend a night with you. Shut up, you defend yourself more by being silent. Even for Skeeth to tell you that, boy, was it true. Watching Frigg laugh made him feel ashamed. Damn his lack of social knowledge. Always failing him when he needed it most, although it was good to see how the woman was calmer. Ahaha, I'll take you at your word then. But I think we'd better take this talk later. They're here. He spoke in the plural. Himmel went to see the entrance, and the leader of the Norsemen could be seen walking calmly, looking at his wife, who looked away in a not-so-subtle way, drawing a sigh from God and from Himmel a slight laugh. What was surprising was seeing Thor, the son of Odin, here. It looks like it won't be as quiet a chat as you thought. Well, brat, but it's good to see you again. I'm sure it's not just for a social visit. What's on your mind? Himmel nodded to Odin's words to begin his tale. It didn't take long. He just explained that he doesn't want them, the Norse gods, to get involved in the war that's going on in the faction that Elohim belongs to. Odin was surprised at these words. He knew the Hebrew god, and they had spoken on more than one occasion. It seems that the issue must be very serious for him to really ask them not to get involved and not blame him for telling the truth. He knows that if he were in his shoes, he would ask for the same thing. Although what she's really worried about now is how her son will take it. He knows very well that Thor is somewhat addicted to combat. He himself said that it was a clear opportunity to show what they are capable of and not continue to be hidden. Seeing how he was approaching Himmel made him prepare himself in case he. Himmel looked up. Thor was almost a giant. I was more than 2 meters tall, but the size doesn't intimidate him in any way. Not even the hammer he has in his hand. What does bother him is that it shows that aura full of lightning is a menacing attempt on his part. How annoying. And who do you think you are to come and tell us what to do, mortal? Himmel raised an eyebrow at that. Was he serious? Look, big guy, I didn't come here to fight. Out of respect for Odin and Frigg, I'll give you the option to turn around, walk to your father, and have the matter settled. I don't want to have to resort to brute force. Thor smiled at those words. He didn't think he was a threat. I'll count to 3. Don't think you're so mortal. We don't have to listen to what you say. The aura around Himmel concentrated on his body. Both Odin and Frigg noticed that to see how Thor was going to attack him with his hammer. 3. Not Thor, don't do something stupid. Seeing how his son was hit in the face when he went to attack and how he was sent against one of the walls of the site and then fell unconscious to the ground, he breathed a big sigh at her. Seriously, this boy has to learn to control his temper and be less proud. I warned him. He's lucky I only used 60% on that shot. Both gods looked at him with astonishment and a little fear. Was he serious? A lot of things have happened to me, old man. Everything I've been through has made me strong. I can see it. Odin pondered what I said. He really doesn't want to have problems, much less with this guy. Both want a peaceful solution to this imbroglio and know how to find it. Well, we're not going to make any moves against the war that those 3 sides have. It's none of our business. What's more, I was thinking about that just before you arrived, and now you've given me more reasons not to fight a fight that doesn't involve us in any way. Himmel nodded happily at what Odin said. He simply asked his sons, who heard everything behind the door, to take Thor to sleep peacefully in his chambers. The funny thing about it all was seeing how Thor's brothers looked at Himmel with some fear. Maybe she exaggerated a little with that blow, but he had asked for it. and seeing that only the three of them remain, Odin began to laugh at Himmel's obvious confusion. Frigg, on the other hand, laughed lightly but seriously. Can someone tell you what's so funny? Aha, it's been years since I've laughed like that. I must admit, boy, you do know how to make things more fun. And you still have that faculty of yours to disrespect those who offend you. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating with that blow, but he asked for it. I'd heard that Thor could be disrespectful, but to the point of threatening me, Himmel folded his arms to make his point. Anyway, go ahead and take off that stupid helmet and mask to talk and drink something. I guess that's what you can do. Himmel heeded the god's suggestion and showed his face to both deities, who were surprised to see how his hair was. You know, it's not a bad idea. Himmel really wanted some peace and quiet for a change. Okay, maybe the world really hates him and enjoys putting him in situations like this. I don't expect that, after telling everything he experienced these years, what it was like to be friends with two such different gods and the things he faced, which was a surprise for both gods, wine, and so on, would go to the heads of those two. Odin was very normal and calm. You can tell that drinking is nothing new to him, but Frigg. And that's right, nor in front of me does he stop looking at the butts of the Valkyries. Can you believe it? Frigg was leaning against him, wineglass in hand, totally drunk, saying everything she hates her husband to do. To make matters worse, the bastard subtly spanks them. That's not true. Hush, I'm not talking to you. The goddess shut him up with a scream. Wow, he doesn't even respect me when I talk to someone. Boo, the goddess hugged Himmel, who was more than nervous and embarrassed. He's lucky. How did we end up like this? We, the one and only God Slayer, are couples therapists, and I don't even know where I got that word from. Himmel could feel the annoyance of his other self. He was the same as 1,000 devils. He didn't sign up for this. If Frigg, you know well that Odin can be a pervert, crafty, with bad treatment and few details. You're not helping me, Brett. He didn't. He was really enjoying the situation. But he loves you, and I think you can't deny that. Frigg stopped by to look at the human with some embarrassment. You can see that from miles away, and I don't think that. For something that can be controlled or changed, you must end your marriage. Odin was surprised to see him. He was really helping him. Of course, I think the terms should be between you and no more. Yes, it's true. Frigg looked at her husband and could see that, indeed, he was sorry for his actions. We must talk about it, Odin. You know that, while I may not be the best husband in the world, what I feel for you is real, Frigg. If my misplaced attitudes make you feel bad, I'll put them aside. The goddess smiled and nodded to those words, and then they spoke more calmly. And now that couples therapy is over, Himmel had to swallow 3 hours of this, one more trauma on his long list. I think it's best for me to go. I must pay Shiva and Indra a visit. It will be something worth emphasizing. Himmel stood up to use the march, but Frigg stopped him. Hold on, go to the root area of the great tree, where the gems that Lavenza gave me lie buried. Take them with you may need them on your mission. Himmel was going to speak to refute, but she didn't take no for an answer. Do it, the gems will come back after you. I understand, and if so, I think taking my sister's memory with me is a good idea. You never know. Himmel looked at both gods, knowing that this will be the last time they see each other in this life he has. Goodbye, thank you for being my friends. Both gods didn't say anything, they just smiled and watched as Himmel came out of the chamber where they were so he could continue his march to his last battle. They could only wish him good luck. In the roots of the Yggdrasil, Himmel found, in the indicated area, the chest where Frigg had kept and hidden the elements of harmony. He opened the small box and could see the 6 gems, the 5 octagonal ones and the one that looked like a 6-pointed lavender star. He smiled as he saw the elements of harmony shimmering, as if he were glad to see it. Perhaps the essence of Lavenza in them is what produces this reaction. I hope you'll support me once again, sister, for the future of the world. It's up to us now. The 6 gems rose and went towards him, joining the darkness armor he carries with him, hiding to be safe. Himmel returned the chest where it belonged, as he once accomplished his goal. These will return to the interior of this one. After finishing his work, Himmel set out for the Himmel army, where you're sure to have problems. If there's one thing he hates, it's seeing when someone thinks they're superior to the rest. Indra fit perfectly into that category, and as soon as he arrived in his territory, God acted arrogantly with him. Perhaps because of his origin and because the power he has is not his original but taken from the beings he absorbed in each battle. But what he was sure of was one thing: he had never felt so good about having defeated someone. He was indeed glad to see Indra's face of rage and disbelief. Not even the women who, before the battle, if he remembers wrongly, are called Apsaras, Rampa, and Meneka, whom he sent to seduce him so that he would lose concentration, did not serve. He had been with a woman whose beauty, in his opinion, surpasses that of these women who sleep with anyone. They will never be at Charlotte's level. Seeing his plan fail, Indra launched himself into the attack and was surprised to find that the lightning he launched was repelled by the human's own shadow. Himmel was grateful that Skeeth took care of such things. He just took a quick step to stand in front of God and give him a good punch in the face with 80% of his power. Indra's strength and overconfidence caused him to be defeated immediately. Himmel only approached the grieving god and then expelled his aura. I think you know what I came for. Stay away from the great war that's going on. Don't make me finish you off. You must know that I have the power to do so. Indra didn't want to give this mortal any reason to believe he's afraid. Deep down, though, I really fear that he would keep his word. I'm warning you, Indra, if you do anything wrong, I'll know. and your head will roll on the floor. You're not a primordial god, so I wouldn't mind killing you, but I don't want to throw the world off balance. You've been warned. Himmel turned to leave. He could see how those three women looked at him with fear, but he didn't care. This was the role he had chosen to play in the face of the supernatural world. Well treated there. You can tell that the guy had never been defeated like that. Skeeth spoke to his other self. In truth, the entity was more than happy to see how that arrogant god was defeated. Now we only have Shiva left, and we can go and talk to the Greeks. Himmel agreed with his other self. He really hopes that the talk with Shiva will be much calmer than the one he has just had with Indra. He took his shoulder in annoyance, even though the lightning didn't touch him. If he managed to hurt him, without a doubt, Indra was a powerful god. I can't believe you really asked me to fight you for fun. Himmel rubbed his face. He had a black eye and several bruises. His armor was in a mess on the ground, with the god of destruction of the Hindu religion in a state similar to theirs. You are crazy. Haha, well, I need a change of scenery. You can't always fight someone who is on my level without fear of war. The god of destruction, despite his childlike appearance, was one of the most powerful beings in the world. The idea of fighting with him and managing to stay in one piece was unthinkable. But you didn't use all your power. I can say the same about you, bastard. More than once, you were able to leave everything in ashes, but you held back so you could have more time to fight. Shiva laughed at those words, only to get up and sit on the ground. He started to look at the sky. It was hard to believe that it has been almost 2 years since the war between those three sides started and is still ongoing. I guess you heard that the two heavenly dragons fought in the middle of the battlefield where the war was taking place. Himmel also sat down and went to see God, his wounds already healing thanks to his regenerative power. You know how funny this all is, that the three sides joined forces to stop those two dragons and destroy their bodies. The souls of the two are now sacred gears, those objects that he created that go with humans. Can you imagine? Mortals with the power of two of the most powerful beings in the world. There's no doubt that it's going to be crazy from now on. Elohim has always had weird ideas, and I'm sure he has something in mind for those two. D-Dragon Albion, I'm sure something big awaits those two. Elohim knows. It is always said that he has a huge hatred for the dragons because of what happened to that snake, and so on. But if that's not the case, I doubt he really hates anyone. I know, but let's not forget that there are many things that cannot be overlooked. He may not be the one to kill his enemies, but he is the one to send powerful punishments that can even be cruel. Sodom and Gomorrah are a clear example of this. Himmel nodded to those words, and Elohim told him what he did with that city. To be honest, he wasn't against what his friend did in the past. On the contrary, he feels that sometimes you have to be harsh and cruel to teach people a lesson. Since the world isn't just about kindness, sometimes being tough is the only thing you can do. They both sat watching the sky. Seeing how the sunset made the sky turn red made them understand that there was no more time. You'd better go talk to the Greeks, they're the ones you're missing. Shiva stood up and wiped his face because it was already too annoying. Athena and Hades are the only ones who don't hate you. Besides, the sons of Ares would seek vengeance against you if they weren't so frightened of what you can do to them. Those two idiots are cowards. They will only attack beings much weaker than them. Ares' sister is less since she is not a warrior, and Aphrodite, the only person in my heart, is dead. There's nothing I can do, and you're lucky that she knows how to defend herself. Himmel laughed a little. It seems you can't hide that. Do what you have to do. Don't worry that Indra won't heed your warning. I'll take care of it. Thank you, Lord Shiva. The gesture is appreciated. Shiva, someone who has earned my respect, doesn't need to call me so formal. God extended his hand to humans, who gladly accepted it. Good luck on your mission. Himmel, I'm sorry what you're doing will change the world. Himmel smiled at those words. He really doubts that it is, but hopefully what he's doing will help keep the world safe. That's why he's doing all this. I'm sorry things have to be this way. Athena Himmel stood in front of the goddess in the temple, where she dwells in an area hidden in Greece from all mortals. But that's the way it is. The woman looked at her friend from the throne where he was. All the Amazons, warriors who, although they serve Athena most of the time since she defeated their queen to gain control over them to prevent them from committing more atrocious acts for their beliefs, who were in the place, viewed it with hatred. Not only is he a man who, from afar, is more powerful than all of them put together, but the goddess of wisdom herself has a gentle side to it. Athena let out a sigh, sometimes cursing herself for being a goddess. She always thought about how lucky Charlotte was, that she was loved by someone like Himmel, someone so human with virtues and defects. He lowered his head because he sensed that he came to say goodbye after telling him and even asking him to tell Zeus not to get involved in the war that was going on. The goddess knew that her father was not going to act. After what happened to Ares almost 50 years ago, it has made him more careful in what he does and says, but the hatred he has for Himmel is present. Not only because he killed Ares, most on Olympus didn't appreciate him, but because he truly humiliated them all by climbing up and entering Olympus without anyone seeing him. Athena knew what to do. Leave us alone. Now, the goddess spoke in a commanding voice when she noticed that the warriors were not happy to leave her with a man. When only the two of them left, not only did you come to ask me to talk to my father, you also came to say goodbye, didn't you? Himmel lowered his head, and silence was his only reply. Why, what will you do? I've been preparing for this for years. There is a great threat that will come to destroy the world as we know it, and only I possess the power to stop it. Since the gods of the other factions will never agree to work together at present, this is the only path left for me. Himmel could see tears in the woman's eyes. Don't cry. You know very well that whatever you feel about me, it will never happen. You are a goddess whose fame lies in her purity and knowledge. You cannot focus your emotions on a mortal like me. You know very well that if I could, I would push these emotions away from my heart. But don't ask me for the impossible. Himmel, we've been friends for years. And when Charlotte died, I was there to listen to you and speak to you when you couldn't tell him some things. The woman moved closer to him until she was only a few steps away from him. It was in those years of so much talk and getting to know each other that I'm sorry, Athena, but there can be nothing between us even if I want it. You have your duties, and I have mine. This is the mission that I have now. It will be the last one for me. Athena lowered her head and nodded, knowing there was nothing she could do. Nothing was going to change his mind. I'm sorry. Say no more. Just do what you have to do. I hope that makes you happy, Himmel. It's the only thing I wish for you. Himmel raised his hand to try to caress the goddess's tear-stained cheeks, but he didn't. She knew that nothing she did would make her feel better. He nodded and turned around so he could leave. Not before that. I love you. It doesn't matter that your heart is Charlotte's. This feeling I have I will treasure forever because it makes me feel very human. Himmel didn't look at her. Doing so would make everything more difficult. Goodbye, Athena. With that said, Himmel left the temple, crossing the gazes of the women present, especially those of two who watched him with such intensity that you can swear they want to kill him. He shrugged it off and went on his way until he was lost in the darkness of the night. Time to go to Mu. Are you okay? Skeeth asked the question of his other self, who was looking down at the sky from the ground. That Yelbeoth was a tenacious opponent, even though he was a big dummy. I just can't help but see similarities between Mu's culture and our own. Now I understand why Lavenza thought that this came from the people of Mu who came to Earth. In addition, we found a war that occurred between factions within the same continent. It seems that they built that thing for the simple reason of destroying something. Is it that thing that Elohim told us? Himmel did not know how to answer Skeeth's question. It is likely, though he does not deny, that it is perhaps the other two beings that are said to be more powerful than any existence in the world. You know, before I fought with you, I had an encounter with a very strange old man. He told me something about wanting to go home and asked me if I knew how. I swear, just seeing him made me realize that he was more powerful than me. Much more powerful. Himmel was shocked to hear that. He knew firsthand the power of Skeeth, and for him to say that. I don't think seeing the sky will make any difference. You fulfilled the last mission entrusted by Elohim. Now there's only one thing left. I can feel how something of great power is approaching this world. Hopefully, the barrier created by your friend's death will serve to contain our battle with that. Himmel couldn't say anything. It was finally time. After months of preparation, after months of threatening and saving people from the oppression of many divine beings, Himmel had finally reached the final stage of his last fight. He knows it's going to be difficult, especially now that he can't help but think that he should give himself some time, one that allows him to get his ideas straight. How long until that thing? 24 hours, that's all we have left. Himmel nodded to those words. You must see it, even if it's just one more time. Before you leave, and he knows where to find her. He always knew, and he always visited her, even when she didn't know it. After several hours of flight, Himmel found himself in front of a small house on the outskirts of a Roman citadel. This one was small but comforting, and with some regret, he took the first steps on the way to the house. He felt that the only awakened presence in the place lay in bed. Quietly, he entered the place and walked to the room where he wanted to go. As he stood in front of her, she could see an elderly woman in bed, looking at the stars through the window near her. She felt someone watching her, turned to see who it was, and was surprised to see that it was someone who hadn't seen years. She smiled with some nostalgia and sadness. He hadn't changed anything, and she said a lot. The years had been generous to him. Uncle Himmel. Ora. Himmel walked over to the old woman and took the nearest chair so he could sit in front of her. The woman settled herself into her bed and looked at her uncle, almost holding back tears. It's good to see that you finally visited me directly. Himmel laughed a little. She could tell, I could feel it. Someone was watching me in the distance. When I got married, when I had my first child, when I raised him, and when I had my daughter year after year, at least once, I could feel that you were watching me, Uncle Himmel. You know, I couldn't come before you. With all that was going on and so on, it was dangerous, and it couldn't endanger you, Ora, it couldn't you. The woman smiled sadly when she saw that he was still the same as always. You always carry every man's pain, the pain of others, and the pain of the world. You always think of yourself as a necessary sacrifice to make the world better day by day. Now I understand why my mom and Aunt Charlotte yelled at you so much. Himmel smiled at those words. But I'd like to see your face, to see how much you've changed physically, and not just with the armor. Himmel obeyed without hesitation, making the helmet and mask disappear. Ora was surprised to see him just as she remembered, only with white hair and black locks. Other than that, it was the same. He smiled sadly to see that behind that youthful appearance lies the soul of a 100-year-old man who has seen and lived so much. The pain in his eyes was crystal clear, but deep inside, there was hope. The hope of seeing a better world was that all was not lost. You look tired, like you haven't been able to sleep in a long time. Himmel took his niece's somewhat wrinkled hand, squeezed her uncle's hand, and then shed a few tears. Are you still hurting about Aunt Charlotte? The pain never goes away, or you just learn to live with it. Someone like me, who walks through light and darkness, must carry that: accept your mistakes and faults, forgive yourself for them, but never forget them. Because that's what gives you the ability to know what to do and what not to do, so you don't make mistakes again. It took me years to understand that, as well as the deaths of people I love so much. Himmel could see how the old woman wept at those words. He hasn't cried in years. Were they okay? Amen, Yuji, Mikleo, Enda, and Layla Alicia. They're gone only with the regret of not having seen you one more time. Himmel sighed at those words. Alicia left after the deaths of her parents and her family for another place. Solaris stayed here. I always told him about you when he asked me who gave me this. The woman showed both necklaces around her neck. I've kept them as promised, and I'll give them to my grandchildren when it's my time. I feel like it will be soon. Himmel hugged the woman and stroked her hair. He could feel some fear in her. The fear of death is natural, but it is something that always happens. No one escapes it. Everything in this huge world must die. It is the law of life. Himmel knew it because he had seen it many times. It's like sleeping, or you'll just close your eyes. It won't hurt, I assure you. The woman nodded to those words as he passed by to see her. You've had a good life. You've had a great family. You've done what your parents and I couldn't. Be happy with those you love until the end. Be proud of it. I know it's just that deep down, I always wish that my mother and my father would be together always. Himmel wanted that, too, but it didn't. Life had other plans for him. Years of struggle in life had taught him that there are no such things as chances. Everything happens for a reason, but it's up to each person if that something affects them in one way or another. He chose his path based on what he has experienced. He can't change anything. Just moving forward. He knows, I have one last thing to do before being able to rest for a while. After this, the world will be in a relatively existing peace. Sadly, I won't be able to see what the humans will do, though I hope they don't destroy anything while I sleep. Ora looked at her uncle in confusion while sleeping. If I have something on my mind, don't worry. Are you all right? Himmel nodded to those words. He was sure she would ask him more questions. So he took out of his armor the 6 colored gems, the elements of harmony that Lavenza created, and these shone and then floated in front of Ora. She smiled wistfully and sadly. Mom's own light is so pure and brilliant. As if purifying your being just by looking at her, Ora put her hand in front of her, and the lavender gem landed on her hand. She's here, man. I can feel it. My mom is in these gems, watching over us in the world. Himmel nodded to those words. He felt that it was so. His sister's soul lies within the elements of harmony, but she is still asleep. I sighed when I saw that it was almost time to put the elements of harmony in place again. Ora, seeing it, knew it was time to say goodbye. It's time for Ora to go. I have to get ready for what's coming. I assure you that your grandchildren and your offspring will have a future. Himmel pointed to both necklaces. These objects, I know that one day they will separate. It happens with every family that has a long line, but one day they'll be together again. At the hands of those who have inherited your good heart. And when that day comes, they'll come back with you. They are always a part of you, and with them, I felt you close to me. Ora felt tired. Himmel noticed it and put the woman lying in bed. He covered her in the blanket she had as if she were a child, and she smiled at the memories this brought back in her mind. Are you leaving yet? Yes, it's time for me to get ready. I wish to see the sunrise one more time before we fight one last time. Himmel stroked the woman's head, and she just gladly accepted the gesture. I must go, Ora, this is goodbye. Goodbye, Uncle Himmel. I love you, and I'll give you a little one, and I will. Himmel stood up so he could leave the place, but not before taking one last look at the house where his niece lay sleeping. He knows that soon. I just kept walking, wanting a good place to watch the sunrise. After several hours of walking, Himmel sat down on a rock lying on the sea. The sea was calm, as if at peace. That allowed him to continue watching without any interruption. Sensing the distant power of those fighting in the war, Azazel apparently heeded his warning and walked out of battle with his men. He smiled as he imagined the face of Cockabeel's imbecile. I was sure that things would be over soon. It looks like 3 hours already. It's strange to imagine that everything we've been through has been a matter of some luck, some fate, and some cruelty on the part of the world. Himmel looked to his side, and Skeeth was there in a spectral form, seeing the horizon just like him. You know, I hated you from the beginning. I hated that someone like you made me feel what you humans call emotions. Not only that, but your pain was mine. Even after all these years, you have made me feel that this was for the better, so that we both learn a lot from each other. Himmel was only silent at Skeeth's words. He knew that this was the only chance they would have to be able to speak and let go of everything they felt. They thought the same thing. He once hated Skeeth. He made him different, arrogant, lonely. But at the same time, it made him stronger. I learned a lot from him, such as this one. They were at the end of it all, the last resting place for both of them. He was scared. It was natural, according to him. Because he can't help but feel that fear of death. His survival part tells him not to go. Don't fight. But that side of him, the one he developed after so many battles and so many losses, told him that it was the right thing to do and that it was his duty. And while nothing and no one forced him to do this, he will. Because he feels that it is the right thing to do, that with this he will feel happy with himself, and that he will finally be able to see the purpose of his life and why he is here alive when many have died having more opportunities than someone like him. You don't want to tempt fate, you don't want to sound smug. But he feels that, after so long, he is special in some way. Every being in this world just has to believe it. You just have to be aware that he's unique and that there are things that only he can do. What does it matter if you can't do what the other person does? Without a doubt, you will be able to one day find that unique talent that you have, even if it is after so much effort and so many falls and pains. To see that you are special, maybe not in the eyes of the whole world, but in the eyes of someone, and that will be enough to keep you trying, because someone believes in you. The word believe had become important to him because he knew that nothing was certain behind all this. He knows the world may not get better or change, but he believes in what he's seen. He believes in the potential of those who live in this world. He believes that after so many battles, there are beings who understand the uselessness of the enmities they have and who, together, are capable of more than fighting only for a belief in superiority. It gives nothing, only pain and hardship. After all this, I think they will realize that the world must change. I doubt they will continue the fight. Many of their own have already died. If the struggle continues, they will become extinct. He has something in mind to stop the battle once and for all. Himmel agreed with Skeeth. He knows that Elohim doesn't want the extermination of any side. You must have something in mind, although he doesn't know what it is exactly. You can only imagine one thing. As I thought, the first rays of sunshine showed themselves. Himmel saw how the star rose to illuminate the world once again. He smiled when he captured it for the first time in so many years. How beautiful it is. I had seen so many, but this one was special, because it would be the last one he would see with his own eyes. He stood up to finally prepare for the grand finale, to see what he would face and prevent it from destroying the world. Skeeth, everything you said, I know. I feel the same way you do, and it's time for both of us to put an end to this adventure we've had for years. May it end in the best way for both of you, so you can sleep without any regrets. Himmel took out the 8 red energy swords he used as wings. Are you ready for the grand finale of our story? I think the answer is more than clear. Come on. At those words, Himmel took flight, and the elements of harmony rose to open a door to the dimensional gap. Seeing the empty space in front of him made him understand that there was no turning back. I turned to look at the land, the sea, and the sun. It was goodbye. Just as he was about to cross the portal, he felt the presence of those two disappear. That was, goodbye Elohim, I will keep my word. With that said, Himmel walked through the portal to finally go to his last battle. The space where Himmel now found himself reminded him somewhat of the night. Totally dark with small orbs of light in the place, they helped him see where he was going. The elements of harmony seemed to guide him to where his enemy seemed to be, and there was no time to doubt the ability of these gems. Without warning, Himmel arrived at a floored area. An area that reminded him of the rocky parts of the mountains because of the sensation and sound they gave every time he took a step. All right, I've been brought here for a reason. Where is he? As Himmel searched for his opponent, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was as if something was watching him from the shadows. Though the hell, he turned in fear as he felt a pair of eyes see him in all this darkness. What he saw was a huge, oddly shaped skull with 4 green eyes. It could be seen that what was underneath that thing were like roots of a color that gave appearance to a humanoid body, or at least try to give it an appearance of that kind. What I don't expect is that his feet were attached to the ground. 1 second, it wasn't the ground. The whole place, this place is him totally. The beast gave a mighty roar, one that shook everything. Hog, impossible, it is divine and demonic power. It must be because of what happened to Elohim and Lucifer. If what we feel in the end is true, there is nothing to prevent the union of powers that, in theory, are opposites. Skeeth was afraid of that thing. I have seen her before. Their thirst for destruction and their lack of reasoning. That thing is a monster in every sense of the word. The person in front of them was watching them. I looked at the 8 essences within Himmel. Those 8 energies were what gave birth to him, and in order to be complete, he must devour them. With a roar, more of those blue roots emerged from the ground. They were building a type of construction. One day, little by little, I raised him to be at the top. Himmel drew his Oblivion and Oathkeeper guns. He was ready for the fight to come. The elements of harmony were around him, as if to say, Lavenza, you want to fight too, don't you? Himmel smiled as he watched over his sister, still dead, watching over him. All right, time to wrap this up, Skeeth. It's all or nothing. This thing, no, Cubia, must disappear here and now, for the sake of the future. With that said, Himmel ran toward the kind of ladder the roots had created. Their battle against Cubia, the anti-existence born of the world's imbalance, had begun. How long have you been fighting? Hours, days, and weeks he doesn't know anymore. The only thing that is clear to him is that this being, Cubia, as Skeeth said his name was after retrieving that little piece of his memory at the sight of that thing, was the most powerful being he had ever faced. Not even Shiva came near him. This thing was a monster in all its letters. The first thing that bothered me about this being were the cores it created every time it attacked it. These cores, when they exist, do not allow Himmel to attack the central being, as a kind of barrier is created around him. The only way he can attack Cubia is to destroy those demonic cores. But to add to the problems, when you destroy them a few minutes later, they return, giving Cubia time to heal his wounds. The regenerative capacity of this thing was such that unless you could destroy it in one fell swoop, you wouldn't be able to take it down. Not only that, Cubia seemed to have the ability to create small beings that appear to be some types of octopuses but have 4 tentacles and 1 eye that are weak individually, but together they are like a plague. Not only that, they are like beings that attack you with the sole purpose of eating you, because those mouths that you see in them give you that horrible feeling. cutting them down with her weapons fixes the plague by the minute, only for Cubia to create more and more. There was no end to such things. He cursed that he couldn't use Skeeth and get rid of those things, because if he did, it would be the same as using everything you have. If you want to use Skeeth, you must do so knowing that it will win. What he really hopes will happen. There were times when Cubia would attack directly, especially when Himmel got too close to him, sometimes using his hands, or whatever those things were, to try to turn them off. Others would have the mouth of his hideous and deformed skull to attack with a sphere of energy composed of light and dark, divinity and demonic power. Of all the shots that thing fired at him, he was hit by 3, and he swears he almost died in the last one. Not because he hasn't protected himself, but because that thing is showing more and more of its power because he got tired of this fight or because he was already getting desperate. You want to believe it's the ultimate. What she did hate was when an endless number of skulls came out of her back and went towards her person to attack her as if she were a swarm of bees. I'd had enough of Beelzebub's insects. Thank you very much. He eliminated them using Fitchell's magic with Magus's spread to immediately impale those that still remained in Tarvo's darkness and finally used the regenerative power of Gora and Korbanik. His wounds must close quickly, otherwise, he was more than dead, and he would attack those ugly beings with his swords, wrapped in the power of Match's air. Not content with that, he attacked with illusions that took physical forms thanks to Innis power. He managed to have at least 100 clones of himself thanks to his mastery of power, and Skeeth gave him large reserves of energy to give those copies the necessary time to be able to kill as many as he could before going to Cubia. The monstrous being in front of him was more than animalistic in the way he acted. But there was one thing he could recognize without any problem, because he has felt it more than once, and that is the evil and negativity that emanate from his entire being, as if every cell of his being is made up of evil thoughts and emotions. Or do I really believe this thing does? He is absorbing Skeeth and the others, those who created it as a weapon, the world and its evil. Or is it because of the deaths of Elohim and Lucifer that it has been so definitive? He doesn't know, plus it doesn't seem to matter. That thing isn't going to answer you. Cubia gave another battle cry, this time louder and more terrifying than the last, like daring your opponent to keep attacking so that you see how useless this fight is. Himmel, although it may seem crazy, launched the attack and managed to somewhat hurt Cubia's heart, who screamed in pain only for several roots of his body to appear out of nowhere and restrict his movements. It was a trap. The bastard knew how to make plans. These roots, so dry and devoid of life, were very hard. I couldn't break them. That's when he saw Cubia's hand raised to give him a blow that OSHT, this will hurt like hell. Himmel could only feel his whole body thundering in pain as Cubia hit him. To fall several meters away from the being, to go around several times on the earth before the kinetics were kind to him so that there is no more speed, and he stops at last. Feeling the pain in his body was nothing new to him, but it was to feel that for a few moments you stopped breathing. Himmel tried to get to his feet so that he could resume the battle, but his own body was screaming at him not to get up. I had that luxury, more so when I heard the piercing scream of that thing. As he approached him, he could feel his footsteps shaking the place, which ironically was also part of him. With some regret, he managed to create a huge wall of fire that allowed him to buy some time as Cubia was surprised to see the large mass of fire. Himmel stepped back several meters to charge power into his swords and launch several waves of cuts towards Cubia, but he put those strange cores back in front of him that acted as shields. Although these were destroyed, they gave the huge beast the opportunity to open its huge mouth, charge energy into it, and launch a beam of power towards Himmel. Seeing no way out but to face the attack, Himmel shook his weapons in order to repel the powerful attack. With a lot of effort and even some pain, Himmel managed to repel the beast's attack into the empty space that was there. The only thing I heard was the explosion managing to open a large hole in the place, which led to another dimension. I was in a cold sweat when I saw that this being could open the dimensions without any problem. I'm afraid there's not much we can do unless you use more power. Himmel had to agree with Skeeth. He was more than sure that if he doesn't do something, he'll be more than dead. Taking out the 8 energy blades that appear on his back, Himmel knew he needed more power. Much more power if you really want to win. He started to draw more and more power, so much so that his body was suffering from power overload and he was starting to get a little dizzy. With a swift movement, Himmel went towards Cubia, who was more than surprised by the new speed of his opponent, and then received a very strong blow from the ladder in his chest that made him stagger. Himmel didn't stop there. He went to Cubia's right arm and slashed it from the base of his shoulder with Oblivion. What he did next was kick him to propel himself backwards and fly so that he could hurl several bursts of power from the energy swords into Cubia's face and all over his body. What happened after that was that the beast tried to take cover from Himmel's machine gun attack, but it was impossible. All the more so because, in truth, the being was unable to raise an effective defense against the attack from all directions that Himmel threw at it. What followed after that was that he attacked again in a physical way, this time using both his usual weapons and the swords on his back, causing him to have 10 swords at his disposal to attack. And that was something that Cubia was already beginning to feel and even detest. She couldn't regenerate so quickly. The swords were also loaded with the power of those 8 that can hurt and kill him. He must put an end to this mortal in order to go through the barrier that protects that world full of negative emergence and thus be able to fulfill the reason for his existence, chaos. Cubia expelled more power, and his body began to get smaller and smaller. The ground where Himmel stood until recently had become nothing, and everything was going towards Cubia. Its size decreased, but his power was greater, to the point that Himmel began to break out in a cold sweat, that being. What he had in front of him, flying in the infinity of this place, was a version of himself with white calaveric armor with purple markings. On his back, there were bones that looked like ribs that gave him the sensation of having wings. That was what terrified him. They were white, totally white, without any emotion. The new Cubia raised his hand, and his own bones created a scythe made up of this. No way, perhaps. Perhaps, in truth, it is not the opposite existence to us but to that of Himmel. Skeeth had caught it, that being, and Himmel. They were two sides of the same coin, the two faces of chaos, the necessary chaos and the corrupted chaos. He was Himmel's nemesis for simply absorbing the eight. Cubia, in his new form, went against him. The speed he had was such that Himmel was forced to only take cover to avoid further damage. The swords and the scythe collided on impact, which shook the whole place. The sound of something breaking alerted Himmel. Oblivion and Oathkeeper had cracked. The thing had managed to damage the swords, which, after intense battles of all kinds, had never been damaged. Does this go beyond what is known? Himmel was kicked by Cubia, which sent him flying several kilometers at monstrous speed. The human was trying to regain the notion of his own balance when Cubia appeared at his side and began to attack him with the scythe with a speed and mastery worthy of fear. He is sure that not even Thanatos, the mightiest of all the fates, has such an ability. With great effort, he tried to dodge attacks and block when he had to, since doing so would damage his swords more. Just what I didn't want, now that Cubia stopped his attack, was to create more of those things out of nothing. Even with that appearance, he has the ability to create those beasts. Damn it, Himmel was forced to put an end to these things while trying to keep Cubia from slitting his throat. He pulled out more power to be able to even things out, but still, it wasn't enough. Cubia managed to counteract everything he threw at him. What's more, he could even predict what he was doing. Not even his X-Pulse could help in this situation. I was on the defensive in its entirety. I was trapped. Himmel, Skeeth's voice made him raise his guard again, this time so he could block Cubia's scythe, only for it to show that it was a feint. He hit him in the face with such force that the hull of his armor shattered, and Himmel was sent to one of the dimensional portals there. Himmel tried to pull himself together, only to see Cubia coming towards him. It seems that she wants to take him down because she knows that there is a possibility that she will pursue him, and what a bad joke. Cubia attacked mercilessly using everything he had, fists, kicks, energy attacks, and the scythe. Himmel was already feeling tired. Their bodies could no longer withstand such punishment, and even more so when they continued on this dimensional path to end up where God knows. It was an eternity, but they finally found themselves out of that path and then fell into a place with a totally white floor and a huge blue sky. Himmel was surprised to see the place but also to feel some nostalgia. Maybe you imagine this place in a dream or something similar. With much regret and pain, Himmel stood up, only to notice that Cubia was waiting for him to stand up to continue the fight. It seems that he really wants to kill me in a fight. He has honor. Himmel was on guard and again hurled bursts of darkness at his opponent. Cubia repelled them all and then went to Himmel, who was on his guard, but what surprised him was that Cubia had disappeared. He turned around in fear when he realized he had it in the back. The being attacked indiscriminately again, this time ready to end the battle in Himmel. The human received the attacks from his opponent. These were such that his armor began to break. I couldn't do anything in a desperate attempt. Himmel again summoned the red energy swords on his back to attack up close, but Cubia dodged and blocked everything Himmel threw at him. In addition, he had the luxury of destroying the energy swords with his weapon. As if mocking him, Himmel gritted his teeth at this mockery. This was not possible. Cubia, in a final act, hit Himmel with such force that the entire chest of his armor was shattered, and he felt that his own soul was damaged by that thing. Then his face, his abdomen, and his legs, every part of his body was attacked by Cubia's unbridled attack. The entity raised its scythe, ready to deliver the coup de grace. Out of simple instinct, Himmel raised both swords, only for both Oblivion and Oathkeeper to be destroyed by Cubia's attack, which managed to make a deep cut across his entire chest. I've never felt so cold before. The cut on the chest was such that it came out of it as if it were a cataract. Oblivion and Oathkeeper fell to the ground to become particles, totally destroyed. At the same time, Himmel fell face down, staining the white floor where he was, while the 6 elements of harmony fell to the ground as he no longer had a place to be after the destruction of the armor. Cubia, seeing him defeated, turned around and started walking, ready to leave this place. You must look for that dimension again. Himmel could only hear Cubia's footsteps leaving and Skeeth's screams. But nothing was clear. I was tired, and the desire to sleep was strong. I just wanted to close my eyes so I could finally rest. Himmel, come on, brother, it's not time to sleep. That voice, no, it can't be, you must stand up, you can still win. To open his eyes as best he could and see the star-shaped lavender gem shine, it wasn't. Didn't you promise to never give up? Even after everything you've been through, even with everything you've suffered, you can't let things end like this. But come here. Himmel stretched out his hand to try to touch the gem, only to hear another voice from the red gem. It's true, don't come and tell me that this is your limit. Himmel rose. No way, nothing is impossible. Himmel, believe it or not, we've always been with you. Layla, his voice came from the orange gem. It doesn't matter that in life we haven't been able to help you, we've always been connected, even after our deaths. The purple gem Edna. You may be a hopeless idiot, but you've taught us what it's like to never give up. Mikleo, he is the celestial gem. Although you have to admit that it's funny to imagine that somehow some of our essences have ended up here for this moment. I loved him too, but why did I get the pink gem? This is no time for trivialities, my dear. Himmel needs our help. Lavenza sounded more than annoyed by her husband's attitude. Come on, Himmel, you can still win. How are you all? You always said he was a genius. I hooked up some of us with these gems, and I always thought of a way to help you. I sensed that one day you'd need our help from the afterlife. It's just one use, but we can fight together, Himmel. One more time. To be able to give the world a chance to shape its future. Himmel tried to get to his feet. The burning in his wounds was such that it was a real miracle to still be alive. You remember it, don't you? That thing you told us all once. Rosa's voice could be heard as he was close to standing. The future belongs to those who never give up and fight with courage, and that courage will give you the wings to be able to go towards it. Himmel was already on his feet, bleeding to death, but he looked firm and ready to continue the fight. Still, after all, everything I've done and what I got wrong, you watch over me. I really don't deserve this. I don't deserve a sister or friends like you. I should have died years ago. Not you. Still, Himmel noticed how the 6 gems shone around him. Still, I'm happy to hear you say once again that they still watch over me. Himmel shed a few tears, his emotions calling for a new power. That's why let's fight together once again, for the world and the future, for those who will succeed us. This is the power of the light of harmony and the darkness of chaos. Skeeth could feel something new forming. Something of great power, perhaps too much for Himmel and his frail human body, but it was what they needed. Now Himmel, let out all the power of my brothers, make them one with mine. The red markings on Himmel's body reappeared, only for the glow to envelop him and get rid of what was left of the armor to make way for the human wearing a large black trench coat that revealed his chest, whose wound in it had been closed by darkness, leaving black marks on it, as well as the pants, boots, and gloves he was wearing. His now visible face showed a piece that was previously impossible to see. The 8 orbs that came out of his chest, representing Skeeth and his brothers, became pieces of something, each being placed in such a way as to create a sword held together by the light of the elements. Himmel took the handle of the sword and waved it so that he could feel the weight of the sword. It was perfect. We're all here to be able to choose our own future, and I will give the world the opportunity to do that, even at the cost of my own life. That is the purpose of my existence. Himmel saw the elements of harmony shining around him. Help me one more time? Oh. The intense brilliance of the 6 gems was enough to answer. Himmel caught sight of Cubia, who was already preparing the portal to leave here and try to return to the world. Without thinking, he thrust the sword into the air, and it spread out in such a way that the 8 pieces that made it up separated to give the weapon the length he wanted. Cubia noticed the coming impact and covered himself with his weapon, which seemed to be enough and useful as he lost concentration and the portal closed. Having at last caught Cubia's attention again, Himmel went towards him with his sword, ready to attack, but Cubia attacked him with a wave of energy thrown from the side. For a moment, he thought about moving and dodging him, but the purple gem sparkled, and several meters in front of her, Edna appeared in the guise of a young woman. Like he's in his 22nds. Great wall. The woman put her hands on the ground, and out of nowhere, a wall of earth emerged, which in seconds turned into a diamond wall. He blocked and resisted the attack, thus giving Himmel the opportunity to advance smoothly. Go for it. Himmel waved the sword, and it flashed. What happened next was that the weapon disappeared, and over Himmel appeared the shadow of a humanoid being with a halo on its head. The blue energy that went into his hands created 2 huge spear-style daggers that, the mirage of deceit, confusion, flight. Himmel disappeared from Cubia's sight, only to reappear in front of him again and in a swift, even deceptive manner, to give the enemy several rapes with sufficient force to send him flying. Cubia tried to regain his balance and go back on the attack, but he felt something stop him. A draft of air, they looked like threads. As he turned and noticed that the pink gem was glowing, Zavade emerged from it. Only his green eyes now exuded a strange aura. To use the cursed power in my veins without fear of my death sounds more than perfect. Zavade made the threads out of air, pressed Cubia. Something seemed to be enough to give Himmel another chance. This time, the energy changed to a pink and light blue color. On it appeared 2 figures very similar to each other, except that one seemed to have a sun on its head and the other the moon. They turned into 2 twin swords of the previous colors and the Machinator, Bloom of Destiny. With several cuts, Himmel managed to make Cubia suffer even more, and after hitting the last one with both swords, he sent it flying several meters away from him. When he turned his weapons to the sword from before, Himmel felt a tightness in his chest. Your body, you won't be able to resist this for long. You must attack again. Cubia, who has finally resumed his pace, is ready to attack. He created more of those beasts from before, but Himmel was ready this time. The sword turned back into light, and a figure was seen above him that seemed to have a large tail. Suddenly, a kind of green sword-like fan appeared in his hand, and he waved it several times with force. The propagation unforgiving bud. The strong winds that came out of the fan's movements were such that they lifted the beasts into the air, trapping them in a tornado and destroying them bit by bit. At the same time, Cubia was about to go on the attack, but a pillar of fire appeared in his path. Layla had appeared and created the attack, while Mikleo did the same, only to freeze Mikleo's legs. There's no way we're going to give you a chance to attack. Go ahead, Himmel, get to it. He won't miss the opportunity those two have given him. This time, a female figure with 2 wings appeared on top of him, turned into a huge mallet of pink energy, went towards Cubia with that object, and the Avenger Orb of Revenge. After delivering a blow with the weapon, Himmel let the force of the weapon spin it, giving it a second and even third impact that managed to break half of Cubia's body. Zavade and Edna contained the entity with earth and wind. It was strong, it didn't take anything for it to break free, but it's that small second or fraction of a second that gives Himmel the opportunity to attack again, and with one more movement. An orange beam that seemed to meditate appeared, and he created a huge hammer of the same color as the Prophet, the will of the gods. The hammer came with such force and speed that Himmel could see how Cubia was trembling, his body was falling apart. A little more Himmel. This time Rose emerged from the red gem and landed on Cubia. She threw 100 knives created by her own energy, and with a snap, the electrical energy she had infused into them made Cubia writhe in pain. Attack. Again, the sword turned into energy. Over the human appeared what appeared to be a woman with a bridal veil on a large flower, and then the purple energy went to Himmel's hands and created some kind of claw. The temptress, bewitching wind. With swift movements that seemed to be those of a cat attacking, Himmel managed to give Cubia so many blows that he fell to the ground after his scythe was destroyed. Lying on the ground, it was shown that he was trying to change back into his colossal mode, ready to attack with all his might. But the onslaught of several bursts of light halted his transformation. Lavenza had attacked with his light at the same time as he created chains that were holding him back. Altogether, Himmel made his energy sword again, this time with the silhouette of Skeeth emerging and creating the red scythe he always uses, while the others went to attack the helpless being, who did not believe that the appearance of these spirits had changed everything. Seeing how the one with pink hair attacked him with a series of combos with those knives, the one with white hair with bursts of fire, and the dwarf with 2 huge fists of earth to then get a machine gun, a quick attack from the guy who uses wind, and finally get hit by a water dragon from the other side, it took away any chance of avoiding Himmel's imminent attack. The terror of death, merciless decapitation. Turning several times on its axis and then giving it a powerful blow with the weapon, Himmel sent Cubia flying into the air. It was his chance. He changed his energy again, but this time a humanoid being appeared above him that seemed to have a light blue mask on its face, which turned into a large cannon to be able to shoot the rebirth. Devil's Verdict. The energy that came out of the canyon was such that the sky in the place was opened by the same wave of energy, opening several portals. Cubia received the full impact of the attack. The explosion that was generated made everything tremble. What a power. I dare say any one of those attacks is enough to kill several gods 100 times over. You're lucky we're not on Earth, or none of it would have survived. Himmel was a little scared to imagine that he has such power now. Ahaha, if he was feared before, if they saw him now. The 6 elements of harmony returned to his side, this time only shining and not projecting to his friends and sister. Waiting to see if seeing how Cubia, or what's left of it, is regenerating made Himmel break out in a cold sweat. She can't believe that after all those attacks, she's still alive. But his pitiful state denoted that the damage was present, and the roar he gave it was like that of an animal mortally wounded, but at the same time, it denoted the great danger that its presence denoted. Himmel and the rest saw how Cubia resumed his enormous appearance from before, and at the same time, he created a clone of himself, only that this one was spherical and had several heads that looked like parasites or large worms in its whole being. These opened their mouths, and more of those small beasts came out of them. Himmel knew that the only one was his goal. He just needs to finish off the real one, and it will all be over, but the gigantic clone on him was. Leave the clone to me. Skeeth informed Himmel of what they must do. You know very well that there is no alternative but to face these things at once. Now that you've unleashed all of our power, I can be out of you any longer. Himmel knew this was our last battle in this life, and it should end as it should, with both of us on the battlefield. The human smiled at those words. Red marks appeared on his body at the same time as the elements of harmony shone, ready to give their power. Come on, Himmel, we're here too. His sister's voice made him concentrate both energies, but now they must unite in one being. Let's go, let's go. Himmel concentrated his power, ready to release his other self onto the battlefield. I, Lavenza, and the rest were going to give a piece of power, too. We're all here. The power resounded, it became one so it could call. From Himmel's body, the red energy was released at the same time as the light from the gems joined it. They went to heaven, and after a strong flash, Skeeth was present, but his appearance was different. More humanoid, bigger, with half of its body with silver details and the other of a gold color. A long red cloak and a halo on his head from which the 8 energy swords gathered. It was like seeing a divine being, one born of the balance of chaos and harmony, of light and darkness. There was, unison Skeeth. With his new power and appearance, Skeeth hurled several blasts from the swords on his back at the small beasts that were in the air, destroying most of them. Hell for the core of Cubia. He's resentful of the latter. It's our last chance to end this. Skeeth flew up to his clone and slammed it hard enough to lift it up. Go. Himmel wasted no time and rushed towards the core. Cubia was not going to fall without a fight, so he launched several bursts of energy towards the human while creating more of those little beasts to hold back their advance. What he didn't expect was for those 6 spirits to reappear to help him. Layla and Zaved combined fire and wind, creating flames of great power that charred everything that opposed them. Mikleo and Edna act as the supports, protecting Himmel from enemy attacks at the same time that Rose attacked with Himmel to get rid of those who came into her attack range. Lavenza attacked from the air as she flew, without the factor of a weak body. He could fight with everything, and his spells were to be feared. Rose was still fast, and her magic of creating daggers in an eternal mode was incredible. Skeeth, on the other hand, was fighting on a par with Cubia, trying to keep that thing away from Himmel and the others, using his speed and the scythe created from plasma by gathering the energy swords. He managed to injure and destroy pieces of this abominary's body, the being whose existence is responsible for him and the rest getting here. He slashed another way with his gun, managing to cut open the gigantic body of that thing somewhat. Because of him, he ended up inside Himmel. This time, he fired several shots at one of the gigantic worms, managing to smash it to pieces. That's why he learned what emotions are. What is faith, determination, the courage, friendship, and love that dwells in the heart of all living beings. He thrust the 8 swords into that thing's body as far as he could and ordered them to fire. The shots hit the entire inside of the beast. It began to fall apart. For this being, it's just that it's here, where it belongs, and thanks to the world for being so. With a wave of his hand, he turned the swords back at him, recreated the scythe, and delivered the final blow. The protect break was created. Skeeth wasted no time and backed off, the 8 swords attached to his arm to create a huge cannon of golden emerger that didn't take long to load. This thing must go. Forever. Drain heart. The final version of the soul drain, a burst of energy that kills everything from the receiver to mere contact. And that happened. Cubia's clone was made of nothing, not even particles of that had remained. Himmel and the rest watched as Skeeth took down Cubia's clone. This was going to help them hold the Colossus by having it in front of them. She tried to catch him. I wanted to absorb it, it was more than obvious, given that Cubia was born to oppose the 8 beings that now make up Unison Skeeth. He managed to keep Cubia at bay, ready for whatever he threw at him, while Himmel climbed up using his dry roots as ladders. Himmel managed to destroy these demonic beasts, but he knew that he had to finish Cubia's heart to end this. He switched to the twin blue and pink swords to get a group away from those things, then used the fan and trapped them in a giant tornado. Himmel knew that as long as he used those powers, the more tired he felt, his life was on the edge. Just a few more changes. Lavenza and Rose managed to prevent one of those things from hitting him at the same time that Layla and Mikleo were creating columns of fire and wind, thus managing to put those things away from Himmel. He was already tired, his breathing. A little more Himmel. Zaved wiped out some of the roots that wanted to trap him. You're almost there. It's true, it's the end of the road, my friend. Hedna created dirt platforms for him to climb. Himmel appreciated the gesture and started using the platforms to climb. Getting closer and closer to the end, I watched as Skeeth had Cubia trapped in his hands, holding on long enough for him to arrive and deliver the coup de grace. The higher he climbed, the more he felt his heart pound with all that was left, knowing that these were the last beats of his mortal body, one who has been in this world for 100 years. He couldn't help but remember everything, what he lived, what he suffered. He smiled out of inertia when he saw that this thing about seeing your life pass through your eyes when you are steps away from death is true. Ironically, the memory of the bad also came because it made him strong and changed him for the better. Cubia saw the being who wishes to kill him nearby. He can't allow it to come near him. He will by no means die because of this mortal. Cubia released several bursts of energy from his mouth, thus managing to somewhat encourage Himmel's advance, but he attacked Korbanik's face with Korbanik's power. This cannon was powerful. He managed to destroy half of Cubia's head, which began to regenerate at an abnormal rate. With some difficulty, Himmel created the scythe with Skeeth's power and got rid of the hindrances that prevented him from advancing, enemies and roots alike. He coughed up after that. It was almost there. Just a little bit more tiredness and pain where he shook his head and forced his body to move again, then slammed into his chest, as if telling his heart to beat a little longer, that soon he will be able to rest at last. Himmel rushed towards Cubia's core, which let out a powerful roar, one that caused Skeeth to weaken his grip a bit. That gave the beast a chance to move and finally have its chest free. While therein lies his heart, which is his weak point, it is also the source of his most powerful attack. He began to charge energy into it to hurl it at the insolent mortal who was after his life. Skeeth tried to stop him, but the beast was so persistent that not even the blows could interrupt the accumulation of power he was having. Himmel, seeing this, wanted to retreat in order to avoid the attack, but if he did, their last chance to finish this battle would be ruined. After killing several of these beasts with the scythe, Himmel forced himself to continue running towards Cubia's heart, hoping that he could hit him before he could. He thought about using Korbanik's power, but he knows it won't do any good if you must do it this way, even if it seems impossible. Running at all the speed he could give, Himmel saw how, second by second, the power of Cubia's attack continued to grow. It was enough to crush the world 100 times. I was steps away from damn, it's not going to make it in time. Leave that to us. Just focus on moving forward, Himmel. Rose and Layla's voices made him look up and see how the 6 gems were placed in front of him as he moved forward and began to charge power. It was crazy. Let us be the ones with the madness, once idiots. Just a second, brother, that's all we can give you. Nodding to Mikleo and Lavenza's words, Himmel kept running. He killed more of that stuff as he did it, trying to just not miss a beat moving forward. Both the elements of Harmony and Cubia charged their power, and Skeith managed to hold that thing in place through sheer physical strength, destroying the small beasts when he could. All giving the last thing they had, it was time for the end. Himmel recreated the sword made up of the power of Skeith and the other 7. And he went on his way, both attacks ready to be fired. He halted his advance as he saw that Cubia was going to attack first, with the elements of Harmony in front of him. Cubia shot his powerful lightning bolt from his chest. It was gigantic, and that black and purple color hinted at the kind of energy that had created him. He was powerful, he had no doubt about it, but her sister and friends weren't going to be left behind. At the same time, the 6 gems were placed in a position of 6 points, thus creating a star that formed a magic circle of different colors. From this came a shot of the same size as the one Cubia had launched. Himmel smiled when he saw that it was like a rainbow. Both attacks hit each other, and the struggle for supremacy began. While it was obvious that the attack of Lavenza and the others was destined to lose, the goal was never to win this but to give Himmel a chance to attack. And he wasn't going to waste it. On his back, the 8 energy swords appeared again, this time red with gold details, and he took flight. In midair, Himmel set his sight. Cubia's heart flew to it. Skeith, seeing this, caught the beast better so that Himmel would have a better angle, one that would prevent him from missing. The human charged all the power into his sword, which became pure energy made up of the power of 8. Cubia noticed the attack too late. It ends here. Himmel raised his sword as he flew into the heart of his enemy. You won't see tomorrow. In a final move, Himmel threw the sword backwards with a twist that gave a boomerang effect. The sword was flying to the side for a few seconds and then back towards him, already in front of Cubia's heart. You and I are not needed in this world that is seen to have been created. The sword returned to Himmel, stuck in his chest, and the energy of the sword continued to pierce the heart of Cubia, who gave a deafening cry of pain. It couldn't be the mortal, he figured it out. As long as he lives, he cannot die. As long as Cubia lives, Himmel cannot die. They were two sides of the same coin. That is why he wanted to kill him and absorb his soul in order to eliminate that weakness. Now it's no use, they're finished. Himmel smiled as he watched Cubia stiffen and begin to turn to rock, breaking down little by little. The only way to kill him was to have both die at the same time. It was the only way. This was his plan from the beginning, and he saw himself in the hand of Skeith, who was watching him. He turned his head to see how the remains of Cubia were turning to dust. I was done. I had won altogether. Skeith stepped on the ground and put Himmel on it, watching as his other self slowly died. It was strange, there was sadness, but also a feeling of pride, as if he had finally found the answer to so many unknowns. The 6 gems landed near Himmel and projected his friends and sister, all looking at him with a smile. You did it. Himmel Lavenza kneeled down and placed her spectral hand on her brother's chest. You did it. It's over, at last. You can rest at last, Himmel. Layla looked at her friend, and he saw them all tired but happy. You've earned it. You'll be able to see Charlotte again. Edna wanted him to feel calm while he waited for the end. Himmel felt weird. The idea of seeing Charlotte Amain and Yuji the Queen liked it. He had done so much for the world without anyone asking him. He had suffered so much in order to mature that it was more than right to finally find his happiness, even in the hereafter. But no, I couldn't be selfish. He had other plans for his soul. He looked at everyone and shook his head as best he could, as if to say he couldn't do that. Who can't go see everyone? Are you saying, won't you come with us? Zaved was surprised to see that Himmel was still. Still, after so much, do you want to continue the cycle of struggles you've had? Mikleo couldn't believe it, the idiot was still. I have yet to see the world. See what? Himmel raised his right hand as best he could, and a red orb was created in it. The power of Korbanik, rebirth. Everything that is destroyed by its power one day returns to the world of the living. Only like someone else, a reincarnation. You didn't believe it, the idiot had planned it all. He was willing to give up the opportunity of eternal rest, to put his soul in suspension, and to become part of the soul of another totally new being. No, Himmel, enough is enough. You've done enough for the world and for everyone. You've sacrificed so much. Do you even want to sacrifice your well-deserved rest? Rose kneeled beside him. Perhaps this is all self-punishment. No, I know I'm selfish, but I feel like I'm still needed, and somehow I can help the generation to come. It will be the one that changes the world in the final way. Just as Elohim believes, and so do I believe, Himmel has learned that although it seems like an empty word to him, it carries a lot of weight. I am sorry. Tell Charlotte and the rest I'm sorry I can't see them. Himmel, you're an idiot. Rose brought her face close to his and kissed him. Well, you're the idiot I love. Even if 1,000 lives go by, that will never change. He smiled at those words. He watched each of his friends leave one by one, smiling silently at him. The words were superfluous. They all said one thing, that they wish him luck on his new journey and that they will always be with him. Lavenza was the only one who hadn't left yet of the 6 gems around her. I'll leave my soul in them. One day, I know that we'll see each other again. Himmel knew she wasn't going to take no for an answer. I think it's fair that this time, we both fight together. May we look to the future together, as it always should be. Lavenza began to disappear, tears welling up in her eyes. See you another life, dear brother. My hero. See you again. Lavenza. Himmel saw his sister's soul separate into 6 pieces and join the gems, which then rose to the sky to disappear from Himmel's sight. They had returned to the chest. He smiled tiredly. He went to see Skeith, who was still by his side. Well, go away. You're free, not anymore. You must come back to me, and miss the opportunity to see how things will be in the future. I'm sorry to tell you this, Himmel, but there's no way you'll get rid of me so easily. Skeeth began to turn into a particle as he and the others entered the red orb. I'm interested in seeing what your new life will be. Damned curious you always give me. Himmel laughed a little, but he was happy that at least he and Skeeth will be able to look out for who he is in the future, hopefully someone interesting. Hey, Skeeth, did I do it right? Did I comply with my promise to never give up? Yes, you did it better than anyone could have asked for. Skeeth was already disappearing, there was only something left of him. Until another life, Himmel. Until another life. Skeeth, seeing how the entity was totally absorbed by the red orb, made him let out a breath. The last one, because I already felt that it was over. His life in this world. He smiled a little as he imagined what everything would be like in the future. Maybe there would be changes, maybe there would be worse things. He doesn't know, as this one is uncertain. But it's worth fighting for because that's what he learned after so much trial and error, after losing so much, after losing himself. He coughed a little, he could hardly breathe anymore. Oh well, I'd better get some sleep. When I wake up, it will be a new adventure. Himmel felt his body turn into particles, and they went to the orb. Just as he was seconds away from closing his eyes and going to sleep, he felt the gaze of someone next to him. It was something big and majestic. I didn't see it clearly, but I felt like I was by his side, so he wouldn't feel alone. He mentally thanked the mysterious being and finally closed his eyes, his body finally stopping breathing. The particles it turned into went to the orb, which sensed its mission had finished. He rose to the heavens of the place to return to Earth. The roar of something large opened a portal that led the orb directly to the Earth. He wasted no time and went to the portal to cross it. After that, it was closed. With the huge being seeing what had happened, the power that was here called him. He started to retreat, since there is nothing else to do here but think about the mortal who gave his life without thinking twice about what he believed and the dream he had. It was the first time in his long life that he saw one so strong in pure peace and union for all. Now that was a big dream. Himmel felt himself at last waking up from his long sleep, but everything was dark. Am I alive again? This energy that I feel, D-Drag. Himmel opened his eyes wide and found himself back in the Hall of the Heart, where he had been more than once to meditate on many things throughout his life. He could see the huge red dragon with whom he once conversed, sleeping peacefully on the ground. It seemed that he was in a kind of deep sleep. Isn't it cute? Himmel heard a woman's voice out of nowhere. He sounded very happy. He looked up as he saw some light coming into the room. He saw with difficulty the image that appeared above him and was able to corroborate that it was a woman with brown hair and a kind look. She looked tired, but next to her was a man who was crying for some reason. What's going on? Yes, after so many years, I finally didn't understand anything. Perhaps, what shall we call it? And please don't ask your father to say a name. I'm afraid what he would call our son with how perverted he is. Okay, he senses that these are the parents of his current life who have just been born, and obviously the parents are more than happy with the birth of the baby. But what kind of family has he ended up in? Hearing that the grandfather of his current self is a pervert gives him a bad feeling. Come on, dear. You know that my father knows how to control himself. Sometimes. He didn't sound very convinced, Mr. Dad. But yes, I have the perfect name for him. Issei. Honest. Why? Because I want you to live honestly, to live by what you believe in, and to never doubt who or what you are. Himmel was surprised to hear that, as was the woman, but she was smiling. He liked it, and no doubt he liked it too. Very well, from now on, you will be Hayato Issei. The woman looked at the infant, who dreamed happily of her name. Himmel smiled more when he saw that I had ended up inside a baby with parents who love him, because for him to be given that name and for him to live honestly is special. He went to see D-Drag, who was still sleeping, sensing that you saw what happened. He wanted to laugh at the irony of life. He tried to find Skeeth with his eyes, but apparently he lies deeper in the baby's soul. That door you see near you must be something important. You can feel the other 7 there. Okay, this is too neat and complex to be a fluke. Though with what I experienced, I no longer believe in coincidences but in facts. There's more here, but I won't rack my brains trying to figure out what it is. Himmel looked at the image of the 2 adults looking at little Issei. Hayato Issei, you were born with a huge burden and present-day Sekiryute in my reincarnation. I can't wait to see where you'll go and if you'll be able to handle the burden. Himmel recreated his dark armor, this time to give himself some nostalgia and some mystery. I'll help you get to the top, like the Sekiryute and Supreme King. I swear you'll be someone who will shape the world like no one else has. Himmel, Heu, walked to the door and leaned down next to it. You must wait. Wait to see what will happen from now on. See how the child will live, and see if he should help him from time to time until one day he can fend for himself. Hayato Issei, no doubt you are eager to see what your current life will do. Himmel finished telling his story, and no one said anything. Everyone was amazed by what they saw and heard. What kind of monster was he to be capable of everything he did? More so that he was born as Himmel's shadow for him to have absorbed those 8. It was so hard to believe that if they had no proof, they would remain skeptical. What they could be sure of was that everything Himmel did during the last years of his life was preparation to face that thing. Not only that, he met the biblical God and was his friend for years. They even talked about issues about the future, as did his son, who sacrificed himself to create that barrier that kept him away from the world for the time necessary for Himmel to face him. Not only that, but what happened to Ares turned out to be true. He killed him quickly. Maybe the feeling of revenge he had was real, but what he did helped in a way to ensure that no god gets out of control. He paid the price and became someone whose name was feared and even hated by various factions. Still to date, Himmel noticed that at least a few here had questions. He smiled when he saw that certain girls have them, and it was expected. You may ask, but I have no objection. Riaz raised her hand a little nervously. It's hard to ask you this, but did you know? Did he know that he had to die in order to destroy that monster? Himmel's nod was enough to surprise her. How did you have the courage to give your own life? No one knew what he was doing or about that being. And yet, because throughout my life, I developed that feeling of helping others. Maybe it was a way of feeling like I had a purpose, but it was what drove me to still get hurt or worse. Cubia was partly my fault. Those who created it surely didn't think about what it became. But it did develop because every time I took one of the 8, the leftover energy from them was accumulated by Cubia with traces of my DNA. That's why he and I were linked. That's why I lived longer than an ordinary human. What I did in the end was a necessary sacrifice, the first necessary sacrifice I chose on my own. On the elements, their elemental powers, were they taken from them? Lavin's aside at Twilight's question, that one was for her. Something happened. When the elements and our souls connected, they took some of the elemental energy of those who used them as mediums. It was something I didn't predict but was favorable in the end. Lavinza looked at her brother with some sadness. Still, it's hard to see that you lived and went through. Life was not easy. Lavinza, I experienced it and understood it. We all do it at some point. Himmel saw Pinky raise her hand. Yes. How do you feel like dying? The question surprised everyone. I mean, you're here, so it's just sleeping. Nothing else, although before closing your eyes, you are filled with questions and various thoughts that do vary for each one. This time, it was Asia who raised her hand. Tell me, little one. Was happy. The blonde's question surprised Himmel. You say that everything he went through he faced and accepted, that thanks to it he got to where he was, but he never said if he was happy, therefore, sorry if I sound disrespectful. No, it's a fair question. Although I never thought about it, Himmel looked at everyone, then closed his eyes. He smiled out of inertia. Yes, I was. Because after all this, I met people who were important to me, people who loved me because of who I was, and I found my life's purpose. That which everyone seeks but hardly finds at the end of my life. I was happy that I was the one who went through all that. Lavinza gave his brother a light blow. He laughed a little and then threw off his armor and gave way to the appearance he obtained in his combat with Cubia. He looked free of a great burden. He looked calm. You really are, no stranger knows. Normally, you don't talk proudly about your life or your mistakes. But you, haha, are worthy of admiration. It's true, maybe this can teach us that we cannot crumble in the face of adversity. We can overcome and face everything. AJ and Aquino just smiled as they caught it. This time Ray and Rainbow took the floor because they wanted to show that they too had learned something. I understand that despite a bad start, you can still straighten yourself out to carve out a better path. No matter how strong or skilled you are, you must not be overly proud. Some humility is always good. Wow, for Rainbow to say that, it's amazing. Rarity watched as her friend stuck her tongue out in response. I understood that, despite the distance, those who love you never quite leave. And that no matter if they are no longer in this life, their good wishes and feelings lie with you until the end. Tiba complimented what she said as the girl hugged her arm. It doesn't matter if you start from the bottom or if you are born without talent. You can go far with effort and dedication. And never let a failure or slow progress make you give up. Because the key is to keep trying to improve. Hirama barked in response to Aki and Kaori's words, as if in agreement. Himmel and Lavinza looked at the wolf in surprise, the former preventing his sister from throwing herself into the animal's embrace with her classic hugs. It doesn't matter if an older brother makes a mistake. The child should not hate it or walk away, as they are brothers and share the same. So running away is not a solution. You must face your mistakes, even though it hurts how others will treat you. Hiroka felt Kaniko's hand in his, the older of the two smiling in some pain. What's more, there are sacrifices we have to make because nothing in this life is easy. Even if we want to, we can't close our eyes to the truth. This is a tough world, and that's why we have to be firm, even knowing that we can hurt a few with our decisions. Zenobia, Irina, and Asia were able to see him, as the god they believe in did everything he did, even knowing the consequences of his actions, including the sacrifice of his son. We must say how much we appreciate the people we have next to us, because we don't know if one day they will leave our side. And while we have them around, take advantage of every moment with them. Because every moment is special, as it may also be the last. Jasper and Fluttershy saw each other discreetly and then smiled. Himmel rolled his eyes. What a pair those two were. It doesn't matter if you're not like the rest. At least there will be someone who will accept you as a friend. Pinky felt Rosswise's hug at her side and smiled. It doesn't matter if we are different, we can all understand each other, you just have to take that step. The Valkyrie came to Can. That the family it's not just limited to ties, but also to those who accept you as you are or who you are. The Kunoichi came to Sifei. Just because you're different, it doesn't mean you're bad. Who knows, maybe he'll become your best friend. She knew it from her own experience. She looked at Ravel, who rubbed the back of his neck a little nervously. What it doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, you have your own way of thinking and doing things, no matter what others try to impose on you. When the phoenix went to see Sona, she swallowed some saliva. That everyone sees it makes her nervous. But while sacrifices are sometimes necessary, they are worthless if you are left alone. Deep down, you'll feel empty. The girl went to see Twilight, who blushed a little. Never let go of the one you love, because with that person you can find true strength. Despite the fact that it has errors and defects, they are the ones who attract you and make you understand that it is unique. Riaz complimented what her friend was saying. Himmel and Lavenza laughed a little as they watched Ice scratch his head at his girlfriend's innuendo. The new generations should not forget what the previous ones left, because from them we inherit their will. Rian smiled complicatedly, finally understanding what his master told him years ago, that our children are the future. That's why you have to guide and educate them well, because they will continue to forge the path that we have begun. Then Alana, Celestia, and Luna said that with their hands on their bellies, implying that this message was for those who are coming in a few months. What we can do to make amends for our mistakes, that we can even forgive those who have harmed us, or that they forgive those we hurt. Celine, Emma, and Phi said, knowing that there was a deeper issue to deal with in the future that they could still solve. TCH, so much sentimentality is not my thing, but let the children inherit their father's will. That helps, too. Azazel smiled in embarrassment, hated to see that something of his father was still in him. Himmel shook his head. That angel doesn't change. He went to see who he expected to speak. Eyes looked back at his past life, smiled at him, and didn't hesitate to laugh a little embarrassedly. It's true, no matter what happens in the future, the thing is to never give up or be intimidated by adversity. What must be done is to move forward, because the future belongs to those who have the courage to fight for it. That's why we're all here. Himmel smiled with pleasure at this answer. More than sure, that was enough for him. It was enough to see that this generation was indeed special and wanted to see what they would be capable of. He knows they will accomplish great things. He knows. In addition with all this, I already have the idea of a new chant for the Crimson Cosmos Ascension. Everyone looked at him in surprise. It needs a unique name, and I think it fits. Wow, not to offend Icegun, but this is the first time you've given something a cool name. Kiva's mockery didn't help the chestnut's mood, especially because everyone was laughing. Himmel looked at Lavenza, and she nodded to him, as if to say that they were who he expected. He simply smiled and walked over to Ice, who was surprised to feel Himmel put his hand on her head, as if to indicate that it was all she needed to hear. Well, they'd better go back to the real world. You have a lot to think about today, don't you? Lavenza walked up to Himmel and gave him a little push. My brother and I have a lot to talk about. Ugh, here comes the scolding, after 2,000 years of waiting. You won't be nice, will you? Lavenza's smile implied that he was well sunk. Moralize, you will never escape the punishment born of a woman's anger. And those two know that very well. Rian and Azazel laughed nervously at those words. Trust me, you'll end up much worse than me. Ahaha, I will. Indeed, Drake, thanks for the help at that time. Keep watching over Eyes as you have over the years. That is not even asked for. Without it, this idiot would have died years ago. Eyes glared angrily at his left hand. Himmel simply nodded, looked at everyone present, and smiled at them as sincerely as possible before they left the venue. She turned around to see her sister, who crossed her arms, trying to look annoyed, but the smile on his face took away from that. Okay, what do you want to talk about, little sister? He never believed that one day he would be glad to hear his sister's scolding. Very well, I hope you like what I did. This is the first time I've cut a guy's hair. Rarity was a little nervous to get her opinion. Everyone was in the room waiting. It had been a day since everyone heard Himmel's story, now they could call him that. What they found incredible was that what seemed like hours and hours of narration were just minutes in the real world. While they all spent the night thinking about everything Himmel told them, the good and the bad, they eventually came to the conclusion that they had to learn from what he lived through and so on. While they had time to come up with their own answers, Rarity told them that Eyes asked her to cut her hair in the morning and wanted a makeover, and here they are. Come on, Rarity, we know you did a good job. The girl smiled at Ad's words. I hope so. The girl asked Eyes to come in. It didn't take several seconds for the secretary to show up. They were all surprised to see that his hair was styled similar to the one Himmel showed them, only still in its natural color, wearing a jacket with the same design that his past life wore in the trench coat. Wow, Issei, you look good. Asia was the first to speak, and everyone had to agree with her. The young man scratched his head in embarrassment. He asked me to be a cut similar to Himmel's. You can tell that you have come to admire him, dear. Rarity laughed a little at her friend's embarrassed face. What can I say? I've always admired heroes. Everyone agreed that Himmel wasn't a monster, he was someone who did what he wanted. He thought it was right, even though he might have been seen in a cruel way by others. It's true, and we must learn from him that nothing's impossible. Rian clapped his hands and then stood up. Time to train. I'm more than sure you want to get stronger. The new generations must surpass those of the past, and that is the goal of all of you. Yes, all the young men were going to the training place to continue to get stronger. Himmel, from within his current life, couldn't help but feel somewhat proud that they see him as a hero. It may be silly, but he feels that his legacy has finally reached these kids, and they will be able to keep this one alive. He's sure of it. The legacy of the Supreme King will live on with them. Himmel unintentionally continued to shape the destiny of the world as it did 2,000 years ago. The hurried footsteps of several were what could be heard. They were running because of the pace and strength with which they could hear each other. In the middle of the forest, you could see the figures of several people running. One had someone on his back, and that was what caught the eye. It was like that because Volley Lucifer was carrying a girl on his back. She was wearing Gothic-style clothes, and her somewhat empty and neutral gaze implied that the situation in itself did not affect her. She believed that this was a normal or routine thing for those who work for her, and it was not difficult to convince her to do certain things due to her innocent nature. Ironically, that's what led Volley and the rest to convince her to get out of there. The whole group looked at each other's faces very seriously. They knew it was a matter of minutes before the alarms went off, and they went after them. Bhikkhu stood on the branch of a tree and looked back. There was no one following them still. Merlina noticed how Fenrir sniffed the air in search of smells other than those of the group. He had to admit that there were several approaching them at high speed. There was no time to the wolf barked a few times to warn that they're close. It can't be so soon. Tipo was nervous when he said that. Those guys were really fast. Shall we still run? I doubt that will do much good. Esdeath went on to see that the place where they were didn't allow running to be profitable for anyone. We have to fight and stop those who come. But we can't let her. Merlina saw the girl on Volley's back. She must get out of here at once. Volley looked at his group and then behind him. There was no other way. He walked over to Esdeath and passed the girl quickly, much to Yukiana's surprise. Move forward, don't go backwards or look backwards for anything in the world. Bhikkhu, Arthur, and I will stop those who come. You, Merlina, Tipo, and Fenrir, get out of here. The three of them were surprised to hear the suggestion, while the wolf seemed to be calm. Remember, the important thing is that she gets out of here. But where are we going? Hayato Issei Volley's response to Tipo's question made everyone look at him. She wants to meet him and talk to him. She thinks she can learn what she needs from him. That's why you agreed to come with us, right? The girl nodded silently. It's our only chance. But Volley, if he comes. Don't worry, I've got my ace up my sleeve in addition. I dare say maybe you don't need it. Volley put her hand on Esdeath's shoulder. I trust you and Merlina to take her to eyes. Both girls saw each other's faces and then nodded firmly. Tipo gave the Hakuryuku a soft bite, and as a sign to take care of himself, Fenrir looked at the target and the other two. There's nothing to fear. Those three know how to take care of themselves. Come on, Esdeath, if we want to get to Japan quickly, we must go further away so that he can use the transport circle without any problem. Merlina started running with Tipo and Fenrir by her side. Esdeath looked at Volley and her friends once more, sharpening her gaze to follow the trail of Merlina getting lost in the thick of the forest. Volley smiled as she watched them leave, all while Arthur and Bhikkhu readied their weapons. I must admit that you've become more expressive, Volley, that's good. Arthur just stood next to Hakuryuku, and Hakuryuku smiled complicatedly. Deny it if you want, but that pink-haired girl has something to do with it, doesn't it? Bhikkhu nudged his friend lightly, who simply closed his eyes to let out a sigh. I'll take it as a yes. Do what you want. Here they come. Volley could sense the presence of the large number of enemies coming towards them. Ready, Albion. What do you think? I can't wait to finally give these idiots what they deserve. The divine dividing appeared on Volley's sword. The flash that was created engulfed the young man, and Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. The white armor of the Vanishing Dragon emerged, and this time on its wings were small turbines that were actually the Mark 7 condensers. Just because they are small does not mean that they are not useful. Volley and the rest noticed how they were finally surrounded. The funniest thing about all of this was that most of them were members of the hero faction, all Sacred Gears users, and those who led them were. Very well, where is he? Heracles asked the question of the three of them. The human already had his balance breaker activated. Don't make this harder, guys, we just want her. Jean was on top of the dragon made of holy swords. She looked annoyed for some reason. Bhikkhu smiled mockingly. It seems that he ran into his little trap while they were coming here, and the blonde knew who the culprit was. You can see it in that Yaokai's face. Arthur, on the other hand, looked at the other members of the faction around them. His level was that they were no problem. What Volley was really looking at was the girl in the air with wings of fire and a suit the color of fire. Sunset only showed a serious expression, but Volley could tell that deep down she was doubtful, perhaps. We're sorry to say you didn't manage to get it back. It's safe with you now. Volley crossed her arms. Seriously, their methods are becoming more and more extreme. What heroes? We do what is necessary for the survival of demon humans. Do not think that we are reassured knowing that they are getting stronger. Jean climbed down from the dragon and then stood on guard. It's stupid in my opinion. You are acting in the same way as those who say you are facing. Wanting to use a being who has a simple dream with no evil in his heart, it's a shame. Arthur drew his sword, Caliburn, the mightiest of the saint's swords after Excalibur. Bah, just let this party start, and let's stop arguing nonsense. Bhikkhu pulled out his extendable staff and slammed it into the ground to create a shockwave that shook the place. Volley immediately created on the ground, where the members of the hero faction stood, a large blue circle that exuded cold air. Heracles and Jean noticed it, and it didn't take long to get out of there. They didn't care that the rest stayed inside that big piece of ice. Seeing that the fish were the only ones left, the three of them went towards their respective enemies. Bhikkhu against Heracles, Arthur against Jean, and that great dragon, Volley, against Sunset. Heracles threw a punch at the Yaokai, who deflected it slightly using his staff, and then kicked the human, who resented the attack. The humans' weak bodies were weak, and Biku wasn't going to waste it. This time making a move with his weapon to confuse his opponent, he threw a punch with the weapon, but the giant managed to block it with his protrusions on his arms, the right one serving as a shield while the left one prepared to attack. Biku smiled nervously. That may hurt. He backed off to give himself room to maneuver, and Heracles launched his attack without further ado. The near-missile object went towards the yokai, who created an energy dome to protect himself from the powerful attack. Biku came out of the smoke screen that was generated by the impact, somewhat injured, but he took advantage of this guy's overconfidence to grow his staff and give Heracles a strong blow to the stomach that left the human without air and on his knees, at which point the yokai took advantage of it to hit him in the face with his weapon. Heracles fell to the ground and rolled several times from Biku's attack before finally standing up. He was more than furious. This guy, don't think I don't know your big skills. Studying and exploiting weaknesses is not exclusive to humans. Biku was again on his guard, as was Heracles, who was more furious than ever. Wow, I should go to anger management classes. While Biku returned to fight with Heracles, Arthur easily blocked Jean's attacks, as well as those of the dragon, which on more than one occasion attacked in conjunction with his mistress. The human side, seeing that this was nothing more than a waste of time. The girl was certainly skilled in the use of the sword, but it was not enough to fight him. Another opponent who can't satisfy his thirst for a worthy opponent. What if it was a nuisance, that demonic dragon? Better get rid of it. After blocking the woman's attack, Arthur jumped towards the head of the animal made of metal and, with the simple wave of his sword, cut off its head in such a simple way as if he had cut butter. The decapitated dragon fell to the ground and became particles, with Arthur finally falling to the ground. My baby, how dare you? Simple, it was a nuisance. A real swordsman doesn't need beasts like that under his command to win. The simple fact that you can't fend for yourself and that you have to use dirty and cowardly tricks, as well as that big dragon, it shows that you're pathetic. How? The girl's expression changed to one of absolute rage. I am the spiritual successor of Joan of Arc. I am special and unique. That doesn't prove anything without that spirit and that title. You're nothing. Neither as a warrior nor as a person, you are nobody. Arthur blocked the girl's attack on him. Seeing her angry look made him smile. Easy to get angry, too easy to predict. Shut up. The girl began to attack with more force and speed, all before the bored gaze of Arthur, who had the luxury of looking at the aerial battle that was going on up there. In the sky, a flash of white light and an orange flash flew at high speed, each one launching magic attacks at the other with such force that the sky seemed to tremble. Vali was surprised. This woman has a magical ability worth fearing, and her control over her sacred gear is incredible. In addition to that, he deflected a burst of fire that she threw at him with her hand, and hearing the sound of something cracking made him see that hand. The armor had been damaged. To think that his sacred gear can generate flames of such magnitude, only the flames of a dragon or phoenix could be able to do this. Albion didn't hesitate to show their astonishment and some respect for the woman they had as an opponent. Don't be overconfident. I don't think Vali could sense that sacred gear wasn't a common possible Longinus. No, he still doesn't feel that aura that they give when he sees them yet. Seeing a fireball coming towards him caused him to put his mind back into battle. He raised his hand and he divided the power of that fireball several times, the size of which was gradually reduced until it became the size of the fire of a match. Sunset was more than surprised, so this is Hakuryuku's power to divide. It is certainly to be feared. He had seen Sekiryute's ability to increase and give his power to others. But to see the one in white is, he doesn't understand how Cao finds the idea of fighting these two monsters exciting. She couldn't simply understand it. Don't get distracted during a fight. Vali appeared in front of her and took her in his arms so that they both descended at high speed to the ground. Sunset closed her eyes in inertia. At the speed at which they were going to hit the ground, it was a matter of milliseconds. What surprised her was to see that there was no pain or impact. She opened her eyes and noticed that the Hakuryuku was watching her, without any kind of threatening aura or the like. She found herself sitting on the ground, standing up, ready to follow the fight, but, no, I have no motive or intention to fight someone who doubts what they do. Vali's words left the girl speechless. What are you talking about? Don't try to fool me, woman. I once tried to do the same to myself, and it didn't work. Lies always come out. You can never fool everyone definitively. Vali still didn't put himself on guard. In addition, with your current state of mind, it's impossible for you to beat me. I haven't even made an effort. Too bad, you have great skills to be a great opponent. Sunset lowered her arms. How pathetic to lose without even having been able to fight properly. Damn emotions and feelings of guilt. Fault. Are you talking about Kyoto or what they plan to do with it? Sunset looked away at Hakuryuku's words. I see no doubt you are kind-hearted, even if you want to deny it. What's the use of that? To feel this way doesn't help me achieve my goals. Sunset looked down at her hands, and I don't need these emotions because they hold me back and prevent it from being the best. Do you think that refraining from feeling compassion and so on makes one weak? A silent woman wanting to get rid of them is a clear sign of weakness. Vali, with her arms crossed, never thought she'd do this. Damn, Pinky hates to see that she's softened it. What do you know? I know that perfectly. The desire to forget those who loved you because you feel they limit you and to move away from them because you think they are in the way. I know I was in that hole for years. You're not the only one who's felt guilty about their actions, but what you should do is face them and don't run away from them. Did you hurt someone you care about? Go and ask for forgiveness. Do you feel remorse for something you did that was wrong? Go and fix it however you can. Do you see that someone important to you is wrong? Go and make him see his mistake. That worked for me. That's how I've managed to face, step by step, what I've done. To one day finally have a clear conscience. Sunset looked at Hakuryuku in surprise. She never thought that Ikao was lucky. Let a kind-hearted woman care about him. What's the use of it now? The girl looked a little sad. I joined them knowing they could help me achieve my goal, but with every step we took, I felt more and more guilty. It's up to you. The answer you find will be yours. Volley turned around. He knew she wasn't going to attack him. It is honor. The ones I froze are alive. You can take them out once we're gone. Yeah, it looks like you have a good heart too. Volley rolled his eyes under his mask. Will they keep her safe? I talked to her, and I feel bad about what they want to do to him. She'll be safe. I sent her to the safest place possible. You put your ideas in order. What weighs more? Your ambition at the cost of harming innocent people, or follow what your heart tells you, even at the cost of that dream? Volley took flight and moved away from the girl's sight, who sighed wearily. Total defeat. She put her hand to her head and saw that there was something in her hair, a magical contact device in the shape of a crystal. He smiled when he saw that both the Sekiryute and the Hakuryuku are noble idiots who believe that there is goodness in some who seem to be in the dark. It was then that he heard footsteps coming towards her, and he hid the glass in his pocket quickly to turn around. Heracles and Jean were coming towards her, and they didn't look happy at all. Bastards, they took advantage of the right moment to be able to flee. The big man was rubbing his head. The staff had hit him on the head more than once. Jean wiped the sweat from her face and then looked at Sunset. And what happened to the Hakuryuku? Nothing. She managed to catch me by surprise. I couldn't do anything. His talent and skill go beyond the rumors I've heard. The girl instinctively lied. Both humans sighed at the result. They were going to turn around and leave, but, hey, we have to free those who are frozen. We can't leave them like that. Sunset gave the suggestion, one that made both of them look at each other in surprise, since really they weren't necessary. I'll do it. If you leave anyway, tell Cao that I'll take a while because doing this alone isn't easy. Unceremoniously, Sunset went to where Volley's frozen allies were, and both Heracles and Jean went after her. Not because they want to help the pawns, but because they don't want to go back without Sunset and explain the situation to Cao. They don't want to be scolded now. Volley flew at a slow speed, enjoyed the freedom that the sky gave him, and did not miss the opportunity to go for it when he could. Although he must now return to land, he can already see Biku and Arthur. Being on that mountain was already eye-catching to him. You're finally here. Biku replied somewhat wearily to Hakuryuku, who only continued walking towards them after taking off his armor. You took your time. Kind of, though I see that Heracles gave you more than one inconvenience. Biku clicked his teeth. I didn't expect those explosions to hurt so much. No one followed them. Everything was calm. It was easy to get away from them and lose sight of them. Very temperamental. Tell them something they don't like, and they'll attack like crazy, giving them opportunities to attack or flee. Volley nodded to Arthur's words and then started to look at the sky. It was night, and in Japan, it must be past 12 o'clock. Let's see if he's awake. To set up the visual communication spell, you need to make a call. Let's see, if I do this, maybe Azazel was writing down some things, sketches, and ideas for his experiments. It wasn't uncommon for him to do that on his days off or in the evenings after school, like today. It had been a couple of days since what happened to Himmel's story, as well as a week after the school festival. I was still amazed at everything they learned directly from the Supreme King, what he did, and what happened. The idea that Skeeth and the others are beings who came from a different world, with different beings, and so on, it was an amazing thing to think about. But it makes sense if you think about the powers and forms they have, that even when weakened, they were very powerful, and that apparently Skeeth and Korbanik had a power that put them on par with D-Drake and Albion in their best years. With all the information they had, they should easily rethink some things and beliefs. Just at times like these, he hates to be so intrusive in situations that don't concern him. But that's who he was, and it's really something I wasn't going to change. What worries him now is a rumor he's hearing. It is precisely related to what Himmel told them, and it seems that the past comes to want to annoy the current life of the Supreme King. It was then that a so-called magic way with an image was present before his eyes. I knew who he was, though he never expected that she would call him for real. Volley Lucifer's face appeared in the image shown. The young descendant of the original Lucifer was looking calm as always. Well, why do I owe you the call? I thought that if you used this secure means of communication, it would be to talk to your parents. I'm not making this call for personal reasons, Azazel. I'm doing it to ask you for something. The leader of the Fallen was surprised at the demon's words and gave him the pass to continue. You might be surprised. Azazel only crossed his arms, doubting that after everything he has seen and lived these months, anything will really surprise him. After almost an hour of talking, Azazel had to swallow his words. It was the first time in his life that he had made a face like the one he had now, that of a perfect idiot. And that was saying a lot. I've already made the preparations. They're going to Japan right now. I don't doubt that they will arrive tomorrow or the day after. Volley shrugged off the fallen man's expression and went about his business. This is something we were supposed to do. From what we heard, they were going to do something horrible to her because she doesn't seem to be useful to them anymore. Are you sure of that? It may well be a confusion of yours. Volley shook her head. Seeing such security in the Hakuryuku made the fallen sigh. Well, I'll do what you ask. Although the idea of someone in the shadows wanting to remove it, you know very well that this is impossible. I know, but that won't stop the ambition of those who run this organization. Little by little, I'm understanding more of what they're up to, and I don't like it at all. Volley closed her eyes, as if pondering what she was going to say. I've rarely spoken to her. Believe it or not, she wants this. He didn't put any ifs or buts on my idea. It was easier to get in and out than we thought. It even seems suspicious to me. Do you know anything about a certain Weil? Volley put his hand on his chin, trying to remember if he'd heard that name. When Issei and some girls went to Egypt, a girl told them about him and that he was linked to the Chaos Brigade, as well as a kind of scientist. Strange, I had heard of someone in charge of the technology side of the organization, but not his name. It must be someone very important or secret, so you haven't heard of it. Volley had an idea about that, but it can be helpful to me. Finally, get that cheeky guy out and settle matters with him. Cow, did you fight him? Once the very bastard wanted a friendly fight to welcome me to the organization. To say that I don't like the way he thinks says a lot, knowing how I am. You've changed, now you don't think only about fighting and power. I think Issei's influence was good for you, just as you were good for him. Both have learned from each other. Volley smiled complicatedly. She hates to admit it's true. By the way, Pinky always asks me if you called me or not. That little girl. Anyway, Azazel laughed a little at the sight of Volley's somewhat embarrassed face. With what we're doing, we can finally get the big shots out of the Chaos Brigade. Without Shalba and the rest, those of the old Mao faction are aimless, and the hero faction will soon fall. But I have my doubts. Someone is helping that brat Cow from the shadows. What Issei and the rest told me was that in Kyoto, Cow wanted to use the so-called Dragon Eater and Great Red, and there's only someone with the ability to get it out of where it is as well as give someone permission to use it. Hey, it sounds doable if you think about it. The guy hates all races except humans. It seems that peace in the supernatural world is not to everyone's liking. And more of him. Azazel sighed a little tiredly. He knew it was like that because the bastard never appeared to other supernatural beings except the biblical god and Himmel. Even within the Greek faction, he is not much appreciated for his ideas by what he heard. Well, whatever has to happen will happen. In addition, I would venture to say that I really hope he will go out and find her, because I want to settle accounts. All the more so because it is an enemy that wants to defeat whom only I have the right to defeat. Volley smiled denoted that desire to fight that is so characteristic of him. No doubt you're a battle maniac. Azazel laughed a little, and then hey, have you managed yet? Of course, there's no way I'm going to let my opponent overtake me. If so, what's the point of being a celestial dragon? Both dragons had reached a new level, and that only hinted at one thing. The battles will be more difficult for them from now on. After school, it wasn't uncommon for all the young people to train. Their desire to be stronger had increased after Himmel's story. Rian and the grown women watched as everyone trained. Hirama, learning from Roswise to better distribute his magic and not overspend, although he was a wolf, had lived more with humans and demons. So he understood explanations and training of this kind better than those of Skull and Hattie, who happened to be his fighting partners. Roswise, on the other hand, noticed something fatal in his style. She's so focused on her power that she neglected her defense, even with the attributes of the Rook. The defense is not what she expects. That needs to change now. On the other hand, Asia was learning from Fluttershy the basics of offensive spells with wind. The girl had been asking all the magic users in the place to gradually teach her elemental magic. She felt that she could go from a passive support to a more active one. He wanted to help Fluttershy more, but on the other hand, he understood that he must be stronger and firmer because, in order to protect those he cares about, she can't be shy and hesitant in combat. Akino, Ayan, and Faye are learning to have better control over their avatar trigger forms. From what they saw in Himmel's memoirs, the power of each phase is such that some easily make it to God class, except for Skeeth and Korbanik, who seemed to match Dedrag and Albion when they were with bodies, knowing that made them give more of themselves to be able to control them one day. Gasper, on the other hand, tried to awaken his balance breaker. He already sees his limits with the power he has. And although against Loki he has been able to fight alongside his friends, his abilities are still more supportive, and he wants to focus a little more on combat. You can't depend on everyone else. Zenobia and Arena practiced a tag team match against AJ and Kiba. The two girls practiced together the different skills of the pieces of Excalibur that Durandal possessed. While Zenobia is the owner of the weapon, it can be seen that Arena has better control over the pieces that are of technical skill, such as Mimic and Speedy. While that frustrated the girl, it gave her more reason to practice more. The same went for Kiba. The young man knew that he was the coach of the group, so his mind should focus more on polishing that area without forgetting other fields such as defense and strength. That's why he carries some weight on his legs and wrists. In addition to the fact that you want to perfect the use of your balance breakers separately and then focus on being able to use them together. AJ was the one who needed to polish her sword skills. The girl had the power and flames on her side, but she lacked the skill of the others. so fighting with people who are more skilled than her in that field helps a lot. Of course, he tries to maintain a precise fire output so that he can get used to that rhythm so that he can get more out every time he gets used to a level. Rainbow practiced her speed and hand-to-hand combat techniques with Ray to get the girl used to speed fights since, without wings, she cannot fight in the air. She only has to trust her instincts and her magic when it comes to polishing her. Rainbow, on the other hand, had seen that in technical thermals it is weak. His speed helps him, but it is not enough, he must improve, and he will. Kuroka and Kaneko fought each other so that they could learn from each other. Kuroka to learn more hand-to-hand fighting, using his new power and X-Pulse, as he knows he may need them in battle. Kaneko to finally be able to achieve a new way to use Senjutsu and Yaojutsu, to finally be closer to the level that his sister has. Rarity practices using Wizzle's power in her practice match with Pinky and Ravel. One was trying to give her companion Colossus a more compact size, as she knows that size can be an issue. That's why she's grateful for this, and fighting with Pinky and Ravel, a crazy woman and a strategist, helps both of them to have greater mental agility when it comes to fighting. Pinky, on the other hand, tried to use the water and ice in such a way that they were on her body as if they were armor. That would give him more versatility when it came to fighting, whereas with Ravel, it was more about combining his fire attacks, regenerative ability, strategic mind, traps, and so on, the kinds of things he needs to do to polish his fighting style. With Rias and Twilight, they had more control over their new abilities. Rias knew that using knives for too long meant a much greater waste of energy than just using their power of destruction. For a fight or two, they are perfect, but if you need to fight for long periods of time, you have a problem with them. In addition, they also use up their demonic power, so they must learn to regulate the energy they use and, at the same time, increase it little by little. Twilight, on the other hand, knew that her control over the light was more than good, it was excellent, and even Irina told her that few angels have her level of control. What she must improve is the element of darkness that she obtained after the improvement of the element of magic. This gave him the ability to manipulate the darkness, but he had already noticed how difficult it is to get it to heed without having to be influenced by it. Every time she wears it, she feels her negative emotions grow stronger, and she really doesn't want that thing about her to come out. That is why his practice lies in the control of emotions and so on, so as not to be influenced. Finally, we have Aki, Kaori, and Aiz. The three of them are in a practice match where both girls use everything they have in their balance breakers to evolve them or reach a new mode. Kaori attacked with all her weapons in order to not only make better use of each of them but, if possible, do what she has in mind. Seeing Himmel's fighting style in his fight with Cubia gave him an idea. Aki, on the other hand, was shooting left and right with his pistols while physically attacking. With everything that has happened, he has neglected his ability to fight hand-to-hand, and that was something he could no longer do. He attacked more melee than shooting. They both knew that this practice fight was more than perfect for them, as they must mostly stay whole against him. Aiz used the power of the Crimson Cosmos Ascension, the Crimson Armor, using its base power without any repowering. The Sekiryute dodged and blocked the attacks of his friends, who were undoubtedly very coordinated and more than once almost hurt him, without having to use any boost or booster. That was the goal of this training, to use the Crimson Cosmos Ascension as much as possible without any repowering, because, as it turned out, the more uses of these, the more stress. The idea was for Aiz to gradually get used to the power and then increase in level. He had gone back to the basics. Rian, on the other hand, watched the entire training session with a smile. He was happy that Phi and Emma are here, so he has opponents to practice with and not miss a beat. Both girls also did it to be able to increase their levels. They know their limitations, and you have to break them. All this happened before the eyes of Venilana, Celestia, and Luna. All three were somewhat upset because they could no longer do strenuous physical activities until they entered the stable period of pregnancy. They couldn't help but smile at seeing all the care that those in front of them put in. You can tell that what Himmel told them has driven them. You know, it's rare to see kids your age with so much enthusiasm. Celestia was aware that most young people only think about other things. I dare say that Himmel became an inspiration to them. I don't blame them. After what he told us, I still find it hard to believe that after everything he went through, he has been able to live and fight the way he did. Of course, not to mention the moments of weakness he had. Luna knew that although the guy is the most powerful human being that has ever existed and, to date, one of the most powerful beings in the entire world, he has not been excluded from what it is to live with difficulties and even horrible things. But he managed to overcome them, alone or with help. And that's what makes him special in his own way. Not everyone stands firm until the end of their life. Venilana looked at her watch and just smiled. They still have a few minutes of practice. I think it's moments like these that I wish I could exercise a little bit. The three women laughed at those words, only to see each one go on with their respective practices. Some are trying to understand and control the power they have, others are looking for a new one that makes them better, others are simply improving the one they already have. Each with their own path and style. That was what made this group so special. I heard that your nephew is also training hard, Venilana. Luna went to see the woman. His mother's awakening seems to have done him a great deal of good. And besides that, he wants to defeat Aiz. The news of Sekiryute's new power has not been hidden from anyone. My son and Serafal are already making plans to put them on the show when it's time. The demon smiled complicatedly, while the other two smiled gracefully. Those two. Aha, it's good to see that they do something that helps them release stress. I'm grateful to be away from paperwork, my sworn enemy. Celestia sighed when she learned that poor Shining was the one taking care of it now. Feel a little sorry for him. A little bit, almost nothing. It's a pity we don't get informed about almost anything that happens in political affairs. Well, it's natural. The three of them turned to see that Celine was on Luna's shoulder. Political issues are a good way to gain stress. They don't want anyone here to have it. What's more, I dare say they see it as their own battlefield. Their battlefield. Then Alana looked at the cat and couldn't help but remember a few things from the past. Yes, probably. Then Alana still remembers those days, the Civil War, and so on. He doesn't have the best memories of it, more so because his son fought in it. Even knowing how powerful he is, the fear that something will happen to him is there. He sighed as he remembered how he was born and the power he had at birth. Reyes was born relatively normal, although he had also been born with slightly above average power. Now this baby, hopefully, will come out a little more normal, although seeing his father and his power, he begins to doubt it. Searches and the rest know that their battleground lies in political affairs, for if they do not have dominion there, the moment important decisions need to be made, there will be impediments to their making or not making them. Celine got under Luna's shoulder and walked a bit. Difficult times are coming for everyone. Do you think that, too? Celestia sighed when she saw that the cat thought the same as she did. With what we know now and with everything that's happened, it is very likely that the attacks will increase and that one day something big will simply pass under our noses. Also, there's about that Dr. Weil, who seems to be the scientific mind in the Cause Brigade. Why do I feel like it's not the first time we've heard of him? Luna felt like they knew who she was, but the scientists they expelled from the island years ago didn't have that name. What's more, some things didn't match what they knew. Or will it be a trap? He hates killing neurons in situations like that. What they are clear about is that they can't just turn a blind eye. They must be ready for anything. The three women and the cat continued to watch everyone's training. It's the only thing they can do now. I can't believe they made me go shopping. You lost in rock, paper, scissors. It's only the right thing to do, mate. What's more, who sends you to go against Pinky? Eyes lowered his head when he heard that, and he admits that was his biggest mistake. Right now, the chestnut tree was going to buy what he needed, or rather, what was left for today's dinner. Even after all the training, why wasn't Sona asked to do the work? Sure, she trains at night with her minions when Rias and the rest do their work as demons. Damn your luck. Admitting to being a little tired, the Crimson Cosmos Ascension isn't as user-friendly as he initially thought. The biggest advantage of this form is the ability to use the power of the three cosmic packs in a single way, as well as the ability to adapt to the opponent in turn, making it increase the factors it sees as most convenient for the fight of the moment. Its biggest disadvantage is that, at the same time, by giving you the freedom to do something like that, it makes a part of you want to increase the factors quickly, and that generates a lot of stress in your body. He hates the feeling of heaviness. Not only that, the more you use, the less time you have on the balance breaker. And that's a real problem if the fight drags on too long. Although it seems to have an ace up its sleeve, the Omega Burst. According to the analysis he obtained from D-Drag, Alpha, Beta, and Gamma, the Omega Burst is a state where all the accumulated power is released in a kind of energy blast, taking the power of the armor to a new level, much higher than once expected. His only weak point was himself. Because the power released was so great, his body couldn't withstand it for long. A few seconds was the best he could do, and that was if he was in good physical condition, which is unlikely in a fight. Also, the only way to use the Omega Burst was to charge enough energy, something that will only happen when it reaches the limit after several boosters and boosters. In other words, the Omega Burst is currently killing or being killed. A state that can lead you to victory or one that can leave you on the verge of defeat. He hates when his life gets more and more complicated. Hey, don't go too far from the store, D-Drag's voice brought him back to reality. Killing your head thinking about the complications of the Crimson Cosmos Ascension won't help you at all. If he had to agree with his friend, this power was what he instinctively imagined or desired, that is, it conforms to him. You must control it and learn how to use it, and to do this, you must practice more and more, both in its base form and with the other forms of the Tri-System. Mastering them all will give you better control and a better foundation for that form. It can't be left behind, there's no way it can do that, not after seeing what Himmel went through. What I didn't expect was to know that such a being ever existed. In D-Drag's own words, Cubia must have been so powerful that only Great Red or Off-Eyes would have managed to do anything to defeat that monster without problems. The mere thought that such a thing had ever existed sent shivers down his spine. But it wasn't the right time. She took out the list that Venilana gave her and sighed when she saw that she had to compare more chocolate, ice cream, and baking flour. Again, women and their cravings are very scary to him. Let's hope Rias and Twilight aren't like that when they okay, the thought came out of nowhere. He's not ready for that, not now, and more so when he has other things to think about. The idea itself pleases him, he won't deny it, but everything has its moment, and now he must. I must buy everything on this list. Seeing the length of that list made him sweat, he can't believe they asked for so much. At times like these, you're grateful to have such a well-loaded credit card. He still can't believe he has so many zeros, and Grafia is regulating his bank account. Yes, of course. Not that it was Ricky Ricken now, right? After several minutes of shopping and buying everything necessary and unnecessary, according to him, Issei was more than ready to go home, help prepare dinner, and It was at that moment that he saw someone outside the store. He looked like a girl wearing gothic Lolita clothes, like these children of today, looking very carefully at the candy that was in the vending machine that was there. Issei, for some reason, felt that he must help that little girl. It was a simple impulse. He had already felt it before when helping people, but this one was much stronger, as if his life depended on the step he was about to take. He may as well turn around and leave, but that wasn't going to happen since he was already next to that girl. "Do you want this?" She looked at him, then at the machine, then at him, then at his nodding. "Okay, give me a second." Issei took out the little coin money she had and put it into the machine. She selected the product, and when it fell to be taken, he handed it to her. The girl looked at the chocolate with interest, as if looking for a way to free it from the wrapper. Issei blinked several times when she noticed that she didn't know how to open it. "Let's see. Let me help." Feeling like she was helping a little girl who knew nothing about the world, Issei opened the wrapper to show the chocolate and give it to her. The girl took the chocolate, looked at it for a few seconds, and then took a bite. Although the girl's gaze seems to be neutral, when she took the bite, Issei could see that they lit up a little. He smiled as he felt a strange connection to her, as if they were old friends. "What I didn't expect was, here you are." The secretary turned to the familiar voice. It was Esdef. "Don't just go like that." "Oh." Secretary. Beside the woman, Merlina and Tipo, in the arms of the latter, were surprised to see the young man with whom they were seeking. Fenrir was simply indifferent. The wolf looked around as if looking for any enemy presence. "Thank heavens. We seem to be very lucky." The maid smiled when she saw that they shouldn't look any further and that they were with who they should be. The doll nodded to those words, while Issei looked more than confused. "Hey, what are you doing here?" The secretary was more than confused. "What are they doing here, and what do they want with this child?" "We came for her." Esdef pointed to the girl who was eating her chocolate to her heart's content. "She wants to bring it to your home." Issei was more than confused. "Home? She's not just any secretary being. She's off ice. How long?" Drake spoke loud enough for everyone to hear. Issei opened her eyes in surprise when she saw that the person in front of her was. "Yes, Drake, how long?" "I went to see Issei, who couldn't get over her astonishment." She smiled in her own way, and then, "Nice to meet you, secretary." I now understand the reason for that connection with her. It was a dragon, but not just any dragon. It was the being who represents the infinite, who surpasses all beings in this world except one, the dragon Ouroboros, the dragon god, Issei, who was in front of him without him or anyone else knowing. She was an important part of the celestial dragons reaching a new level, though no one could have guessed that this was the case. On the other hand, a certain human was looking at a huge container with a greenish liquid. There seemed to be something about it, the size of a person. Weil would analyze what was inside this thing and simply feel that someone was behind him. I guess Cow's idiot and the others lost Issei. Silence was the answer I needed. "You silly brat, you must have suspected that the Hakuryuku was going to come for her. Those visits he gave her from time to time were to analyze the terrain and how to get her out. Most likely, it was all brute force and not stealth. Cow will never admit that anyone managed to outsmart him." The hooded man from the other time was looking at Weil very calmly. "Maybe it's time to act. You can tell you want to see the underworld burn, don't you? I don't care about this one's fate. I only have a clear goal, and it's not that I want the Alliance to get in our way." Weil laughed at those words as he looked at his computer. "How is it going?" "Better than I thought. It's imperfect and far from what a super demon is. But it's a start, a prototype, and I think I'll give him something special in case one of the celestial dragons gets in his way. It would be perfect for us to get rid of one of them." But Weil looked at the container very carefully. "Yes, the secretary, if we get rid of it, everything will fall apart for the Alliance. He is the pillar of the Alliance and its friends. Without it, everything will fall apart." The human's malevolent smile would send shivers down anyone's spine. "Maybe it's a good time to finally, the task that your provider couldn't finish 10 years ago is accomplished. And you have Hades to thank for this. His gift will come in handy. That god is going on all possible fronts. That shows how determined he is to accomplish his goal. Whatever." The hooded man looked at the container and couldn't help but think of, what will you call it? Maybe it's a simple prototype or it fails, but you need to give it a name. Weil knew what he meant. That's where he got the idea. "Well, since this being was born out of nothing and his mission will be to lead, even if it's just one of the celestial dragons, to that nothingness, I'll call him Nile." The hooded man looked at the human for a few seconds and then nodded, as if accepting the name. "The first demon was created by our organization. Too bad we don't have the documents from the previous investigation. A foolish demon who allowed himself to be killed, himself, and the human who helped him. No doubt. Well, I better bring what you asked for. You say you know how to force it into that state. Of course, it will be simple. All that's left is for you to bring it to me, and I'll do the rest." The hooded figure quickly disappeared from the scene as Weil continued to see his creation, imperfect but his own. "You'll see him soon. The potential of the Longinus and humans is not to bring miracles. They are to bring destruction. One's madness was to give way to a great threat and, at the same time, the birth of a forbidden existence. Sleep and infinity would soon give their blessings to a single being. What a day. I'm already dying to eat something delicious. Rainbow was leaning back in the living room, carefree of the world. Hey, to see a cloth fall down his face, an apron. Well, if you want to eat so much, help. Ray turned to go back to the kitchen to help Vanillana and Celestia. The girl with the multicolored hair grumbled a little and then put on her apron. In the kitchen, Twilight was trying to make a salad without the pieces of lettuce coming out so big. Pinky had no problem juggling plates and cutlery as she set the table before Kurama's distorted gaze. The things you see, maybe I should ask Riz to go with them to these jobs they do. AJ followed Celestia's instructions to make the soup with Rarity, trying not to oversalt again. Faye and Ravel only work as a group to have the chicken ready, with Anne passing the ingredients so that it comes out just right. She curses having to learn cooking this way, but she has no choice. She couldn't help but laugh at how Fluttershy managed to make Rainbow not put anything in the dressing while scolding Kuroka for wanting to be too funny and try some of the stew. Rian, on the other hand, only watched from the table everything that happened. In moments like these, he is grateful that Fi and Emma are here so he can have people to chat with while he sees what happens. They both laughed at the sight of the human's face, with Celine on his head, simply enjoying the misfortune of others. It's a good thing I didn't get to go to the kitchen. Luna sat down next to her boyfriend with a half-finished pot of ice cream. Beautiful Moon, it's the third pot of ice cream you've eaten today. Rian watched with a big drop of sweat as she continued to eat even though they were already going to dinner, in theory because Eyes needs to come back with that. Otherwise, those three won't let them eat. But I'm hungry, eating for two isn't pretty, Rian. I blame you for this. The woman pointed the spoon at him. He didn't hear any complaints from her when they were doing that. Leave it, Rian, remember, it's mood swings. Emma looked at her tarot cards as she waited for dinner. That, you have to understand that those babies have your genes and that they're not normal at all, Rian. Fi just looked at the kitchen. Hearing how Vanillana and Celestia train everyone in the culinary arts was beyond fun. Celine smiled gracefully as she saw Rian's face as she heard the door being opened, followed by the complaints of several. Kurama went to see his friends, while Skull and Hattie were just sleeping. With each passing day, they became more and more domestic. Riaz and his servants, except Kiba and Gasper, arrived exhausted. Eager to taste food, Sona and Irina, one training with her group and the other helping her friends as much as she could to lighten the load they had, looked more than tired. They looked like zombies. Finally, the tiredness of living as students, working like demons, and training was pushing them to the limit. They don't know if that's good or bad. Kurama let me get to the couch. Rosswise sat down and was finally able to take a breath. She hates the life of a teacher sometimes. Luckily, tomorrow he's going to Asgard to train with a relative to learn higher-level defensive magic. He'd already asked Riaz for permission. Ryerson, I know Rosswise, don't worry and go. We'll be fine for a few days. The redhead was eager to eat. Mum, don't be fussy, Riaz, wait a bit. The girl puffed out her cheeks when her request was denied. Fufu, but you acts like a girl several times. Akino teased her friend a bit, who stuck her tongue out in response. Wow, my feet hurt. I can't believe my client asked me to go for a walk with her. It's not normal. Asia was rubbing her feet. She'd walked for hours, and it wasn't fair to her. What about you, Zenovason? Mine wanted me to help her practice her dunks for volleyball. The girl was rubbing her hands. There were so many balls in them and in her face. What about you, Kaneko? I ate a lot of pastry. Kaneko had the misfortune, or luck, that her contractor asked her to help her finish off a large amount of sweets that would soon reach their expiration date. You better not think about it anymore, you want to vomit. What about you, Akai-senpai? The horror I had to watch a cheap drama because my contractor is very sentimental, according to her, and I didn't want to see her alone. Bah, excuse me, and how much she hates the over-the-top drama of Korean dramas. Kaori, I had to help an aspiring mangaka finish his drawings. In moments like these, I'm glad to draw at a medium level. What she was more than tired of was that the guy was the classic Hoted mangaka. As the son of Kiba and Gasper, they were lucky. They went on a double date. Everyone's hand went to his mouth, and that's when he noticed his mistake. What about them? Rarity and Fluttershy's screams of rage were heard throughout the house. Both immediately went towards the girl. It was Rarity who grabbed the girl by the neck and began to shake her. Speak, who dared to ask my boyfriend out on a date? And why did the idiot accept? Rarity had her eyes full of anger, while Kaori, it's not time for you to blow bubbles with your mouth, answer me. Rarity, if you kill her, I doubt she'll respond to you. Sona looked at the scene with a neutral, even tired look. Seeing how the girl was indeed blue made Rarity let go of her slowly. While one inhaled air to live and the other to simply calm down, Fluttershy began to see the rest with her gaze. When they looked into her eyes, they all began to feel like the most insignificant insects in the whole world. Talk. It was part of an agreement. Both girls had been rejected, and we asked them to accompany them. I kept an eye on them, and I swear nothing bad happened. Stop looking at me like that, Bua. Irina hugged the girl's legs as she cried. Fluttershy looked a little guilty by making her friend cry and just stroke her head. Oh, I understand. It's okay then, I'm sorry I scared them. The animal lover's innocent smile made everyone turn blue. But I'll call Gasper anyway and ask on my own. Hello, Gasper. While the girl already had the cell phone to talk to the boy, God have mercy on the poor man's soul. Rarity was very tempted to call her boyfriend. But no, she must be understanding. It's just a job, a job. Tibuyudo, explain to me right now what it is that you went on a double date. And don't come to me with excuses that won't work for you. Seeing how Rarity was going to talk far away, surely to unleash her barbarities without being heard, they all went to see Kaori, who scratched the back of her neck. Well, there, now you must do something for those two. Anne put the plates of food on the table at the same time as she scolded the girl. Oh, I'm sorry. I was so tired that my brain didn't process what information I should say and what I shouldn't. The hairy man sighed wearily. I'll reward them later. That's why I don't trust you with my secrets anymore. What secrets? Exactly. Zenobia looked at Iki hesitantly. She didn't get the joke. I'll explain later. Well, I'm glad you're all here because I'm starving, Naya. Hiroka was already at the table, ready to help herself, when a hand struck hers. Naya, Issei hasn't come back yet, and without him, there will be no dinner. They all complained at Celesta's words, and she simply stared at them firmly. It was enough to silence the masses. Just then, the doorbell rang. Faye, being closer to the door, was the one who went to it to open it. When doing so, you could see Azazel. He was somewhat thoughtful. Without hesitation, he went into the house, looked at everyone, and could see that they were not there. They hadn't arrived yet. To what do we owe the somewhat late visit, Azazel? Rian looked at his friend doubtfully. The fallen man was simply trying to find words to say what was about to happen. It was at that moment that, I'm home. Aiza's voice made everyone come by to see the hallway. Sure enough, Sekirute was there with the shopping bags in his hands, but then they started to see two extra figures. One was Esdeth, who had her arms crossed, and the other was Merlina, with Tipo on her head. They all looked at the guests with amazement. Behind them was the wolf Fenrir, who sniffed the house. He fixed his gaze on his two sons, who were lying on the ground. He raised an eyebrow when he saw those two. Hirama's bark made him stop by to see him. He felt weird to see how the puppy greeted him with such energy. Eyes, what are they doing with you? Riaz approached her boyfriend hesitantly, just to see who was behind him. He opened his eyes in horror when he saw that it was. It's Offie eyes. Pinky's cry of alarm made everyone on guard, including the pregnant ones. They had the leader of the Chaos Brigade in front of them. Everyone had seen her once when Eyes went into ruin mode. At the time, they didn't know who she was until Azazel and Reem told her. To think that they would have him so close to them. No. Quiet. Eyes threw up her hands and stood between Off-Eyes and the rest to avoid being attacked. Eyes, he's our enemy. The leader of the Chaos Brigade. Twilight was ready to strike. How can you ask us to be calm? Listen, she didn't come with any attention to attack. Azazel stood between them. What's more, if that were the case, no one here would beat him, nor would we accomplish such a feat together. Azazel, you'd better have a clear explanation. Rian knew that Off-Eyes isn't bad enough, but he knows that her presence currently ties her to what the Chaos Brigade is. The one that is the enemy of all factions today. That's right, this city is an important point for the Azazel-sama alliance. Ray didn't let his guard down, none of them did. Did he do this behind our backs? He's crazy. You can't put our sworn enemy in just like that. It's not something a normal person would do unless. Ad's words paid off on their own. Unless you see this as something valuable. Celine landed on the fallen man's shoulder. Truth. Only you could convince those guarding the boundary of this place to let Off-Eyes in. It's understandable, the four of them are allies but she. They all stop by to see Azazel. They admit that Azazel may not be a perfect example of a person, he has several flaws but he is not stupid. Every move he makes is always for the good of those under his care. Everyone here knows that, and the young people know that without his and Rian's guidance, they would not have made it this far, let alone overcome the obstacles they have faced. Seeing how the fallen man's side made it clear that they were right. Yes, that's true. I have broken clear rules of the Covenant, I have deceived and continue to deceive all those who have put their faith in me. But I do it for a reason, to stop the unnecessary shed once and for all. Her desire can change everything, and that's something we can't go through. I want them to hear their story. Maybe they won't change their way of thinking or seeing things, but at least listen to it. Azazel passed by to see Eyes, who was simply standing by the dragon god's side. I see you've already made up your mind, Eyes. Everyone went to see the Sekirute. He just scratched the back of his neck nervously, went to the table to leave the shopping bags on it. Seeing him so calm and acting as if nothing had happened, it made everyone in the house sigh. Seeing everyone put away their weapons, one by one made the fallen man smile and thank everyone for listening to him. Tipo smiled as everyone seemed to embrace the idea. Great, for a moment I feared things would go wrong. The doll approached Eyes. He knew that he was the one who helped indirectly. Thank you. There's nothing that. The Sekirute received one of the classic bites of the doll all over its face to the horror of those present and the neutral gaze of Merlina and Esdeth. Take it off me. While the Sekirute ran back and forth, with his girlfriends, friends and Kurama trying to save him from that bite that is both torture and a show of affection, Yukiana was simply rubbing her temples another migraine. Is that so? Off-Eyes looked at Azazel doubtfully. The fallen man let out a nervous laugh. The possessor of D-Drag gets weird. The dragon god stopped by to see Rian. Hi Rian. Off-Eyes, please don't do anything out of line. The dragon nodded without further ado, went to sit down in one of the armchairs and stood there like a good boy. It hasn't changed. I really find it hard to believe that. I didn't know you knew the dragon god, Rian. Emma looked at her friend in amazement and he just closed his eyes. History for another day. as Merlina tried to get Tipo out of Ai's face, with the rest helping in their own way. Fenrir went with his sons, who were still sleeping with all the noise. He had a twitch in his eye. These two, they were a disgrace. They have become two house animals. The wolf gave a powerful bark that caused both wolves to wake up after a long jump. Seeing their father in front of them made both wolves tremble in fear. Oh no. Fenrir, though he had lost in size, was still a head taller than the brothers in front of him. They both trembled at the sight of their father's gaze, full of anger and disappointment. At what point, the sons of the mighty Fenrir became a pair of pets. Fenrir was waiting for an answer whatever. With all due respect, father, this place is so comfortable that Skull noticed his father's piercing gaze and chose to remain silent. We'll get to that later. They are lucky that there are priorities. Hattie, wake up your brother's idiot who fainted with his eyes open. The wolf turned to go back to Merlina while the wolf chasing the moon tried to bring his brother to his senses. The poor man fainted from his father's piercing gaze. Celestia and Luna laughed a little when they saw that a father will always be a father, even more so if that father is a being who can devour a god. First, they must get Eyes back to normal breathing. Here's the tea. Aquino put several cups of tea for the guests. Everyone was waiting for Eyes to return from the private chat he was having with Azazel on the other side of the house, the fallen one telling him what he needs to know. Okay, what's the plan? Eyes looked at one of her mentors with a lot of doubt. She is grateful that Off-Eyes and her master know each other because she seems at ease with him in the place. Just talk to her. You must already know that Vali and her group took her out of where they were to come here. She wants to talk to you. Eyes was confused when he heard that. Listen, Eyes, there's a lot that doesn't add up. Off-Eyes may be one of the most powerful existences along with Great Red, but his personality doesn't match what the Chaos Brigade is showing. If you compare her to everyone you've fought this year, she doesn't possess any thirst for battle, except against Great Red. Still, it's a risky move for everyone. I don't have any kind of negative feelings against Off-Eyes, but it's still tense to have to talk to a being who is a deity to the dragons. Maybe it has to do with Skeeth. The Secretary saw him confused. What did he have to do with this? Remember Himmel saying that Skeeth once spoke to Off-Eyes. You instinctively know that Off-Eyes is not an evil being or that he does evil willingly. This is your chance to see things in a whole new way. Perhaps finally uncovering the truth behind the actions of the Chaos Brigade. If he pondered his options for a while, it was true that he instinctively knew that he should not be afraid of Off-Eyes, and at the same time he knew that it's a risk. It doesn't mean to say anything wrong and bring out the bad side of Off-Eyes. She is more than aware that she is capable of ending the human world in the blink of an eye. If D-Drag was capable of destroying the world, Off-Eyes, who is stronger than he once was, has that ability and more than enough. Okay, you better stop thinking about apocalyptic situations because you're not going to achieve anything that way. He took a deep breath, turned and went into the living room. Everyone was silent. Not even Pinky could liven up this atmosphere because she can't. She doesn't know what to say without fear of her screwing up. Seeing Eyes, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Secretary sat down, looked at the dragon god who was eating biscuits and drinking some tea. He seemed to enjoy it when she saw that Eyes had returned. She put down her drink and went to see him. Silence reigned for more seconds and in truth, some of them wanted to faint. Eyes chose to open her mouth. So, what do you want to talk about? Everyone happened to look at him in horror. He looked at everyone doubtfully. Did he say something wrong? Hesdeth and Merlina blinked several times, just as he began the first talk he had with Off-Eyes. For his part, the dragon god only asked a simple question. D-Drag, do you wish to stop being a celestial dragon? The question took everyone out of the picture and even more so Eyes, who did not understand what he said. The human who is the host. It is having a totally different growth than the previous ones. Very rare. Vali is also experiencing a different kind of growth. Strange. Very strange. Off-Eyes' words made everyone look at each other. The idea of him meeting Vali is not uncommon in itself, as he and the rest were infiltrators in the Chaos Brigade. It wouldn't be strange if they interacted more than once. But for him to say that both Eyes and Vali have a different evolution from those of their predecessors is against Baal, against Cao, against Loki, against that Egyptian being blessed by a god. D-Drag's armor changed in each of those battles and became more powerful. All thanks to those objects created by the god who created the sacred gears. Items that were once in the rushed and have now been ascended. Not only that, the power of Skeeth, a being who is not of this world, lies in the human and one day will be able to use it. What will happen that day? When the power of D-Drag, Skeeth's, and those objects come together, what will come of it? What will you become, D-Drag? Off-Eyes' question was more than valid. Everyone knew that Aquino, Ayan, and Faye could use the power of their respective tenants individually. But what will happen if one day Eyes uses Skeeth's power combined with D-Drag's? That it will be born of it is a mystery, one that no one had thought about. But they fear that he would suffer the same fate as Himmel, who slowly died by his own power. I don't know, Off-Eyes, I don't know. The boosted gear appeared in the young man's hand. But there's no doubt that it's having an interesting growth. D-Drag's appearance made everyone sigh more calmly. D-Drag among all here was the wisest, despite his sometimes childish attitude. Off-Eyes just didn't quite grasp what D-Drag told him. If he didn't know, then who? The two celestial dragons have blended me as infinity and Great Red as sleep. In his singing, why do you seek D-Drag domination? Because I wanted to be stronger even if I pay the price in the end. I lost my body because of it. There was some regret in D-Drag's words. I thought that only in this way could I be stronger, increase the power of domination in me. When I saw that the color of my armor turned from red to crimson, I was surprised. Domination, I don't understand it. Those of the Chaos Brigade seek domination. I don't get it. Great Red is not domination. I am not domination. Because you were born strong. There's no way someone as powerful as you from the start understands what domination is. You who were born out of nothingness of infinity and Great Red who was born out of the illusion of dreams are not beings of this dimension. Issei, you appeared in this world coming out of the dimensional gap. What has tied you to this world for so many years, and why this desire to return home now? I ask you the same thing, D-Drag. Why do you try to be different from what you were before? Why, after so many years, do you want to rule out domination? What's next? D-Drag and Issei were constantly asking each other questions, neither responding to the other. Not because they don't want to, but because they don't know the answer to those questions. That's why they're looking for them. D-Drag wanted to know what's in store for him and his partner after all this, while Issei wanted to understand the secret of a force that seemed to surpass the domination that once the Securitate did not hesitate to use. All before the surprised eyes of everyone. They all knew that D-Drag was one of the family, and he spoke to them in a calm and even mocking way. With the other dragons you can feel that he touches on deeper themes, and while they sound like normal people at times, you can feel that there is more weight in their words. For example, a chat between D-Drag and Tannen may be common and even lively, but the one they had here, D-Drag and Issei had seen the world from various perspectives over the years, to the point that they understood what true cruelty is and the like. Issei at the end said, "Do you wish to overcome the celestial dragons, D-Drag? Be a new dragon god?" That question surprised everyone, and even more so D-Drag himself. That way, Crimson Cosmos Ascension as you've called it. She has vestiges of divine energy, unlike Volley's which has vestiges of demonic light. A new god and a new Lucifer, is that the path that today's celestial dragons seek? I don't know, and I really don't care if we end up being gods or demons. I'll just stay by my partner's side and my friends. I don't need any more Issei now because I love the lifestyle I have now. They all smiled at D-Drag's words. If they know anything, it's that he will always be with them. Issei kept seeing D-Drag eyes. Then everyone. It seems that he has only one alternative left. I want to watch D-Drag. I want to witness the power that has caused him to change so much and discard the domination he was once so proud to use. Everyone looked at her in amazement and even horror. While the idea of Issei being here is crazy, because in a way they are going against everything that was agreed upon in the alliance, they know that this is a unique opportunity to discover more than they believed before. Azazel gave them this opportunity for a reason and they can't waste it. I don't think there's much to think about, is it, Sona? Riaz looked at her friend, who could only sigh and shake her head. I've already had a headache. All right, I doubt we'll have any other way. I hope it behaves as it should. He will believe it or not. Issei is very quiet. Merlina looked at everyone, especially Faye. I hope you don't mind that our goal is to keep an eye on Issei and meet with Volley and the rest when we get the chance. As things stand, we wish to be hidden until further notice. Esda threw something at the Securitate, who caught it without any problem. This is sent to you by Volley. She says it might help you with something. Eyes went on to see what he threw at her, and it turned out to be a book of fire magic and how to get control of it. That guy, it will serve him in some way, he's sure. What he was surprised to see was Issei already seated at the table ready to eat. I can. The dragon god looked at everyone with some eagerness. There was no choice but to dine with the dragon god at the table. How strange it all was. Once in his room, Issei was lying on his bed with Riaz and Twilight at his sides. They were already asleep, and that didn't surprise him. They were tired from training and stuff, as well as the rest who really want to be stronger. He, on the other hand, has a lot on his mind. He knew that lying down wasn't going to help him get out of his doubts. He got out of bed as best he could, careful not to wake either of them, and went to the door of her room. He got out of this and chose to go get some water because he was really dying of thirst. Coming down at 3 a.m. was something I had already done more than once, only this time I knew that I had temporary tenants in the house, and one of them was the dragon god. What a life he had to live. What I didn't know what to do was to be able to understand Issei. He arrived at the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water and then sat down in one of the armchairs in the living room seconds later, and then blinked and saw Himmel in front of him sitting in the single chair in front of him. Why are you surprised to see me? You know I can do this more easily now. The Godslayer said that with a clear smile on his face, which took eyes out of the picture at times. I thought you were asleep. The Securitate sighed. It will take some getting used to. I just thought, what to do with Issei? Valid question. What little I know about Issei was told to me by Skeeth and Elohim. The latter saying that Issei was a being he didn't want to face. For someone of his level to say that, he already says a lot. Himmel folded his arms. According to many, Issei represents chaos, nothingness, infinity, but you've seen what it's like. The interaction with the beings of this world has changed little by little. Maybe that interest he has in you is that thing they call curiosity, and he doesn't know how to explain it because he had never felt that. It lacks emotions beyond the basics as Skeeth once was. Even so, what can I contribute to make her feel satisfied with that curiosity she has? Himmel shook his head, as if to say he doesn't know that answer. I see. I can only tell you to try put yourself in her place, Issei. You can hear a lot of stories from others' points of view, but in the end you should always listen to the point of view of the person involved, because from there you can draw the conclusion to the whole dilemma in front of you. Himmel disappeared after saying this, leaving Eyes completely thoughtful. If there's one thing he hates about it, it's that need to have to break his skull thinking about solutions and so on that will really come later. The best thing I could do for now was to rest. For now, Vali, Bhikkhu and Arthur were well hidden in one of the forested areas of China. The three of them knew that they were being heavily sought after by the hero faction, and that wasn't a good sign. They know that was a misstep and they were more than in a mess. Not because they have something terrible going to happen to them, since they can take care of those fools without problems, but because tiredness is the worst enemy in this kind of situation. Vali had managed to create an invisible barrier around them so that they could avoid being captured by any enemy that was near their location. He is grateful to have read that book about barriers and the like, because as much as he likes to fight, he knows that he must save his strength for what is coming very soon. He feels that something great is about to happen and that imbecile Cao Cao will be directly or indirectly responsible. BRR, it's cold. Bhikkhu is trying to get some warmth from the small fire in front of them. And to think that the rest of us should be in a comfortable bed while we are outside. Stop complaining, that's what we had to go through. Vali closed the book she was reading. We must be aware that in the eyes of all of us, we are wanted criminals. Not to mention that if we were all there, it would be more than easy to know that we are in a specific place. Arthur moved some of the wood to keep the fire alive. All that's left is to wait for one of them to make his move. Silence reigned in the place for several minutes. None of them could say anything because they really didn't know how to continue the conversation. What they did know for sure was that the Chaos Brigade was ready to make a big move, one that could affect the alliance if it succeeds. They didn't know exactly what they were going to do to Off-Eyes, but they weren't going to sit still and wait to see him. Vali still remembers the time he met her. It was within days of starting his journey with his group and the battle with Eyes. He remembers it very well. Flashback. The Hakuryuku watched Esdeath continue walking. He was just rubbing his shoulder. Damn Cao Cao and that spear. To think that just because he has demon in his veins, that thing can hurt him so much if that thing manages to give him even a cut. Luckily the fight didn't go any further because otherwise he would have had to fight seriously. And he's the battle addict. You can tell this guy can match it. I'm sorry about that, Vali, but Cao Cao has always had an unhealthy interest in the celestial dragons. Esdeath turned to look at him. Ever since he had a fight with the Sekiryuite, he's been obsessed with it. Vali just kept silent, thinking that his opponent had already faced that guy. Oh well, at least things won't be boring here. Although, he feels that that guy will give him more trouble than he wants to have. He felt Albion snort in his head, a rare thing on his part. That human, it reminds me in some way of the first ones who had my power, arrogant and very confident. Albion knew very well about those things because he was just like that for many years. Boy, is he ashamed of those days. Vali didn't say anything. He kept going after Esdeath, still wondering what he wanted to show her. Speak, woman, what do you want me to see? Hopefully it's important. Oh come on Vali, aren't you excited for a cute girl to take you to a hidden place? To be alone. Esdeath's somewhat sassy smile only served to make the young man look at her with annoyance. Oh yes, what a bad temper. Just kidding. Esdeath knew the boy was a bit weird. He doesn't fall for his charms, and he's made men eat out of the palm of his hand in a number of ways. This was a blow to his pride. I just want you to meet someone. I hope it's important. Esdeath smiled at him. Boy, will it be. A few seconds later, they arrived at a door. One that really didn't have anything extra, no barriers, no magic, nothing. Whatever is out there, it must be either too weak and unimportant or too powerful that having it guarded seems unlikely. When he opened the door, Esdeath told him to come in, not to be afraid. And that's what he did. I never expected that after entering that room, I would see a little girl wearing gothic Lolita clothes just sitting there doing nothing, staring into nothingness. Normally I'd say it's just a girl, but it wasn't. All her senses told her that she was more than the simple appearance she displays. Off-Eyes Albion's words surprised him. The dragon god. The girl went to see Vali and didn't do anything. Her gaze didn't change, not even the expression on her face, and that was strange. It was as if I had no emotions. Vali instinctively approached Off-Eyes and she just said, Albion, it's been a while. I see that your current possessor is unique. Off-Eyes' words made Vali take a nearby chair and sit down in front of her. Although she looked at that action with surprise. Do you want to talk about something? Whatever, I have no trouble hearing you. She just stared at him, as if trying to understand what this guy was trying to get out of her. Don't you want one of my snakes? It was the first thing she said. That's usually what happened when someone came to see her. No, I don't need your powers to be stronger. I'll be strong in my own way and that's enough. I was very proud of this boy, and that was something Off-Eyes couldn't deny. Now, what do you want to talk about? I do not know. I don't have anything in mind now. Just my desire to destroy Great Red and go home. That's what matters to me. Off-Eyes still didn't say anything, even when talking about his goal. It was like seeing a talking doll. It was kind of sad. One of the most powerful beings, unable to even talk about his own dream with passion or some pride. That showed that she wasn't the being that everyone paints. It's not bad, just misunderstood and somewhat lonely. It doesn't seem to bother him, as he doesn't know what it's like to have friends. Vali must admit, this is not her area. It's more his rivals, but as long as he's here, even if it's just someone to talk to, someone who listens to her without asking for anything in return, Okay, then, will you listen to what I have to say? Seeing her nod was comforting. Maybe I can help her a little. In flashback. It's really hard to believe that months have passed since that day. It's hard to even think that after all that's happened, Issei would continue to help the Chaos Brigade, just because they promised to simply help them take down the Great Red. While his goal is also to defeat that being, he knows perfectly well what he should and should not do. What's more, it was more than obvious that they were using her, taking advantage of Issei's naivety to take advantage of her presence and powers. But it seems that this was no longer enough for them. He doesn't know how, when or who some distrust of Issei's began to be noticed. Seeing that in all the time they had her there they had done nothing to fulfill her dream seemed to be a point that not even the dragon god himself was willing to accept. Apparently, all of his interactions with her have at least made her ask more about the current situation on his part of the deal with her. Every time they gave him the same answer, that they were making progress to take down the Great Red. Issei didn't say anything the first few times. When he was told the same thing several times, he began to show a firmer attitude and even show his clear anger, which, although it was not expressed in an explosive way, could be felt in its simple presence. That's why, to think that what happened to D-Drag and his possessor would get his attention so much, Volley listened to his companion speak. The evolution they have had has been very strange. Even you must admit that going from the ruin to what was seen, it's something out of the natural of this world. Albion knew one thing clearly. Volley was the clear definition of a miracle. A human descended from the demon Lucifer, a being who had vast reserves of magic and power, who obtained not only a sacred gear, but a longinus, was something no one could expect. All the more so because, in effect, the odds of this happening were 1 in a million. And while he's glad to have him as a possessor, he can't get it out of his head that the Securiute was even stranger. A mortal without any major offspring born with D-Drag in his body. It had happened before. What had never happened was that be capable of what you do. He has the soul of someone who terrorized gods, in his possession objects created by the biblical god that were once used to do cruel acts and now aided him. That he was able to be on par with a miraculous existence such as Volley, Hayato Issei was an abominable existence in every sense of the word. You can't imagine what he'll do next to get stronger. It's really a little scary to think about what's coming next. D-Drag has discarded domination in that form, and we did it with supremacy to some degree. It's not at the level I used it being with a body, but they are paths that no celestial dragon had taken in the past. Albion's words were true. The two of them had my point. Volley. The reason Issei has an interest in D-Drag and its possessor is that the power they have now is the complete opposite of what was seen that time. Remember. He couldn't say no as he remembers that day very clearly. That form represented domination and ruin at their best. Cruel and ruthless, it didn't matter who else, it only mattered to achieve its goal, regardless of what or who it had to destroy. Now it showed a calmer, but just as intimidating power, which gave you the feeling that one moment it can be calm like a lake and the second very destructive like a tsunami. Of course, he doesn't differ much from it with his new power, but anyway. Issei was trying to understand that power that has gotten them out of trouble time and time again. She didn't understand it. She was born strong from the start and didn't know what it was like to work hard to gain power. I didn't understand that dedication or that feeling of accomplishment that they have when they achieve a goal. That was his curiosity, and he had told her more than once in all his talks, always asking, what is true strength? She, who is all-powerful, does not feel happy. He doesn't even know what that is, and it was sad to think about. Therefore, when she told her that he wanted to talk to the Securiute a few weeks ago, Volley did not hesitate to devise this whole plan to get her out of there, even knowing that it will make him a clear enemy of the Chaos Brigade as well as many more. But it was already done. He just hopes that Issei and the rest will achieve what he wants. Let them show Issei that there is much more to it than he thought at the time. He just settled down on the tree where he was leaning and closed his eyes. He wants to sleep even a little, and tomorrow they will continue to advance. How come they can't find it? Cao Cao was looking at the leaders of his search troops. They hadn't been able to find Volley and the rest, much less with the whereabouts of Issei. It's absurd. Cao Cao was a man of great patience, too much. But even he has a limit, and that is precisely when those under his command fail in an order he has given. That infuriates him like they have no idea. Those who were within walking distance of Cao Cao felt that at the most foolish answer, or one that is not to the liking of the leader of the hero faction, they will be pierced by the spear in his hand. And boy did he resist the urge to do it. Sunset and the rest looked very warily at their leader. You could tell that day by day his attitude became more aggressive, crueler. He was beginning to put aside that charisma that earned him so many followers and pawns. Apparently, he was taking out any kind of frustration he had in his head with the poor devils in front of him. Sunset walked up to him and simply put her hand on the young man's shoulder, who looked at her with clear annoyance, more so with that new eye he has. Luckily, he knows how to have it under control, because if not, she remained composed on the outside, but was somewhat terrified on the inside. And that was something she couldn't deny. She was afraid of him because he sees that there will come a point where they're no longer worth it. Now, leave them. Keep looking. The girl gave the guys the settlement to leave, and they thanked the girl for it as they left. Cao Cao took the girl's hand from his shoulder and began to leave the place before the somewhat complicated look of the rest. Well, I think you should go to anger management therapy. Jean scratched the back of her head as she said this, then felt Sunset sigh. Hey, come on. It will pass. I don't want to be negative, but I doubt that will happen. The blonde looked at Siegfried in annoyance. He just raised a hand for her to let him speak. You know very well that Cao Cao has a vendetta with the Securitate, and to see how he gained a new power, how he won a fight of that magnitude, how he destroyed Issei in Kyoto, and also fruited our plans. Don't be surprised that he happens to have a more aggressive attitude than normal, as he knows that if he doesn't eliminate him soon, he will be an unstoppable force, and the same goes for the Hakuryuku. Cao Cao has always said that he is excited by the idea of facing the celestial dragons, but his subconscious, the vulnerable and fearful human side, makes him afraid that at any given moment he will not be able to face them. Jorg adjusted his glasses as he said that, which I don't blame him for. Bah, I assure you that I could stand up to the Securitate. They all passed by to look at Heracles with narrowed eyes and then sighed, as if to imply that he is an idiot. While the big man was offended, he knew deep down that this was his pride in speaking. The strength of both celestial dragons, as well as those who fight alongside them, is to be feared. How can mere humans like them have the possibility of facing such beings? They knew that sooner or later they will be overcome, so if the plan to act is now, it couldn't be the best time for them. Sunset couldn't say more, apologized to them that she had other things to do and opted to go out there alone. And if there's one thing she liked, it's that being alone, she could think things through. It didn't take him long to get to what was a secluded part of their base, which had an air of one of those meditation temples in China. She smiled wistfully as she recalled the times Celestia made her meditate in a similar place so that she would control her character and not lose control over her powers. He sat down and began to meditate. He needed answers, put his heart in order, and finally find his way. Elsewhere, Weil was putting the finishing touches on his prototype. He admits it's far from perfect, but the data gleaned from years of research and so on was finally paying off. Soon he will prove to all those fools who denied his ideas the power of the sacred gears, the of the Mao, the dark arts, the X-rounders. It disgusts him to think that there are people who believe in these ideals of equality and peace. Bah, it's the only real thing in this world is chaos and domination. Nothing else. He smiled gloomily at the sight of Nile, the demon he has created, trying to open his eyes. His good looks very similar to Shalba's, as that's where he got the DNA to be able to create it. It's given him unique ability, so to speak. It is not for nothing that he has done several investigations and done very illegal stuff. He opened the container where Nile was in the water, which was used to treat his skin and remove some of that horrible pale color of his, came out of it to fall to the ground. The demon finally opened his eyes as he felt his lungs inhale air at last. Her pale blonde hair and yellow eyes, coupled with her pale appearance, gave her a somewhat air gloomy. He laid eyes on Dr. Weil, who smiled at the sight of him standing. Nile, you know who I am, don't you? The artificial demon nodded silently. Excellent. Besides, you should know why you're here, right? The demon nodded again. Let's see, tell me. The demon felt his throat try to draw strength to say his first words. He searched through all the information he had in mind what he should say. When he found her, he only said, destroy the Securitate, find and bring Issei before you, Dr. Weil, and fulfill the will of our leader. Well, very well, Nile. Weil gave the demon his hand to walk. This one made it a bit wobbly, but it's not a problem that a few days won't help solve. Now, this is something no one can know, but I also have a little personal mission for you. Tell me, Doctor, I will follow your orders. Perfect. Weil couldn't have asked for a better test dummy than this poor devil. He may not be a super demon, but his strength is certainly to be feared that among those brats who give them so much trouble only the celestial dragons could stand up to him. And if they do, what a surprise they will get. There's a boy that I want you to bring me. I need to do some experiments with it. The demon nodded without further ado. Give yourself a few days to get used to your body and also to master your powers. Nile nodded in complete obedience. Of course you must do everything Nile says. No ifs and buts, just obey. Weil could see some rejection of that order from the demon, but the demon nodded. The human knew the pride of the Mao was great, and boy is a copy of one hard to keep under control. Oh well, it doesn't matter after all, this poor devil is replaceable. The only thing he cares about now is having Issei, or at least some of it, so that he can fulfill his partner's request. Yes, they will soon have their own dragon god. Coming soon.